In the vast expanse of primordial chaos, within the realm of reincarnation, a fierce confrontation unfolds. Red Cloud, you cannot escape. Surrender the primordial purple energy, and I shall spare your life. A crimson light sliced through the void, pursued relentlessly by a torrent of blood-red waves. Turning back, the Taoist Red Cloud glimpsed the relentless blood sea and the river of the underworld, unable to suppress his indignation. I am filled with hatred, river of the underworld. Even if I perish today, I shall never grant you your wish. With a crack in his brow, a beam of purple light pierced the heavens. The river of the underworld, witnessing this, was filled with elation. Primordial purple energy, the foundation of enlightenment, the light that opens the heavens. Handed over, Red Cloud turned to face the river of the underworld, a cold smile gracing his lips. I would rather shatter into pieces than remain whole like a broken tile. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a surge of energy, causing the entire void to ripple. The river of the underworld's expression shifted dramatically. There was no time for further words. The river of the underworld fled in haste. The void erupted in a sudden fluctuation of light and darkness. Looking back in horror, the river of the underworld gasped. Red Cloud actually self-destructed, even destroying the primordial purple energy in the process. I hate this. The river of the underworld howled to the heavens, ultimately resigned to retreat. In the emptiness, other unseen eyes observed the unfolding events. Once the dust settled, those eyes withdrew their gaze. A gentle breeze swept through the dim realm of reincarnation, as strands of crimson light coalesced into a river. From within that blood-red river, a figure slowly rose. What is this? The figure pressed a hand to his forehead, seemingly striving to recall something. After a moment, he lifted his head once more, his gaze revealing a hint of crimson. I remember now. I am Luohou. He recalled everything. He was once one of the 3,000 chaotic demons, the embodiment of the path of slaughter. This was all due to Pangu, who, in his pursuit of the primordial untainted Tao, wielded 5 chaotic treasures, forcefully tearing apart the chaos to create the world of Hongyun. However, to establish Hongyun, the foundation of the 3,000 demons was required. The 3,000 demons fought valiantly against Pangu, who had reached a half step into the realm of Tao and could not withstand the power of the chaotic treasures he possessed. One by one, they fell. After gathering the 3,000 paths, Pangu, exhausted, sacrificed himself to complete the creation of Hongyun. Subsequently, the 3,000 demons, their obsessions unyielding, fused with the innate spiritual energy of Hongyun to be reborn. They proclaimed themselves as the lineage of chaotic demons. The path of slaughter was no different. Born in the western part of Hongyun, he took the name Luohou. Drawing upon the might of the divine acts of creation, he retrained the path of slaughter, condensing the 4 swords of extermination. He then forged the extermination sword array atop Mount Sumeru. Once the sword array was complete, its destructive power was unparalleled in Hongyun. To achieve the goal of using slaughter as a means to attain Tao, he did not hesitate to incite conflict among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. Yet, at the crucial moment, he was besieged by a coalition of cultivators led by Hongyun, Yinyang, Qiankuan, and Yangmei. As the saying goes, paths diverge, and one cannot conspire together. After a fierce battle, the spiritual veins of Mount Sumeru were severed. The 3 clans suffered greatly, their blood staining the azure sky. However, Luohou never anticipated that Hongyun, traversing Hongyun, would seek fragments of the creation jade plate, consolidating half of a chaotic treasure. Though it was broken, it was still a chaotic treasure. Its power far surpassed that of the spiritual treasures of Hongyun. In a single battle, the extermination sword array was shattered, and he met his demise, his efforts utterly in vain. Yet, as he recalled all this, Luohou furrowed his brow. Why had he returned to Hongyun? And who was he now? Memories surged in his mind, and as Luohou, who savored them, he ultimately grasped the entirety of the situation. Red Cloud, a being of innate origin, Luohou, who sighed once more. This foundation was far too weak. Indeed, in Luohou's eyes, the so-called innate beings of Hongyun were all too feeble. They could not even be compared to his chaotic demon lineage. Yet, among the beings of Hongyun, this one could be considered exceptional. Raising his head, numerous strands of crimson energy flowed into his being. Luohu's gaze burned with intensity as he stared toward the realm beyond. Hongyun, to think you truly discovered the second method. By merging the light of creation and primordial purple energy, you actually attained the path to sanctity? A smirk of derision graced Luohu's lips, and a hint of murderous intent surged in his eyes. A false primordial de Luo, golden immortal. It seems you have abandoned the path of strength to attain Tao. Am I the one who set the example before you? Luohu exhaled a breath of turbid air. Though he had perished, his essence remained undying. Yet he found himself inexplicably in this realm of reincarnation. It was merely fortuitous that Red Cloud's self-destruction had reverberated through the void. His essence, merging with the original source of Red Cloud, had led to his current state. Luohu surveyed his surroundings, striving to gather the remnants of Red Cloud's former power. Alas, things did not proceed as he wished following Red Cloud's self-destruction. His essence had shattered too severely. Despite exerting his utmost effort, he could muster little strength. At present, he barely possessed the cultivation of a profound immortal. Far too weak, to traverse Hongyun now would pose a challenge for self-preservation. In that moment, as Luohu examined his own being, he could not help but feel a trace of surprise. Upon reuniting with his consciousness, he discovered a glimmer of purple light within his brow. What is this? Luohu hastily focused his spiritual awareness to discern its nature. After a brief moment, Luohu fell silent. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Upon Red Cloud's demise, unable to bear the humiliation, he summoned the primordial purple energy he acquired from the palace of the purple clouds in the realm beyond, severing the root of calamity. As a result, the primordial purple energy was destroyed, yet this purple energy possessed spirit, and a fragment of its root remained undying within the consciousness of the purple palace. Now, nurturing it with spiritual awareness, it unexpectedly radiated a hint of vitality. This primordial purple energy has but a trace of root left after shattering and reassembling. It has transformed into a fragment of chaotic purple energy. Luohu felt a surge of excitement. The so-called chaotic purple energy is one of the primordial origins. When Pangu opened the heavens, he severed all energies of chaos. Thus, the chaotic purple energy perished, replaced by the 9 spiritual lights generated at the dawn of Hongyun, what would later be known as primordial purple energy. Now, with Red Cloud's self-destruction, the primordial purple energy shattered alongside it. However, that trace of root, upon reuniting with its origin, underwent mutation, transforming into the most primordial chaotic energy. Simply put, it is the seed of primordial purple energy. Yet, nurturing it to fruition would be exceedingly difficult. If it could be nourished with other primordial purple energies, perhaps it could regain vitality. With this thought, Luohu scanned his surroundings. After the primordial purple energy shattered, it scattered into countless fragments throughout the realm of reincarnation. Should he find them, they would undoubtedly be of immense use. Moreover, Luohu wished to understand why his undying essence manifested in this realm of reincarnation. Let the search begin. With this thought, Luohu extended his spiritual awareness, exploring the vicinity. The phrase Hongyun knows no years suffices to illustrate its vastness. Luohu was unaware of how many years he wandered within this realm of reincarnation, sifting through countless lost souls and treacherous waters, obtaining 2 glimmers of purple light to refine and merge into his consciousness. Within the purple palace, the roots of the chaotic purple energy shimmered slightly, eliciting Luohu's renewed excitement. However, before he could rise again, several powerful auras surged from the distance. Luohu's expression shifted subtly, and in an instant, he concealed his form, merging with a myriad of lost souls. Just as he concealed himself, 2 figures descended from the void. At the forefront, a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes stood tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. Luohu could not help but gasp in astonishment as he discreetly observed. Is it them? In the primordial chaos, within the realm of reincarnation, a voice echoed, Hongyun, you cannot escape. Surrender the Hongming purple chi, and I shall spare your life. A crimson light sliced through the void, followed closely by a relentless wave of blood. Hongyun Taoist turned back to face the pursuing blood sea Mingi, unable to contain his anguish and fury, exclaiming, I am filled with hatred. Mingi, even if I perish today, I shall never yield to your desires. With a crack at his brow, a beam of purple light pierced the heavens. Ming's countenance brightened with joy upon witnessing this. The Hongming purple chi, the foundation for the path of enlightenment. Surrender it. Hongyun glanced back at Mingi with a cold smile, declaring, I would rather shatter into pieces than remain whole like a mere tile. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed a surge of energy, causing the void to tremble violently. Ming's expression shifted dramatically. There was no time for further words. Mingi turned and fled. Boom! The void flickered ominously. Mingi glanced back, terror etched upon his face. Hongyun has self-destructed, even obliterating the Hongming purple chi. I hate this. I hate it. Mingi howled to the heavens, ultimately resigned to retreat. In the emptiness, other eyes observed the unfolding events. As the dust settled, those gazes withdrew as a gentle breeze swept through the dim realm of reincarnation, where strands of red light coalesced into a river. From that red river, a crimson figure slowly rose. What is this? The figure raised a hand to its forehead, seemingly struggling to recollect something. Moments later, it lifted its head again, its gaze radiating a fierce crimson. I remember now, I am Luohou. He recalled everything. Once one of the 3,000 demonic gods of chaos, he was the embodiment of the path of slaughter. It was because Pangu sought to affirm the primordial limitless Tao, wielding 5 pieces of chaotic treasures to forcibly tear apart the chaos and create the primordial world. Yet, to establish this world, the foundation of the 3,000 demonic gods was required. The 3,000 demonic gods fought valiantly in resistance, but ultimately fell before Pangu's half-step Tao realm strength and the treasures in his possession. They all perished. After gathering the 3,000 paths, Pangu, exhausted, completed the creation of the primordial world with his own essence. However, the spirits of the 3,000 demonic gods lingered, merging with the innate spiritual energy of the primordial world to be reborn. They called themselves the lineage of the chaos demonic gods. Thus was born the path of slaughter. Emerging in the western part of the primordial realm, he took the name Luohou. Drawing upon the might of the heaven-opening divine axe, he retrained in the path of slaughter, coalescing the 4 swords to exterminate immortals. He then refined the extermination sword array atop Mount Shumi. Once the sword array was completed, its power and slaughter became unparalleled in the primordial realm. To achieve his goal of attaining enlightenment through slaughter, he did not hesitate to incite conflict among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. Yet at the last moment, he was besieged by a coalition of cultivators led by Hongyun, Yingyang, Qianquan, and Yangmei. As the saying goes, those on different paths do not conspire together. After a fierce battle, the spiritual veins of Mount Shumi were severed. The 3 clans were devastated, their blood staining the azure sky. However, Luohou never anticipated that Hongyun would traverse the primordial realm, searching for fragments of the creation jade plate, thereby coalescing a half portion of chaotic treasures. Though fragmented, it was still a chaotic treasure. Its power far surpassed that of the spiritual treasures of the primordial realm. In that battle, the extermination sword array was dismantled, and he met his demise, his efforts in vain. Yet, as he recalled all of this, Luohou's brow furrowed. Why had he returned to the primordial realm? Who was he now? A torrent of memories surged within his mind, and Luohou pondered, ultimately grasping the truth of it all. Hongyun, an innate being? Luohou sighed once more. This foundation is far too weak. Indeed, in Luohou's eyes, the so-called innate lineage of the primordial realm was exceedingly feeble, unable to compare to his own chaos demonic god lineage. Yet among these primordial beings, they were still considered exceptional. Raising his head, countless strands of red energy began to flow into his being. Luohou's gaze burned with intensity as he focused on the direction of the outer heavens. Hongyun, I never imagined you would indeed discover the second pathway. Merging the light of creation with the Hongmeng purple chi, you have truly attained sainthood? A smirk played on his lips as a hint of murderous intent surged in his eyes. A pseudo-primordial de Luohou, golden immortal? It seems you have abandoned the path of power to attain enlightenment. Was I your precedent? Luohou slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Though his essence had perished, a trace of his spirit remained undiminished. He found himself in this realm of reincarnation, coincidentally at the moment of Hongyun's self-destruction, which reverberated through the void. His spirit coalesced with Hongyun's former essence, leading to his present form. Luohou surveyed his surroundings, striving to gather the remnants of Hongyun's strength. Alas, despite his efforts, the devastation from Hongyun's self-destruction was too severe. Even with all his might, he could scarcely gather enough. At present, he barely possessed the cultivation of a profound immortal. Far too weak to traverse the primordial realm would be a challenge for mere self-preservation. At that moment, Luohou examined himself and couldn't help but express mild astonishment. Upon reuniting his consciousness, he unexpectedly discovered a glimmer of purple light within his brow. What is this? Luohou hurriedly concentrated his mind and carefully contemplated. After a moment, he fell into silence. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. In his last moments, Hongyun, unable to bear humiliation, sacrificed the trace of Hongmeng purple chi he had obtained from the purple cloud palace in the outer heavens to sever the root of calamity. Although the Hongmeng purple chi was destroyed, this purple essence possessed spirit, leaving a trace of its root within the consciousness that remained undying. Now nurtured by his spirit, it surprisingly exhibited a hint of vitality. This Hongmeng purple chi has only a trace of its root left after shattering and reconstituting. It has transformed into a fragment of chaotic purple energy. Luohou felt a surge of excitement. The so-called chaotic purple energy is one of the primordial sources. When Pangu opened the heavens, he severed all energies of chaos. Thus, the chaotic purple energy perished, replaced by the 9 strands of spiritual light generated at the dawn of the primordial world, which later became known as the Hongmeng purple chi. Now, with Hongyun's self-destruction, even the Hongmeng purple chi shattered. Yet this trace of root, upon reuniting with its essence, underwent a transformation. It became the most primal chaotic energy. In simpler terms, is the seed of the Hongmeng purple chi. However, nurturing it to grow would be exceedingly difficult. If it could be nourished with other Hongmeng purple chi, perhaps it could be revived. With this thought, Luohou cast his gaze around. After the Hongmeng purple chi shattered, it scattered into countless fragments across the realm of reincarnation. If he could locate them, they would undoubtedly be of great use. Moreover, Luohou wished to understand why a trace of his spirit remained undying in this realm of reincarnation. Time to search. With this thought, Luohou's consciousness expanded, exploring the surroundings. A phrase, "The primordial realm knows no years," is enough to attest to its vastness. Luohou was unaware of how many years he had wandered in this realm of reincarnation, sifting through countless souls and treacherous waters to find 2 traces of purple light, refining them into his consciousness. Within the consciousness, the roots of the chaotic purple energy began to glow faintly, reigniting Luohou's excitement. However, before he could rise once more, several formidable auras rushed toward him from a distance. Luohou's expression shifted slightly in an instant. He concealed himself, merging with the myriad of souls. Just as he hid, 2 figures descended from the void. The foremost figure was a man with sharp brows and bright eyes, his physique remarkably robust. The aura emanating from him was exceedingly powerful. In the shadows, Luohou merely took a glance and could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Is it them?" In the primordial chaos, in the realm of reincarnation, a voice echoed with authority. "Red Cloud, you cannot escape. Surrender the primordial purple chi, and I shall spare your life." A crimson light sliced through the void, pursued relentlessly by a torrent of blood-red waves. Red Cloud, glancing back at the relentless blood sea of the underworld river, could not suppress his rage. "I loathe this. Underworld river, even if I perish today, I will never grant you your wish." With a fierce determination, A purple light erupted from his brow, piercing the heavens. Upon witnessing this, the underworld river's expression shifted to one of elation. Primordial purple chi, the foundation of the path to enlightenment. The light of creation. Handed over, Red Cloud turned to face the underworld river, a cold smile gracing his lips. I would rather shatter in a jade than remain whole as mere tiles. With gritted teeth, he unleashed a surge of energy, causing the very fabric of the void to ripple. The underworld river's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment to spare, the underworld river turned to flee. Boom! The void flickered ominously. The underworld river glanced back, terror etched on his face. Red Cloud has actually self-destructed, even destroying the primordial purple chi in the process. I hate this, I hate it. The underworld river wailed to the heavens, ultimately turning away in resignation. In the depths of the void, other eyes had been watching the unfolding events. As the dust settled, those eyes withdrew their gaze. A gentle breeze swept over the dim and oppressive realm of reincarnation, coalescing into strands of crimson light. From the depths of the Red River, a crimson figure gradually rose. What is this? The figure raised a hand to his forehead, seemingly in a struggle to recall something. Moments later, he lifted his head again, his gaze revealing a hint of blood-red clarity. I remember now. I am Luohou. He had recalled everything. Once, he was one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, the embodiment of the path of slaughter. This was all due to Pangu, who, in his quest to prove the primordial and boundless Tao, wielded 5 pieces of chaotic treasure, forcibly tearing apart the chaos to create the world of the primordial. However, the creation of the primordial required the foundation of the 3,000 demon gods. The 3,000 demon gods fought valiantly, but were ultimately no match for Pangu, who stood at the threshold of the Tao, nor for the treasures he wielded. One by one, they perished, collecting the 3,000 paths. Pangu, exhausted, sacrificed himself to complete the creation of the primordial. Afterward, the 3,000 demon gods, their obsessions unyielding, fused with the innate spiritual essence of the primordial and were reborn. They called themselves the lineage of the chaotic demon gods. Thus was the path of slaughter born. In the western part of the primordial, he assumed the name Luohou. Harnessing the formidable power of the divine acts of creation, he retrained the path of slaughter, forging the 4 swords of extermination. Atop Mount Sumeru, he crafted the extermination sword array. Once complete, the array's destructive power was deemed unrivaled in the primordial, unparalleled. In pursuit of proving his path through slaughter, he did not hesitate to incite conflict among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. Yet at the critical moment, he was besieged by cultivators led by Hongyun, Inyang, Qian Kuan, and Yangmei. As the saying goes, those of differing paths do not conspire together. After a fierce battle, the spiritual pulse of Mount Sumeru was severed. The 3 clans were devastated, their blood staining the azure sky. Little did Luohou expect that Hongyun, traversing the primordial, would actually seek the fragments of the creation jade disk, gathering half a piece of chaotic treasure. Though it was broken, it was still a chaotic treasure. Its power far surpassed that of the spiritual treasures of the primordial. In that battle, the extermination sword array was shattered, and he met his demise, his path extinguished. However, as he recalled all of this, Luohou's brow furrowed. Why had he returned to the primordial? Who was he now? Memories surged within his mind, and as Luohou savored them, he ultimately understood everything. Red Cloud? A being of innate origin? Luohou sighed once more. This foundation was far too weak. Indeed, in Luohou's eyes, the so-called innate lineage of the primordial was exceedingly feeble. They could not even be compared to his chaotic demon god lineage. Yet among the beings of the primordial, they were considered exceptional. Raising his gaze, countless strands of crimson energy began to flow into his being. Luohou's eyes burned with intensity as he stared towards the realm beyond. Hongjun, to think you truly discovered the second gateway. Merging the light of creation and the primordial purple chi, you actually achieved enlightenment? A sardonic smile crept upon his lips as a glimmer of murderous intent surged within his eyes. a false primordial de Luo, golden immortal. It seems you have also abandoned the path of proving through strength. Have I set an example for you before you even began? Luohou slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. Even in death, a fragment of his spiritual essence remained unextinguished. Yet he was unaware of how he had ended up in this realm of reincarnation. Coincidentally, Red Cloud's self-detonation had shaken the void. His spiritual essence merged with the primordial source of Red Cloud, leading to his current state. Luohou surveyed his surroundings, striving to gather as much of Red Cloud's former power as possible. Alas, despite his efforts, the aftermath of Red Cloud's self-detonation had shattered the spiritual essence too severely. Even with his utmost exertion, he could scarcely gather much. At present, he barely possessed the cultivation of a mysterious immortal. Far too weak to traverse the primordial was to risk his very survival. At that moment, as Luohou examined his own being, he could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment. Upon reuniting his consciousness, he discovered a flicker of purple light within his brow's spiritual abode. What is this? Luohou hastily focused his consciousness to comprehend it more deeply. After a moment, he fell silent. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. With Red Cloud's demise, unable to endure humiliation, he had summoned forth the primordial purple chi he obtained from the palace of the purple clouds in the realm beyond, in a desperate bid to sever the root of calamity. As a result, the primordial purple chi was destroyed, yet this chi possessed a spirit. A remnant of its root remained undying within the spiritual abode. Now, nurtured by his consciousness, it unexpectedly radiated a hint of vitality. This primordial purple chi, reduced to a mere tendril, shattered and reformed, has transformed into a sliver of chaotic purple chi. Luohou felt a surge of excitement. The so-called chaotic purple chi is one of the primal sources of chaos. When Pangu opened the heavens, he severed all chaotic energies. Thus, the chaotic purple chi perished, replaced by the 9 strands of spiritual light generated during the primordial's creation. This later became known as the primordial purple chi. Now, with Red Cloud's self-detonation, the primordial purple chi was shattered as well. However, this tendril, upon reuniting with its source, underwent a transformation. It became the most primordial chaotic energy. In simpler terms, it was the seed of the primordial purple chi. Yet to cultivate it was a daunting challenge. If it could be nourished by other primordial purple chi, perhaps it could regain vitality. With this thought, Luohou looked around. After the primordial purple chi shattered, it scattered into countless fragments throughout the realm of reincarnation. If he could find them, they would surely be of great use. Moreover, Luohou was eager to discover why a fragment of his spiritual essence remained unextinguished in this realm of reincarnation. Time to search. With this thought, Luohou extended his consciousness outward, exploring the surroundings. The phrase "the primordial is timeless" is sufficient to illustrate the vastness of the primordial. Luohou was unaware of how many years he had wandered in this realm of reincarnation, sifting through countless lost souls and treacherous waters, ultimately finding 2 points of purple light to refine and merge into his spiritual abode. Within his spiritual abode, the tendrils of chaotic purple chi flickered with renewed brilliance, bringing fresh joy to Luohou. Yet before he could rise again, several powerful auras surged in from the distance. Luohou's expression shifted slightly, and in an instant, he concealed his form, merging with the countless lost souls around him. Just as he hid, 2 figures descended from the void. Leading the pair was a man with striking brows and a robust physique, exuding an aura of immense strength. In the shadows, Luohou cast a fleeting glance, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. I at them.
Chapter 001. Rahu, seized the body of Hongyun and returned to the primordial era. Chapter 002. Farewell, old friend. So you are a traitor of the chaos demon god? The figure of Luohou was unfamiliar to him. Yet, in the recesses of Hongyun's memory, he held a vivid impression of these 2 individuals. They had once gathered in the Zhixiao Palace to listen to Hongjun's teachings. They were siblings, Fushi and Yua. Their cultivation had reached the realm of Hongyuan Jingxian, akin to that of quasi-saints. However, compared to his own peak in a past life, they were significantly weaker. Nevertheless, to Luohou at this moment, they were undoubtedly towering mountains that he could not hope to surmount. What brought them here? Luohou concealed his aura. He was known as the Demon Ancestor, having once suppressed all of Hongyun. The profound methods practiced by the beings of Hongyun were beneath his notice. Only the 9 turns Hongyun method spoken of by Hongjun held a hint of inspiration for him. His own cultivation method was of the same Hongyun nature. Regrettably, the techniques of the Chaos Demon God could not be executed in the current expanse of Hongyun. However, the art of concealing one's energy was something Luohou excelled in. Otherwise, how could he have instigated the fierce conflict among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans in the past? In the void above, Fushi let out a sigh. It seemed that Hongyun had indeed perished. A pity for the primordial purple energy that shattered along with him. Upon hearing this, Niwa shook her head slightly. Brother, your words are a bit premature. After obtaining the primordial purple energy, I have grasped the heavenly mechanisms and know that the realm of Hongyuan saints draws nearer. Although I witnessed Hongyun's self-destruction last time and could not intervene, I felt deep remorse upon entering to perceive the heavenly mechanisms. I have always sensed that Hongyun has not truly perished. Fushi chuckled. My dear sister has always been compassionate. Hongyun's entanglement with Kunping in the Zishu Palace was merely a destined tribulation. With the primordial purple energy in his possession, he bore the weight of his treasure. Kunping struck first, and in fleeing to the realm of reincarnation, Hongyun fell victim to the ambush of the River of Darkness, resulting in his apparent demise. This matter concerns neither you nor me, so why dwell on it? Niwa shook her head. Brother, do you not see that Hongyun's character is gentle and kind-hearted? The conflict in the Zishu Palace was but a farce. How could it lead to his tragic end? Fushi furrowed his brow. His error was in imposing his ideals upon others. He chose to be the Good Samaritan but needlessly entangled himself with Kunping. Had it not been for this, our demon clan might have birthed 2 saints. To speak more candidly, his death was a blessing. Niwa sighed, unwilling to further dispute with Fushi. Fushi also sighed. His voice filled with affection. Let us depart. We have lingered long enough in this realm of reincarnation. We have already found 3 fragments of primordial purple energy. The opportunity is at hand, and we should not tarry any longer. It is time to return, comprehend the heavenly mechanisms, and attain the Hongyuan Dao. Yuan nodded and glanced downwards. Countless souls from all directions of Hongyuan converged here, tireless and utterly numb, all moving toward the same destination. Some souls could not reach their destination and collapsed along the way, dissipating into a wisp of essence, returning to the primal source of heaven and earth. Their common objective was a luminous pearl in the distance, the site of reincarnation, the path of death, the genesis of life. The suffering of the departed was even greater than that of the living. Fushi remarked, cultivation exists to liberate oneself from the suffering of life and death. Do not lament. Perhaps once you achieve enlightenment, you will possess the ability to aid the beings of the world. Niwa nodded and turned to follow Fushi away. However, as they departed, their conversation echoed from afar, reaching Luohou's ears. Fushi said, it is said that during the ultimate battle at Mount Sumeru in ancient times, a black light pierced the void and fell into the realm of reincarnation. The truth of this remains unknown. Niwa responded, this matter is far too distant for us. It is merely hearsay, and the details are elusive. The speaker is indifferent, while the listener is attentive. After the 2 departed, Luohou emerged from the realm of the deceased, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. A black light fell into the realm of reincarnation, and it occurred during that great battle? Why did he not recall it? Was it possible that he had been too focused at the time to notice? Did this relate to his own presence in the realm of reincarnation? Luohou pondered this, unable to unravel the mystery, and resolved to seek and remember slowly. It was time to leave. He had not anticipated that, besides himself, others were also searching for fragments of primordial purple energy in this place. No wonder he had found only a few glimmers after a prolonged search. Surely, apart from Fushi and Niwa, others were also present seeking these treasures. It was time to depart. Should he encounter the likes of the River of Darkness or Kunping again, he feared he might have no further chances. With this thought, Luohou's figure flickered and appeared on a high ground. He gazed into the distance, where the boundless realm of reincarnation seemed to hold a pearl embedded in the earth. That was reincarnation. Speaking of which, during his travels through Hongyun, he had never witnessed reincarnation. It was time to take a look. Resolute, Luohou advanced forward. Time passed without measure, and he felt the pearl grow larger in his sight, while the souls along the path multiplied. Luohou, tireless, circulated the energy within him, drawing in the primal essence of heaven and earth from all directions. After a long passage of time, he finally arrived before the realm of reincarnation. So this is reincarnation. Luohou sighed. As he looked out, he saw no end in sight. A colossal vortex lay before him, shimmering like a galaxy, with countless glimmers sparkling within. From all directions, innumerable souls surged forth, heedless of everything, pouring into the realm of reincarnation. The realm seemed to know no fatigue, no matter how many souls arrived. It welcomed them all. Gazing at the realm of reincarnation, Luohou felt a tinge of bitterness. He thought of an old friend, the demon god of reincarnation. Like himself in a previous life, he was one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. While he walked the path of slaughter, the demon god of reincarnation cultivated the path of reincarnation. Both had encountered Pangu. Both had their primal powers severed by Pangu and merged into this world of Hongyun. Now, he had become part of Hongyun, tirelessly operating the 6 paths and 3 realms for all beings. Standing at the edge of reincarnation, with his feet resting upon the gentle, white, misty glow, Luohou knelt down, scooping up a handful of white light, letting it slip through his fingers. Old friend, you seem to be in a worse predicament than I. As the flowing light dissipated, Luohou suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Wait, this is not the aura of the demon god of reincarnation. Or rather, it is not merely the aura of the demon god of reincarnation. Within it, there is also the sin of Pangu. Luohou stood up, carefully attuning himself to this presence. It seemed, his gaze began to waver. He moved swiftly along the edge of the reincarnation vortex, suddenly halting and bursting into laughter. Ah, so that's how it is. Reincarnation, so you have willingly embraced this fate? I thought that Pangu was the only traitor from the chaos, but it seems you are a traitor as well. Ha! Luohou laughed heartily, but at that moment, he suddenly furrowed his brows. Turning, he looked toward the rear of reincarnation, where a familiar aura flickered in and out of view. Chapter 003, The God-Slaying Spear Protects Its Master, the Radiance Unfading. Upon departing from the cycle of reincarnation, Luohou continued his journey, advancing toward the direction from which he sensed a profound energy. He had discovered a secret about the cycle. For the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, Pangu was undoubtedly a common adversary. It was only now that he suddenly realized that the cycle had secretly colluded with Pangu, sustaining him with the power of reincarnation to aid in severing the fundamental essence of the 3,000 demon gods and opening up the primordial world. The reincarnation in the primordial realm belonged to the reincarnation demon gods, yet it was simultaneously intertwined with Pangu himself, forming a unique existence within the primordial realm. This cycle transcended the boundaries of life and death for all beings in the primordial world, governing the endless reincarnation of countless life forms. In an alternative form, it achieved immortality, merging with Pangu and benefiting the primordial realm. If it were not voluntary, how could Pangu have securely placed the power of reincarnation? No chaotic demon god would obey Pangu's commands. Luohou was no exception, nor was Hongyun, or the former beings like Yangmei, Yinyang, and Qiankuan, who among them did not cultivate. The essence of cultivation was to break free from the shackles of the primordial heavenly path and resist Pangu's oppression. Only the cycle remained quietly within the primordial world, complementing the heavenly path. However, pursuing this matter now seemed futile. Luohou traveled for quite some time, the familiar aura growing ever more intense. Before him appeared an unfathomable chasm, the Nine Nether. Here, Luohou realized that this knowledge did not stem from the memories of the Red Cloud. Rather, he had been aware of this place from the very beginning. In other words, this was the borderland between the primordial and the chaotic realms, akin to the celestial realms beyond. The abyss below marked the boundary of the primordial world. Breaking through that boundary would lead to the boundless chaos. Yet, at this moment, Luohou had no desire to return to the chaos. Firstly, he was now a being of the primordial realm. If he entered the chaos, he could not absorb the primordial essence and would be unable to cultivate, left to wander aimlessly in the infinite chaos without purpose. Secondly, the chaos was rife with turbulent currents of immense power. At his current strength, a mere collision with those chaotic currents would result in his immediate demise. Yet, the familiar aura lingered beneath the abyss. After much contemplation, Luohou decided to descend and investigate. As he descended into the abyss, the spiritual energy became increasingly scarce. Luohou lost track of time, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Unable to see his own hand, he pressed deeper, guided solely by instinct, until his consciousness detected a remarkable presence. A stone pillar? The aura he recognized emanated from a crack in that pillar. Guided by his spiritual awareness, Luohou alighted atop the stone pillar. It was as thick as a millstone, coated in a layer of thick patina formed by the dust of endless ages. Luohou extended his consciousness through the fractured patina. As he penetrated through layers of obstruction, his eyes suddenly opened wide, illuminating the dark abyss like 2 bright lanterns. Haha. Luohou laughed heartily. So this is it. So this is it. He understood everything now. This millstone-sized object, embedded in the cliffs of the Nine Nether, was originally his. Sitting cross-legged atop the stone pillar, Luohou willingly expended his essence, beginning the arduous process of refining it. He knew his possession better than anyone. Unfazed by the consumption of his primordial essence, he persisted. Soon, the surroundings began to tremble ominously. Countless massive stones fell from above, yet before they could approach Luohou, they shattered under the force of his aura. Below, the void rippled with energy. Suddenly, vibrant blue flames erupted, the heavenly fire, one of the elemental forces of the earth, thunder, wind, and fire. This was the ultimate juncture between the primordial realm and chaos. The spatial membrane was exceedingly fragile. Even a single stone could shatter this barrier. The elemental forces surged forth, instinctively repairing the shattered barriers of space. However, as the stones increased in number, the elemental forces erupted more violently. Luohou appeared utterly oblivious, allowing the advancing elemental forces to encroach upon him. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide. Come. Boom! The stone pillar quivered even more violently. Luohou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Again, rumbling the entire cliff trembled, countless thousands of fathoms shaking. Luohou clapped his hands upon the seated stone pillar, chuckling, "Do not lose heart. You have pierced through the primordial barrier, and after enduring the elemental forces for countless ages, you have already become one with it. To break free now will be a daunting task, but worry not, I shall await your emergence." Again, boom boom suddenly, innumerable cracks appeared on the cliff. Spreading outward, the entire abyss began to shake, sway, and even collapse. Luohou disregarded it all. Unleashing his powers as a force of destruction struck the seated stone pillar with tremendous force. "Rise with me." Boom! The stone pillar slowly withdrew. Zing! A red light burst forth, illuminating the entire abyss of the Nine Nether. Boom! The abyss began to collapse entirely. Countless massive stones plummeted towards the primordial barrier below. As the stone pillar was freed, a tremendous surge of elemental forces erupted, instantly engulfing Luohou's form. Above the Nine Nether, similar tremors persisted. Yet as the red light coalesced, Luohou's figure suddenly materialized in place. "I'm back," finally emerged. He turned to glance downward. Unable to fathom how many cliffs had crumbled as a result, it mattered not. Such occurrences bore no significance for the primordial realm. Even in collapse, the elemental forces would mend themselves anew. This was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he had found his old friend. Extending his hand into the void, he grasped it. With Luohou's gesture, thousands of red lights coalesced from his palm. A long spear appeared. Its body was pitch black, adorned with countless intricate patterns. The spearhead ablaze with fiery red. With a mere swipe, it carved a wound in the very fabric of space. How sharp it was! Luohou gently caressed the spear's shaft. The god-slaying spear. Although the four swords of extermination were his true-born treasures, the god-slaying spear felt more like a cherished companion. It was as if they had known each other forever, having fought side by side throughout his life. It was a close ally. Remaining steadfast after the extermination sword array shattered. Lifting the god-slaying spear, Luohou laughed heartily. In that moment, he recalled his past battle, where he had met his demise. A fragment of his indomitable spirit had clung to this spear, traversing the fractured space and arriving in the realm of reincarnation. It had landed in the Nine Nether. While he found himself in the realm of reincarnation, wandering like a restless spirit until now. Today, they were reunited. Upon their reunion, the spear trembled. As if recounting the anguish of their separation, a rare smile graced Luohou's visage. "It is good to be back. Together. We shall shine brightly in this primordial realm once more." Luohou laughed heartily, vanishing in an instant with the god-slaying spear. Chapter 004. Sit by the River of Darkness. The demon general Indra, the killers of heaven and earth. In the realm of reincarnation, a hazy atmosphere enveloped everything, painted in shades of gray, white, and black. Setting the tone for this desolate land. Amidst a chaos of stones, Rahu sat cross-legged, an aura of countless breaths swirling around him. All wandering souls instinctively veered away from this place. After a myriad of breaths traversed the surrounding space, they returned to Rahu's being. As he opened his eyes, a silent sigh escaped his lips. At this point, he had integrated the remnants left by Hongyun, coupled with his own consolidation, firmly standing at the level of the profound immortal. Yet, within the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, the profound immortal was still deemed too weak. The path of immortality was divided into 9 tiers: true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai, Daoyuo, mixed Yuan golden immortal, mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal, heavenly Dao saint, mixed Yuan Taiji Daoyuo golden immortal, heavenly Dao realm, and mixed Yuan Wujidi Daoyuo golden immortal, Dao realm. Each step forward was fraught with peril. As a chaos demon god, Rahu's power had once rivaled that of a mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal. After all, he wielded the 3,000 laws of the slaying path, embodying the innate form of a saint. Unfortunately, he had encountered Pangu, an anomaly, at the peak of the great Dao. With the 5 supreme chaos treasures, the creation jade plate, the heaven opening axe, the earth opening chisel, the chaos green lotus, and the chaos pearl, Pangu had ruthlessly vanquished the 3,000 chaos demon gods. Despite harboring a myriad of grievances, the past had been settled with Pangu's demise following the opening of the primordial. Dust to dust, the grudges of yesteryear were laid to rest. In his time as the demon ancestor, Rahu had attained the realm of mixed Yuan golden immortal, commonly referred to as the quasi-saint body. Regrettably, the path of proving one's worth through brute force was nearly impractical in the primordial. After exhausting his life searching for enlightenment, he had only grasped a fragment of opportunity, only to be thwarted by Hongyun and others who wielded the creation jade plate against him. Upon reclaiming the god-slaying spear, Rahu found himself compelled to realign his path. The slaying path had proven excessively extreme, although all 3,000 paths were cultivable within the primordial. Proving the Dao through slaughter bore a weighty burden of karma. This was the principal reason for his failures. In this life, harmonizing with the innate, righteous energy of Hongyun, Rahu sought to rectify himself by merging the slaying path with the peaceful essence of righteousness, ultimately choosing a new path: dominance. Without a significant opportunity, however, swift breakthroughs would remain elusive. Raha's gaze deepened in contemplation. During his recent cultivation, he discerned a troubling issue. The operation of his original methods had become exceedingly arduous. Was it due to his presence in the realm of reincarnation, or was there another reason? Yet, the 9 turns refinement method acquired from Hongyun within the Purple Cloud Palace proved remarkably effective. It seemed that with a determined path, he needed to reorganize this method. He had come to understand the disparity between himself and Hongyun, not in cultivation or realm, but in the Tao and the methods employed. Both he and Hongyun were chaos demon gods, equally possessing the cultivation techniques of their kind. However, Hongyun's adaptability far exceeded his own. He had discovered the creation jade plate and gleaned the 9 turns method from it, aligning his cultivation with the operations of the primordial heavenly Tao, yielding unparalleled results. In this life, due to a fortunate twist of fate, he had become Hongyun, possessing not only the slaying path from his previous life, but also the 9 turns method cultivated by Hongyun. Thus, it could be said that they were now on the same starting line. As for the rest, Rahu rose, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The further he ventured, the more arduous the path of cultivation became. Hongyun had already attained the mixed Yuan realm, becoming a heavenly Tao saint. Though progress in cultivation was swift, he remained bound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. By integrating the lessons learned from his previous failures, if he could restart his journey as Hongyun, he would merely need to invest some time to naturally catch up to Hongyun, perhaps even surpass him, rectifying past grievances. A cold smile crept upon Raha's lips. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the outer heavens, whispering, Hongyun, wait in the Purple Cloud Palace. One day, I shall stand before you once more. At that time, observe how much I resemble my former self. Just as Rahu pondered, a sudden surge of divine consciousness emanated from afar. Frowning slightly, he initially intended to depart, but halted upon sensing the presence of this consciousness. A profound immortal? In this realm of reincarnation, apart from himself, were there other cultivators? Moments later, a figure hurtled towards him from the distance. As he approached, he beheld Rahu standing atop the chaotic stones. After a brief moment of contemplation, the figure's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. Rahu frowned. What was the meaning of this? Upon discerning the aura emanating from this cultivator, his gaze darkened. The aura of the Blood Sea. Has the River of Darkness sent someone? If he were to discover that Rahu still lived, remaining in this realm of reincarnation would become untenable. Though he held disdain for the River of Darkness, it was merely a matter of respect for the younger generation. Nonetheless, the River of Darkness's cultivation was currently above his own. In a flash, Rahu vanished from his position, reappearing in front of the disciple of the Blood Sea, with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a black robe. Rahu's gaze bore a chilling indifference as he fixed his eyes upon the figure before him. Indra's expression was grave, yet he still bowed and inquired, what is the intention of my fellow Taoist? Rahu chose to remain silent. Indra pressed on. I am one of the 4 great demon generals under the Blood Sea's old ancestor, Indra. I have been tasked by the old ancestor to patrol the realm of reincarnation. As long as you have no ties to the Blood Sea, we shall not interfere with your affairs. However, standing in my way, what is the meaning of this? Rahu's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he continued to remain silent. Indra gritted his teeth. Since you choose to remain silent, I shall take my leave. As he began to turn, Rahu once again blocked his path. Indra's anger flared. What do you intend to do? This time, Rahu spoke. To kill you. Indra's expression shifted. Fellow Taoist, knowing my origins, do you dare to speak so boldly? In this realm of reincarnation, my old ancestor of the River of Darkness holds dominion. If you lay a finger upon me, the old ancestor will surely crush you. Moreover, we have no enmity or grievance. Why speak so rudely? Rahu raised his head slightly, his eyes wide open. You pretend far too poorly. With that, Rahu waved his hand, and countless streams of light suddenly coalesced behind him. Indra's face paled. He had not anticipated that this Hongyun would unleash such a lethal intent upon motion. Rahu was indeed right. He did not appear to be pretending at all. From the moment he laid eyes upon him, he recognized the truth. He was Hongyun, the very being that the River of Darkness had sought yet failed to kill, resulting in his own self-destruction. Despite both being in the realm of profound immortal at present, the peak of Hongyun's power once placed him atop billions of lives. Akin to the River of Darkness, Indra lacked the confidence to confront Hongyun directly, even now when their strengths were comparable. Rahu held no desire for idle conversation. Since Indra dared to linger in the realm of reincarnation, he surely possessed means to conceal himself. Could Indra from the River of Darkness detect him? Unless witnessed firsthand, otherwise, he would never uncover his presence merely through divine consciousness. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Rahu calmly commanded, kill. In an instant, myriad auras transformed into countless blades, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Indra. Boom. Indra's countenance was exceedingly grim as myriad murderous intentions descended upon him. He hastily parried, carving a path toward the sea of blood amidst the fierce clash. His scheme was meticulously crafted, yet scarcely had he cleaved an opening, bearing a wounded hand, when that figure materialized before him once more. Luohou remained silent. though his cultivation was presently modest. His insight and experience eclipsed those of the current primeval cultivators by an immeasurable expanse. To attempt such paltry stratagems before him? The title of Demon Ancestor was not conferred lightly. With a splay of fingers, Indra found himself momentarily immobilized. He swiftly broke free. Yet in the crucible of a cultivator's duel, life and death often hinge upon a fleeting instant. A pinpoint of frigid light had already pierced the space before his eyes. The chilling radiance, sharp enough to prick at Indra's brow, conveyed a palpable sensation of injury, though no physical contact had been made. Upon closer inspection of this frigid luminescence, Indra's expression ossified into a mask of astonishment. The god-slaying spear. The spear's tip lingered before him, its cold light serving as a stark warning. Any untoward movement would be met with the immediate rupture of his purple palace sea of consciousness, resulting in his demise and the utter annihilation of his soul. To think that in this later iteration of the primeval world, someone would recognize my weapon? Luohou mused. Somewhat surprised. Was the god-slaying spear so readily identifiable, or was this disciple of the sea of blood possessed of unusually vast knowledge? Indra's gaze was complex, tinged with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as he regarded the figure before him. Why do you possess this object? Luohou replied with equanimity. Why should I not possess it? Indra hastily countered. This object is. He abruptly ceased, taking a deep breath before continuing. Venerable Hongyun, I harbor no malicious intent. I am merely patrolling the lands of reincarnation under the mandate of the Sea of Blood's ancestor Menghe. Since you yet live and have obtained the god-slaying spear, I shall feign ignorance of this encounter. What say you? Luohou responded with indifference. Do you imagine I would believe you? I have spared you until now for a reason you ought to comprehend. Speak. How do you recognize this object? Should you utter even a half-truth, you shall taste its might. Indra scoffed. I am more intimately acquainted with the god-slaying spear's power than you. As for why I recognize it, what concern is it of yours? If you truly intend to strike, then strike. We, the denizens of the Sea of Blood, need only a spark of our spirit to return to the Sea of Blood, absorb the blood god doppelgangers, and reconstruct our essence. When that time comes, I shall. Out of respect for the god-slaying spear, refrain from divulging your whereabouts. But this is a singular concession. Upon hearing these words, Luohou's brow furrowed slightly. Was this individual offering deference to the god-slaying spear, even to the point of contravening Menghe's directives? This piqued Luohou's curiosity even further. With a mental command, the god-slaying spear retreated. Luohou fixed his gaze upon Indra, declaring, I shall spare your life, but you must divulge what you know. Otherwise, I shall pursue you to the Sea of Blood itself, and though you may be reborn, I shall slay you repeatedly until your Tao heart crumbles. Indra swallowed audibly. Taken aback. So ruthless? He scrutinized the Hongyun before him, as if perceiving a subtle transformation. He seemed different from the Hongyun Taoist he had glimpsed above the Sea of Blood. Moreover, his tone, his decisive ruthlessness, even his degree of cruelty, evoked memories of a towering figure from his past, whom he had once beheld from the ranks, a figure of unattainable stature. For reasons unknown, as these thoughts coalesced, Indra gazed once more upon the figure before him, and a vague resemblance to that figure from his memory began to emerge. Snapping back to reality, Indra sighed silently. Luohou frowned. I grant you 3 breaths to speak. Indra took a deep breath. Very well, this matter is hardly a secret. I was once a disciple of the demonic tribe. Upon hearing this, Luohou's gaze sharpened instantly. A disciple of the demonic tribe? Indra continued. After the great battle of antiquity, Demon Ancestor Luohou suffered a crushing defeat. We, the disciples of the Demon Ancestor, were hunted by the righteous cultivators, with no recourse but to flee to the lands of reincarnation to eke out a meager existence. In those days, many demonic Tao disciples sought refuge here. But as time flowed onward, fate played cruel tricks. Since the righteous cultivators gained the mandate of heaven, the Xianmen aura within this primeval world has grown ever more potent. The irreconcilable dichotomy between righteousness and evil, especially after Hongyun attained enlightenment and became a saint, was ordained by destiny. Even the heavenly Tao has sided with the Xianmen. We, the demonic Tao disciples, were suppressed by the mandate of heaven. Our cultivation not only failed to advance but gradually waned. Our realms diminished. Once, I was a Tai golden immortal cultivator, but after eons of exile in the lands of reincarnation, my cultivation plummeted to the Xian immortal realm. In desperation, we sought refuge in the Sea of Blood, pledging allegiance to Ancestor Menghe. The Ancestor cleansed our meridians and reshaped our true forms with the power of the Sea of Blood, and imparted the Sea of Blood's cultivation methods, allowing us to preserve our lives and stabilize our realms. Upon hearing this account, Luohou's eyes flickered slightly. So that is the explanation? He understood now. This was why he had found cultivation so arduous. The conflict among the primeval cultivators hinged upon the mandate of heaven. Whoever possessed the mandate of heaven possessed greater fortune. If the mandate of heaven was equal, then the victor would be determined by superior methods. He had been defeated by a combination of fate and inferior tactics. He was the ancestor of the demonic Tao, bearing the demonic Tao's fortune. After his demise, the mandate of heaven crumbled, and the demonic Tao's fortune waned. This resulted in all demonic Tao disciples facing increased difficulties in their cultivation. Over time, the heavenly Tao imposed shackles upon those demonic Tao disciples, hindering their cultivation and even relentlessly eroding them. Now, the same fate had befallen him. Though he had returned to the primeval world in Hongyun's body, the mandate of heaven was not with him. Naturally, his cultivation was immensely challenging. Hongyun's teachings from the Purple Cloud Palace, on the other hand, were Shinmen methods, blessed by the mandate of heaven. Hence, his cultivation proceeded smoothly. With this realization, Luohou nodded. I comprehend. Begone. Upon hearing this, Indra bowed hastily. But as he turned to leave, he paused. Turning back to Luohou, Indra bowed once more. Venerable Hongyun, I know that these words may anger you, but I must ask, where did you obtain this god-slaying spear? Moreover, the god-slaying spear's aura of slaughter is unparalleled, surpassing even the primordial murderous swords in Ancestor Ming He's possession. You are the innate Hongyun. How can you control this object? Luohou replied with indifference. This matter is of no concern to you. Indra countered. We were both once disciples of the demonic Tao, so you need not fear that I will divulge this matter. If it means protecting the god-slaying spear, I would gladly face annihilation. But having fallen to our current state, we once explored the lands of reincarnation. Yet we found no trace of you. You. Seeing his genuine bewilderment, Luohou clasped his hands behind his back, turning to face Indra. Subtly activating his arcane arts, Luohou's eyes transformed into pools of utter darkness, as if swallowing all light into an abyss. Upon witnessing this, Indra's eyes widened in disbelief. Without hesitation, his legs buckled beneath him, and he prostrated himself. The myriad demon's eyes. Chapter 6. The remnants of the demonic path? The world has changed beyond recognition. The eye of 10,000 demons. Such a familiar phrase. I never expected to hear this name again. As Luohou's thoughts stirred, the darkness in his eyes receded. Indra, trembling all over, fixed his gaze on the figure before him, but soon, he frowned. No, something is amiss. He rose and circled around Luohou. You are the ancestor Hongyun, but why do you possess the eye of 10,000 demons? Luohou chuckled softly. The eye of 10,000 demons is a manifestation of the essence of the cosmos, steeped in the intent of slaughter during one's cultivation of the path of violence. It permeates the eyes, turning them pitch black. In combat, these eyes can concentrate the intent of slaughter, captivating the hearts of men. Without striking a blow, one has already gained an advantage. Beyond this, the eye of 10,000 demons holds no additional power. Indra shook his head. No, you are mistaken. The eye of 10,000 demons has another purpose. Luohou raised an eyebrow. Oh, this eye is uniquely his. How could he not be aware of its functions? I am curious, what other purpose could it serve? Indra fixed his gaze on those eyes and gritted his teeth, declaring, the eye of 10,000 demons is the emblem of the Demon Ancestor Luohou. Within the vast wilderness, there exists only this pair. Upon hearing this, Luohou smiled. That is not incorrect. After speaking, Luohou looked up at Indra. Channel your demonic aura. Indra frowned. He is now a disciple of the Blood Sea. Practicing the path of the Blood Sea, channeling demonic aura, would not benefit him, yet it serves a purpose. With that thought, Indra silently activated the celestial circuit of the demonic path he once practiced. Merely completing a single cycle, Luohou nodded. I see. You are a subordinate of Azhou. Hearing this, Indra's face changed dramatically. You, how do you know? In terms of experience in this wilderness, I am not beneath you. Were it not for the waning power of the demonic path, I would at least be a great Luo Golden Immortal by now. In the entire wilderness, those who can still recognize the practices of the demonic path are limited to the former disciples of the demonic path and a few of the most esteemed figures. Accountable number. How do you know all of this? Luohou replied nonchalantly. Azhou, Jidu. In ancient times, they too were chaos demon gods, but alas, they suffered severe injuries during the opening of heaven, and their essence was gravely damaged. Thus, their accompanying methods were left incomplete. To assist their cultivation for my purposes, I supplemented their practices with the path of slaughter. Therefore, I am naturally well acquainted with their methods. Indra was left dumbfounded. The path of slaughter? For my use? Do you even know what you are saying? You. Staring at the figure before him, a bold thought emerged in Indra's mind. You are not Hongyun? Luohou shook his head. Yes. And no. When I perished, a fragment of my consciousness attached itself to the god-slaying spear and arrived in the realm of reincarnation. When Hongyun met his demise, the shattered essence merged with my consciousness, allowing me to return to the wilderness. As he spoke, Luohou extended his hand, and the god-slaying spear reappeared. He gently brushed his fingers over the spear, stating calmly, were it not for this, how could I so easily obtain the god-slaying spear and refine its slaughtering power? Indra could scarcely believe his ears. The essence is indestructible? Return to the wilderness? You are. Luohou, uninterested in further discussion, willed the god-slaying spear to vanish once more. Turning, he fixed his gaze on Indra and stated coldly, I am Luohou. This time, I merely borrow the body of Hongyun to re-enter the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Indra once again knelt upright. My lord returns to the wilderness. Luohou looked down at Indra, who was kneeling before him. His eyes filled with an unparalleled reverence. coupled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Turning away, Luohou said indifferently, "Rise. You are no longer my disciple of the demonic path. Bowing is of no use. You are a disciple of the blood sea and should return whence you came." Indra remained silent, repeatedly bowing his head. The complexity in his eyes stemmed from this. Had he still been a disciple of the demonic path, even in death, he would have followed Luohou's side. But how the world has changed. Were it not for the blood sea's nether river, they would have long been shackled and ground down by the heavenly path until death. The nether river saved them, and they had no choice but to repay that debt. The demonic path is but one of the myriad paths. This does not signify their ignorance of it all. Oftentimes, the literal meaning can lead to the greatest misunderstandings. Let us depart. Indra stood. Luohou continued, "It suffices for you to know my identity." Indra nodded. "My lord need not worry. I, Indra, vow to guard this secret with my life." Luohou gestured for him to leave. Indra turned, but could not help but look back and say, "My lord, the ancestor of the Nether River has dispatched his 4 great demon generals to patrol the realm of reincarnation. It seems he suspects that the ancestor Hongyun has not perished. Now that you exist in the wilderness in the guise of Hongyun, should you encounter others, it may be." Luohou slightly nodded. "This matter I will manage. No need for you to remind me." Indra nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of relief. "I take my leave, my lord." With that, Indra turned to leave. However, at that moment, Luohou turned to observe Indra's retreating figure, a flicker of dark light appearing in his eyes. The god-slaying spear re-emerged, poised to strike at Indra's back. Exhaling deeply, Luohou sighed. "To steadfastly uphold the demonic path, nearly leading to my demise at the hands of the heavenly path. Now, to survive by seeking refuge with others, I have endured until now. It is not their fault. Let it be." As the words fell, the god-slaying spear vanished. Truthfully, Luohou felt a pang of regret. Had he not listened to Indra's explanation, he would have already struck him down with a single blow, rather than allowing him to escape. This was not in line with his usual manner of conduct. "It appears that Hongyun's innate roots are influencing me." Luohou's murderous intent was straightforward. Once a secret is known to a second person, it ceases to be a secret. At this moment, Indra was aware of his secret. Should the Nether River learn of it, soon the entire wilderness would be privy to his secret. By that time, Hongyun would no longer grant him any opportunity. This was Luohou's greatest concern. Yet, after much contemplation, having spared him once, he would reluctantly trust him this time. Nonetheless, Indra's words held a degree of credibility. If he were to perish, a fragment of his essence could resurrect in the blood sea. If he disregarded their past bond, it would inevitably provide Indra with a motive to betray him. Thus, if Indra dared to betray him, he would not hesitate to disregard their former ties. The heavenly path could kill him, and so could he. Turning, Luohou gazed into the distance. Ultimately, the god-slaying spear's recognition was too high, its infamous reputation too great. Since he intended to exist in the wilderness under Hongyun's guise, he ought to be more thorough. At the very least, until he possessed sufficient strength, he should exercise greater caution. Thus, how could he make himself more akin to Hongyun? After a moment of contemplation, Luohou turned and walked away. Ahead lay the place of his awakening and the site of Hongyun's fall. Chapter 007, The Shadow Mountain Demon Dragon and the 99 Scattering Soul Gourd. As the ethereal wind swept through, the undead felt neither pain nor cold. They merely continued to advance with a numbed expression, heading towards the cycle of reincarnation. The cataclysmic self-detonation of Hongyun had shattered countless souls below. Even after the passage of countless years, that desolate region remained eerily empty, with no undead daring to approach. Such was the power of a quasi-saint's self-destruction. Even after eons, the lingering dread of that explosive force was enough to instill terror in the undead, prompting them to instinctively steer clear of the perilous area. Rohu's figure glided above the undead, traversing to that vacant expanse. Relying on his memory, he recognized 2 key attributes of this Hongyun. First, he was renowned for his benevolence, considered the foremost philanthropist of the current era. Had it not been for this trait, he would not have attracted such a fatal calamity. Secondly, the 99 Scattering Soul Gourd, a primordial spiritual treasure, had been forged from the celestial vines of Mount Buzhou. It contained red sand, which could obscure the heavens and serve both offensive and defensive purposes with boundless utility. After Hongyun's self-detonation, his consciousness shattered, and the treasure vanished amidst the storm of destruction. To reclaim it would signify a personal victory, allowing Rohu to momentarily wrest the god-slaying spear. As Rohu expanded his consciousness, he began to search the surroundings. However, despite extending his awareness over 30 million miles, he found no trace. Lost? Rohu was somewhat taken aback. After meticulously reviewing Hongyun's memories, he finally uncovered the means to connect with that treasure. He extended his hand, forming a seal, and intoned a spell. Although his consciousness was that of Rohu, his body and essence still belonged to Hongyun. Since Hongyun had not perished, the connection to the treasure should not have been severed. After all, the treasure was linked to his consciousness, and severing such a bond was no trivial matter. With a sudden realization, Rohu opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. He had found it. With a single thought, his figure stepped forward, traversing vast distances in an instant. This was the method of transversing, a technique far beyond mere cloud riding. It was an ancient divine ability. To master such an art today would require one to be at least a great Luo Golden Immortal. After 3 swift steps, Roha looked ahead, his gaze remarkably calm. Shadow Mountain. The primordial realm was divided into directions. In ancient times, when Pangu perished, his being merged into the primal chaos, transforming into the Great Land. His eyes became the stars, evolving into the sun and moon. His spine formed Mount Buzhou, and his essence was distilled into 13 drops of blood. 12 of these merged with the chaotic demonic will, becoming the 12 ancestor witches. The final drop, the tainted blood of Pangu, fell into the cycle of reincarnation, absorbing the grievances and karmic forces of the heavens and earth, manifesting as an immeasurable sea of blood. One could say that all beings, mountains, rivers, and the very essence of the earth and the primordial realm were born from Pangu's demise. Mount Buzhou exemplified this, as did Mount Sumeru. Now, the Shadow Mountain in the realm of reincarnation was no different. It was formed from the ribs of Pangu, an endless expanse, dark and oppressive. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal could scarcely fathom its depths. Here lay the spiritual veins of the reincarnation realm, where powerful beings from the primordial era, after death, had their grievances cling to their souls, congregating to form spectral entities. Those who absorbed the energy of the Shadow Mountain thrived, wielding their power to dominate their surroundings. At this moment, Roha sensed the presence of the 9-9 scattering soul gourd. Simultaneously, countless undead lingered nearby, yearning to approach yet paralyzed by fear. After all, the gourd contained scattering soul sand, which was particularly lethal to the primordial spirits, inflicting immense harm upon the undead. Yet, as a primordial spiritual root, the gourd exuded abundant spiritual energy, igniting the greed of these specters, who wished to absorb its essence to solidify their spectral forms. Without hesitation, Rohu strode forward. Before him lay a cave, dark yet tinged with a flicker of crimson light. At the mouth of the cave, numerous undead congregated, tearing at each other in a frenzy. As Rohu approached, the aura emanating from him caused many of the undead to wail and hastily disperse. A few, still bearing the malice of their past lives, bared their teeth at Rohu. He merely cast a fleeting glance around, unleashing a wave of murderous intent that instantaneously reduced those specters to wisps of smoke. Upon witnessing this, although the surrounding undead had yet to awaken their intellect, they instinctively sensed danger and let out a cacophony of wails before vanishing into the ether. Reaching the cave's entrance, Rohu remained silent, but a flicker of divine consciousness emerged from within. Who dares to disturb my serene cultivation? The voice within was fragmented and erratic. Rohu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of an undead being capable of absorbing spiritual energy and awakening its consciousness. This must be a new breed, indeed. Ignoring the voice, Rohu extended his hand and formed a seal once more. In the next instant, the cave trembled violently. A beam of crimson light descended into Rohu's palm, the 9-9 scattering soul gourd. It bore some cracks, through which the red light streamed, illuminating the void with vibrant hues. Rohu nodded slightly. Although the gourd paled in comparison to the god-slaying spear, it was still a primordial spiritual treasure. As he turned to leave, a menacing wind surged from the cave behind him. Rohu's figure ascended gracefully, evading the violent gust that could only howl in frustration above him. Lowering his gaze, Rohu was once again taken aback. A dragon? His eyes did not deceive him. This was indeed a dragon. Though deceased, it had coalesced into a dragon form. Should not the souls of dragons travel to the deep-sea dragon tomb upon death? How could it manifest in the realm of reincarnation? Despite having slain many dragons in the past, Rohu had never witnessed their souls wandering in the cycle of reincarnation. However, before Rohu could ponder further, the black demon dragon charged towards him. Rohu was further astonished. It possessed the strength of a true immortal. Remaining motionless, he allowed the demon dragon to collide fiercely before him, enveloping the area in a cloud of dark mist. Rohu gestured, and the dark mist coalesced into his palm. It was the essence of death. Crushing the mist, he dispersed it at his fingertips. As he swept his consciousness, Rohu began to piece together the situation. This was likely a flood dragon, not yet evolved into a true dragon. Its soul, unable to reach the dragon tomb, had instead wandered into the realm of reincarnation, absorbing the remnants of true dragons along the way, thereby advancing its soul and becoming a dragon spirit. Unfortunately, while it had become a dragon, it could not perceive the deep-sea dragon tomb and thus roamed the realm of reincarnation, fortuitously absorbing some of the gourd's spiritual energy, awakening a measure of intelligence and attaining the status of a true immortal. Remarkable. Observing the black dragon before him, Rohu nodded in satisfaction. It had encountered fortune, destiny, and misfortune. Its misfortune lay in crossing paths with him. The dragons that had perished at his hands could fill half a dragon tomb. With a thought, the 9-9 scattering soul gourd opened, and a torrent of red sand surged forth, engulfing the black dragon in an instant. Once the red sand receded, there was no trace left of the black dragon. The red sand coiled back into the gourd, and Roha nodded in approval. It indeed possessed some fascinating utility. With that, Roha turned his gaze to the distance, where a figure was watching him with a grin. The smile contained a mix of surprise, excitement, and an undercurrent of murderous intent. Chapter 008. What sorcery are you playing before me? As Luohou stowed away the 9-9 scatter soul gourd, he cast a fleeting glance at the figure before turning away and striding into the distance. Yet, After only a few steps, he turned his head to the left. A shadowy figure glided past. Indeed, it was that same individual. At this moment, the expression remained unchanged, yet it bore a hint of mockery. Luohou chose to ignore him. Having secured the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, he had no intention of revealing his identity. He intended to live under the guise of Hongyun until he possessed the power to confront the entirety of the primordial world. Dominance was the path Luohou aimed to pursue in this lifetime. He remained indifferent to the prospect of universal enmity. It was not a choice he could make. As long as someone was aware of his existence, they would assuredly seek to eliminate him. After all, he was the foremost antagonist of the primordial world. Whether it be Hongyun or the other beings of the primordial realm, it was likely they would not wish for his continued existence upon learning of his survival. Although he had forsaken the path of slaughter, did it hold any significance? None whatsoever. Without uttering a word, Luohou took a single step, instantly traversing countless miles. The figure behind him paused momentarily, hastily employing divine techniques to give chase. However, as he sprinted across the vast distance, he nearly collided with Luohou, who had turned back. Esteemed Hongyun ancestor, I am Vishnu. Luohou replied coolly. Leave. Vishnu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a fit of laughter. With an androgynous visage, it was difficult to discern gender, and even if one could, it bore no significance. An aura of sinister charm radiated from him, which Luohou deemed as distinctly inferior. Another former practitioner of dark arts. Yet, Luohou had lost all patience to reveal his true identity. Indra still harbored lingering sentiments. But the gratitude owed to the river of oblivion for rebirth was unmistakable. As for the remaining practitioners of dark arts, whether they shared a similar sense of gratitude remained uncertain. After all, he was all too familiar with the nature of dark arts, capricious and whimsical, loyalty and righteousness, mere constraints imposed upon insignificant beings. The strong never deigned to adhere to such rules. They were the ones who dictated them. Vishnu waved his hand, and an indescribable scent wafted through the air. The inhabitants of the primordial world widely recognized that Hongyun ancestor possessed a gentle disposition and a benevolent heart. Yet, upon this encounter, he appeared far colder than the rumors suggested. Luohou's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond, unresponsive to Vishnu's antics. Vishnu circled around Luohou, resting a hand on his shoulder. It is truly a cause for celebration that the esteemed Hongyun ancestor has managed to reconstitute his essence after self-detonation. My master has issued a decree. Should we find the Hongyun ancestor, we must invite him to the Blood Sea for a discussion of great importance. Luohou remained unmoved. Vishnu employed the enchantments of the celestial demon, a technique that blurred the lines of yin and yang, causing him to exude an unintentional allure. Yet, all of this was merely a ruse to deceive his enemies. In reality, those who practiced this art were often the most ruthless and decisive. Vishnu circled around Luohou once more, inadvertently leaning against his shoulder. Dressed in flowing black gauze, he became increasingly beguiling. Even if the esteemed Hongyun ancestor is reluctant to attend, may I implore you to share one piece of information? Looking up at Luohou's face, Vishnu exhaled softly. My master wishes to inquire, has the primordial purple energy truly been destroyed? Luohou seized his wrist, forcefully pushing him away. If you pursue me again, I shall take your life. I have shown enough leniency. Luohou's patience was waning. Observing the coldness in Luohou's retreating figure, Vishnu's eyes reflected a shift from malice to mockery. He soared into the air, resembling a wisp of black smoke, and gracefully landed before Luohou. With both hands pressed against Luohou's chest, he adopted an unnerving voice that sent shivers down the spine. Why is the esteemed Hongyun ancestor so indifferent? My master also mentioned that those past grievances are bygone. This invitation is merely to sit and discuss the matter, while also deliberating on how to reunite the primordial purple energy. Luohou turned to face the figure so near to him. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent erupted, forcing Vishnu to retreat in haste. Stopping his flight, Vishnu gazed up at Luohou, a smile gracing his features. So you can't contain yourself any longer? Rising to his feet, he waved his sleeves, causing countless pink wisps to rise from the ground, swirling around Luohou. Vishnu gleefully observed the spectacle, while Luohou's eyes remained devoid of warmth. Subsequently, those pink wisps morphed into billowing black smoke. The black mist converged into numerous figures, each wielding weapons, charging towards Luohou. With half his face concealed by his sleeve, Vishnu excitedly gazed upon the scene. Hongyun ancestor, let us see if this technique can claim your life. As his words fell, the surroundings erupted in chaos. Countless figures roared and howled as they charged forward. Vishnu laughed heartily, as if witnessing the grandest of farces. Esteemed Hongyun ancestor, you are but a mere Xianxian, your strength not yet restored. How can you be so confident? Though I too am of the Xianstin realm. This technique is utterly unpreventable. Furthermore, you have been tainted by my demonic aura. Your meridians must be rigid and unyielding. Surely you cannot muster enough strength to retaliate? Indeed, my master was not mistaken. You have survived. But fear not, for once I take your primordial spirit back, I shall unravel the mystery of your survival. Surviving self-detonation. You truly embody the essence of an ancestral being. The howls reverberated, causing the very fabric of space to ripple. The atmosphere was chaotic. with gales uprooting stones and sending debris flying through the air. However, Vishnu's expression gradually morphed into one of confusion. Something is amiss. Even with my enchantment and the infusion of demonic energy, the strength of Hongyun should not be so diminished. Why, until now, has he not retaliated? What of the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd? I clearly saw that when employed, the crimson light could be seen from miles away. With growing unease, Vishnu's demeanor turned serious. Suddenly, he spun around, only to find the imposing figure standing beside him, tall and proud, exuding an air of superiority. You. Vishnu gasped in shock. When had Luohou approached him, leaving no trace? But before he could utter a word, Luohou struck. With a finger like a blade, he pierced Vishnu's throat, shattering his spine, and his body crumpled to the ground. A beam of spiritual light burst forth from his brow, fleeing into the distance. Luohou remained unmoved, watching as the gourd hung suspended in the void. The gourd's mouth opened, resembling a black hole, consuming all. Vishnu's spirit quaked, struggling desperately, yet it was futile. In an instant, he was drawn into the gourd. The crimson light receded, and Luohou grasped the gourd in his hand. With a gentle stroke, the cracks on its surface smoothed out. Upon opening the gourd, Luohou tilted his head back and drank deeply from the divine spirit brew, his black robe billowing as he departed. To toy with sorcerous arts before the demon lord? Absurd. Chapter 009, The Blessing of the Primordial World. Enlightenment on the edge of reincarnation. In the realm of reincarnation, Luohou had explored extensively. He had stood at the brink of reincarnation for quite some time. With the experiences and methods acquired over his 3 lifetimes, he could effortlessly erase a being without leaving a trace. Such was the case with Vishnu. What of the 4 demon generals of the Blood Sea? Regardless of their past as disciples of the demonic path, if it was meant to be, they would be eliminated without hesitation. The demonic way is inherently capricious and unrestrained. It is utilized when advantageous and discarded when it is not, devoid of concern for any so-called bonds. Now, however, Luohou was contemplating other matters. His path of cultivation was one of domination. The essence of domination necessitates transcending all beings, controlling their lives and deaths. Suddenly, he realized that reincarnation is an indispensable element in the cycle of life and death of all beings in the primordial world. Whoever masters reincarnation masters the fate of all beings. But did Hongyun not grasp this notion? Surely he did. Yet, why did he choose the heavenly Tao? Was it because the heavenly Tao is supremely exalted? Not at all. The primordial world consists of 3 essences: heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly Tao represents the spirit of the primordial world. The earthly Tao embodies its foundation, and the human Tao reflects its appearance. If one were to set aside appearances and perceive the primordial world as the body of Pangu, what then are these 3 paths? The heavenly Tao is the will of Pangu, the earthly Tao is Pangu's physical form, and the human Tao is Pangu's manifestation. This can be likened to a person's thoughts, body, and exterior. Will and thought can transcend the physical form, but are ethereal and elusive. Thus, the heavenly Tao is difficult to cultivate and even harder to achieve. As for the earthly Tao, Luohou had discerned through his explorations that it is the result of the ancient reincarnation demon god merging with Panga's own reincarnation system. It cannot detach from the essence of the primordial world, but represents its undeniable strongest power. To master the earthly Tao is akin to wielding this physical form. Invulnerable and immensely powerful. And what of the human Tao? It is ever-changing, much like human appearances. Each stage possesses its own transformations and manifestations. In the primordial chaos, the human Tao was dominated by myriad beasts. After the decline of the beasts, the dragon, phoenix, and Shilin emerged on the stage of the primordial world, embodying the human Tao. Now, as the 3 clans fade, the Xiamen, led by Hongjun, shines brightly, representing the human Tao. In other words, the human Tao arises in accordance with the mandates of heaven. Ultimately, only the earthly Tao exists tangibly within reincarnation, affecting the beings therein. If one were to harness the power of the earthly Tao, it would equate to wielding the entirety of the primordial world's power. Under the premise that one cannot transcend the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao must inevitably be the strongest. Whoever controls this body is undoubtedly the strongest. Luohou could see through this, as could Hongjun. Yet, why did he still choose the heavenly Tao? Unable to comprehend this, he decided to experiment. Sitting cross-legged, Luohou began to refine the force of reincarnation, using his divine sense to confine a portion of its power. Time passed. Yet the force of reincarnation continued to flow effortlessly. Neither his path of domination nor the path of slaughter he once cultivated could refine this power. Furrowing his brow, Luohou released his divine sense, allowing the force of reincarnation to escape. He understood now. Perhaps Hongjun had tried, but, like him, had failed. Rising, Luohou walked toward the center of reincarnation. The entire realm resembled a vast ocean. The gentle force of reincarnation beneath his feet gradually rose, and Luohou's brow furrowed, as though an inexhaustible force was pulling him deeper into the cycle. With a flicker of thought, the god-slaying spear shot forth from his brow. Landing at the edge of reincarnation, Luohou pressed onward. Gradually, he felt his form becoming uncontrollable. Yet, he had only traversed a minuscule fraction. With endless distance still to the center of reincarnation, channeling his energy, Luohou resisted the surrounding force, continuing forward. However, nearly 100 miles in, he was utterly unable to stabilize his form. Within the cycle, a tremendous force clamped down on him, dragging him toward the center. Luohou's expression shifted. The power of reincarnation was indeed formidable. Even at the pinnacle of his previous existence, reaching the center would have proven challenging. He could not afford to hesitate. With a flick of thought, the god-slaying spear emanated light, pulling him free from the clutches of reincarnation. Returning to the shore, Luohou took a deep breath. That was close. He had nearly been trapped. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Luohou realized that while entering the earthly Tao is easy, exiting is far more difficult. Even upon reaching the realm of the Hongyun Daluo Jingxian, one could not claim to freely enter and exit the realm of reincarnation. To refine reincarnation and master its power would indeed be a daunting challenge. Most crucially, once one enters reincarnation, escape becomes impossible. At that point, Luohou fell silent. Unlike the myriad beings of the primordial world, who cultivate for the sake of immortality, the ancient chaotic demon gods cultivate to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, transcending it to achieve true freedom and liberation. Hongyun is of this mindset. As is he. Choosing the heavenly Tao means that as long as one masters it, there will come a day of transcendence. Though the opportunity may be slim, a glimmer of hope exists. However, once one chooses the earthly Tao, there is no chance of transcending it, no opportunity to rise above the primordial world, or to surpass Pangu. Hence, Hongjun opted for the heavenly Tao. Yet simultaneously, as the ancestor of the Xiamen, he controls the human Tao. Such a grand maneuver. It appears that in order to catch up to Hongjun, he must not only master the earthly and human Taos but also cultivate the heavenly Tao. The unity of the three paths is the true essence of the supreme Hongyuan Tao. To put it more plainly, in order to surpass Pangu, one must first become Pangu, breaking the constraints left by Pangu before truly forging one's own path. With this realization, Luohou experienced a moment of enlightenment, as if something within him had been unlocked. In an unseen manner, countless energies surged towards him from all directions, flooding into his being. This was the dawning of understanding, a blessing from the primordial world. Without a moment to spare, Luohou hurriedly absorbed these energies. Opportunities like this are fleeting and once lost, may never return. As he absorbed the energies, a storm began to form around him. From a height, the cycle appeared as a colossal whirlpool. Beside this great whirlpool, a smaller vortex formed, centered around Luohou. In silence, a long period of time slipped away. Meanwhile, billions of miles away, the realm of reincarnation was adorned with a luminous pearl. If the cycle were a milky white pearl, then the blood sea would be a crimson jewel. The two, one red and one white, stood in contrast against the endless dark mountains and the yellow springs that traversed the entire realm of reincarnation. The tumultuous waves surged, and a towering malevolence began to rise. The blood waves relentlessly crashed against the shore, causing the wandering souls to retreat in fear, wary of being engulfed and reduced to ash. Deep within the blood sea, a magnificent palace loomed, the palace of the underworld. The grand hall was immense, with countless massive stone pillars soaring skyward, firmly establishing this great hall within the blood sea. At the deepest part of the hall, a blood-red 12-petal lotus quietly bloomed. Upon the lotus, a pair of eyes slowly opened. "Welcome, ancestor, from your seclusion." Below, several figures hastily bowed. From the lotus, a voice of authority echoed. Hongyun has indeed not perished. He remarkably survived his self-detonation. What great fortune he possesses. Below, the demon king Bosun bowed his head and spoke. "Ancestor, have you sensed the presence of Hongyun?" From the lotus, the voice of the river of the underworld replied, "No. I sensed the fleeting aura of the 99 scatter soul gourd within the realm of reincarnation." Bosun's eyes displayed a trace of astonishment. In this realm of reincarnation, there are but few ancient practitioners. Should the 99 scattered soul gourd be activated, it would undoubtedly herald the arrival of Hongyun. However, it is certain that even if Hongyun survives, he would be severely weakened, his cultivation diminished. "Ancestor, we are willing to join forces to bring Hongyun forth, awaiting your command." Behind Poxin, Indra lowered his head, his expression laden with complexity. Yet he dared not exhibit any sign of discontent. Mingi shook his head, stating, in his prime, Hongyun's cultivation was on par with that of the ancestor. Had it not been for the unexpected assault by Kuenping, which left Hongyun gravely injured, he would not have found himself in the realm of reincarnation. It would not be an easy task for the ancestor to subdue him. Moreover, he remains alive, suggesting he possesses other opportunities. Even though he is gravely wounded, capturing him may prove to be quite challenging. Poxin replied coldly, "Is the ancestor not confident in our abilities?" Mingi's gaze shifted to Poxin's face. Vishnu is dead. At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Poxin and the others were taken aback, while Indra's expression stiffened, revealing an unspoken turmoil. Another figure from the assembly stepped forward, declaring, "Ancestor, we are currently reconstructing the Blood Sea path. Even if Vishnu has perished, a fragment of his essence can return to the Blood Sea, allowing for rebirth." At that moment, before he could finish, Mingi interrupted with a shake of his head. "No, he cannot return." "What?" Poxin and the others were once again astonished. Mingi continued, "His essence has not merely dissipated. His entire soul has vanished. Paksin was enraged. That old thief Hongyun, renowned in ancient tales for his gentle and benevolent nature, how has he resorted to such cruelty now? Paksin bowed once more, asserting, Ancestor, I implore you, grant me the order to seek out Hongyun and slay him once again. Mingi pondered briefly, undeniably. This was an opportune moment to eliminate Hongyun, yet he contemplated whether it was truly necessary. He had witnessed Hongyun's self-detonation firsthand, and most crucially, the primordial purple energy had shattered. This, he was unequivocally certain of. After all, others had come seeking the fragments of primordial purple energy and had indeed succeeded. To kill Hongyun again now would serve no purpose. Just then, Mingi suddenly sensed something. From the direction of the vast wilderness, a formidable aura surged into the realm of reincarnation, heading straight for the Blood Sea. Upon careful scrutiny of this presence, Mingi raised an eyebrow slightly. Is it him? Paksin and the others had yet to perceive any anomaly. Ancestor. Paksin gritted his teeth, determined to avenge Vishnu. Mingi shook his head and sighed quietly. There is no time left. Paksin was taken aback. No time left? In the next moment, a voice pierced through the depths of the Blood Sea, reaching the depths of the underworld palace. Mingi, you old thief, come out and face your doom. Chapter 010, The Battle of Zenuansi and the Might of the Earth Book. This voice was remarkably deep, causing the entire Blood Sea of the underworld to tremble. Raising waves upon waves, Paksin and the others could not help but cover their ears, faces filled with astonishment. Who could possess such divine powers? Surely, only a primordial golden immortal could wield such strength. Regardless of who it was, in this realm of reincarnation, it was not the time for outsiders to wreak havoc. Paksin bowed and declared, Ancestor, Paksin seeks to battle. The demon king Paksin, once one of the 72 demons under the command of Luohou, although fallen from grace, still possessed the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. He was also the most capable assistant of the Lord of the Underworld. With the Lord of the Underworld backing him, Paksin truly dared to challenge a primordial golden immortal. On the Lotus platform, a pair of eyes glanced upward. No need for that. You cannot contend with him. Beyond the Blood Sea, a figure stood above the turbulent waves, clad in a purple-gold bagua robe. A taiji yin-yang fish on his back, and a fan in hand, his face radiating fury. The Blood Sea parted, and a blood lotus soared upward, swiftly reaching the vast expanse of the void. The blood lotus unfurled slowly, revealing the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. Upon his appearance, the newcomer wore a mocking smile. Pointing his fan at the Lord of the Underworld, he furiously proclaimed, You vile thief! You have slain my dear friend. How could I let this go unpunished? If I do not flatten your Blood Sea today, my wrath shall not be quelled. The Lord of the Underworld merely regarded the newcomer with a cold smile. Zenuansi? In days gone by at the Zixiao Palace, we conversed amiably. Now, to meet his foes? He continued, Very well, let me see if you truly possess the ability to threaten my Blood Sea. Zenuansi wasted no breath, extending a finger as a colossal vortex materialized in the void. Within the vortex, dark clouds coalesced into a massive finger, akin to a collapsing pillar of heaven, descending upon the Blood Sea towards the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld cast a glance upward, a smirk curling his lips. As that finger fell, the entire Blood Sea boiled. Below the Blood Sea, Paksin and the others wore solemn expressions, feeling an immense pressure descend upon them, making them tremble as if they might kneel at any moment. On the Blood Lotus, the Lord of the Underworld squinted his eyes. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed through the void. A flash of white light flickered, reminiscent of a scene of creation. In an instant, it surged upward, severing the descending finger. Furthermore, the force of that strike showed no signs of waning. Instead, it gathered momentum, slicing through the dark clouds entirely. Yet, this was not the end. The dark clouds stretched for miles. After that strike, they retreated, and the void fell silent. From the shattered void arose a powerful suction, drawing in the dissipating essence of the atmosphere. From a distance, it appeared as though the heavens and earth had been rent asunder, voraciously consuming the breath of existence. Zenuansi chuckled coldly. I have long heard that since the ancient times, the most fearsome weapon of slaughter, after the god-slaying spear wielded by the Demon Ancestor Luohou, is your Blood Sea's Yuan-Tu-Ubi. Yet, I wonder, is this strike from Yuan-Tu or Ubi? The Lord of the Underworld replied with a light laugh, a mere trick. Hardly worth noting. As for whether it is Yuan-Tu or Ubi, my friend, why not take a guess? Or perhaps, test it out? A hint of disdain ignited in Zenuansi's eyes. What of Yuan-Tu? What of Ubi? I, Zenuansi, dare to come without fearing any weapon of slaughter. With a thought, the ground beneath him, spanning tens of millions of miles, erupted in golden light. Seeing this, the Lord of the Underworld raised an eyebrow. Are you truly going to get serious? Zenuansi replied nonchalantly, Lord of the Underworld, I come today not only to seek justice for my friend, but also to experience the might of your Yuan-Tu-Ubi and the fiery red lotus. Of course, most importantly, I wish to know which is superior, your fiery red lotus or my earth book. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Underworld could no longer afford to be careless. Zenuansi gestured, and the golden light surged upward. Hongyun's peculiar artifact, the earth book. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes widened in astonishment. It is said to rival the finest innate spiritual treasures. He had not expected the earth book to manifest in such a manner. merging with the earth beneath. It could be summoned at Zenuansi's will. As the ground rumbled, a tome crafted from the very essence of the land unfurled amidst the blinding golden light. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes gleamed with intrigue, for such a method was unprecedented for him. He extended his hands, and two strangely shaped weapons appeared in his grasp. Yuin Tuobi, a weapon of unparalleled ferocity. Beneath his feet, the 12-petal fiery red lotus blossomed fully, enveloping the Lord of the Underworld completely. Zenuansi remained calm, allowing the massive tome beneath him to unfold steadily. Mount Busho, to the east of Hongyun, the unyielding mountain. As Zenuansi spoke, a golden light flickered from the earth book below. Suddenly, a phantom emerged before the blood sea. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes widened in disbelief. Ha! A marvelous earth book, an extraordinary technique. You managed to encapsulate even the unyielding mountain within it? Before him rose an insurmountable peak, piercing the heavens, towering tens of thousands of zhang as if a continent had been erected before him. Zenuansi paid no heed to the astonishment, snapping his fingers. The phantom of the unyielding mountain erupted with a thunderous sound, and in an instant, countless boulders plummeted from the void. The Lord of the Underworld furrowed his brow. No, this is not the unyielding mountain. This is merely the phantom of the unyielding mountain recorded in the earth book. Zenuansi remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. It was only when the immense boulders began to rain down like a deluge that the Lord of the Underworld's expression changed dramatically. Are these stones real? The boulders, titanic as mountains, rained down upon the blood sea. The Lord of the Underworld could not afford to be negligent. Should he allow those boulders to fall, they might truly fill the blood sea. With a swift motion, he swept the Yuin weapon upward. A ripple surged through the void, accompanied by a razor-sharp blade of light that surged upward once more. All the stones that encountered this blade, regardless of size, were reduced to dust in an instant. The Lord of the Underworld drew in a breath, swiftly raising Ubi for another strike. This blade glimmered blood red, radiating a brilliance akin to fresh blood, coloring the entire expanse of the blood sea crimson. This strike was aimed directly at the phantom of the unyielding mountain. Yet, this strike cleaved through emptiness. The blade of light pierced the phantom of the unyielding mountain, vanishing into the distance, beyond the Lord of the Underworld's sight. A phantom? The Lord of the Underworld was taken aback. Real stones fell from the summit of the phantom unyielding mountain? Is this the mysterious function of the earth book? The Lord of the Underworld frowned, swiftly executing another strike, this time targeting the earth book. However, the invincible weapon met its match. The slash of Yuan dissipated silently upon making contact with the golden light of the earth book, causing no ripples. No, there were ripples. Moments later, the entirety of the realm of reincarnation trembled gently. The earth book absorbed the power of that strike, then transmitted it throughout the entire realm of reincarnation. This strike had indeed struck the vast expanse of the realm. The Lord of the Underworld laughed heartily. Clever, extraordinarily clever. This earth book is truly exceptional. Zenuansi smiled calmly. Do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. Speaking thus, Zenuansi gestured once more. The enormous tome beneath him unfurled gradually. In the realm of reincarnation, blood sea. Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, from within the earth book, a figure stepped forth, standing atop a 12-petal lotus, wielding two fearsome weapons. Upon witnessing this scene, the Lord of the Underworld was immediately struck with disbelief. Impossible. The ground trembled slightly at the edge of reincarnation. Upon awakening from his enlightenment, Rahu turned to gaze behind him. After savoring this sensation, a flicker ignited in his eyes. Deep within the recesses of his mind, the memories of the Red Cloud Taoist began to unfurl automatically. The power of the Earth Scripture? Chapter 011. Compassion does not command armies. Righteousness does not govern wealth. At the edge of reincarnation, Luohou sat cross-legged, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall, his eyes radiating an extraordinary brightness. Beneath him, countless beams of white light shimmered, the essence of reincarnation flowing autonomously. After a moment of contemplation, Luohou retracted his gaze. His enlightenment had been interrupted, yet he bore no grudge against anyone. It was simply the will of fate, reflecting upon his own being. He realized that he had been blessed by the primordial forces, advancing in his cultivation at an astonishing pace. Moreover, with the identity of the Chaos Demon God. This marked his third existence. His understanding of the Tao was naturally unparalleled, with only personal accumulation standing in his way. Now, having made significant strides, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. The essence of cultivation lies in the relentless pursuit of self-transcendence. The so-called immortal path is a process of refining one's own yin and yang. The golden immortal represents the first significant threshold upon this path. By harmonizing one's internal yin and yang, one achieves innate completeness, thereby attaining a body that can coexist with the cosmos, enduring as long as the sun and moon. Thus, this golden immortal body is often referred to as the immortal form. However, from this point onward, the journey diverges. Humans possess 5 vital energies: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, each corresponding to the 5 elements of fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. With the balance of yin and yang achieved, one must refine the 5 vital energies anew. As these energies ascend, they gather within the purple palace of consciousness, culminating in the manifestation of the three flowers. The convergence of the three flowers and the five vital energies at the apex leads to the blossoming of the great Luo Dao fruit, which is the true embodiment of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This moment presents an opportunity, since he is starting anew. He will merge the insights from his three past lives to reforge his vital energies. This is a crucial step in the latter stages of the immortal path. Whether he can achieve success in the future rests on the stability of his great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Luohou was unhurried. His foundation was exceptionally solid. The cultivation of Red Cloud was equally steadfast. This rebirth, akin to breaking free from a cocoon, reinforced his strength further. It could be said that, across the vast expanse of the primordial world, few could match his solid foundation in the golden immortal realm. Rising to his feet, Luohou withdrew the aura surrounding him, drawing it all into his being. It was time to depart. He intended to visit a dear friend. With that thought, his figure vanished in an instant. At the edge of the Blood Sea, the struggle continued. Minghe regarded the identical figure before him with a serious expression. Is this the power of Jin Yuanzi? It truly defies comprehension. Not only could he summon the ethereal image of Mount Buzhou from the Earthbook, but he could also blend the real with the unreal. More astonishingly, he managed to conjure another Blood Sea Minghe from the depths of the Earthbook, in the realm of reincarnation. Minghe was unconvinced. He refused to believe that Jin Yuanzi's abilities were so formidable. If that were the case, should Jin Yuanzi summon the Grand Ancestor Hongyun from the Earthbook, he would be invincible. He unleashed a strike. The void rippled like the surface of water, heading towards the ethereal figure. The apparition remained unmoved, allowing the blade's light to sweep past, disappearing into the boundless void behind. Illusory, much like Mount Buzhou, Minghe's brow furrowed, and in the next moment, the apparition mimicked his actions, delivering a strike of its own. The void rippled again, causing Minghe's expression to grow grave. The blade's edge was genuine. As it approached, a crimson glow erupted from the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, absorbing the blade's light. Minghe's eyes widened, and he suddenly burst into laughter. What a brilliant intersection of reality and illusion. Jin Yuanzi, I truly underestimated you. Atop the Earthbook, Jin Yuanzi gazed downwards impassively, remaining silent. Minghe crossed his dual blades, crafting a cross-shaped blade of light that surged above the Blood Sea. The moment the blade appeared, the void began to collapse. Inch by inch, advancing towards the Earthbook and Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi silently altered his method. The Earthbook radiated golden light. The ethereal image of Minghe, having emerged from the Earthbook, imitated Minghe's actions to unleash a cross-shaped blade of light. The void also began to collapse, advancing towards Minghe. A burst of blood light erupted from Minghe's eyes. The shattering void was suddenly engulfed in boundless karmic fire. Jin Yuanzi narrowed his eyes. The appearance of the karmic fire was abrupt, quickly sweeping towards the Earthbook. Jin Yuanzi extended his hand to form a seal, pressing down fiercely. As the Earthbook rolled, the boundless karmic fire collided violently with the golden light. Half of the realm of reincarnation trembled with this impact. The Een Mountain shook. The yellow springs boiled. Countless lost souls halted in their tracks, bewildered, not knowing how to react. In an instant, they were crushed to ashes by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Blood Sea, dissipating into wisps of green smoke. As Luohou approached from the distance, he was slightly taken aback. Two quasi-saints were engaged in a fierce battle in the realm of reincarnation, yet the innocent souls bore the brunt of it. This was indeed laughable, but for Luohou and those cultivators standing high in the primordial world, such occurrences were far too commonplace. Compassion does not command armies. Righteousness does not govern wealth. An excess of benevolence is utterly unfeasible in the harsh reality of the primordial world, where the strong prey upon the weak, let alone aspire for significant achievements. As he stepped forward, traversing the rippling waves beneath him, Luohou compared these two with his own peak from his previous life. After a thorough comparison, he smiled. Why bother with such comparisons? His path was one of dominance. In his eyes, their ostentatious displays were merely that, superficial grandeur. If one truly wishes to vanquish foes, it requires a ruthless determination, an unyielding resolve to achieve one's goals by any means necessary. Above the Blood Sea, Minghe was growing irritated. After several probing strikes, the outcome was evident. To be frank, neither intended to unleash their full might. Minghe aimed to defend against enemies, while Jin Yuanzi sought an explanation. The entire primordial world knew that Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud were close friends. The news of Red Cloud's death in the realm of reincarnation had already spread throughout the primordial world. Even if Jin Yuanzi remained indifferent to worldly affairs, he had to confront this situation. Only in doing so could he preserve his dignity and honor his bond with Red Cloud. However, to exchange life for life, to clash with Minghe, it was not worth it, and after several attempts at probing, he felt uncertain of his capabilities. Minghe was known as the Blood Sea that never dries, the Minghe that never dies. To completely eradicate Minghe, one would need to fill the Blood Sea, which was utterly impossible. Yet, could Minghe truly do anything to him? That was also impossible. The Earthbook serves both offense and defense, coupled with his spatial techniques. It was virtually unsolvable. Jin Yuanzi. Above the Blood Sea, Minghe spoke. Both he and Jin Yuanzi understood that one confrontation was sufficient. Continuing to fight could ignite true flames of conflict. If you wish to seek retribution for your friend, I shall be at your service. But for now, you ought to seek out your friend instead of entangling yourself with me here. Jin Yuanzi's eyes remained calm as an aura emerged from the earth book. He turned his gaze towards the distance. A figure, enveloped in crimson light, was crossing the void towards him. With a thought, the ethereal images of Mount Buzhou and Minghe vanished without a trace. Jin Yuanzi coldly remarked, "The Blood Sea and Minghe are nothing extraordinary." Minghe's gaze turned frigid as he tightened his grip on the Yuan Tuobi. It would not be difficult to breach the defenses of the earth book. Within the Blood Sea, everyone sensed a shift. Glancing back, they beheld a figure clad in black robes, radiating crimson light, arriving at the edge of the Blood Sea, observing with cold indifference. Chapter 012, A Request. Before the sea of blood, 3 figures stood resolutely, united like a tripod. With a flicker, Jin Yuanzi appeared beside Luohou. "Brother, are you well?" Luohou turned to regard his dear friend. In his previous life, he had 2 close companions by his side, Yizhu and Jidu, both renowned as the Demon King and the Demon Sovereign. Alas, they perished in the final battle, their souls scattered, and they never experienced the fortune that allowed him to return to the primordial chaos. Yet, concerning Jin Yuanzi, based on Hongyun's understanding, despite possessing the strength of a quasi-saint in the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm, he lacked ambition, preferring a life of tranquility in a secluded corner. Previously, when they entered the Purple Cloud Palace ahead of others, Jin Yuanzi could have claimed a spot on the mat, but fate had other plans. Like attracts like. Both Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi were gentle souls, the latter even more so, disinclined to socializing and content to stand silently behind Hongyun. Otherwise, the ownership of the primordial purple aura might have been different. Nodding slightly, Luohou replied, "I am well, though my realm has greatly diminished, and I must start anew." Jin Yuanzi seethed, "Damn the river of the underworld." He quickly added, "Had I known of your troubles in the realm of reincarnation, I would have rushed to your aid. But alas, I arrived just a moment too late." Luohou smiled. "No matter, your presence is what matters." Jin Yuanzi felt somewhat awkward. Your presence is what matters. If Hongyun had indeed perished, Jin Yuanzi would have felt justified in coming to fight. But now that Hongyun was alive, such words felt insincere. Suddenly, Jin Yuanzi sensed something and turned to Luohou. "Brother, your aura." Luohou replied serenely. "I have reunited with my essence and realized the need to discard my former path. Surviving the self-detonation, I have abandoned my original way and chosen a path of dominance." Dominance? At the mention of these words, Jin Yuanzi's heart skipped a beat. His dear companion had indeed transformed. It was no surprise that having survived an explosion, he might change not just his path but his very essence. This thought flickered briefly in Jin Yuanzi's mind. Turning to the river of the underworld, he declared, "I shall avenge you, brother." Luohou raised a hand to stop him. "No need. I shall reclaim that honor myself in due time." Jin Yuanzi nodded. The river of the underworld fixed its gaze on the two, particularly focused on Luohou. He could sense that this Hongyun bore an entirely different aura, especially the calmness in his eyes, which was not something the former Hongyun possessed. Could it be that after facing death, he had undergone some transformation? Yet, what did it matter? The primordial purple aura was gone, and this Hongyun was now merely a golden immortal, insignificant in his eyes. However, with Jin Yuanzi present, the river of the underworld had to show some respect. After a hearty laugh, the blood lotus at the river of the underworld surged forward, addressing Jin Yuanzi and Luohou. "Old friend Hongyun, I must admit that my previous actions were rather abrupt. Now that the primordial purple aura is shattered, I wish to compensate you, though my domain is lacking in treasures. Let it be known that if you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Hearing this, a smile crept onto Luohou's lips. "You forced my self-detonation. If it were not for my destiny, I would have perished. And you think a mere sentence suffices?" The river of the underworld frowned and leaned closer. "What do you intend to do?" Jin Yuanzi snapped. "River of the underworld, do you wish to battle again?" The river of the underworld glanced at the 2 deadly weapons in his grasp and, realizing, chuckled. "It appears the fault lies with me. Given your current diminished state, my weapons might pose a danger to you." With that, he lifted the 2 fearsome weapons. Luohou scrutinized the formidable blades. Their murderous aura overwhelming. "Excellent weapons." The river of the underworld replied with a grin. "Ah, you possess keen insight, old friend." These weapons he proceeded to extend them further. Jin Yuanzi coldly scoffed, releasing a burst of golden light that enveloped Luohou. The river of the underworld raised his head. "Oh dear, how could I forget?" With a mere thought, he retracted the weapons, smiling. "These 2 weapons are unparalleled. Unless the ancient demon ancestor Luohou were to resurrect with the god-slaying spear, or the 4 swords of immortal slaying were to emerge, nothing in this world could compare." Luohou chuckled, for he knew all too well that the ancient demon ancestor stood before him. The unparalleled weapon of slaughter lay nurtured within his mind's eye. After a moment's hesitation, the river of the underworld continued. "Hongyun, I shall speak plainly. The primordial purple aura is coveted by all. The prior incident was not solely your or my fault, but rather the fault of the primordial purple aura itself. Now that it is gone, our past entanglements are moot. Should you seek vengeance, I shall await your challenge." Luohou smiled lightly. "Vengeance? You overestimate yourself. To me, this blood sea shall ultimately be mine." The river of the underworld raged. "What did you say?" Jin Yuanzi's eyes widened. Do you truly believe my brother to be so easily bullied? Luohou continued, but I now harbor different intentions. Within this blood sea lies what I desire. The river of the underworld raised an eyebrow. What is it you seek? Speak. Luohou's gaze pierced through the blood sea, pointing toward Bo Sun. Them. Bo Sun and the others sneered, while only Indra's expression stiffened. The river of the underworld turned back, unable to contain his laughter. Oh brother, you possess a true sense of humor. Aside from myself, this blood sea holds nothing but these insignificant beings. The realm of reincarnation pales in comparison to the primordial chaos. Lacking in spiritual beings. Then change your terms. Luohou shook his head. Only this one request. Jin Yuanzi whispered, Brother, why do you want those fools? If you seek disciples, a mere call back in the primordial realm would summon countless cultivators to your side. Luohou replied, I have my own plans. Jin Yuanzi fell silent. Plans? This was the first time he had heard his dear friend mention such a thing. Previously, they had acted on impulse, never having devised any plans. Luohou stated, River of the Underworld, should you agree, we shall consider the past incident settled. If you refuse, from this moment forth, do not expect a moment's peace in your blood sea. The River of the Underworld narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Luohou replied calmly. This is not a threat, merely a notification. The choice is yours. With that, Luohou turned to leave. Jin Yuanzi shot a cold smile at the River of the Underworld before hastily following. Within the blood sea, Bo Sun and the others mocked them. Yet the River of the Underworld suddenly called, Wait. Chapter 013. Indra's speculation, the most terrifying matter. In the eyes of Pasman and others, the River of the Underworld represented their greatest support. To the River of the Underworld, they were merely the most capable subordinates. It was inconceivable that the river would abandon them, let alone hand them over to their arch-nemesis, Hongyun. Thus, when the conditions proposed by Rahu were articulated, laughter echoed among all but Indra, who was engulfed in anxiety. He understood that the figure standing at the edge of the sea of blood, clad in the guise of Hongyun, was merely a veneer. Inside resided the once feared demon ancestor, who had previously wrought havoc across the vast wilderness, leaving countless corpses in his wake. What could his proposal signify? Was it an attempt to reintegrate them as loyal followers? No. It surely encompassed more than that. A sense of dread began to envelop Indra. He recalled the demon ancestor, who once towered over all, commanding countless cultivators of the demon realm. Power and strength defined his reign, as he had once stood at the pinnacle of the primordial world. His expertise lay in the manipulation of souls. The mere thought of the demon ancestor's methods sent shivers down Indra's spine. At that moment, the River of the Underworld suddenly altered its stance. Rahu halted, and Jin Yuanzi furrowed his brow. The river's cunning nature was well known, and its subordinates shared a similar disposition. If they were to remain, it would be perilous. Rahu turned back, calmly asserting, I have my own calculations. Witnessing his friend's steadfastness, Jin Yuanzi refrained from further comment. The two returned to the edge of the blood sea. The River of the Underworld frowned, addressing Hongyun, It is not that I fear you, but I am aware that my previous actions were somewhat excessive. However, you have already slain one of my demon generals. What is your true intention in demanding them now? Rahu retorted, Enough with your prattle. Will you grant them, or not? The river narrowed its eyes. I shall give you one, but only one. Contrary to the anticipated tension, Rahu readily nodded in agreement. Very well, very well. The river was left perplexed, pondering the true intentions of this Hongyun. Summoning forth several figures from the depths of the blood sea, the river declared, I have 4 chief disciples and 4 demon generals. Excluding the slain Vishnu, there remained 7. However, after a brief pause, the river continued, Pashan. Pashan's countenance stiffened. Yet he steeled himself and stepped forward. Ancestor. The river responded, This Pashan is my most capable subordinate at present. He is not suitable. As for the others, the river cast a glance over the remaining 6. Turning back to Rahu, he proposed, Choose one. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The river was willing to part with them, despite having received the river's support, abandoning the demonic path to solely cultivate the path of the blood sea. They had managed to survive. It was precisely for this reason that they had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the river. Yet now, the river was prepared to use them as bargaining chips? Indra's expression darkened further, though he had yet to grasp the implications of the demon ancestor's actions. An unsettling feeling grew stronger within him. If the demon ancestor were to select someone, whom would he choose? Suddenly, it dawned on Indra. Was he the target? Yes. It must be so. The demon ancestor's return to the primordial world was known only to him and the ancestor himself. His current allegiance to the river of the underworld posed a constant risk of exposure. Should he be chosen to follow the demon ancestor, the risk of revelation would diminish significantly. It had to be this way. It had to be. Had the demon ancestor forcibly subjugated him, lingering resentment would have festered. Yet now, the river was offering him willingly, allowing him to resign himself. Understanding this, a sense of relief washed over Indra. It was evident that the demon ancestor's machinations had borne fruit. Thus, following the demon ancestor would no longer require hesitation. Indra's complex emotion subsided as he awaited the moment when Rahu would point to him. Rahu's gaze swept over the remaining 6. Apart from Indra, the other 5 bore expressions of indifference. Here it comes. Indra internally drew a breath. As Rahu's finger descended, all eyes turned in the indicated direction. Me? Among the crowd. Brahma's face reflected surprise. Yet, the most astonished was Indra. It was not himself who was chosen. Why was Brahma selected instead? Brahma hastily exclaimed, Ancestor, I, Brahma, vow to serve the blood sea unto death. I do not wish to accompany this Hongyun. The river remained silent, pondering the implications of Hongyun's proposition. What was his true aim? Was it to divide his forces? Or perhaps to exact revenge by drawing his people away, only to publicly crush them in the primordial realm, thereby showcasing his might, and to humiliate him in the process? Brahma was indeed formidable, second only to Pasan. The river lifted his gaze, speaking calmly, very well. Upon hearing this, Brahma grew agitated. Ancestor. The river turned back and commanded, silence. Friend Hongyun is among the few great powers within the primordial realm. Although he is currently only at the golden immortal level, should you receive his guidance, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Brahma fell silent. Golden immortal? The river was subtly reminding him. It was merely a golden immortal. As a Tai golden immortal cultivator, what was there to fear? Moreover, Brahma had now officially embarked on the path of the blood sea, free from the suppression of the heavenly Tao as fortune. His cultivation would remain unaffected, irrespective of his location. Suddenly, the river appeared beside Brahma, patting his shoulder with a smile. You must seize this opportunity. In the future, serving beside friend Hongyun, you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. Feeling the power of the blood sea coursing through him, Brahma understood. The river intended for him to keep a watchful eye on Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. Realizing this, Brahma gritted his teeth and affirmed, yes, disciple shall heed the ancestor's orders. The river nodded. In that case, you may proceed. Brahma gritted his teeth and stepped through the void, joining Rahu. Xinyuanzi squinted, scrutinizing him before turning to Rahu. Brother? Rahu replied indifferently, let us go. Xinyuanzi hesitated momentarily but ultimately restrained himself. Rahu and Xinyuanzi departed with Brahma, leaving the edge of the blood sea behind. The river stood upon the crimson lotus, deep in thought. Pasman and the others exhaled, recognizing that the ancestor had afforded Brahma an opportunity for achievement. Shiva turned and observed the expression on Indra's face, asking, Indra, what troubles you? Indra snapped back to reality, stammering, nothing, merely concerned for Brahma. Indeed. He was deeply worried. Why was this happening? What could possibly be the reason? Surely he must have misjudged. No, he was certainly mistaken. The demon ancestor's arrangements were entirely contrary to his expectations. This realization was the most terrifying of all. Chapter 014. I have promised. He will submit. Having distanced himself from the sea of blood, Xinyuanzi cast a glance at the imposing figure of Defan Tian trailing behind him and spoke with an unfriendly tone. My friend, what purpose does it serve to carry this burden along? It would be better to eliminate him here and disperse his soul once and for all. Upon hearing these words, Defan Tian immediately grew tense. However, Luohou shook his head. Not so fast. Xinyuanzi frowned. But Luohou's voice resonated again. I am grateful for your assistance in seeking me. The river of the underworld is aware of my continued existence. Had you not come, I fear I would have remained trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi let out a sigh. To be truthful, my friend, I received the news too late. I initially intended to seek vengeance against that Kuimping on your behalf, only to discover that he has since transformed into a demon master of the demon court. I am ashamed, knowing the futility of revenge, which led me to the realm of reincarnation. It was only upon my arrival there that I employed the Earth Book and sensed your presence, realizing you were still alive. Luohou nodded. Indeed, the power of the Earth Book is unfathomable. Coupled with your research into spatial techniques, its blend of reality and illusion is nearly impossible to counter. Xinyuanzi smiled. Such trivial skills of mine are merely sufficient to deceive others. You, my friend, know me well enough, so there is no need for such flattery. Luohou chuckled silently. Truly, Xinyuanzi's methods are extraordinary. The Earth Book, birthed from the primordial earth, possesses astonishing and mysterious power. It not only chronicles the evolution of mountains and rivers since the dawn of creation, but also records traces of various beings. Moreover, it contains accounts of rare treasures. Were it not for Xinyuanzi's lack of grand ambition, this Earth Book would surely have shone brilliantly in his hands. What a pity. If this treasure were not in Xinyuanzi's possession, I would genuinely desire to seize it. In the primordial realm, treasures are innumerable. Luohou never anticipated that. Following his initial decline, such remarkable talents would emerge, culminating in the creation of the Earth Book. Furthermore, the ethereal images contained within it still retain some vestiges of power. With Xinyuanzi's mastery of spatial techniques, he can draw upon spatial forces to infuse his own strength into these images, creating a unique blend of reality and illusion. It is nearly impossible to defend against. Yet, in truth, if one disregards those ethereal images and directly assaults Xinyuanzi, the Earth Book would be left with mere passive defense, significantly diminishing its power. However, the river of the underworld, in their first encounter with Xinyuanzi, was oblivious to this fact. Silence enveloped them until they departed from the realm of reincarnation, at which point Xinyuanzi abruptly halted. My friend, this shall suffice. Luohou, perplexed, inquired, What is the matter here? Jin Yuanzi regarded Fan Tian standing nearby with a malevolent gaze. Eliminate him. And announced to the primordial realm that we seek to reclaim the honor you lost. Was it not your intent to refrain from violence within the realm of reincarnation? Now that we have left, killing him will swiftly spread the news throughout the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, Fan Tian trembled. Hongyun, are you truly prepared to commit such an act of bullying the weak? Even if news spreads, it shall not tarnish your reputation, nor that of Jin Yuanzi. Luohou ignored him as Jin Yuanzi coldly retorted. Bullying the weak? Did the river of the underworld not feel shame when he exploited the vulnerable? Furthermore, my friend currently possesses only the strength of a golden immortal. After slaying you, all credit will be attributed solely to him. In that case, the primordial realm will naturally extol his prowess, and who will care for the rest? Fan Tian gritted his teeth. You are truly despicable. Jin Yuanzi replied indifferently. Despicable? That is merely a lesson learned from the river of the underworld. As he spoke, Jin Yuanzi emanated the aura of a Hongyun golden immortal. Fan Tian sighed deeply. Resigned. Having pledged my allegiance to the river of the underworld, I suppose dying once is the least of my worries. Fortunately, before our departure, the river of the underworld comforted me by bestowing a fragment of my spirit. Should I perish here, regardless of whether my soul is shattered, I can rely on that fragment to be reborn in the sea of blood. I could always start my cultivation anew. Come, if I, Fan Tian, were to frown, it would be merely the birth of an ant. Observing his fearless demeanor, Jin Yuanzi coldly laughed. Then allow me to fulfill your wish. Raising his hand, Jin Yuanzi prepared to strike, but Luohou interjected, halting him. My friend? Oh, do you intend to personally intervene? Luohou chuckled. You misunderstand. I have never claimed I would kill him. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback. Not kill? Luohou nodded. Not only shall I spare his life, but I also intend to employ him. I wish for the disciples and demon generals under the river of the underworld to witness who truly cares for them. Given time, once I have subjugated all his subordinates, leaving only the river of the underworld, isolated and powerless, avenging the grievances of the past shall be as easy as pie. I shall make him taste the bitterness of betrayal, watching his soul dissipate in despair. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi was momentarily stunned. My friend, you? Jin Yuanzi had not contemplated such depths. His sole intention was to repay grievances in kind. Yet, Luohou's words sent a chill down his spine. How ruthless. Is this still the benevolent Hongyun, my close companion? Luohou replied nonchalantly. People can change. The river of the underworld has wronged me in the past, thus, whatever means I employ to retaliate are entirely justified. Jin Yuanzi nodded. Perhaps there was truth in those words. However, after a brief hesitation, Jin Yuanzi continued. Fan Tian is a subordinate of the river of the underworld, and he has cultivated the path of the sea of blood, harboring a venomous nature. If he remains by our side, he may still bear the heavy responsibilities assigned by the river of the underworld. He remains a potential threat. Luohou smiled. No matter. Since I dare to keep him close, there must be a reason. Turning, Luohou regarded Fan Tian. He will heed my commands. As he spoke, a layer of darkness enveloped Luohou's eyes. The eye of the celestial demon reappeared. Fan Tian's face, once filled with mockery, was now frozen in shock. In the next moment, a surge of information instantaneously invaded his consciousness through the eye of the celestial demon. Fan Tian's body became rigid, and within his mind unfolded a boundless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Those bodies piled high included dragons, cheilants, phoenixes, and countless primordial cultivators, all trampled beneath a singular figure. Standing atop the mountain of corpses, wielding the god-slaying spear, was a figure gazing coldly at Fan Tian below. Fan Tian trembled uncontrollably, unable to resist kneeling before that figure. My lord, the Demon Ancestor. The mountain of corpses represented Fan Tian's inescapable shadow and overwhelming power, a visage that haunted the dreams of primordial beings. Luohou, the Demon Ancestor Luohou. Observing the kneeling Fan Tian, Luohou's expression was devoid of warmth. His face gradually transformed, ultimately resembling that of Hongyun. Fan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this transformation. I am Luohou, and in this life, I am also Hongyun. With a sudden jolt, Fan Tian's consciousness snapped back to reality. Gazing at the Hongyun ancestor before him, he was drenched in cold sweat. Before he could utter a word, Luohou cast him another glance. Fan Tian struggled to swallow, forcing back his words. His legs buckled, and he collapsed before Luohou. Jin Yuanzi frowned and stepped forward. My friend, what is happening? Luohou turned back, responding calmly. It is nothing. I have said it before. You will submit. Chapter 015, Kneel. I command you, kneel. Jin Yuanzi was taken aback by the scene before him. Just moments ago, the fearless Fan Tian was now trembling and kneeling before his old friend, Hongyun. Although Jin Yuanzi was present to assist, he had not intervened in any way, and his friend was merely at the golden immortal level. Fan Tian, on the other hand, was a practitioner of the Tai golden immortal realm. How could he be so utterly helpless? Could it be that his dear friend had employed some kind of trick? Yet, why had he sensed nothing? Before his doubts could fully materialize, Luohou turned and said, Let us depart. Jin Yuanzi regained his composure, nodded, and waved his hand. enveloping Luohou as their figures vanished in an instant. Kneeling on the ground, Defan Tian finally drew a deep breath, bowing his head. He allowed the sweat to pour from his face. The eye of the demon, the great art of the demon? Who was he? Who was he truly? Was he Hongyun? No, that was impossible. Both the eye of the demon and the great art of the demon were solely in the hands of the demon ancestor, a means to control countless demonic practitioners. No one else possessed such mastery. As he raised his head, he gazed at the dissipating aura, not daring to hesitate, and hurriedly got to his feet to follow. The terror of the great art of the demon was something Defan Tian did not wish to confront. In ancient times, those demonic practitioners were rebellious and unruly. But how did the demon ancestor Luohou manage to control them? It was through the great art of the demon. This was nearly the sole path for all demonic practitioners. Under the auspices of the demon ancestor's fortune, one could advance rapidly in cultivation. Yet, simultaneously, if one practiced the great art of the demon, a seed would be planted within their consciousness, a seed controlled by the demon ancestor Luohou. This seed would sprout and grow in tandem with one's cultivation, becoming the source of one's consciousness power. If one pledged loyalty to the demon ancestor, there would only be benefits, no detriments. However, should one dare to defy his will, the great art of the demon could swiftly obliterate one's consciousness, plunging them into madness, subjecting them to endless torment. Defan Tian had been fortunate enough to witness this once. An immortal-level demonic practitioner, punished by the great art of the demon, had instantly transformed into a frenzied beast, devoid of any self-awareness, consumed by madness. He had relentlessly torn at his own flesh until he was reduced to fragments, with even his soul unable to escape. An immortal, torn asunder by the mere thought of the demon ancestor Luohou, utterly unaware of his demise. Though countless ages had passed, the memory still sent tremors through Defan Tian's heart. Although he had since altered his path to the Sea of Blood, his consciousness had not undergone significant change. If this was indeed the great art of the demon, he too would not be spared. This meant that if this Hongyun truly wielded the great art of the demon, then with but a thought, he would suffer immense punishment and anguish. He could not take that risk. It was a fear etched deep within his soul. He had to follow closely to uncover the truth. Above the clouds, Jin Yuanzi glanced back. Dao brother, shall I slow my pace? If he escapes, it would be a mockery for us both. Luohou, without turning back, replied. He will not flee. He dares not. The vastness of the primordial wilderness was immeasurable. Even someone as powerful as Jin Yuanzi took considerable time to return to his abode, accompanied by Luohou and the relentlessly pursuing Defan Tian. Mount Wanshou, located in the southeastern region of the primordial wilderness. While the realm of reincarnation lay to the southwest, they had not traversed the entire wilderness, yet the distance was indeed close enough. We have returned. Jin Yuanzi sighed in relief. All along, he had refrained from inquiring whether the Hongming purple chi had indeed shattered, or what his old friend had done after miraculously surviving his self-detonation. Upon reaching the mountain sanctuary, Jin Yuanzi declared, Dao brother, it would be best for you to refrain from returning to your fire cloud cave for now. There are many petty individuals in the primordial wilderness, should they take notice. I would be truly uneasy. Moreover, Mount Wanshou is rich in spiritual energy, and our cultivation here, engaging in discourse, will greatly benefit your restoration of power. Luohou nodded. If that is the case, I shall impose upon you. Jin Yuanzi's expression darkened. What are you saying, Dao brother? Between us, there is no need for such formality. Please wait a moment. I shall be right back. With that, Jin Yuanzi rose and made his way towards the door. At the entrance, Defan Tian's figure gracefully descended. Jin Yuanzi cast a glance at him and sneered, Defan Tian, this place is not your sea of blood. Should you dare to act recklessly, I can. In an instant, ensure your soul is scattered. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. As for whom I may kill, within this primordial wilderness. Unless you escape to the Purple Cloud Palace and gain the protection of a saint, otherwise. Humph. Jin Yuanzi snorted coldly, causing Defan Tian to retreat involuntarily. His face paling. Though he felt resentment, Defan Tian gritted his teeth and bowed, saying, the teachings of the great immortal Jin Yuan are wise. I, Defan Tian, possess self-awareness. Moreover, the current Hongyun ancestor is not what he once was. Should he truly undertake such perilous acts, it would be a case of loss outweighing gain. With a cold laugh, Jin Yuanzi departed. After Defan Tian watched him leave, he glanced into the room, hesitating before resolutely stepping inside. Luohou sat cross-legged, facing an offering table adorned with the characters for heaven and earth. In the primordial wilderness, all beings prioritized cultivation, thus, they referred to one another as Dao friends. Yet, at this moment, primordial practitioners scarcely made offerings. Even if they did, it was akin to Jin Yuanzi's practice of honoring the forces of heaven and earth, or perhaps venerating the Purple Cloud Palace in the position of Hongyun. However, to these, Luohou paid no heed. Neither in his past life nor this one did he possess such a habit. Furthermore, even if he were to make offerings, it would only be to one entity, that is himself. Aside from himself, there was nothing within the primordial realm worthy of his reverence. Defan Tian approached Luohou from behind, scrutinizing the figure intently. Before he could voice a question, Luohou's voice resonated coolly. You are Defan Tian, practitioner of the great art of the demon. Hearing this, Defan Tian cautiously replied, "Respectful one, who are you? How do you know the great art of the demon? As well as the eye of the demon and the great art of the demon?" Luohou chuckled coldly. "Do you still remember the great art of the demon? If so, you should understand its might. The demon path and demonic cultivation are two entirely different matters. The path may be altered. Yet if one desires to start anew in cultivation, none would willingly begin as an ant." Defan Tian and Indra, along with others, initially struggled in the realm of reincarnation due to the severance of their demonic fortunes and the suppression of their Xianmin fortunes, which rendered their cultivation arduous, leading to their obliteration by the heavenly Tao. They sought refuge in the river of souls, receiving the baptism of the sea of blood, thus surviving. Yet at their core, they still practiced the same methods as before. Luohou's figure suddenly pivoted from the meditation cushion, and Defan Tian, confronted by eyes that mirrored his memories, involuntarily took 2 steps back in fear. "You." Luohou spoke calmly. "Kneel." Defan Tian gritted his teeth. "Who are you, truly?" Luohou's gaze darkened ominously. "I say, kneel." Luohou's voice, imbued with an undeniable power, echoed into Defan Tian's ears, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling upon the ground. Thud Chapter 16. The Ginseng Fruit. A familiar dread enveloped my entire being once more. In the span of mere moments, Defan Tian was already drenched in sweat, not daring to raise his head. It was this sensation, this very feeling. His spirit quivered, and the fear deep within his consciousness erupted suddenly. Completely beyond his control, he cursed inwardly. What in the world was happening? Defan Tian's mind was screaming in madness, yet his face remained a mask of utter stupor and fear. The voice of Luohou echoed in his ears like the chilling whispers of a demonic entity. "Once you enter my demonic path, unless you undergo a complete rebirth and utterly forsake your past, you shall remain bound to the demonic way forever. Even if the heavenly path is obliterated and you attempt to cultivate another way, the essence engraved within your spirit, the very power of my demonic path, will remain." Defan Tian's eyes widened in horror, the fear swelling within him, growing increasingly insurmountable. Luohou continued. "The baptism of the underworld river merely cloaked the demonic path with a sea of blood, allowing the primordial heavenly power to grant you a reprieve. Now that I have returned, what the underworld river can offer, I can provide as well. Pain, death, fear, these are all within my grasp. So tell me, who do you think I am?" Hearing these words, a tempest surged within Defan Tian's mind. Rebirth? The great demon technique, the eye of the great demon? He looked up but saw no trace of Luohou, quickly halting his movements. "Demon, ancestor of demons." Luohou scoffed. "Compared to Indra, your reaction is far too sluggish." "What?" Upon hearing this, Defan Tian was further astounded. Indra? Had he already been informed? Damn it, why did he not speak up? If he had, both he and Bo Sun would have been on guard long ago. The ancestor of demons. The one who held their fates in his hands. And you expect me to challenge him? Indra, you scoundrel. Are you intent on leading us to our demise? Rise. The tone suddenly shifted to one of calm. And that fear immediately dissipated from Defan Tian's heart. He gasped for breath, striving to quell his tumultuous emotions. Standing up, he wiped the sweat from his brow, yet his heart remained in turmoil. The ancestor of demons had returned to the primordial world? This was inconceivable. Yet he had undeniably felt the might of the great demon technique. No one but the ancestor of demons could wield such power. Obey my commands, and I shall spare your life. Should I uncover any treachery on your part, I will ensure you suffer every conceivable agony. Defan Tian hastily replied yes. Luohou waved his hand, and a beam of black light shot into Defan Tian's mind. This was the method of cultivation for the great demon technique, capable of aiding him in reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal, provided he possessed the requisite talent. However, even if he lacked it, as long as he diligently assisted me, I would allow him to rise above all beings. Defan Tian quickly bowed again. Thank you, ancestor of demons. Oh no, my lord. Luohou nodded in acknowledgement. Defan Tian rose to his feet. Luohou continued. My actions are to demonstrate to you that the underworld river regards you as mere weeds, but one day, I shall trample it beneath my feet. This primordial world will ultimately return to my dominion. Recognizing this sooner will spare you the anguish of inner turmoil. Defan Tian nodded fervently. Yes, yes. Luohou gestured. Wait outside. Do not let my old friend perceive anything amiss. Defan Tian's heart jolted. Even Jin Yuanzi was unaware of this matter. Indeed, it must be so. If he were to discover that the being he had brought back was the ancestor of demons, who had stirred chaos in the primordial world, would he allow him to remain? Yes. Defan Tian turned and exited, standing respectfully at the door without uttering a word. This was too hard to believe. The ancestor of demons had returned to the primordial world, and Indra was already aware. What of Vishnu? Was he oblivious? Thus, he had offended the ancestor of demons and met his demise. This meant that, aside from the ancestor himself, only he and Indra were privy to the ancestor's identity. Defan Tian's heart was filled with trepidation. They had barely survived since ancient times, believing they could reinvent themselves and achieve great deeds in the primordial world. Yet now, they found themselves once more under the ancestor's dominion. The question remained, What did the ancestor intend to do? Did he seek to overturn the primordial world once more? If so, chaos would surely reign again. While the Fan Tian was lost in his thoughts, Jin Yuanzi approached, carrying a tray. Observing the Fan Tian's obedient stance at the door, Jin Yuanzi chuckled coldly. Well, you do exhibit some decorum. You haven't dismissed my warnings as mere trifles. The Fan Tian remained silent. What does that have to do with you? Jin Yuanzi strode confidently into the hall, gazing at the cross-legged Luohou with a smile. Dao brother, come here. Luohou opened his eyes and turned his gaze, only to see Jin Yuanzi holding a tray covered with red silk. Dao brother, you have sustained considerable damage to your vitality. Quickly consume these 2 ginseng fruits to aid in your cultivation. Luohou nodded in agreement. These ginseng fruits, also known as Ren Xingua, are rare spiritual roots found within the primordial realm, the fruit of the primordial earth. Consuming them can enhance one's cultivation and refine the innate essence of the earth. Now, as Luohou sought to reforge the 5 energies, these ginseng fruits were indeed invaluable treasures. Luohou was not shy about accepting them. Although outsiders might be unaware, he was well aware of their significance. The ginseng fruits are divided into innate and acquired varieties. Acquired ginseng fruits are not scarce within the primordial realm, but they are exceedingly rare. However, the innate ginseng fruit has only ever existed as a single specimen throughout history, and it resides in Jin Yuanzi's possession. The reason outsiders cannot locate this innate spiritual root is due to its symbiotic relationship with the Earth Book. Jin Yuanzi is the embodiment of the innate earth, and this Earth Book is his accompanying treasure, while the ginseng fruit is an ancillary gift. This demonstrates Jin Yuanzi's profound fortune. This also explains his disinclination for conflict and his languid nature, preferring not to traverse the primordial realm. With the Earth Book and innate spiritual roots, he faced no hindrances in his cultivation, so why venture forth into the primordial realm and engage in perilous endeavors? The acquired ginseng fruit takes 3,000 years to bloom, another 3,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 3,000 before the fruit is ripe. Conversely, the innate spiritual root in Jin Yuanzi's possession would require several 100,000 years to flower and bear fruit. Although Jin Yuanzi possesses both innate and acquired spiritual roots, he would certainly not offer the acquired ones for his own entertainment. Lifting the red silk, the 2 unassuming, earthy yellow fruits appeared. Yet within them resided a wealth of spiritual energy. Even the Fan Tian, standing at the door, could not help but be invigorated by their scent. Luohou was not polite. He reached out to grasp one and inquired, how many fruits are currently on that tree? Jin Yuanzi pondered for a moment. We used some during our previous cultivation, and while a few more have ripened, having harvested these 2, there remain 3. Chapter 017. The Use of the Earth Book. 3. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Luohou could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment upon hearing this number. According to his recollections, since the acquaintance between Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi, they must have engaged in several Yuan meetings. Each Yuan meeting spans approximately 129,600 years. Over the course of several Yuan meetings, which amounts to hundreds of thousands of years, the 2 have enjoyed several ginseng fruits during their discussions and cultivation. Moreover, the fruit tree had existed long before they met, likely for over 1,000,000 years. Yet, after such a lengthy period, only 5 fruits remained, including the one before him. Jin Yuanzi, however, displayed no signs of distress, stating, no worries, my friend. There is no need for concern. These fruits were born for you and me to enjoy. Furthermore, there are 9 new fruits on the tree. After another 100,000 years, we shall be able to savor them again. Upon hearing these words, Luohou smiled in agreement. Why should he feel any regret over someone else's fruits? After picking one up, he took a hearty bite. The taste was quite ordinary, and the small fruit was only slightly larger than a fist. Luohou was not in the mood to savor it. Instead, he consumed it quickly, harnessing the fruit's power of earth to refine his spleen energy. Noticing this, Jin Yuanzi hesitated and said, my friend? Luohou was somewhat taken aback. Jin Yuanzi continued, if you wish to cultivate, it would be best to consume the remaining fruits as well. They will spoil if left for too long. Luohou raised an eyebrow. You do not want any? Jin Yuanzi chuckled. Why should we be so polite between us? Besides, there are still 3 fruits on the tree, and I am in no rush to consume them. Instead, you, my friend, have experienced a decline in your realm, and this moment is crucial for your replenishment. You should consume them all. Luohou felt a subtle shift within him. Jin Yuanzi truly cared for Hongyun. Very well. After all, as he said, he did not lack such things. Once he departed in the future, the fruit on that tree would all belong to him. Then, I thank you, he replied. Jin Yuanzi widened his eyes. My friend, you have truly changed. There is no need for such formality between us. Luohou smiled and picked up the second fruit, consuming it as well. He then closed his eyes, eagerly absorbing the energy. A single ginseng fruit could provide him with a significant amount of energy. Refining all this energy could equate to 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. However, the most important aspect was the innate essence of earth contained within. After fully refining it, Luohou carefully contemplated his own being. He had broken through the golden immortal realm and successfully entered the Taiyu realm. Furthermore, The spleen energy among the 5 elemental energies had now flourished. He merely needed to continue his cultivation methodically. As for the other 4 energies, he could only seek other opportunities for enhancement. Opening his eyes, Luohou glanced at Jin Yuanzi, who was sitting nearby in meditation. "Thank you, my friend." Jin Yuanzi closed his eyes and replied, "You speak that again." Luohou chuckled. "In that case, I wish to make use of the Earth Book." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi opened his eyes. "The Earth Book?" Luohou nodded. Jin Yuanzi extended his hand, and a golden light burst forth from his palm. "Take it, my friend." Luohou smiled. It seemed that the bond between him and Hongyun was far deeper than he had realized. "This time, I implore your assistance once more." Jin Yuanzi asked, "Are you planning to?" Luohou nodded. "I intend to enter the Earth Book." The Earth Book contains the essence of all things from the primordial chaos, preserving a fragment of their innate spirit. If I can absorb all the traces I left behind, it may aid in restoring my cultivation sooner. Jin Yuanzi was overjoyed. "Ah, how could I have forgotten this matter?" Yes. He quickly waved his hand, and a cascade of golden light transformed into a golden scroll. "I will assist you in locating your original imprint." Luohou smiled. "No need. I shall enter and search for it myself." Jin Yuanzi nodded, allowing Luohou to transform into an ethereal shadow and vanish within the scroll. Before him lay a world depicted in shades of black and white, devoid of any other colors. It resembled a vast ink-wash landscape painting. However, this painting was immense, and being within it felt no different from being in the primordial chaos itself. "My friend, there are no traces of time within this Earth Book, so you may search without worry." Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's reminder from the void, Luohou nodded. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the imprints left by Hongyun within the Earth Book. All living beings that were born upon the primordial earth would leave traces within the Earth Book. This was the remarkable power of the Earth Book. After carefully contemplating, Luohou swiftly advanced in a specific direction. Jin Yuanzi observed from the outside, intending to guide his old friend, but after some contemplation, he ultimately refrained. Finding it oneself and being guided were 2 entirely different matters. The rewards would naturally differ as well. Closing his eyes, he entered a state of waiting. It wouldn't take long. Within the Earth Book, Luohou searched diligently and eventually discovered Hongyun's imprint at his own Taoist sanctuary. It depicted a version of himself, similarly outlined in black and white, seated within a cave. Without hesitation, Luohou merged with that ethereal shadow and began to cultivate. The golden light on the Earth Book trembled slightly, and Luohou's figure emerged instantly. Jin Yuanzi opened his eyes, exclaiming in delight, "My friend, your cultivation has recovered somewhat." "Congratulations." Luohou nodded. "How long did it take me?" Jin Yuanzi smiled. "Less than 10 breaths." Luohou sighed. 10 breaths assisting my tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Yet, Jin Yuanzi raised his hand. "There is no need to mention it. It is merely a small loss. With some recuperation, you shall recover." Luohou smiled and nodded. Rising to his feet, he approached the doorway, gazing at the distant scenery. The view of Mount Wanshou remains as ever. At the entrance, Defan Tian hurriedly turned and slightly bowed to Luohou. Luohou glanced at him, and a hint of darkness flickered in his gaze. Defan Tian's expression shifted, and he remained silent. Turning back, Luohou addressed Jin Yuanzi, who was preparing to put away the Earth Book. "This Earth Book possesses boundless uses, it truly is." Just then, Defan Tian's figure abruptly vanished. Jin Yuanzi's eyes narrowed. Trying to escape? Abandoning the Earth Book, Jin Yuanzi's form also vanished in an instant. As their figures disappeared, Luohou showed no hesitation, re-entering the Earth Book once more. This time, he sought his true self, the Demon Ancestor Luohou. Having learned from his previous experience, Luohou's speed increased substantially this time. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Defan Tian was desperately fleeing towards the realm of reincarnation. Behind him, Jin Yuanzi mocked coldly. "If you can escape from my grasp, I shall willingly gift you the Earth Book." Defan Tian remained silent, retaliating by striking a palm towards Jin Yuanzi. The void trembled, creating ripples. Yet, Jin Yuanzi paid no heed, allowing the ripples to collide against him without any reaction. "You must have overheard my conversation with Brother Hongyun and thus know that I cultivate the laws of space. With such methods, do you think you can harm me? However, should you convey this information to the River of Oblivion and then confront it, you may find yourself in a precarious position." With that, Jin Yuanzi pointed towards the void. Seal. At his command, the space at his fingertip froze instantly. Even Defan Tian remained suspended in his offensive posture. Trapped within the void, Jin Yuanzi approached him, sneering, "Insect." Turning away, Jin Yuanzi tore through the void and departed. Chapter 18. Diffusion of Origins, the Opportunity to Depart. Within the Earth Book, Luohou has discovered his true self. At the pinnacle of the western Sumera mountain lies the authentic imprint of his essence. Eagerly, Luohou seizes the moment while Jin Yuanzi is absent, hastily merging. This urgency explains why he insisted on seeking it himself. With prior experience, the second attempt proceeds much more swiftly. Had he attempted to merge his essence in the presence of Jin Yuanzi, it would have undoubtedly been detected, risking Jin Yuanzi's wrath. Nonetheless, time is of the essence. With Jin Yuanzi's spatial powers, catching up to the great Brahma would take but a fleeting moment. Luohou intends to delay the great Brahma as much as possible, yet, how long could he truly hold out? Luohou has no time to ponder. For missing this opportunity would leave him with no excuse to re-enter the Earth Book in the future. After swiftly merging his imprint, Luohou prepares to depart, but suddenly, a tremor reverberates through his consciousness. He notices an ethereal spear standing proudly beneath the Sumer mountain. The shadow of the god-slaying spear? Treasures possess spirit. Should he succeed in merging this imprint, the spear's power would undoubtedly be enhanced. Yet, time is running short. With gritted teeth, Luohou decides to take the risk. He gestures, merging the god-slaying spear with the imprint. Constantly glancing upward, he realizes that Jin Yuanzi is likely on his way back. Time feels like an eternity. Luohou has never before perceived time as so precious. As he watches the god-slaying spear absorb the ethereal image and merge into his brow, he prepares to leave. Only to sense a familiar aura within. Luohou suddenly turns back, staring in astonishment at the Sumeru mountain beneath him. Is it on Mount Wanshou? Jin Yuanzi, after descending, carelessly tosses the great Brahma aside. Before the great Brahma can steady himself, Jin Yuanzi strikes with a force that penetrates the great Brahma's being. The great Brahma grits his teeth, but soon every inch of his flesh is racked with excruciating pain. Even his soul cannot escape. As if his consciousness is being torn apart, pierced by a searing iron rod. Ugh! The great Brahma collapses to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Jin Yuanzi remarks coolly, "This is merely a slight reprimand. Otherwise, do you truly believe I would be so serene and protective towards you?" Having completed this, Jin Yuanzi strides into the great hall. Dao brother? The hall is empty, and Jin Yuanzi is momentarily taken aback, gazing down at the ethereal image of the Earth Book. Dao brother has entered again. Just as he is about to take action, the Earth Book glimmers, and Luohou's figure reappears. Dao brother. Jin Yuanzi smiles. Luohou's expression remains unchanged. Returned? Jin Yuanzi continues, that wicked one thinks he can escape from my Mount Wanshou? Such delusions. Before me, his speed is nothing but a jest. By the way, Dao brother, have you discovered anything upon re-entering the Earth Book? Luohou shakes his head, producing the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Not quite. I merely recall that this gourd suffered some damage during my self-detonation. If I can find the origin imprint to repair it, perhaps it will recover more swiftly. Jin Yuanzi nods. You are meticulous, Dao brother. Have you completed the repairs? Luohou smiles. Indeed. Then what of the Earth Book? Luohou interjects. You should stow it away. Jin Yuanzi nods, extending his hand to grasp the Earth Book, which transforms into golden light and vanishes into his palm. Turning back, Jin Yuanzi gazes at Luohou with a cheerful demeanor. Your cultivation this time, In merely a few moments. Luohou's cultivation has regained some of its former strength. How could this escape Jin Yuanzi's notice? Your cultivation has improved again. Could it be that the treasure's repair has benefited you? Luohou acknowledges, perhaps so. To be honest. Witnessing Jin Yuanzi earnestly concocting excuses for him brings a smile to Luohou's heart. Yet he simultaneously feels a twinge of guilt. He can see that Jin Yuanzi is genuinely trying to assist him. Yet, he understands he must take responsibility for himself. One must not rely on others. Otherwise, retribution awaits. Though he feels somewhat remorseful towards Jin Yuanzi, a sudden realization strikes Luohou. Wait, why am I harboring such thoughts? In the past, even when the likes of evil extermination and calculation perished before him, he remained unwavering. Why now, after merely deceiving Jin Yuanzi, does he feel a pang of guilt? This should not be. Luohou muses inwardly, it must be the influence of that character, Hongyun, in both past and present. The path of the demonic is tyrannical. These two paths are destined to be solitary. Perhaps once he fully adapts, his disposition will revert to its former steely resolve. Dao brother? The voice of Jin Yuanzi reverberates in his ear, snapping Luohou back to reality. He sees Jin Yuanzi bowing. Shall we proceed? Luohou raises an eyebrow and gestures, after you. Within the sacred domain, Jin Yuanzi is the sole presence, having often conversed with Hongyun during his visits. They have forged a friendship. Now, Jin Yuanzi believes that despite Luohou's fallen realm, his understanding of the Tao must have deepened. The moment is ripe for philosophical discourse. In the grand hall, the two sit across from one another, engaging in profound dialogue. Before Hongyun attained sanctity, their discussions were rooted in their own paths. After listening to the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, they both interpreted Hongjun's 9 transformations of refining essence differently. With Luohou's return, their exchanges become even more fervent. In silence, a century slips by. Following their discussion, both experience revelations, delving into profound insights. However, Luohou remains unaware that as he enters a meditative state, Jin Yuanzi secretly opens his eyes, contemplating the figure before him in silence. Something has changed. Jin Yuanzi senses it. The demeanor and the Tao of his old friend have significantly transformed. In the past, Luohou's teachings exuded harmony and compassion. Yet now, there is a tinge of ruthlessness, an air of unrivaled dominance, and an odd, erratic sharpness. Only a fraction of his former serenity lingers. Moreover, the Earth Book is connected to Jin Yuanzi's primordial spirit, though he has not investigated the occurrences within. He senses that his old friend is not merely seeking the 99 scatter soul gourd. That force carries traces of demonic energy. Yet, Jin Yuanzi refrains from exposing it. After all, having narrowly escaped, it is understandable that his friend might exhibit some changes. Time flows effortlessly in the mountains, while worldly splendor has persisted for millennia. On this day, a voice resounds throughout the vast expanse. I, Nuwa, have achieved sanctity today. Nuwa has attained sanctity. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, Jin Yuanzi and Luohou stand with their hands clasped behind their backs, sighing in unison as they listen to the reverberating voice. The emergence of sages in succession. What does it portend for the myriad beings of the wilderness? Hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Luohou replies, I shall focus on my own cultivation. Let others be damned. However, turning to Jin Yuanzi, Luohou states, it is time for me to depart. Chapter 19. In this primal chaos, I cannot be killed. Upon hearing Luohou's words, Jin Yuanzi expressed a bit of surprise. Are you planning to leave, my friend? Where to? Luohou replied with a smile, naturally, I shall return to the Fire Cloud Cave, my own sanctuary. Jin Yuanzi shook his head at this moment. You are merely at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. If you leave recklessly, you may attract the attention of those lurking in the shadows. It would be better for you to recuperate here at Mount Wanshou, and once you have fully regained your strength, then. Luohou raised his hand to halt Jin Yuanzi's further words. Cultivation is not merely about hiding away, it is essential to progress. I appreciate your kind intentions, but it is truly time for me to depart. Jin Yuanzi pondered for a moment and glanced at the imposing figure of Defan Tian standing nearby. If you are to leave, then he must remain. Curious, Luohou inquired. Why so? Jin Yuanzi replied. He has been by your side, and I do not feel at ease. If he stays at Mount Wanshou, should he harbor any ill intentions, I shall ensure he has no place to hide. Luohou laughed heartily. Why do you find this amusing? Jin Yuanzi queried. Luohou explained, you see, Defan Tian has long been acquainted with me. Moreover, my survival from the self-detonation is partly due to his assistance. Therefore, I have brought him away from the River of Oblivion. He will not harm me. You worry too much. Jin Yuanzi's eyes flickered. An old acquaintance? Why was I not aware of this? Luohou, knowing Jin Yuanzi would not easily trust his words, turned to Defan Tian. Step forward. Defan Tian promptly advanced. Luohou looked back at Jin Yuanzi and said, if you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire. Somewhat bewildered, Jin Yuanzi hesitated, but Defan Tian quickly interjected, Great Immortal Jin Yuan, the words of Ancestor Hongyun are not unfounded. I would never dare to harm the ancestor in any way. If you do not believe me, Defan Tian can take a solemn oath. Jin Yuanzi narrowed his eyes. An oath? In this primal world, oaths are not to be taken lightly. Once spoken, the heavens bear witness. To violate such a pledge would invite divine retribution. The consequences could range from the loss of one's cultivation to complete annihilation of body and spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Yuanzi conceded, very well. Since my old friend has vouched for you, how could I not believe? Thus, you shall escort my friend, and I shall feel somewhat reassured. Wait here, my friend. With that, Jin Yuanzi turned to depart. Defan Tian stepped back silently, standing behind Luohou without a word. A moment later, Jin Yuanzi returned, holding an object. Without needing to open it, Luohou already knew what it contained. This fruit must be taken by my friend. After a brief pause, he extended his hand to receive it. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Once I return to the Fire Cloud Cave and rest briefly, I will come back to discuss the Tao with you. Jin Yuanzi sighed. Since you have made up your mind, then it is best to set off early. Luohou nodded, rising with the ginseng fruit in hand. Defan Tian bowed to Jin Yuanzi and hurriedly followed Luohou out, watching their departing figures. Jin Yuanzi sighed quietly. Old friend. He sensed something amiss, yet remained speechless. Turning, he retreated into the Grand Hall, where a golden light ascended from Mount Wanshou, concealing the entire mountain. As the esteemed figures who received the primordial purple energy from the Purple Cloud Palace were about to attain enlightenment, the tides of chaos within the primal realm would surely rise once more. Jin Yuanzi had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the primal world, but he could see that his old friend seemed poised to go against the current this time. Each has their own aspirations. There is no need to impose. After leaving Mount Wanshou, Defan Tian closely trailed behind Luohou above the clouds. My lord, are we truly heading to the Fire Cloud Cave? Luohou remained silent, instead handing over the ginseng fruit. Defan Tian received it. Eat it. Upon hearing that, Defan Tian froze momentarily. My lord, this. Just eat it. Stiffening. Defan Tian quickly responded, thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. High above the clouds, Defan Tian hurriedly consumed the ginseng fruit. Although it was a primordial spirit fruit, Luohou had already eaten two. The effects of such fruits generally fall into two categories, enhancing cultivation as a fundamental benefit, and providing innate miraculous uses. The ginseng fruit, in particular, can refine the 5 elemental energies. Having consumed 2 fruits previously, Luohou knew that one would suffice for his needs. Excess consumption would only serve to increase his cultivation further. However, in light of these considerations, Luohou was more inclined to use it to win hearts. While the Heavenly Demon Grand method was indeed an excellent means of intimidation, Luohou had changed significantly. His perspective and inner disposition had undergone a subtle transformation. Simple slaughter would not sustain his journey long term. Having failed in that path before, he now chose to be domineering. Beyond sheer force, he felt compelled to emulate Hongyun's approach, cultivating relationships. Unbeknownst to him, even Luohou began to feel that this dominance might be somewhat misaligned. If it truly were misaligned, what path would that be? Luohou fell into deep contemplation, while the Fan Tian, after consuming the ginseng fruit, did not display any signs of joy. He was all too aware. The Demon Ancestor's gift was not merely to win his loyalty. It likely entailed other plans that demanded his servitude. De Fan Tian. My lord. Luohou paused, speaking calmly, in this primal realm, aside from the ginseng fruit. Who else possesses spiritual roots? De Fan Tian frowned. My lord, De Fan Tian and Bosun often reside in the realm of reincarnation, guarding the Blood Sea. We are not well informed about the matters of the primal world. Luohou nodded. He searched through Hongyun's memories but found no clues regarding the whereabouts of these spiritual roots. Perhaps the Earth Book contained traces. But Luohou feared that frequent use of the Earth Book would eventually expose him, so he opted to refrain. It appeared that he would have to resort to the simplest method search. Go. De Fan Tian was taken aback. My lord wishes to. Luohou replied nonchalantly. Ren water, Gung metal, Bing fire, Jiao wood. I require information on the whereabouts of these 4 types of spiritual roots. Once you ascertain their locations, come to the Fire Cloud Cave to find me. De Fan Tian's heart raced. For types of primordial spiritual roots, this is exceedingly difficult to find. Furthermore, even if found, they would surely be in the possession of formidable beings within the primal realm. Yet, since Luohou had given the directive, De Fan Tian knew he must act. Understood. After a moment's hesitation, De Fan Tian asked, Does my lord not require me to escort you back to the Fire Cloud Cave? Luohou looked up at the void and replied calmly, In this primal realm, I cannot be killed. At those words, Luohou quickly affirmed, Indeed. Moreover, hearing those 2 words, De Fan Tian immediately halted. Regarding the River of Oblivion, he should send news to stabilize the situation. Now is not the time for him to seek that individual. De Fan Tian nodded. Then, how should I respond? Luohou replied indifferently, Report truthfully. De Fan Tian nodded. Understood. As he raised his head, Luohou's figure had vanished. De Fan Tian did not dare to delay and promptly turned to set off. The Fire Cloud Cave lay far to the south within the primal realm. Luohou utilized his agile techniques, taking over half a month to arrive here. Despite the absence of its master, the innate spiritual energy still kept the cave in pristine condition. Luohou surveyed the familiar yet strange surroundings with a faint smile. This place is indeed serene. No sooner had he spoken than several auras approached from outside. Luohou closed his eyes. It appears I spoke too soon. Chapter 20. The enchantment of the red attire outside the Fire Cloud Cave. Several cultivators descended from the clouds, gazing intently into the cave. Esteemed colleagues, is this the place? Indeed, the Fire Cloud Cave, the lair of the Red Cloud Ancestor. Previously, there was no aura emanating from within, but I just witnessed a crimson light descend here. Surely, the Red Cloud Taoist has returned. With the return of the Red Cloud, they had been stationed here for some time, awaiting his arrival. However, now that the principal had returned, they hesitated, seemingly reluctant to advance. What are you afraid of? I have heard that the Red Cloud Taoist has suffered a significant decline in power and now only possesses the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. We are all Tai. Should we really fear him? Indeed, despite the legends claiming that the primordial purple energy in his possession has shattered, who has actually witnessed it? It was said that the Purple Cloud Palace once harbored 7 strands of primordial purple energy, of which the 3 pure ones claimed 3. While the Western figures of Jian and Juandi obtained 1 each, and the Demon Ancestor Luohou acquired another. The last strand was said to lie with the Red Cloud. Within, while having attained sainthood, the rumors of the primordial purple energy being a testament to achieving such a state hold some truth. If we can seize the primordial purple energy from the Red Cloud, we might also vie for a chance at enlightenment. One cultivator hesitated. But what if the primordial purple energy in the Red Cloud's possession is indeed shattered? At this, another swiftly slapped him. Fool. If this news is merely a ruse concocted by the Red Cloud himself, and we take it seriously, you will rest easy. The leader's expression turned cold. Indeed. We must see for ourselves. We cannot rest until we pry open his consciousness to ascertain the truth. Onward. At the command, several figures surged toward the Fire Cloud Cave. Within, Luohou sat serenely on his platform, raising a hand to unleash a wave of crimson light. The cave entrance shattered, and several cultivators rushed in. They were met with a bizarre red mist that inexplicably obstructed their divine senses. In an instant, the mist rendered the cultivators blind and deaf. However, as they were all Tai golden immortals, they managed to adapt to this trickery. One cultivator grasped a bronze bell and shook it. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound pierced through the air, restoring the 6 senses of the gathered cultivators, allowing them to reassess their surroundings. The thin mist gradually dispersed. Yet a dense red fog still lingered deep within the cave. Indeed, the Red Cloud Taoist has suffered a significant loss in power. Otherwise, he would not go to such lengths to confront us. Exactly. If he possessed sufficient strength, he would have emerged to face us directly. Several figures advanced in a triangular formation, and as the red mist in the innermost part of the cave began to clear, a graceful silhouette gradually became visible. Clad in red attire, her already alluring figure was accentuated, holding a pipa and swaying like a serpent, exuding an unutterable charm. Her delicate fingers danced lightly across the strings. As the melodious sound waves cascaded over the group of cultivators. With their senses restored, they gazed around anew. As the mist dissipated, they could see that the cave's depths were still shrouded in a swirling mass of red fog. The Red Cloud Taoist has indeed suffered a great loss in power. Otherwise, why would he resort to such elaborate tricks against us? Several figures approached cautiously. The deepest recesses of the cave gradually revealed the enchanting figure, her red garments flowing gracefully. The sight captivated the cultivators momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure. Another illusion, one exclaimed. When did the Red Cloud learn such techniques? Ignore her, as cultivators. We have long mastered the yin and yang, aspiring for immortality. Such superficial charms cannot sway us. Has the Red Cloud's intellect fallen alongside his cultivation? At this, the cultivators burst into laughter. Meanwhile, behind the enchanting figure, Luohou observed the scene with indifference. Yet, to the cultivators, his presence was entirely undetectable. Find him. He must be close. As they turned, they noticed a plethora of red silks cascading from above, transforming the fire cloud cave into a realm of softness. Is this not a game? Third, use the resurrection bell. At the command, the cultivator who had previously shaken the bell raised it once more. Clang, clang, clang. The sound resonated, sending ripples through the air, yet the enchanting scene before them remained unchanged, leaving them astonished. This resurrection bell is known for dispelling illusions. Why has it failed today? The scene has not altered. Could it be real? Could we have misjudged? Was the figure we saw earlier truly this woman? The leader's expression grew serious. Enough idle chatter. This woman emits no aura whatsoever. She bears no resemblance to a cultivator. Ignore her and continue the search. The group dispersed, each casting aside the red silks to seek out Luohou's presence. The third cultivator glanced at the bell in his hand, murmuring, "This bell has never been wrong." The fact that the scene remains unchanged indicates its authenticity. The leader is indeed reckless. We are within the fire cloud cave. If the red cloud truly dwells here, and he picks us off one by one, would that not be our misfortune? Though, the third cultivator hesitated. Though we cultivators train in the yin and yang, the 7 emotions and 6 desires have long been areas of study for many, with female cultivators being no exception. The leader has dabbled in such practices before. Could he be drawn to the woman's beguiling nature, prompting us to scatter for his own dual cultivation? Upon this realization, the third cultivator paused. Should we return and investigate? Just as he turned, a beautiful face pressed close to his own. He quickly retreated, but the stunning visage followed closely. You. The third cultivator hastily raised the resurrection bell, but the sudden appearance of the woman seemed unfazed. Instead, she smiled sweetly, her eyes brimming with unspoken allure. Divine One, please do not be angry. The third cultivator's expression stiffened. Are you real or an illusion? The woman in red replied, what is real and what is illusory? I am but a spirit of the mountain who has attained enlightenment. Upon discovering this cave brimming with spiritual energy and devoid of inhabitants, I was drawn to it. I never imagined that upon settling here, I would encounter esteemed cultivators such as yourselves. If this is your sacred ground, I shall depart at once, not daring to take advantage of your hospitality. The third cultivator furrowed his brow, secretly shaking the resurrection bell. No effect. The woman remained. Could she truly be real? You. The woman swayed her waist, gracefully leaning forward. My name is Red Attire. If you would not reject me, I would be honored to serve you closely. However, that fierce divine one from earlier frightens me. As she spoke, Red Attire lunged into the third cultivator's embrace. The warmth of her soft form stirred even the heart of the third cultivator, a tiny golden immortal, causing his thoughts to waver. As he felt her cool skin, slightly trembling with unease, his heart raced further. He gently patted her bare arm. If you are indeed a cultivator, there is no need for fear. Lowering his gaze, the third cultivator locked eyes with her. Her pitiful gaze, accentuated by a hint of mist, ensnared the third cultivator's heart. With me here, you need not worry. Within the fire cloud cave, Luohou observed the wandering cultivators with an expression devoid of emotion. He raised his gaze to the void above. The celestial demon art. It seems it can still be utilized. Chapter 21. Brothers turn against each other, so weak. There are 3,000 paths. Since Luohou's return to the primordial chaos, he has been incessantly exploring. Every cultivator possesses their own unique path. It is a journey leading to ultimate freedom. The path he originally pursued, the demonic way, has been severed, evidently cut off by Hongyun's manipulation of the heavenly forces. It is utterly impassable now. To forcibly tread the old path would only lead to annihilation by the heavenly law or suppression by the profound way, and it might even provoke that cunning old fox, Hongyun. Nevertheless, it matters not. He shall simply embark upon a different path. Yet, technique differs from the path. Technique is merely the means and methods of progression along this route. Whether one walks, runs, or jumps, technique bears no inherent moral distinction. It is merely contingent upon its application. Naturally, it is not bound by the path's constraints, for every path can employ these techniques. The great demonic art is but a name, encompassing an entire system of techniques and methods. It is what controls the demonic cultivators. And it is also what Luohou employs to manipulate human hearts and eliminate rivals. In comparison to the methods that once stirred unrest throughout the primordial land, how can these fledgling cultivators, who have merely scraped the surface of their newfound techniques, hope to resist? The crimson mist that they encounter upon entry is poison for the mind. Once touched by this mist, one's consciousness will gradually succumb to the illusions before them. The bell indeed holds utility, but the question remains, for those already ensnared, have they truly rung the bell? Luohou is eager to ascertain whether the contemporary cultivators of the primordial realm exhibit any advancement compared to the defeated opponents he faced in ancient times. At this moment, in the eyes of the third brother, the figure in red tightly clings to his arm. Cultivation is indeed for the sake of longevity, yet longevity demands strength. When one possesses strength, they will employ every means to seize all that they desire. Once acquired, one must also wield their power to protect what they have attained. This is an immutable truth. For the third brother, since the figure in red has chosen to ally with him, it is imperative for him, as a powerful cultivator, to safeguard her and demonstrate his strength. Are you certain that you are alone in this cave? He inquires, looking down. The figure in red nods, only tightening her embrace around his arm, their skin brushing against each other, igniting a surge of bravado within him. That affirmative response resonates deeply within his heart. With a smile, he reassures her, rest assured, with me around, you shall be well protected. There is no one here. There is no one, is there? Surely the red mist has not returned? Voices of companions echo around them. The third brother exclaims, I have long asserted that if this were an illusion, my soul bell would surely respond. The eldest brother appears, emerging from behind the crimson veil. Third brother, what foolishness are you spouting? What is she doing with you? Upon hearing this, the third brother glances back at the figure in red, whose face has turned pale, seemingly frightened by the eldest brother. Releasing the third brother's arm, she swiftly retreats into the crimson veil, vanishing from sight. The third brother turns back, saying, Eldest brother, she is merely an ordinary cultivator who believed this cave to be unoccupied. You are mistaken. With that, he dives into the crimson veil. Figure in red? Figure in red? The eldest brother's brows furrow in concern. Something feels amiss, yet he cannot pinpoint what exactly it is. Third brother, return. As the third brother's silhouette vanishes, the eldest brother hastily pursues. Luohou watches with great interest as the figures meander within the cave, practicing the great demonic art. Although he cannot perceive the scenes within their consciousness, he can sense their emotional fluctuations through his own awareness. Poison is a form of medicine, and the creation of mind poison requires one to cultivate the great demonic art, refining a portion of their consciousness into poison, which is then released through various means. Luohou revels in this hunting process. Nothing is more enjoyable than manipulating the human heart. If there is anything better, it is manipulating the hearts of even more individuals. A sage. Luohou pauses momentarily. Why forsake the harmonious great Luo golden immortal to pursue the title of a heavenly sage? Since the term contains the word person, matters become much easier. With a cold smirk, Luohou intensifies his manipulation of the power of consciousness. Let us add fuel to the fire. Illusions deceive merely the eyes, whereas mind poison ensnares the essence and consciousness of the cultivators. The crimson veil is continuously lifted as the third brother traverses layer after layer. Yet he still cannot find the figure in red. Figure in red? Figure in red? He turns to survey his surroundings, encountering the same crimson veils in the same scenery. Unable to discern direction. Help me. The voice of the figure in red echoes in his ears, causing his brow to furrow. Figure in red? Where are you? Where are you? Help me. The voice beckons him. The third brother lifts the veil before him, advancing towards the source of the voice. Upon unveiling the final crimson veil, he finally discovers the figure in red. However, there is another figure alongside her. Eldest brother, you. The figure in red is in the eldest brother's embrace? Third brother. You've come? The eldest brother chuckles. Honestly, I find this woman quite pitiable. I have also dabbled in the art of dual cultivation. She makes for an excellent furnace. Hence, I shall accept her. The third brother's brow furrows deeply. Eldest brother, she is. What is she? The eldest brother glares. The third brother hesitates, at a loss for words. The figure in red has reddened eyes, a single tear slowly trickling down her cheek. Help me. The third brother grits his teeth. The eldest brother retorts, it is futile. You belong to me now. From this moment on, assist me in my cultivation within this cave. Third brother. The eldest brother turns to the third brother with a smile. Go, stand guard outside. The third brother remains motionless. The eldest brother's brow tightens. I command you to guard outside. The third brother looks at the figure in red, whose tearful eyes plead with endless sorrow. He nods in agreement. Very well. He turns, casting aside the crimson veil behind him. The laughter of the eldest brother and the wails of the figure in red resonate from behind the veil. The third brother grits his teeth, a glimmer of fury igniting within his gaze. The eldest brother gazes down at the figure in red, inhaling her scent, a smile spreading across his face. What is your true form? This fragrance is utterly irresistible. As he speaks, he leans closer to the figure in red. She closes her eyes, her face awash with tears. Just then, several warm droplets fall upon her face. Opening her eyes, she witnesses an astonishing scene, a hand piercing through the eldest brother's chest from behind, blood cascading from his fingertips. The eldest brother's eyes widen in disbelief as he glances back at the third brother, whose face is etched with fury. Something is amiss. Something is amiss. I believe I know. Within the cave, Luohou stands up, bored. Observing the figures before him, he shakes his head. So weak. Chapter 022. The first enigma of the primal chaos. Luohou had already sensed that among these cultivators, only the leader possessed a modicum of strength. Yet, it was merely a fraction. The poison of the divine consciousness was not insurmountable. As long as one's awareness was sufficiently robust and willpower unwavering, one could surely withstand it. Alas, these individuals were but the dregs of the primal chaos, devoid of any redeeming qualities. Had they truly only just realized their predicament after 100 breaths? Beginning to struggle? Within his consciousness, the leader refrained from rebuking the third, allowing him to retract his arm while he himself took 2 steps back. Gazing down at his chest. Third, awaken. We have been deceived. The third's eyes were bloodshot. Indeed, we have been duped by you, he retorted. I had long suspected that with your experience in dual cultivation, you could not possibly harbor no thoughts about the woman in red. You incessantly forbade me from approaching her. Yet here you are engaged in such antics? You truly are. The leader interjected hurriedly. Third, we have fallen into a trap. I do not blame you. And I am certain I am uninjured, but it is imperative that we awaken. This place is an illusion. Do you not realize? We are ensnared in a mirage. The third countered angrily. You speak nonsense. With the soul recovery bell in my possession, I cannot be misled. What mirage could possibly exist? As he spoke, he shook the bell in his hand. No changes manifested before them. The leader shook his head, insisting, no, something is amiss. What is this? Grasping a nearby red silk, he exclaimed, what is this? The third flicked the blood from his hand, sneering, leader, stop stalling. They have scattered, and here I stand alone. You are injured. If I do not act, it shall be my demise. I promise to protect the woman in red. The leader furiously replied, fool, have you lost your mind? This is mere red silk, ordinary in nature. Since our arrival, even our divine consciousness has been rendered ineffective. We can only rely on our sight. Does that not seem wrong? We are cultivators, transcending to the Tai golden immortal realm. We have subconsciously refrained from using our powers. Do you not sense the absurdity of it all? If you doubt me, use your powers now. With your capabilities, destroying the entire fire cloud cave would be but a flick of your finger. The third's eyes burned with fervor. Yes, you are right, but I cannot afford to dwell on that now. As the third charged forward, the leader instinctively sought to resist. But after a moment of silence, he closed his eyes. No, this is all wrong. It is all fade. If this is not an illusion, then my divine consciousness must be compromised. Remain calm. Remain calm. Awaken. Awaken. A sharp pain surged through his chest, accompanied by the frantic screams of the third. Yet the leader remained silent, striving to rouse his consciousness. Suddenly, clarity returned. The leader felt a wave of dizziness, as if his divine consciousness had suffered grievous harm, causing him to sway unsteadily. Ignoring everything else, he hastily sat cross-legged to stabilize his mind. The sound of footsteps approached, distinct and tangible, as his divine consciousness gradually recuperated. He cracked open his eyes to find Luohou, draped in a black robe, standing before him. Red Cloud Ancestor? Luohou remained silent. The leader turned to survey his surroundings. His companions were still swaying mindlessly within the cave. The third was present as well, clutching the soul recovery bell. How do you wield such dark arts? Upon hearing this, Luohou replied nonchalantly, dark arts? Well, perhaps, but it is merely the mastery and application of divine consciousness. You are impressive, yet only in comparison to these worthless fools. To me, you are of no value, utterly dispensable. The leader clenched his jaw. You acknowledge this as dark arts? Then you cannot be the Red Cloud Ancestor. Who are you? Luohou remained unperturbed, stating, who I am is inconsequential. What matters is you. If you wish to survive, I offer you a choice. Slay them, and you may live. The leader scoffed. You expect me to turn on my own kin? To engage in fratricide for a chance at survival? Not a chance. Luohou chuckled. The familiar aura of righteousness felt long overdue. Yet, fratricide was precisely what the beings of the primal chaos had always engaged in. Did you come here to debate philosophy with me? The leader gritted his teeth. That is different. Luohou shook his head. How ironic. These cultivators come to the fire cloud cave to kill themselves. Yet, you refuse to harm your own? To cling to such principles at death's door, is it to prove your righteousness? If you proclaim yourself a paragon of justice, why entertain thoughts of murder and betrayal? Luohou's amusement deepened. How delightful, how entertaining, is it not? Approaching the cultivator, Luohou stated calmly. If I were to grant you the primordial purple chi at this moment and allow you to slay them for your sole benefit, would you accept? The cultivator's eyes flickered. Primordial purple chi? Do not feign reluctance. If I truly bestowed upon you the primordial purple chi and permitted you to eliminate them, you would act without hesitation. At that moment, you would no longer utter foolish words about fratricide. After all, one must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens enact retribution. As he spoke, Luohou raised his hand, a crimson light coalescing in his palm. The cultivator's spirit trembled. He wished to retaliate, to resist, yet his divine consciousness was feeble. And the atmosphere around him felt sluggish. He lacked the strength to fight back. I will kill. I shall slay them now. Luohou smiled. I believe in you. The cultivator's eyes brightened. A chance for survival had emerged. Yet the next moment, Luohou declared, but opportunity is fleeting. It will not return. The cultivator abruptly looked up, watching helplessly as Luohou's hand descended upon his head. Boom! Moments later, the last figure fell. Luohou inhaled deeply, absorbing the energies of the fallen cultivators entirely. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd was summoned, ensnaring their primordial spirits within. Such a fine vintage for brewing. It would be a shame to waste it. Turning, Luohou waved his sleeve. The corpses on the ground gradually transformed into ashes, vanishing without a trace. Catching the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, Luohou gave it a gentle shake and remarked, by the standards of the world, I must appear more like a villain at this moment, would I not? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips as he stepped forward, settling into a lotus position upon the Taoist platform. Let me be a villain. In this world, it has always been the strong who dictate the terms. The actions of Hongyun in the past were far more villainous, otherwise. How could he have survived to the end? He recalled distinctly that at that final moment, the so-called leaders of the righteous path, aside from Hongyun, included one other, Yang Mei Daxian. Yet he had confirmed with Jin Yuanzi that there was no trace of Yang Mei Daxian in the current primal chaos. Where could he have vanished? Chapter 023. A flourishing era, yet insipid. When Pangu opened the heavens, he shattered the chaotic barriers with the chaotic treasure, the heaven opening axe, unleashing 9 beams of purple light. These 9 beams of purple light became known in later generations as the supreme treasure, the primordial purple chi. After the development of the primordial world, the lineage of the chaos demons suffered significant damage and retreated to recuperate in their respective domains. The first entity to ascend the stage of the primordial world in human form was the lineage of the 100 beasts. Among the 100 beasts, the beast emperor, Shen'enai, possessed the deepest cultivation. He once wielded the body of a Hongyun golden immortal to command the entire primordial world, ordering the myriad beasts to comply without question. However, unable to achieve enlightenment, Shen'enai, in a fit of rage, vented all his frustrations upon the other beast tribes. Blood flowed like rivers among the beasts, and their survival was precarious. During this tumultuous period, 3 clans flourished above all, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. The Dragon Clan boasted a fierce bloodline, abundant vitality, and unparalleled combat prowess. The Phoenix Clan was renowned for its ability to undergo rebirth, exhibiting extraordinary resilience. The Qilin Clan, blessed with the innate powers of the 5 virtues, was the most populous among the 3. The leaders of these 3 clans rose in rebellion, leading the 100 beasts to slay the beast emperor. Subsequently, they divided the primordial world among themselves. The leaders of the 3 clans Yuanfeng, Zulong, and Shiqilin each cultivated to the pinnacle of Hunyuan golden immortality. This transformation marked the evolution from 1 Shen'enai to 3. Although the leaders of the 3 clans were still unable to attain the Hunyuan Dao, minor skirmishes occurred among them. Nevertheless, they had mutual needs that prevented chaos in the primordial world. Meanwhile, the chaos demons, having recuperated, made a resurgence. Hongjun and Luohou were among them. Luohou adhered to the cultivation methods of the chaos demons, delving into the ultimate path, attempting to achieve enlightenment through sheer force. Naturally, he failed. When it was finally Hongyuan's turn, he synthesized the lessons learned from previous failures and traversed the primordial world, seeking the light of creation to establish a foundation for enlightenment. Ultimately, he recovered the 9 beams of primordial purple chi. This was Luohou's complete understanding of the previous conflict upon his return. Yet, the lingering question remained. Where was Yang Mei, the leader of the righteous path? After the ancient battle, Yang Mei's whereabouts became a mystery. Based on Luohou's conjecture, Yang Mei faced 2 potential outcomes. The first possibility was that he obtained a beam of primordial purple chi. However, having learned from past experiences, he understood that the primordial world could not accommodate 2 tigers. A confrontation with Hongjun was inevitable, yet Hongjun possessed the creation jade plate, making Yang Mei feel inadequate as a contender. To ensure his own safety, he chose to conceal himself, avoiding conflict with Hongjun, thus rendering him absent from history. This was Yang Mei's optimal retreat. As for the second possibility, Luohou, well-versed in Hongjun's capabilities, recalled that Hongjun had once used the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin to deplete his own vitality. Even while holding the creation jade plate, he opted to remain in the shadows, waiting to reap the benefits. By this reasoning, it was likely that Yang Mei had already met a tragic fate, though no one in the primordial world was aware of it. If one were to consider their former rival's identity, Luohou would prefer the second outcome. Yet, setting aside all else, as an old acquaintance, Luohou hoped that Yang Mei had merely retreated, which would grant a perfect conclusion to his own journey through the primordial world. Shaking his head, Luohou dispelled these distractions. Sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform, He immersed his consciousness within the sea of awareness. There, the god-slaying spear emanated a dark light, coiled at the center. The 99 soul-scattering gourds circled around, daring not to approach the center even a step, although both were innate spiritual treasures. The 99 soul-scattering gourd could not match the god-slaying spear in power or origin, and thus could not occupy the prime position. Above these two treasures, a beam of purple light hung high. Though faint, it undeniably existed. The root of that former beam of primordial purple chi had now transformed into chaotic purple light. Resembling a seed, Luohou had employed countless methods to stimulate it, yet the purple light seemed impervious to all efforts. To date, there had been no discernible change. In desperation, Luohou resorted to nourishing it with his spiritual consciousness daily. Although uncertain of its effectiveness, based on the experiences gleaned from the path of the chaos demons, this was the last resort. With a silent sigh, Luohou commenced his cultivation. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, an aura emerged outside the cave. Defan Tian had returned. My lord, Defan Tian requests an audience. A thought from Luohou opened the cave door. Defan Tian's figure appeared beneath the Dao platform. Kneeling and reporting, I have gathered intelligence. Upon hearing this, Luohou opened his eyes. Speak. Defan Tian hurriedly continued. The Ren Water spiritual root is in the possession of the Taoist maiden Yao Qi from the Purple Cloud Palace. It is said she possesses a Ren Water peach tree, which is an innate water spiritual root. Luohou narrowed his eyes. Yao Qi? Defan Tian nodded. Luohou was unfamiliar with Yao Qi, but Hongyun was well acquainted with her. Yao Qi, now a Hongyun golden immortal, was among the few top-tier powers in the primordial world. To obtain the peach tree from her would be no easy feat, especially since she resided within the Purple Cloud Palace. What are the other spiritual roots? Defan Tian responded. The Gung Metal spiritual root is located in the west, at Mount Shumi. Mount Shumi? Upon hearing this, Luohou was stirred. Mount Shumi had once been his place of cultivation. How could he be unaware of the Gung Metal spiritual root? Defan Tian elaborated. I gathered information from various sources. It is said that the two figures, Jane and Juanti, at Mount Shumi possess a spiritual root known as the 9-segment bitter bamboo, which is the innate Gung Metal spiritual root. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Luohou silently noted this down. The Bing Fire and Jiaowood may prove even more challenging. Defan Tian continued. My subordinates have discovered that beneath Mount Buzhou, in the sacred land of the Wu clan, there exists an item called the Jianmu, which is the innate Jiaowood spiritual root. Meanwhile, within the Tang Valley, there lies the Bing Fire spiritual root, the Fusong divine tree. Luohou closed his eyes, pondering deeply. The Wu clan, the Yao clan, these are formidable entities in the current primordial world. Upon reflection, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within. When he initially practiced the demonic path, stirring the winds and clouds of the primordial world, there were only a handful of powerful adversaries. Now, the situation had changed. Saints had emerged, and not only that, but the figures who had also acquired primordial purple chi alongside Hongjun back then were no ordinary opponents. Judging by Hongjun's intentions, it was likely that those 5 would eventually attain enlightenment and become saints. Alongside Hongjun, 7 saints governed the primordial world. The 12 ancestor witches were born from Pangu's 12 drops of essence blood, embodying innate Hongyuan golden immortals, a full 12 of them. It was even rumored that the Wu clan possessed a secret technique, enabling the 12 ancestor witches to coalesce into a phantom of Pangu. Unfathomable. As for the Yao clan, aside from the already ascended Nuwa, there were Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fushi, and Kuanping. These 4, when gathered, represented the pinnacle beneath the saints of the primordial world. Especially Tai Yi, who had acquired the chaotic bell, an innate supreme treasure, naming it the Eastern Emperor Bell and declaring himself the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, claiming to be invincible beneath the saints. Furthermore, there were Hao Tian and Yao Qi from the Purple Cloud Palace, the formidable Mingyi, and Jin Yuanzi. How splendid! In such an illustrious background, how could his own presence be absent? Rising to his feet, Luohou's face radiated with fervor. Let us go. Defan Tian hastily inquired. Where shall my lord go? Luohou laughed heartily. Ever since my return to the primordial world, I have yet to visit Mount Shumi. Chapter 024. Where in this primordial realm can I not go? Setting forth from the Fire Cloud Cave, I journeyed northwest. After several months of travel, the land transformed in hue. Luohou halted his steps, as ahead lay the Western Territories, a familiar yet foreign aura wafting towards him. Behind, Defan Tian had caught up. My lord, advancing further will lead us into the Western domain, though I am not a frequent traveler in this primordial expanse. My inquiries have revealed that the 2 figures in the West are not to be underestimated. Engaging with them carelessly could lead to. Luohou replied calmly. I am well aware of this matter. The West, once the stronghold of his past life. Yet, recalling many details, he could not remember the presence of the likes of Jane and Juanti in the West. It seemed that either their strength was too feeble to attract his attention, or they had concealed themselves too well, only to rise again in the scorched earth after his defeat. Regardless, while he had no prior interactions with them, Hongyun possessed experience. Once, during the lecture at the Zishu Palace, Hongjun had expounded, with the two from the west arriving at the palace just in time. However, within the Zixia Palace, only 6 mats were available, already occupied by the earlier arrivals, the 3 purities, Hongyun, Kuanping, and Yuhua. The two from the west lamented their arduous journey, which stirred Hongyun's compassion, prompting him to relinquish a mat. Yet, soon after, the duo revealed their fangs. 1 mat was insufficient. They demanded a second. Thus began Hongyun's unfortunate journey. He, in his role as the good-natured one, even encouraged Kuanping to pity the two from the west. Furthermore, the 3 purities, proud and self-assured, regarded themselves as the true heirs of Pangu and looked down upon Kuanping and his ilk. This forced Kuanping to rise and cede his position on the mat. But who could have known that the position of the mat was the chosen abode of the primordial purple energy? Kuanping, compelled to relinquish the mat, thus lost the primordial purple energy, fostering resentment within him. Being a unity, the 3 purities naturally silenced any dissent. And so, Hongyun found himself in dire straits. Ambushed by Kuanping at his doorstep, he was gravely injured and fled to the realm of reincarnation, only to be ensnared by the covetous Minth. This led to the emergence of Luohou today. In other words, the two from the west could attain their present state, acquiring the primordial purple energy to forge their path to the saintly fruit of the Hongyun heavenly way, with half the credit belonging to Hongyun. Contemplating this, Luohou smiled. The merits of Hongyun were indeed his own. Yet, did his sins not also belong to Hongyun? In ancient times, Mount Sumeru and the eastern Kunlun echoed each other, both being the ancestral grounds of spiritual veins. Regrettably, he had indulged in the demonic path on Mount Sumeru, sacrificing lives to wield the path of slaughter against the Hongyun Dao fruit. Ultimately, he failed, shattering the spiritual veins of Mount Sumeru, transforming what was once a sacred land into a barren wasteland. Now, after countless eons, as he approached the west, the scent of desolation assailed him. He had destroyed the west, while Hongyun had built it anew. In this ebb and flow, had he not settled the score? As Luohou pondered, De Fantion dared not speak further. After a moment, Luohou declared, "Let us proceed. It is time to meet these two from the west." De Fantion nodded, following Luohou towards Mount Sumeru. Days later, the landscape before them turned a dark crimson. The land lay charred, even the mountains bearing a reddish-brown hue. The spiritual energy had withered, and even the vegetation appeared listless. Mount Sumeru. Gazing at the reddish-brown mountain range, Luohou exhaled deeply. "I am back," De Fantion interjected. "My lord." Hastily stepping forward, Luohou remarked, "It seems the two from the west do not welcome us." De Fantion suggested, "Shall I go forth to announce our arrival?" Luohou shook his head. "No need. We have arrived at our own doorstep. There is no necessity for announcements." With that, Luohou led De Fantion directly up Mount Sumeru. Upon the mountain, a young cultivator approached with a cheerful demeanor. The humble monk sensed a wave of auspicious energy emanating from the southeast. It must be the arrival of the venerable ancestor Hongyun. Forgive my lack of proper greeting. Luohou paused, casting a glance at the cultivator. A Tai golden immortal. A solid foundation, yet regrettably born a few years too late. Otherwise, he could have been of service to me. De Fantion inquired, "My lord comes to Mount Sumeru. Why do we not see the two from the west? Jane and Junti, here to welcome us? Could it be they have forgotten the bonds formed during the Zixia Palace?" The young cultivator scrutinized De Fantion, astonished. "The aura of the Blood Sea? Are you not one of the 4 disciples of the Blood Sea men?" De Fantion replied nonchalantly, "That is correct. But I now follow the venerable ancestor and serve him." Upon hearing this, the young cultivator's expression shifted slightly in surprise. The news of Hongyun's troubles in the realm of reincarnation had long spread throughout the primordial expanse. Yet, he had not anticipated Hongyun's safe return, having even subdued the Min's disciples to serve him. After the surprise, the young cultivator smiled. "Infinite longevity Buddha, I am a disciple of the West, Mithra. It is not that my master disregards the former bonds formed at the Zixia Palace. Rather, he is currently in seclusion, striving for the saintly fruit of the Hongyun Dao, unable to attend to matters. Thus, I have come to extend hospitality to both of you." De Fantion scoffed. "What do you mean by being unable? It is clear that he is avoiding us." Luohou replied calmly, "No matter. He may remain in his seclusion while I ascend Mount Sumeru." With that, Luohou began to move forward. Mithra was taken aback, quickly stepping in front. "Venerable ancestor Hongyun, such impetuousness in entering the mountain may not be wise. How about we descend the mountain for a discussion?" Luohou raised his head to regard him. "Do you know who I am?" Mithra, still wearing a smile, nodded earnestly. Luohou stated, "That is sufficient. I shall ascend the mountain and partake of the western fortune you offer." Upon hearing this, Mithra's expression shifted dramatically. "Ancestor, from where does this statement arise?" Luohou replied unhurriedly, "The primordial purple energy in your master's possession was exchanged by me. Should he attain sainthood, I shall naturally share in the merits. Let us begin from this point." With that, Luohou bypassed Mithra and proceeded up the mountain. Mithra was astonished. Why has Hongyun's demeanor changed so abruptly, becoming so unreasonable? Alas for the West! Mithra suddenly shouted, compelling Luohou to halt. "Since the ancient battles of gods and demons, our Western ancestral veins have been shattered, and spiritual energy is scarce. Now, in the eastern lands, talents abound, and spiritual energy flourishes, while we in the west lie in desolation, with barely a trace of life. The heavens have eyes. And with both of my masters at the pinnacle of Mount Sumeru, they seek to restore the western fortune, embarking on a journey across millions of miles to the Zixiao Palace in pursuit of primordial purple energy. Yet, the path to enlightenment is fraught with difficulty. How lamentable and infuriating. How tragic is the fate of the West, and how grievous are the sins of Luohou. Hearing this, Defan Tian was rendered speechless. To insult someone to their face. Mithria cast a furtive glance at Luohou's figure, hoping that such lamentations might soften Hongyun's heart. Luohou turned to Mithria, smiling. Seeing that smile, Mithria also smiled. You speak the truth. With that, Luohou turned and continued towards the mountain, leaving behind a bewildered Mithria and a secretly chuckling Defan Tian. Chapter 025. I follow my own path. This is my sanctuary. You are indeed correct. As Mithria pondered over these 4 words, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Is this really it? This cannot be right. You, Red Cloud, have emerged as a manifestation of a primordial red cloud, your nature predetermined, gentle, sincere, and altruistic. It is only fitting that you should be deeply affected by the sufferings of the world. Yet here I am, pouring out my heart in lamentation. And you offer not even the slightest reaction, merely acknowledging my plight? Then what is the point of my tears? As the shadow of Rahu loomed closer to the pinnacle, Mithria hastily pursued him. Oh, Red Cloud Ancestor! At the summit of Mount Sumeru, Rahu's footfalls echoed. A breeze swept towards him, seemingly drawn from the annals of time. It scattered the present before him, unveiling the resplendent scenes of a bygone era. Here, under the dominion of this unparalleled demon sovereign, supported by the malevolent aids of Jidu, a demon king and a demon lord, stood 36 heavenly demons and 72 earthly demons, a total of 108 celestial demons. Additionally, there were 360 demon generals, commanding an army of 129,600 soldiers, along with countless demonic cultivators reigning supreme in this realm. Time has passed, and now only a handful of scorched earth remains, whispering tales of the glorious battle that once was and the current desolation. The former demon Luo Palace has vanished, leaving behind only a modest ancient hall atop the mountain. Great Brahma hastily stepped forward. What was your standing in those days? Great Brahma replied, I was fortunate enough to be one of the 360 demon generals. Rahu nodded, acknowledging that to rise from among countless demon cultivators to become a general required strength nearing that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Alas, he later fell victim to the heavenly path's obliteration, redirecting his cultivation towards the Blood Sea path. And now he finds himself merely at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Let us depart. Rahu suppressed his emotions. He despised such sentiments. In his previous life, he would never have indulged in such reflections, yet now he found himself contemplating frequently. The influence of Red Cloud upon him was profound. 2 figures approached the ancient hall, where another figure emerged to greet them. Amitabha, the young monk. Before he could finish, Rahu brushed past him and entered the grand hall. Ksitigarbha's expression shifted with surprise. He quickly turned to follow. Gentlemen, please wait. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Rahu surveyed his surroundings. This place did not belong to the former demon Luo Palace. It was likely a sanctuary established in later times. Ksitigarbha approached Rahu, bowing respectfully. Red Cloud Ancestor, my master is currently in meditation and is unable to receive guests. I implore you. Rahu replied nonchalantly. I have come specifically for this matter. It is of no concern. I shall wait here until the day they attain enlightenment. Ksitigarbha furrowed his brow. Red Cloud Ancestor, this may be somewhat inappropriate, as this is, after all, my western sanctuary. Rahu shot him a glance and ascended to the elevated platform to sit. There is nothing inappropriate about this. In this primordial realm, there is no place I cannot go, especially not in the west. Ksitigarbha's ire began to rise. Red Cloud Ancestor, you still possess a reputation in the primordial realm. If you act thus, will it not become a source of ridicule? Ridicule? Rahu fixed his gaze upon him. What could they possibly mock me for? Ksitigarbha replied. They would laugh at you, Red Cloud Ancestor, for behaving like a rogue, occupying another's sanctuary without leaving. Rahu burst into laughter. Then from this moment forth, this shall be my sanctuary, and thus, this matter ceases to exist. Ksitigarbha was furious. You, Rahu's eyes flared. Silence. Summon Jane and Juni to meet me. Ksitigarbha gritted his teeth. My master is striving for the heavenly path Saint Realm. How can you command him as you please? From behind, Mithria rushed in and quickly interjected. Red Cloud Ancestor, this is indeed improper. Improper? Rahu sneered. What of it now? As he spoke, a fissure opened at his brow, and a crimson light erupted, casting a red hue over the entire hall. Even the plaque at the entrance materialized 3 grand characters. Fire Cloud Hall. From now on, this shall be renamed Fire Cloud Hall, my sanctuary. Do you have any objections? Great Brahma remained silent. Mithria's smile was more akin to a grimace. Ksitigarbha exclaimed in outrage. This is sheer tyranny. He raised his hand to unleash a stream of light aimed directly at Rahu's face. Great Brahma looked up. and with a swift motion, a hand fell, instantly filling the hall with a stench of blood and darkness. Boom. The hand struck down, causing Xidagarba to stagger back 2 steps, shaking the grand hall in the process. The blood-sea demonic path dares to run rampant in my west? Xidagarba seethed, preparing to retaliate when a handful of red sand rose from below, binding him entirely. In his struggle, the 9-9 scatter soul gourd appeared above him, bursting forth with crimson light. Mithria's expression changed drastically as he quickly clasped his hands together. His prayer beads soared into the air, coiling together to seal the gourdess mouth. Calm down, calm down. On the platform, Rahu cast a dismissive glance at the two. What? Do you intend to confront me? At that moment, a resonant Buddhist chant echoed from the void. Amitabha. As the chant resonated, the crimson hue in the hall gradually receded. Even the 3 characters of Fire Cloud Hall vanished. The red sand retreated, and the demonic aura was forced back. Great Brahma's expression became serious. A great Luo golden immortal? Outside the door, a bald figure entered. Raha raised an eyebrow. What is this? Upon seeing the newcomer, Mithria exhaled in relief. He turned and bowed, saying, Senior brother. Xidagarba, freed from his bindings, also bowed patiently. Greetings, senior brother. Rahu gestured, and the 9-9 scatter soul gourd vanished into thin air. The bald figure approached the platform and bowed to Rahu. A distant guest, I am the medicine master. I greet you, Red Cloud Ancestor. Rahu nodded. While the world claims the West is barren, who would have thought such a prodigy existed? The medicine master bore a gentle smile. You flatter me, Red Cloud Ancestor. My master invites you. Rahu chuckled. So, you are finally willing to meet. The medicine master remained composed. Please. Rahu rose and followed the medicine master out. Great Brahma trailed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, the medicine master said, Please follow this humble monk. With that, the medicine master stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Great Brahma whispered, My lord. Rahu replied with a smile, The Western friends are indeed intriguing. This grand hall is but an illusion of a sanctuary. The true sanctuary lies hidden within the space of the. He understood Great Brahma's concerns and waved dismissively. Fear not. I shall return shortly. With that, Rahu stepped forward, his figure disappearing from view. Xidagarba scoffed and turned to glare at Great Brahma. Great Brahma, equally displeased, retorted, What are you staring at? You. Xidagarba gritted his teeth, only to be stopped by Mithria. Since our master has already intervened, there is no need for further anger. Brother, you must temper your disposition. Leaving Great Brahma waiting outside, Rahu stepped forward, and the scene before him transformed instantaneously. The sky was clear, the mountains lush, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant flowers. Rahu gazed at this scene, so utterly distinct from the previous one, with a hint of surprise. This place is. Ahead, the medicine master halted and bowed with a smile. Here lies the true remnants of Mount Sumeru. Chapter 26. The Trade of the Blissful World. The ruins of Mount Sumeru? Upon hearing this, Rahu fell into silence. After the great battle, the ancestral veins of the West lay shattered. On his way here, Rahu had harbored some doubts. Despite the destruction of the ancestral veins, the West was not devoid of other spiritual veins. Why then was the land so desolate, void of even a blade of grass? The burden of this desolation did not seem to rest solely upon him. Now that he had arrived, he began to comprehend the reality. The 2 figures, Xidagarba and Samantabhadra, were indeed executing a grand plan. The ruins of Mount Sumeru consist of 2 parts. The first part is what can be seen from the outside, a wasteland ravaged by the cataclysmic battle of gods and demons, which remains irreparably desolate to this day. Conversely, the areas that suffered less damage, or were untouched, have been forcibly pieced together by Xidagarba and Samantabhadra using their formidable powers. They have utilized spatial forces to open up a second world. The true spiritual lineage of the West resides within this realm, not without. This place is called Bliss. Bliss? Upon hearing the words of the medicine master, Rahu raised an eyebrow. Turning, the medicine master walked ahead, with Rahu following closely, observing the surroundings. Our West has suffered greatly from the fires of ancient wars. My master, in his quest to provide a glimmer of hope for the beings of the West, has gathered the spiritual veins of the Western lands here, coalescing the blissful world, establishing a spiritual lineage, and benefiting all sentient beings. Rahu inquired, How many possess the spiritual lineage of the West? The medicine master replied with a smile. Talents in the West have dwindled. Only those with great capabilities may enter. Currently, there are merely 3 of us, by fortunate chance. 3? In the entirety of the West. There are only 3 disciples under the 2 supreme beings. It is indeed a desolation. Please. Amidst the verdant mountains and clear waters, the medicine master gestured invitingly. Rahu looked ahead, where beneath the towering tree sat 2 figures in meditation, Xidagarba and Samantabhadra. Rahu nodded and stepped forward to stand beneath the tree. Ignoring the 2, he carefully observed the tree. This tree, known as Bodhi, was born from the convergence of the spiritual veins of the West. Though it may not be on par with innate spiritual roots, it is certainly not inferior. Rahu heard the voice of Xidagarba and fell into contemplation, closing his eyes to sense deeply. In the midst of formlessness, a mysterious aura radiated from the tree. This aura, Rahu pondered, enlightenment. Samantabhadra opened his eyes and smiled. Indeed, my friend has a discerning eye. This Bodhi tree is most beneficial for achieving enlightenment. Rahu opened his eyes and sighed. The peak leads to downfall, and adversity leads to prosperity. Ksitigarbha rose and approached Rahu, gazing up at the tree with a smile. This tree may very well be the foundation of our West's future. We intend to establish the blissful world here and, in time, spread our Western spiritual lineage throughout the primordial chaos. Anyone with the opportunity may cultivate our profound methods and enter our blissful world. We shall share in the prosperity of the West. Rahu nodded. A grand endeavor. Samantabhadra chuckled. Previously, I heard that you encountered misfortune in the realm of reincarnation. Now that you have returned safely, albeit with diminished cultivation, it can be said you are fortunate amidst misfortune. Rahu turned to look at the two. This fortune is better left unclaimed. Samantabhadra laughed. My friend, you are mistaken. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If you had not undergone this experience, how could you rebuild the 5 elements of Tai? Rahu turned to face them, with the aura of 3 flowers gathering atop his head, forming the embryonic shape of the Tao fruit of the primordial chaos. This embryonic form had also appeared during Rahu's peak in his past life. It was a sign of the impending breakthrough to the Tao fruit of primordial chaos. However, unlike before, a strand of purple energy surged upward from the foreheads of Ksitigarbha and Samantabhadra, emanating a faint purple light from their Tao fruits above. The purple energy comes from the east. It seemed these two were not far from attaining enlightenment and becoming saints of the heavenly path. You two are fortunate indeed. Rahu mused, concluding that the primordial purple energy had been refined, and they were soon to challenge the Tao fruit of primordial chaos. This is truly joyous news. Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha and Samantabhadra exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Samantabhadra extended his hand. Please, my friend. The 3 sat in meditation beneath the Bodhi tree. Ksitigarbha remarked, though we possess this blissful world, alas, the ancestral veins are shattered. The current glory is perhaps only a fraction of what the eastern lands possess. The fortune of the western lands has also waned, rendering it impossible for us to collectively attain the enlightenment we seek. Is it starting again? The lamentation of poverty? Rahu chuckled. That can be easily resolved. The two turned to look at him. Rahu continued, both of you possess the potential for enlightenment. Why do you not consider leaving the West? If even one of you departs, perhaps the fortune would suffice. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and smiled. If it were that simple, we would have left long ago. However, at the beginning of our cultivation, witnessing the decay of the West, we vowed to dedicate ourselves to its resurgence. If we were to depart, would that not betray our original oath? How would the heavenly path allow it? Rahu smiled. These two were both nurtured by the West and confined by it. Ksitigarbha interjected, let us not dwell on that. My friend, your visit today must surely hold some counsel. Rahu nodded. I intend to cultivate in the West. Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha and Samantabhadra's expressions turned to disbelief. Do not jest. Rahu turned to the two with a smile. I speak earnestly. Consider my red cloud, a lineage of innate origin. Within the palace of purple clouds, I had my rightful place. Now, having fallen to this state, my cultivation has plummeted. Heaven does not respond, and the earth does not heed my call. After much contemplation, I find that there remains a karmic bond in the West that remains unresolved. Hence, I have come to seek refuge, so that in the future, we may sit together and discuss the Tao, sharing in the fortune of the West, which would indeed be a beautiful tale. Upon hearing this, Ksitigarbha and Samantabhadra exchanged glances, remaining silent. The bill is coming due. The West owes a debt to Red Cloud. This is a fact. Had Red Cloud perished in the realm of reincarnation, this debt would have been absolved. Yet no one anticipated that Red Cloud would survive. His arrival in the West must certainly be to claim his due and assist in his cultivation. Ksitigarbha pondered briefly and ceased to speak further. My friend, do not jest. The West barely sustains us. If you were to come here, would that not be self-sabotage? Samantabhadra added, indeed, your cultivation has greatly declined. Should you require our assistance? Do not hesitate to ask. I have been waiting for these words. Rahu stood. Since you have spoken thus, I shall refrain from further insistence. Very well. I am indeed encountering some difficulties in my cultivation at present. I kindly ask for your assistance. If you are willing to discuss terms, we are all ears. Ksitigarbha urged. Rahu stated, the water of Rin, the Pan Tao, the cosmic tree, the sacred tree of Fusang, and the golden bamboo. Upon uttering these words, Ksitigarbha and Samantabhadra displayed expressions of concern. They understood Rahu's intentions and recognized the implications. Rahu was currently in the process of re-establishing the 5 elements of Tai, with only the energy of the spleen flourishing. The conditions he laid forth were merely to gather the innate 5 elements' spiritual roots to achieve a complete Tai. However, surveying the vastness of the primordial chaos, it was nearly impossible to gather these 5 types of spiritual roots. The Jade Pool, the Witch Clan, and the Demon Court. These 3 factions were no trifling matter. To obtain the spiritual roots from them would be no easy feat. Noticing the two's silence, Rahu declared, once I acquire these 4 types of spiritual roots, I shall take a vow to resolve all karmic ties with the West. Upon hearing this, Sinagarba and Samantabhadra's eyes immediately brightened. Chapter 27. The Ancient Battlefield. The conditions are truly enticing. In this primeval world, who yearns the most for the absence of Hongyun? It is neither Kuanping nor the River of Oblivion, but rather the western duo of Jane and Zhuanti. The position of the lotus seed in the Zishu Palace was granted to the west by Hongyun. The primordial purple energy was something Hongyun procured for the two of them. Thus, the opportunity for sanctification and the merits of becoming a saint naturally bear Hongyun's contribution. The West has incurred such significant karmic debt. How will it repay it? It cannot. Since repayment is impossible, the only option left is to invite the creditor to demise. Once the creditor perishes, the debt is considered settled. Everyone is perceptive. Hongyun's actions in the Zishu Palace were evident to all, inevitably inciting Kuanping's resentment. The three pure ones fear nothing, but if Kuanping seeks vengeance, he can only target Hongyun. The two from the West are aware of this, yet they have chosen to remain silent, even feigning ignorance, returning to Mount Sumeru and dismissing external news, merely awaiting Hongyun's demise. Yet now, Hongyun stands before them. Despite their greatest wish for his non-existence, anyone can act, except for the two of them. The West cannot harm Hongyun. The heavenly Tao is merciless, yet it is also impartial. The West already owes Hongyun. If Hongyun were to perish at the hands of the West, the karmic repercussions would be monumental, for the heavenly Tao places utmost importance on the balance of karma. The West would find it impossible to recover. But these conditions. Rahu remains unhurried. For him at this moment, there is no place safer than here. The two from the West will undoubtedly go to great lengths to ensure his safety, even if he were to step out of the West and die instantly. It would not concern them. This matter may be fraught with difficulty, but now that I have spoken, the heavenly Tao shall bear witness. As long as I acquire these 4 types of spiritual roots, I seek nothing more. Thereafter, the karmic ties between the West and myself shall be severed. You two may certainly attain enlightenment. Upon hearing Rahu's words, Zhuanti frowned and said, "We naturally believe and are delighted by your words, dear friend. This bitter bamboo is easily managed and can be presented to you immediately. However, the other 3 types of spiritual roots." Raising his gaze, he looked at Rahu and added, "We must deliberate further." Under the watchful gazes of the two, Rahu resumed his seat. Indeed, further deliberation. Witnessing this scene, Jane and Zhuanti found themselves at a loss for words. Debts must ultimately be repaid. Rahu and the two from the West sat down to discuss the Tao. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away once more. The discourse yielded little. The two from the West were not like Xinyuanzi, who hoarded and concealed everything. Rahu was likewise unyielding, merely consuming time. On this day, a voice echoed throughout the primeval world once more. I, the Grand Supreme Elder, have today attained the path of sainthood. The voice was amplified by the heavenly Tao, resonating throughout the entire primeval realm. In an instant, all living beings were astounded. Following Nuwa's attainment of the Tao, another heavenly Tao saint had succeeded. This proclamation was naturally heard by the 3 in the Pure Land atop Mount Sumeru. Rahu smiled and remarked, "The primeval world has gained another heavenly Tao saint, truly a cause for celebration." In stark contrast, Jane and Zhuanti wore expressions of deep concern, unable to muster any joy. Rising, Jane took the initiative to speak. "Friend Hongyun, since we have promised to find the other 5 elemental spiritual roots for you, we shall certainly fulfill our word. We implore you, Hongyun, to return and await our arrival. Once we procure them, we shall personally deliver them to the Fire Cloud Cave." "Are you issuing an expulsion order?" Rahu shook his head and replied, "You two do not understand. My cultivation has significantly declined, and this primeval realm is rife with dangers. If I can return to the great Luo realm sooner, it will grant me some measure of self-defense. Should you both wish to venture out in search of opportunities for sanctification, rest assured, I will not hinder your steps." Observing Rahu's nonchalant demeanor, Jane's expression darkened considerably. He produced an object, a segment of golden silk bamboo. This item is the golden silk bitter bamboo, a precious innate spiritual root that we in the West have painstakingly cultivated. I wish to present this segment as a token of our resolve. Rahu glanced at the golden silk bamboo, sensing its abundant spiritual energy, infused with the pure essence of metal. How had he been unaware that the West possessed innate spiritual roots? Otherwise, it would not have fallen into the hands of others. Accepting it, Rahu declared, "Very well. I shall wait outside while also admiring the splendid scenery of Mount Sumeru. You two should also venture out and see how the others achieve their sanctification." Moreover, Rahu pondered, among the 3 pure ones, Taiji has now attained sainthood. It is likely that Yuqing and Shanqing will achieve the same in the near future. You two might as well go and take a look. Perhaps there are opportunities awaiting you. Upon hearing this, Zhuanti's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This is indeed astute. Jane hesitated, casting a glance at Rahu. Rahu affirmed, "Now that I have spoken, I shall certainly act upon it. I shall depart from your pure land and wait outside." With that, Rahu turned and left. After taking 2 steps, he exited the Pure Land and returned to the pinnacle of Mount Sumeru. Before the dilapidated palace of Mount Sumeru, Brahma was waiting at the entrance. Engaged in meditation, sensing Rahu's aura, he quickly awakened from his trance. "My lord." Rahu nodded, inquiring, "How long has it been?" Brahma replied. My lord has been in that secret realm for perhaps 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Rahu mused that his cultivation could have advanced significantly. Yet he felt no urgency. Once the 5 elemental spiritual roots were gathered, his cultivation would naturally improve. Shortly thereafter, Jain and Juanti also emerged. Maitreya and Ksitigarbha exited the palace, hastily bowing in respect. Teacher, Jain stated, we plan to journey to the eastern Kunlun. You all should practice diligently and await our return. Ksitigarbha and Maitreya bowed deeply. Juanti turned to Rahu and smiled. Friend Hongyun will remain here on Mount Sumeru for the time being. You must treat him with utmost hospitality and not neglect him. Rahu waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. I have said I wish to enjoy the scenery of Mount Sumeru during this period, without the need for special treatment. Once you two return, I shall depart from Mount Sumeru. Seeing Rahu so agreeable, they had nothing more to say. Very well, dear friend Hongyun, please take your leave. We shall be on our way. Jain and Juanti bowed and stepped away, vanishing without a trace. Ksitigarbha regarded Rahu with a face of indifference, while Maitreya smiled warmly. Rahu glanced at the two before turning toward the rear of Mount Sumeru. Hongyun ancestor. Maitreya's voice called out. Rahu paused, and Maitreya continued. The rear mountain is the site of the ancient struggles between gods and demons. Though countless ages have passed, the lingering aura of slaughter and destructive power remains formidable. Should you wish to explore, please exercise caution. Rahu replied nonchalantly. Thank you for the warning. With that, Rahu's figure vanished, followed closely by Brahma. Ksitigarbha remarked, Brother, why bother to warn him? Maitreya chuckled. The teacher said that Hongyun is a distinguished guest. Since he is a guest, it is only proper to offer a warning. Should he carelessly perish on the rear mountain, it would not reflect well on the west. At these words, Ksitigarbha also smiled. So it is, indeed, if the two of them were to enter the abyss of hell. Before he could finish, Maitreya raised a hand to stop him. Brother, do not speak carelessly. Chapter 28, The Inferno of No Escape. The sacred Mount Sumeru has come to possess a distinction between its front and rear. This division was non-existent in the past. However, after the catastrophic battle that shattered the entire mountain, it has now been reorganized by the figures of G, Y, N, and Zich and T, giving rise to this newfound separation. The front of the mountain is where they had just been, a place adorned with majestic temples and concealed realms of bliss. As for the rear mountain, from a lofty vantage point, Luohou gazed down at a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Perhaps for Luohou, this was the true return to a familiar land. De Fan Tian trailed closely behind Luohou, casting a glance downward that stirred within him an unsettling dread. Even after countless eons, this place remained in such a dismal state? Luohou nodded. Beneath his feet lay not barren earth but a fragmented world. The chaotic winds and flames of the earth surged violently, and in some areas, the battle from ages past had ruptured the fabric of space, leaving it in a state of irreversible disarray. Occasionally, chaotic torrents erupted, and in the distance, mountains of corpses accumulated. These were the remains of mighty beings from countless millennia ago. Among them were numerous Deluo golden immortals, and even colossal skeletal remains belonging to dragons, phoenixes, and 5-colored cheilants, stretching thousands of feet in length. The sight of these white, ghastly bones was utterly terrifying. My lord, shall we proceed further? Luohou inquired. You may wait here. I have matters to attend to. With that, Luohou stepped forward into this desolate expanse. De Fan Tian opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. The space below was perilously thin, and any misstep could lead to catastrophe. Should the ground give way, the violent winds and flames would erupt, potentially inflicting grievous injuries or obliterating one entirely. Luohou, as a Deluo golden immortal, might have faced little danger. But at this moment, he was merely at the early stage of Tai, which posed considerable challenges. Moreover, the further one ventured, the more treacherous the terrain became, with the fabric of space growing increasingly tenuous, presenting even greater hazards. Why must he traverse this path personally? Was it truly necessary? Indeed it was. While at Mount Wanshou, Luohou had previously entered the Earth Book to merge his essence with that of Hongyun in order to regain his strength. He recalled the second instance when he discovered his own demonic mark at the summit of Mount Sumeru. The mark of the god-slaying spear was found there as well. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he sensed a third mark, the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus. Much like the god-slaying spear, this was a primal, supreme defensive spiritual treasure that once belonged to Luohou himself. The emergence of this mark served as a reminder. After the cataclysmic battle, the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus had vanished without a trace. However, according to his last recollections from his previous life, the Black Lotus had not been destroyed. Rather, it had been concealed after his own suppression beneath the creation jade disk, disappearing from Mount Sumeru. If he could locate the Black Lotus, it would undoubtedly aid him in the future. Currently, GYN and Zich were in dire need of opportunities for enlightenment and had ventured eastward in search of experience. Only 3 disciples from the west remained, allowing Luohou to disregard their presence entirely. As he stood amidst this eerie landscape, Luohou's brow furrowed, and he summoned the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. With each step forward, a handful of red sand materialized beneath his feet, serving as stepping stones. His consciousness expanded, probing the surroundings. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, even shrouding the void in a pallid haze. In denser areas, even his awareness was obstructed. A gentle breeze swept through the gaps between the skeletal remains, carrying with it an eerie, almost ethereal sound, reminiscent of wails and screams echoing through the ages. Any ordinary cultivator would likely find themselves paralyzed with fear in such a place. Yet, Luohou strolled casually, unperturbed. He had witnessed far too many scenes of carnage and bloodshed. The horrors before him were the consequences of his own actions. What was there to fear? They were but a gathering of vanquished foes, who had perished at his hands. Why should he dread them in death? The deeper he ventured, the more intense the malevolence became, reaching a terrifying density where one could hardly see their own hand before their face. This was the inferno of no escape. This was the very realm described by Dizong and Methreya. Here, a moment's inattention could lead one astray, rendering them oblivious to the passage of time. As if lost within chaos itself, the overwhelming malevolence obscured his senses, leaving him uncertain of where to place his next step. Who could say whether he would tread upon a spatial rift or be engulfed by the raging winds and flames? Once utterly lost within, the chances of escape would be non-existent. Luohou scanned his surroundings, taking in the endless expanse of white. Some might assume that this malevolence would be black, but that was not the case. The malevolence here was white. After discerning his direction, Luohou pressed onward, the malevolence growing ever more potent. Even his consciousness faced obstruction. And when he extended his awareness, he felt an invisible force tugging at him. It was as if the primordial beings he had slain in his past life were seeking retribution in this peculiar manner. Luohou furrowed his brow. Not out of fear of these forces. The malevolence posed no discomfort to him. Rather, he was concerned because, having journeyed this far into the heart of the inferno, he had yet to sense the presence of the Annihilation Black Lotus. After a moment of contemplation, Luohou came to terms with it. If it were so easy to detect, Gyn and Zhnt, having fashioned this realm themselves, would surely have sensed it as well. A supreme innate defensive spiritual treasure was not something anyone would wish to overlook. After a brief pause, the red sand transformed into a mat, and Luohou sat cross-legged upon it. Closing his eyes, he clandestinely activated his methods. Since he could not sense the Annihilation Black Lotus, he would allow it to seek him out. Chanting incantations, he knew that though he currently embodied the form of Hongyun, he still retained control over the methods to manipulate the Annihilation Black Lotus. It was merely a matter of refining it once more. On Mount Sumeru, De Fan Tian gazed into the distance, a hint of concern crossing his features. Luohou had been gone for quite some time, and there had been no sign of his return. His emotions were conflicted. If Luohou were to perish within, where would he turn? Back to the Sea of Blood? Footsteps approached from behind, and without turning, De Fan Tian knew who it was. The Umitba. Methreya strolled forward with a cheerful demeanor, casting his gaze toward the distance. Has the esteemed ancestor Hongyun ventured into the inferno of no escape? Alas, it is regrettable. If only I had alerted him sooner. That realm is no place for the faint of heart. It was constructed by our two masters using their immense powers to gather the ancient battlefield. An overwhelming aura of malevolence and chaotic winds and flames, not to mention the spatial rifts that abound. Most critically, these malevolent forces can deplete one's consciousness and even consume their primordial essence. De Fan Tian let out a cold chuckle, choosing not to respond. Methreya turned to De Fan Tian, inquiring, "Yet, I have long harbored a question. As a disciple of the Sea of Blood, why do you now choose to follow the esteemed ancestor Hongyun? Is there a secret to this?" Methreya's face was alight with a smile. Could it be that there is something hidden beneath? Chapter 29. Found you? Upon hearing Methreya's words, Brahma responded with an air of indifference. "This matter has no bearing on you." Methreya shook his head. "Indeed, it does not concern this humble monk, but I, from the West, harbor a compassionate heart and am ever willing to open the gates of convenience to guide sentient beings through their tribulations. If you encounter difficulties, perhaps I might offer some assistance. Moreover, I harbor a second query." Gazing into the distance, Methreya narrowed his eyes slightly, a profound smile gracing his face. "From my understanding, the venerable Hongyun has cultivated the Tao of balance and harmony, embodying the utmost strength and positivity. Yet, the malevolent aura emanating from this purgatory is the most insidious and toxic. It stands to reason that the venerable Hongyun should be aware of these dangers before stepping into such a realm. Could it be that he seeks to forge his path through this malevolence? However, forgive my impertinence, for I fear that at his current level, he may not withstand the onslaught of such darkness. Unless..." Methreya turned his gaze back to Brahma. "Unless the venerable Hongyun's Tao has strayed from its equilibrium. If so, can he still be considered the venerable Hongyun?" Brahma's eyes remained serene. After pondering this question, he glanced at Methreya and smiled. "If he is not the venerable Hongyun, then who is he?" Methreya replied with a smile. "I am eager to learn." Brahma replied coolly, "These are mere conjectures you have posited. You inquire of me, yet you remain unaware of their implications." Methreya redirected his gaze towards the distant purgatory. A vast expanse of white, with corpses piled high, even surpassing Mount Sumeru. I have heard that after reaching the realm of the Hongyun Golden Immortal, one must embark on the path of severing corpses. Furthermore, there are said to be techniques for refining corporeal avatars. Surely, the ancestor of the Blood Sea in the underworld must excel in such arts. Brahma was momentarily taken aback. He could not deny that Maitreya's intuition was remarkably accurate. Indeed, this was not the Hongyun of yore, yet such imagination seemed overly extravagant. Refining corporeal avatars? Are you implying that the Hongyun before us is merely an avatar created by the ancestor of the Nether River from Hongyun's remains? Brahma fell silent, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Maitreya cast a glance back, but chose not to speak further. In the depths of the purgatory, Rahu loomed over the red sands, surrounded by ever-twisting, folding spaces that ultimately shattered. Chaotic currents burst forth from the void. Fortunately, at critical moments, the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd would shield Rahu from disturbances, preventing any disruption to his focus. Time held no meaning here. And Rahu lost track of how long had passed since he had summoned the World Destruction Black Lotus through secret arts, yet still found no success. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Was the World Destruction Black Lotus not present here? Upon opening his eyes, Rahu instinctively scanned his surroundings. Boundless malevolence enveloped him, obscuring any trace of clarity. Malevolence? Rahu pondered. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal, encircling his hands in a yin-yang formation. The swirling malevolence approached and began to be refined under Rahu's influence. As time continued to slip away, Rahu abruptly opened his eyes. Lowering his gaze, he observed that within the yin-yang fish he embraced, the once white malevolence had transformed into a strand of black essence. Extending his hand, that strand of black essence settled into his palm. Raising his hand, Rahu gazed at the black essence with a smile. I have found you. He comprehended that the World Destruction Black Lotus had not concealed itself but was, in fact, right before him. This boundless malevolence served as the perfect veil for its hiding. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures possess their own spirits. The World Destruction Black Lotus, imbued with boundless malevolence, would be easily detected if it were concealed in space. However, if it melded seamlessly with this malevolence, it would require direct interaction to uncover its presence. For the West, this malevolence is harmful and of no benefit, thus, they would naturally refrain from utilizing or refining it. Hence, the World Destruction Black Lotus had remained right before him all along. With this realization, Rahu focused intently on refining the surrounding malevolent energies. Time continued to rush forward. Unbeknownst to him, another voice resonated throughout the primordial expanse, echoing through the realms. Yuqing Yuansher, today attained the path of sanctification. Aside from Hongyun in the Zishu Palace, 3 individuals had already attained the status of heavenly saints in the primordial realm. Atop Mount Sumeru, Brahma sat in meditation. Maitreya had departed, and Rahu had been ensconced in the purgatory for what felt like millennia, likely unable to return. Yet, Brahma did not dare to leave hastily, and remained in waiting. Another millennium passed in haste. A 4th voice resounded throughout the primordial realm. Shanqing Tongtian, today attained the path of sanctification. All 3 pure ones had become saints. Initially, only the 2 from the west were yet to make progress after receiving the primordial purple energy within the Zishu Palace. Atop Mount Sumeru, Brahma also departed. He hesitated to venture into the unknown, for risking his life would be an unwise endeavor. However, before leaving, he left behind a mark. Should Rahu emerge and find him absent, he would undoubtedly be incensed. 30,000 years had elapsed. The malevolence of the purgatory remained ever present. One day, within the forsaken purgatory, a black light erupted from the white malevolence. The black light was immense, swiftly transforming into the shape of a 12-petal lotus, vanishing in an instant. Within the ancient halls of Mount Sumeru, Ksitigarbha and Maitreya felt a sudden awareness and opened their eyes. In the next moment, both figures had arrived at the rear mountain. In the distance, the purgatory showed no sign of abnormality. Brother, did you sense that? A surge of sinister malevolence flashed by. Ksitigarbha's expression was grave. Maitreya nodded. The commotion was considerable. I certainly felt it. With our 2 masters absent from the mountain and the elder brother, the medicine master, guarding the Pure Land, we cannot afford any negligence. With only us 2 left to watch over, we must be prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Ksitigarbha, filled with determination, looked towards the distance and proposed, why not let me venture forth to investigate while you remain here as a sentinel? Maitreya shook his head. There is no need. As long as that sinister malevolence does not target Mount Sumeru or the Pure Land, we need not concern ourselves. After all, this is an ancient battlefield. And should anything arise, it would not be unexpected. Ksitigarbha furrowed his brow, feeling an ominous foreboding. I sense that something ill-fated may transpire. Maitreya's smile faltered slightly. Is that so? I share your sentiment. In that moment, they felt as though a ferocious beast was awakening within the ancient battlefield, poised to devour all of Mount Sumeru. Let us depart. We shall address everything upon our master's return. Maitreya turned to leave, yet Ksitigarbha lingered, casting a worried glance towards the distance. What is that? Maitreya turned back, squinting towards the far-off scene. Within the purgatory, obscured by white malevolence, a figure gradually began to take form, moving slowly towards them, leaving a distinct trail with each step, a lotus blooming with every footfall. Chapter 030, 1 against 2, the Demon Arhut. Upon witnessing the figure emerging from the abyssal purgatory, the Earth Store was instantly beset by dread. Even Mithraea retracted his smile, his face now a canvas of vigilance. With a single step, Rahu traversed the vast distance as if it were mere inches, arriving atop Mount Sumeru in mere moments. Observing the two Western disciples poised for action, Rahu nonchalantly inquired, "Where is Mahabrahma?" Mithraea, with a glint of suspicion in his gaze, responded, "Old Ancestor Red Cloud?" Rahu replied indifferently, "What business do you have?" Earth Store, lacking patience, blurted out, "Who exactly are you?" Rahu cast a glance at him and continued onward. Passing by the two, he halted, gesturing as a strand of energy fell into his hand. Within that energy, the voice of Mahabrahma echoed, "My lord, in the wilderness, sages have emerged one after another. Since your journey to the abyssal purgatory, you have yet to return. Mahabrahma, audaciously acting in your stead, has ventured into the wilderness to gather intelligence from all corners. Should you return, Mahabrahma shall naturally align with you." Hearing this, Rahu scoffed and crushed the energy in his palm. It was merely a pretext born from fear of fleeing. As for whether he would spare him, that depended on his actions. Have the guides returned? Earth Store fixed his gaze on Rahu's retreating figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Although he could not sense it, the aura of malevolence had undeniably manifested. Yet, within the entire abyssal purgatory, he was the sole Red Cloud. Who would believe this aura had anything to do with him? Mithraea had suspected this long ago, but regrettably lacked evidence. Turning back, Rahu smiled at the two. "What is this? You appear so alarmed. Are you planning to take my life here on Mount Sumeru?" Mithraea suddenly chuckled. "Old Ancestor Red Cloud. What do you mean?" The young monk is merely curious. "After 30,000 years in the abyssal purgatory, what discoveries have you made?" Rahu replied casually. "The atmosphere is thick with malevolence, a landscape of corpses and rivers of blood, with thunder, fire, and chaos swirling about. It is indeed At this point, a mocking smile graced Rahu's lips, a splendid place to conceal celestial secrets. Upon hearing this, Mithraea's smile faltered slightly. "Ah, Old Ancestor Red Cloud speaks wisely. As for my two masters, they have yet to return. If Old Ancestor Red Cloud cannot wait, my brother and I can escort you down the mountain, awaiting the return of our masters." Before he could finish, Rahu turned to leave. "No need. I shall wait for them here on the mountain." Witnessing this scene, Earth Store gritted his teeth and stepped forward, but was halted by Mithraea's outstretched hand. "Junior brother, why must he remain so impetuous? Whatever secrets Old Red Cloud possesses, we cannot force him to divulge. Even if we seek answers, it should wait until our masters return. Besides, he has rendered kindness to our Western realm. He is a benefactor of ours. Should anything truly transpire, our master will handle it. Our master often advises restraint, yet you seem incapable of changing your ways." Earth Store retorted angrily. The malevolent aura from the abyssal purgatory must be linked to him. His refusal to speak while lingering on Mount Sumeru is clearly indicative of ulterior motives. Mithraea's expression darkened. "Even so, we must endure." Earth Store, gritting his teeth, could only stomp in frustration. Within the temple, Rahu sat cross-legged upon the dais. The world-destroying Black Lotus was finally in his possession. Yet he had not anticipated that after an eternity of separation, their reunion would occur under such circumstances. Thus, only the four swords of celestial execution remained. Regrettably, they had been seized by Hongyun, making their retrieval a formidable challenge. Regardless, with the god-slaying spear and the world-destroying Black Lotus in hand, he felt a certain invincibility within the wilderness for the time being. He opened his palm, revealing a strand of golden silk bamboo. As this object emerged, the entire temple radiated brilliance, the golden light dazzling and the treasure's aura shimmering. Earth Store and Mithraea, entering the temple, instantly paled. Golden silk bamboo? In an instant, their figures vanished as they charged towards Rahu. Rahu raised his gaze, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. The 99 soul-dispersing gourd unfurled, the red sand cascading down like an endless torrent, surging forth with a resounding crash, spilling out of the great hall. The force compelled Earth Store and Mithraea to retreat. Mithraea clasped his hands, the beads in his grasp glowing fiercely. "Bind," he uttered softly, and in an instant, the beads erupted in a million golden rays. As they spun, an immense gravitational force began to draw the red sand inexorably towards them. "Junior brother." Earth Store had awaited this moment. He reached out, wielding the demon-subduing pestle and striking down into the great hall. The 99 soul-dispersing gourd shimmered brilliantly, transforming the red sand into thousands of weapons that countered the strike. Simultaneously, beneath the cover of this red sand, a wisp of crimson smoke slithered forth from the great hall, aiming directly at the two. Mithraea merely caught a whiff, and his expression immediately changed. "It is a mental assault. Junior brother, be cautious. Embrace unity and do not fall into his trap." Earth Store, ignoring the warning, continued to swing the demon-subduing pestle towards the great hall. He was swiftly engulfed by the oncoming red sand and smoke. Mithraea was alarmed. "Junior brother." "Oh no." With no time to spare, Mithraea hastily produced an item, a treasure from the Western realm, a wooden fish. Chanting a scripture, The sound resonated like a myriad of Buddhas converging, echoing throughout Mount Sumeru. Golden light erupted from his entire being as he braved the encroaching smoke, advancing step by step towards the great hall. On the dais, Rahu observed the golden silk bamboo in his hand before glancing back at the exterior of the great hall. Within the red sand, Earth's door was locked in a fierce battle, his fury akin to an indignant Vajra. Raha chuckled lightly. Western disciples? How could there be such a brute among them? With a mere thought, the crimson smoke took on an even more sinister quality. In his rage, Earth's door remained blissfully unaware of the dangers surrounding him, relentlessly hacking his way towards the great hall. Rahu opened his mouth, a string of arcane words escaping his lips. Earth's door's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Simultaneously, Maitreya rushed in. Rahu waved his hand, and he vanished from the great hall. The red sand receded, leaving only the permeating crimson smoke. I see, Maitreya shouted. Junior brother. This is a poison of the mind. Be extremely cautious. Yet, as the red sand withdrew, losing its target, Earth's door abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on Maitreya. Demon. To exterminate demons and uphold the path. With the aura of a Tai golden immortal bursting forth, he raised the demon-subduing pestle and charged at Maitreya. Maitreya's face changed dramatically. This is bad. His figure instantly vanished from the great hall, but Earth's door had already locked onto him, their forms synchronizing in their disappearance. When they reappeared, they found themselves high above Mount Sumeru. As Maitreya steadied himself, Earth's door, consumed by madness, lunged fiercely at him. Maitreya bellowed, Junior brother. Are you still not awake? With a mighty radiance, the wooden fish resonated with a deafening chant, yet Earth's door remained unfazed, still in a frenzy. Gritting his teeth, Maitreya prepared to unleash his full power when a voice resonated from the distant void. Amitba, disciple, if you do not awaken now, when will you? Buzz Whoosh Chapter 031, Ruthlessness from the West Since Ancient Times. As the sound of the Buddha's chant resonated, the Ksitigarbha, exerting every ounce of strength, plummeted from the sky. Boom. Mount Sumeru trembled, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the haze, a golden light began to converge. Whoosh. The wind stirred. Maitreya hurriedly gazed into the distance, spotting two figures standing atop the clouds. Master. Maitreya rushed forward to greet them. The expressions of Jain and Juanti remained impassive as they descended towards Mount Sumeru. Once the wind passed and the dust settled, the once mighty Mount Sumeru was left with shattered palaces, reduced to a vast pit spanning several thousand feet. In the depths of this chasm, Ksitigarbha sat cross-legged, his visage aglow with golden radiance. Maitreya approached with concern, relieved to find Ksitigarbha's breath weak, yet stable. Disciple, Juanti inquired. What has transpired? Maitreya hastily replied, Master, it was that red cloud. He clapped, clapped, clapped. In the void above, Rahu appeared, clapping his hands. Finally, you have returned. My wait here on Mount Sumeru has not been in vain for countless ages. Jain and Juanti bowed in respect. Friend, we apologize for the delay. Maitreya interjected, Master, it was he. Jain interrupted, no matter, we shall discuss this later. Furthermore, before our departure, we reiterated that our friend, the Red Cloud, is a distinguished guest from the West and must not be treated with disregard. Regardless of the circumstances, you must show respect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Maitreya clasped his hands together and bowed. Yes, disciple understands. Turning, he addressed Rahu. This incident was a misunderstanding between my brother and me. We humbly seek the forgiveness of the esteemed ancestor, Red Cloud. Rahu replied nonchalantly, I have no intention of holding it against you. Jain raised his hand, and the destroyed palace was restored to its original position. Turning to Rahu, Jain smiled. Please, my friend. Rahu said nothing further and entered the grand hall. Juanti glanced at Ksitigarbha and said, take him back to the Pure Land. Maitreya nodded and enveloped Ksitigarbha, making him vanish from sight. Within the grand hall, on the three altars, Rahu and the two from the west sat cross-legged. Rahu spoke first. You two have returned, undoubtedly with some gains. Juanti laughed. My friend, you jest. It was merely a matter of timing. Timing. Rahu raised an eyebrow, sensing that the two had indeed encountered opportunities for enlightenment. What are the spiritual roots? Jian opened his palm, revealing a peach, a branch of the Jianmu tree, and a twig of the Fusang tree. Ran water, Jiawood. Bing fire. 3 types of spiritual roots are here. Hearing Jain's words, Rahu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they are in hand. At present, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to seek these items with my strength alone. Yet, if these two from the west were to intervene, the task would be much simpler. After all, they are 2 sages on the verge of enlightenment. Whether it be the Yaoqi or the Wu and Yao clans, they would certainly grant them some favor. 1 fruit, half a branch? These are minor matters, without significant consequence. Yet, they could yield a connection with future heavenly saints. Worth it. Rahu smiled. With the assistance of my esteemed brothers, the efforts are indeed fruitful. However, I am curious. Both the Wu and Yao clans harbor ambitions of dominance in the wilderness. How did you acquire the spiritual roots from them? Juanti responded with a smile. That is simple. I made a promise to the Yao court that upon attaining enlightenment, should I require anything, I would certainly repay them. Rahu nodded, recognizing that Zhuanti's promise to a heavenly saint held great value for the Yao court. And what of the Wu clan? Zhuanti replied, I extend the same promise. If the Wu clan has needs in the future, I will lend a hand. Rahu raised an eyebrow. But if both clans were to invite you simultaneously, how would you respond? Zhuanti chuckled, in such a case, I would assist neither, and by assisting neither, I would effectively assist both. It is all the same. Rahu squinted, his smile widening. What ruthless individuals, even willing to deceive themselves? To offend both the Wu and Yao clans while making promises contingent on future actions. Once they attain enlightenment as heavenly saints, how could they be bound by consequences? Even if entangled in karmic ties, their demeanor shows no fear. Indeed, two heavenly saints. Do they fear the Wu and Yao clans? Remarkable, truly remarkable. I have learned much. My past ruthlessness was overt, yet these two embody a far more insidious cunning. However, Jiain's fingers curled, concealing the three items. Turning to Rahu, he said, as for what you mentioned earlier. Rahu laughed heartily. Certainly. I have stated clearly that after this matter, I shall have no further ties with the West. Zhuanti shook his head. My friend, your words are mistaken. If it were merely a statement, how could the heavenly path acknowledge it? Rahu raised an eyebrow. Then, what do you imply? Zhuanti suggested, shall we swear an oath? Jiain nodded in agreement. Indeed, an oath is prudent. After all, with an oath as testimony, matters shall be much easier to resolve. Rahu narrowed his eyes. Do you not trust me? Very well. Rahu was unconcerned. His focus was solely on the acquisition of the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Once those were secured, the fate of the West would be of no consequence to him. More importantly, if he swore an oath as Red Cloud, would it not absolve him of Rahu's sins in the eyes of the West? If so, he would emerge as the victor. With this thought, Rahu stood and proclaimed, let the heavenly path bear witness. I hereby swear an oath. If the two of you, Jiain and Zhuanti, uphold your promise to deliver the 5 elemental spiritual roots to me, and I successfully refine them and descend Mount Sumera after 100 years, then all past karmic ties between us and the West shall be completely resolved. Should there be any breach, may my soul be obliterated, never to rise again. After speaking, Rahu turned to Jiain and Zhuanti. Now, you two, swear your oaths. Hearing this, Jiain and Zhuanti exchanged glances and turned back to Rahu with smiles. Rahu's oath was indeed clever. To clear the karmic ties 100 years after refining? Whom does he suspect? Jiain remarked, my friend, as for this refining and descending, I wonder if, with a gentle laugh, he continued, could it be that my friend does not trust us? Zhuanti added, or do you fear that we would one day turn against you, hence binding us with such conditions? Rahu laughed heartily. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Chapter 32, he won't last much longer. Upon hearing the final 3 words from Luohou, Jiain and Zhuanti exchanged glances once more, their joy only intensifying. Aha. My friend certainly knows how to jest. Very well, let it be a century. We shall take this oath. With that, Jiain and Zhuanti rose in unison to affirm the vow. The oath was established. A faint aura emanated from the foreheads of the 3, dissipating into the void. This vow was accepted by the heavenly Tao. Indeed, Luohou harbored a deep-seated disbelief in the two. He had traversed the vast wilderness with Luohou's mindset and intentions. Overlooking the guise of Hongyun, viewed from Hongyun's perspective, the situation appeared significantly more perilous. Additionally, their discussions regarding the Wu and Yao clans served as a stark reminder to Luohou. When Hongyun met his demise, was there truly no connection to the two from the West? There was indeed a connection. However, both Hongyun and Luohou remained oblivious to it. After the position of the lotus seed at the Purple Cloud Palace was determined, the sage Hongyun began to expound profound teachings, delivering 3 lectures in total. Following the first lecture, as he departed the Purple Cloud Palace, the two from the West approached Kuan Peng, lamenting their plight. They insisted that Kuan Peng relinquish his position, not for the sake of Zhuanti and Jiain, but rather in hopes that the 3 pure ones would show mercy and offer a seat. Yet, they inadvertently drove Kuan Peng away. Their implication was clear. This grievance has a source, and should you seek vengeance, do not turn to us in the West. Instead, seek out the 3 pure ones or Hongyun. We are merely observers in this matter, weep for our own troubles, and whether you yield or not, it bears no consequence to us. After the second lecture, Hongyun bestowed the primordial purple energy, 7 strands in total, excluding the 6 seated on the lotus. The final strand was granted to Hongyun. Once again, the two from the West approached Kuan Peng to elaborate on their reasoning. My friend, this primordial purple energy ought to be yours. Alas, we brothers are insignificant and lack the authority to claim it. How unfortunate it is that you suffer this unjust calamity on our behalf. In just a few words, they ignited the flames of Kuan Peng's wrath. Though they never explicitly mentioned killing Hongyun, every word subtly urged Kuan Peng towards that end. After the third lecture, the two had seen through Kuan Peng's thoughts and hastily returned to Sumi Mountain to enter seclusion, ignoring everything else. They believed that with Hongyun's death, the karmic ties to the West would dissolve. Little did they know, Luohou's reincarnation had returned to the wilderness, inadvertently bearing these karmic burdens. Now, when Luohou viewed these two from Hongyun's perspective, he saw them in a far less virtuous light. In this brutal world of the wilderness, who truly embodies virtue? Luohou dared not guarantee that once he acquired what he sought and settled the karmic debts with the West, these two would not turn on him. Seizing back the precious roots he had so painstakingly secured through promises. After all, the karma had been nullified by the oath. At present, Luohou believed himself insufficiently powerful to confront them directly. Thus he must remain vigilant. 100 years. It was ample time to distance himself from them. Furthermore, the two needed to seize the opportunity to attain sainthood. It was implausible they would abandon their pursuit of becoming heavenly Tao saints to chase him down over such trivial matters. It would be far more advantageous to wait until they achieved sainthood, and then take lives without entangling karma. Each of the three harbored ulterior motives, cheerfully sealing their pact. Jie-in waved his hand, and three treasures landed in Luohou's grasp. Luohou glanced at them, confirming their authenticity. Primal treasures. Rising to his feet, Zhuan-Ti remarked. In that case, we shall honor our commitment. If you wish to cultivate, feel free to do so here. We must return to the blissful world to comprehend the path to sainthood. Luohou bowed in acknowledgement, saying, Then, I shall not see you off. Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti returned the gesture before turning away, their smiles vanishing in unison. The three simultaneously appraised one another in their hearts, not easy to deal with. Watching them depart, Luohou furrowed his brow slightly. Time is of the essence. Previously, time held no significance for him, but that had changed. With the heavenly Tao saints gradually returning to their positions, only these two remained. Luohou surmised that they would achieve sainthood within 10,000 years. Perhaps even within the next moment. His time was running thin. Should they succeed in attaining sainthood, the oath would bear no weight upon them. Heavenly Tao saints are the embodiment of the heavenly Tao in this wilderness. The oath? It binds all, except for the heavenly Tao saints. In essence, this oath. As a heavenly Tao saint, I repudiate. This meant that Luohou must complete the 5 Chi-Chayuan before they reached sainthood and descend the mountain. With this thought in mind, Luohou sat cross-legged, retrieving the golden silk bitter bamboo along with the Ren water peach, the Tongtian tree, and the branches of the Fusong tree. After arranging them according to the 4 cardinal directions, he seated himself in the center and began refining the 5 Qi. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the blissful world, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti arrived, and Methreya hurried forward to greet them. Master. Zhuan-Ti stepped forward to assess the condition of Di Zong, while the medicine master bowed, saying, Master, my junior brother has exhausted himself greatly, nearly harming his essence. Zhuan-Ti nodded, raising a hand to grasp at the void. Instantly, the sky over the blissful world underwent a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, the once serene and sunny blissful world was engulfed in dark clouds, and the heavens shifted in color. A tempest coalesced, and as Zhuan-Ti's hand pressed down, it slowly infused into Di Zhang's body. The medicine master urgently exclaimed, Master, forcibly aiding his cultivation will bring him more harm than good. Zhuan-Ti replied, First, stabilize his injuries, then we shall proceed carefully. It is of no concern. Hearing this, the medicine master could only acquiesce. Jie-in observed this scene and turned to Methreya, saying, Elaborate on the ensuing karma. Methreya hurriedly recounted the events that transpired after their departure, sharing the brief occurrences. Upon hearing this, Jie-in's expression turned contemplative. The endless purgatory? He has been within for 30,000 years, emerging with a hint of malevolent intent? Methreya nodded. Jie-in closed his eyes in silence. Methreya hastily asked, Master, is there something awry? Jie-in opened his eyes, declaring, I have always felt there was something within that endless purgatory. Yet, after several inquiries, I found no peculiarities. Methreya inquired in astonishment. Could it be that Hongyun discovered something hidden within? Master, what could that hidden thing be? Jie-in shook his head. I do not concern myself with what he may have found in the endless purgatory. Rather, I am curious as to how he knew there was something there in the first place. Even more intriguing is that if Hongyun entered with the Tai realm, with his talents, would he not be placing himself in peril? Methreya was left speechless. Indeed, to the casual observer, the endless purgatory was hardly a welcoming place. Yet, Hongyun seemed prepared, making his way to the endless purgatory without hesitation after dismissing the 2 teachers. This was likely his first visit to Sumi Mountain. So, Master, how should we proceed with this matter? Jie-in gazed upwards at the sky, where the storm had dissipated, leaving a clear and bright atmosphere. It is of no consequence. Jie-in spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. He won't last much longer. Chapter 033. The Bloom of Thought, Sovereign of the Realm. A hidden danger lurked, and currents surged. Within the grand hall of Mount Shumi, 4 streams of radiant light surged around Luohou. The 4 innate spiritual roots continuously infused their essence into his being. Though each spiritual root was but a fragment or a single fruit, Luohou sought only the primordial essence of the 5 elements. As he refined the essence of the 5 elements, the quintessence within him began to swell. The golden silk bitter bamboo was refined, honing the energy of his lungs. After absorbing the Ren water peach, Luohou distinctly felt his liver's vitality become pure and abundant. Next came the branch of the Fusong tree, representing the innate fire's spiritual root. His heart pulsed powerfully, each beat resonating like thunder within his body. Finally, the Jinmo, the innate with spiritual root, was addressed last due to its arduous refinement process. As his liver's vitality reached parity, the 5 organs and elements achieved completeness. Luohou activated his method, and the quintessence within him surged forth, vibrant and abundant. With the sustenance of these 5 innate spiritual roots, he elevated the energies of his 5 organs to an extraordinary level. Legend spoke of a spiritual root named the 5-pine needle, which greatly aided the refinement of the Tai's quintessence. Alas, this 5-pine needle had not been found in the primordial realm. However, Luohou's choice to refine the 5 energies through these 5 innate spiritual roots proved even more potent. The superiority of one spiritual root over 5 elemental roots was evident. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Luohou. The ambient aura around him swirled, and 5 distinct energies coiled upward from his abdomen, reaching his chest cavity. There, they lingered, nurturing Luohou further. When the opportune moment arrived, the quintessence surged again, ascending to his brow and sea of consciousness. As Luohou's awareness settled within the sea of consciousness, he beheld 5 streams of radiant light piercing through the purple mansion. Yet, an unexpected event occurred. The purple light, once dormant in the sea of consciousness, flickered as if sensing something. With the awakening of the purple light, the 5 energies surged towards it. Luohou was startled. Typically, at this juncture, the 5 energies should break through the sea of consciousness and coalesce into the 3 flowers atop the head, awaiting the bloom of the great Luo. But why were they now converging towards the chaotic purple energy? Upon closer inspection, Luohou realized with alarm that it was not the 5 energies rushing toward the purple light, but rather the purple light forcefully absorbing the quintessence. Luohou furrowed his brow. This was quite dire. If the purple light drained the 5 energies entirely, all his prior preparations would be in vain. Just as he resolved to intervene, the purple light gradually dissipated. To his astonishment, as the purple light came into contact with the quintessence, it faded away, ultimately vanishing. In contrast, the 5 energies gained a faint purple hue beneath their original colors. Luohou dared not delay. If the purple energy truly vanished, he would be left with nothing. If he could not even preserve the quintessence, his endeavor would be a complete failure. Immersing himself in thought, Luohou commenced his path of cultivation. As he concentrated, the 5 energies gradually coalesced, breaking through the sea of consciousness and gathering atop his head. Time slipped away quietly. And when Luohou reopened his eyes, a glimmer of purple light danced within. The sun rose. The clouds above Mount Shimi parted. A beam of golden light descended, piercing the grand hall and illuminating Luohou. In the distant void, winds and clouds shifted. The golden sunlight abruptly transformed into purple light. In the realm of ultimate bliss, the 2 sages, Jane and Juenti, simultaneously opened their eyes as they prepared for their final ascension to sainthood. Even the 3 disciples beneath them sensed something amiss. Awakening from their meditative states, the medicine master turned to his teachers, saying, "Masters, something seems awry." Jane and Juenti exchanged glances, and their figures vanished without a trace. On Mount Shimi, the 5 figures of Jane and Juenti appeared. Gazing at the unfolding scene, Jane and Juenti were taken aback. The medicine master fixed his gaze on the horizon, where a stream of purple energy arced across the sky. Simultaneously, in the celestial realm, several figures opened their eyes, looking towards the western wilderness. Mount Shimi. In the realm of Taiji Laozi pondered deeply. Purple energy approaches from the east. Could it be that Jane and Juenti have also attained enlightenment? Not only him, but even Yuhua, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian shared the same thought. However, on Mount Shimi, Jane and Juenti's expressions changed dramatically as they beheld the spectacle before them. The purple energy approaches from the east. Mithriya hurriedly inquired, "Masters, what does it mean that purple energy comes from the east?" Juenti remained silent in contemplation, while Jane explained, "This is the manifestation of a sage in the world." A sage? At this, the medicine master, Mithriya, and Xitigarbha gazed incredulously at the figure seated within the hall. Hongyun? He has attained sainthood? How could this be? He has not yet achieved the state. He was merely striving for the great Luo golden immortal realm. Juenti spoke up, yet this was also a point of his confusion. Just the great Luo golden immortal realm. But what does the arrival of purple energy signify? Which great Luo golden immortal could evoke such a phenomenon? What would this mean for the heavenly Tao? How would Jane and Juenti position themselves? It was unfathomable, unheard of, and even unseen. The 5 remained silent. None could articulate the situation at hand. Moments later, Luohou slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the vast purple energy seemed to find its target, surging forth and enveloping Luohou entirely. On Mount Shumi, the purple light erupted. The medicine master raised his hand against the tempest, bewildered. "Master, what is happening?" Juenti narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malice appearing momentarily. He hesitated, contemplating whether to strike down Luohou. Yet to them, this was Hongyun, and should they act, his path to sainthood would be irrevocably lost. However, if they chose inaction, to evoke such a phenomenon at the great Luo golden immortal realm would indicate boundless potential, undeniably a great threat. Jane shook his head at Juenti. Thus, he refrained. They would wait a while longer. The one to kill him need not be from the west. Above Luohou's head, 5 streams of purple energy coalesced into the shape of blossoming buds, 3 in total, forming the trinity above him. As the purple energy surged into Luohou's being, the buds quietly unfurled. With a soft pop, the flowers bloomed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that engulfed the realm. In a single thought, he became sovereign of the world. 3 buds blossomed simultaneously, each unfurling 3 petals. This signified the essence of the 3rd grade. The great Luo golden immortal realm was established. After the 3rd grade, the buds blossomed once more, revealing another 3 petals. The flowers opened to the 6th grade. Jane and Juani's gazes turned grave. Xidagarba murmured, "Senior brother, what significance does the blooming of the great Luo flower hold?" At this, the medicine master replied softly, "The blooming of the great Luo flower bears no intrinsic meaning. It merely reflects one's realm. The 3rd grade signifies the early stage of great Luo. The 6th grade indicates the mid-stage, while the 9th grade represents the pinnacle." Xidagarba expressed astonishment. He has comprehended the Tao on Mount Shumi in the persona of Tai, and with a single bloom, he has ascended to the mid-stage of great Luo? The medicine master fell silent. Indeed, the situation was exceedingly extraordinary. Chapter 034. Descent from the Mountain. Ambush by the Demon Court. After the 6th bloom of the flowers, the purple light was nearly depleted. Luohou slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, absorbing the surrounding energy. Rising to his feet, he glanced at Jia-in and the others, smiling. "It seems I have fortuitously gained something, causing a disturbance among you all." Jane chuckled. "No harm done. Yet, your methods are indeed extraordinary, invoking the purple aura even in the Luo realm. You truly keep your depths concealed." Luohou responded with surprise. "The purple aura? Is that so? I was unaware of any anomalies." Jia-in smiled. "If you are reluctant to speak further, we shall not pry. Now that you have refined the 5 elements' spiritual roots, I trust you are prepared to fulfill your promise?" Luohou grinned. "Indeed, the time has come. It is time for me to descend the mountain. Farewell." Luohou bowed respectfully, and Jia-in and Juan-Ti returned the gesture. Upon turning, Luohou stepped forward and vanished from sight. Looking towards the direction of the mountain's base, Juan-Ti remarked, "My friend, we must make haste as well." Jia nodded, glancing up at the void, softly declaring, "It is time." Meanwhile, just below Mount Shumi, Luohou had not ventured far when a voice rang out behind him. "I, Jia-in, hereby pledge to the heavenly Tao, wishing to borrow the merits of the heavenly Tao to assist in my sanctification. Once I attain enlightenment, I shall work to benefit the lands of the West." Boom. A thunderous clap resonated through the void. Luohou looked up to see clouds of auspiciousness gathering from all directions, converging above Mount Shumi. With a hint of astonishment in his gaze, he thought, "Is this merit?" At that moment, Juan-Ti's voice echoed, "I, Juan-Ti, hereby pledge to the heavenly Tao, wishing to borrow the merits of the heavenly Tao to assist in my sanctification. After I attain enlightenment, I shall strive for the welfare of the beings of the West." The clouds of auspiciousness thickened further. Luohou widened his eyes in disbelief. Can it truly be played this way? What an eye-opener. Borrowing the merits of the heavenly Tao? Taking out a loan for sanctification? Yet soon, a smile crept across Luohou's face. How intriguing. These 2 brothers, Jia-in and Juan-Ti, have effectively sold themselves to the heavenly Tao, using the West as collateral? How fascinating. At this moment, Jia-in and Juan-Ti continued their pledges. But Luohou knew he had to depart. Observing the increasingly dense clouds of merit, it was evident that the heavenly Tao had accepted this transaction. Before long, these 2 would attain enlightenment. By that time, even if he wished to leave, it would likely be impossible. Luohou turned and headed southeast. After traveling for over a month, several streaks of light approached him from afar in the void. Luohou's eyes remained cold and indifferent, seemingly oblivious. Yet those streaks of light appeared to be aimed directly at him, showing no signs of stopping, and charged towards Luohou. The 9-9 soul dispersion gourd unfurled, showering the area with red sand. Boom. The void erupted. The streaks of light dispersed, transforming into hundreds of figures. Luohou surveyed the scene. Demons. At the forefront stood 2 formidable Luo golden immortal practitioners. Who dares to obstruct our path? Those who clash with the demon court must die. Upon hearing the words of the 2 leading Luo golden immortals, Luohou narrowed his eyes. The demon court? So that is it. It seems the dealings between the West and the demon court extend beyond merely borrowing the Fusang branch. The second matter is likely to eliminate me. Although he had taken an oath and cleared his ties with the West, his very existence was a source of shame for them. Future beings in the wilderness would remember that the Western saints benefited from the Red Cloud Taoist. The West merely repaid the Red Cloud Taoist with 3 innate spiritual roots to nullify this karmic debt. While the explanation was clear, once it spread, the Western saints would still be branded as opportunists. The dignity of a saint must not be tarnished. Thus, I must perish, should I remain on Mount Shumi. The first act after Jia-in and Juan-Ti attain enlightenment would be to offer me as a sacrifice to the heavens. Descending from Mount Shumi, the demon court awaited me. What a clever scheme. As long as Jia-in and Juan-Ti proposed the condition of killing me, regardless of whether the demon court agrees, there would undoubtedly be demons willing to act. After all, the The demon court has a deadly enemy of Red Cloud to contend with, Kunping. Currently, the demon masters of the demon court hold a high position. Understanding all this, Luohou refrained from further words. They recognized who he was and were clearly targeting him. Since that is the case, with a flicker of thought, the red sand from the gourd surged forth towards the hundreds of demon court warriors. The two leaders, Qin Yuan and Guiche, were among the top 10 demon saints of the demon court. Their true forms belonged to the fierce beast lineage. Having cultivated their Dao bodies and reached the Luo golden immortal realm, a Dao body is akin to the form of Pangu for beings of the wilderness to cultivate. The first step is to form a Dao body. From there, they can ascend to greater heights with ease. Seeing Red Cloud strike without hesitation, Qin Yuan and Guiche exchanged cold smiles. Let us engage. The hundreds of demon soldiers, well trained, may mostly be of the golden immortal level, but once they coalesce, they form a formidable force. 3 form a formation, and 3 formations combine into one. The interconnected formations wield unparalleled power. The red sand cascaded like a celestial curtain, and the hundreds of demon court soldiers fought valiantly to resist. Remarkably, they managed to hold their ground. Luohou was not surprised. Rather, he regarded these beings with newfound respect. It seemed that Di Jun and Tai Yi truly harbored ambitions to dominate the wilderness. It is said that Fushi excels in the art of formations. With his guidance, the strength of the demon court soldiers was significantly enhanced. As the sky of red sand shattered, Luohou remained patient, opening his mouth to release a cloud of crimson mist. Qin Yuan revealed a hint of a cold smile. Without any visible movement, a tempest arose behind him, rendering it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. The crimson mist was scattered in disarray. Simultaneously, Guiche's figure vanished without a trace. Luohou expanded his divine sense, encompassing the entire void around him. Suddenly turning, a glimmer of cold light approached him. Luohou stood still, his figure cleaved in two by the cold light. Guiche's form materialized, frowning. Around them, a figure emerged from the swirling crimson mist. Guiche spoke coldly. You cannot escape. Those who clash with the demon court are doomed to die. Luohou's voice resonated amidst the red sand. A mere name and reputation. All pomp and circumstance. Today, I have learned well. Since you have come at your command, why feign sincerity? Do you think that even with a ready excuse to strike against me, there remains any room for retreat? Guiche sneered. Since the Red Cloud Ancestor has comprehended this, why struggle? With that, Guiche's figure vanished once more. Inside the red sand, the sounds of collision echoed continuously. The void shattered like a mirror, only to reassemble after the explosion of thunder and flames. Qin Yuan's eyes darted rapidly within their sockets as he raised his hand, positioning hundreds of demon soldiers in their respective places. From the array, with Qin Yuan's command, the hundreds of demon warriors exerted their strength. In the void, the red light swiftly cleaved through the space, forcibly imprisoning this section of the void. Guiche appeared beside Qin Yuan, his gaze fixed on the scene before them. Within the confined void, a mound of red sand formed a circle, enveloping Luohou's figure. As the red sand parted, Luohou observed coldly. Qin Yuan proclaimed loudly, Red Cloud Ancestor, cease your struggle. This is the 4 extremes locking sun array created specifically for you by the Shi Emperor. Today, even if you return to the Luo golden immortal realm, escaping death will be a formidable challenge. Chapter 035, The Demon Court's Demon Saint? A feeble blow. Within the formation, the crimson light materialized, resembling a quagmire that ensnared the figure of Luohou. The more he struggled, the more potent the power of the formation became. The hundreds of soldiers from the demon court exerted themselves to the utmost, for their adversary was none other than a great Luo golden immortal. Luohou flicked his fingers, unleashing a stream of light, yet it barely traveled 3 feet before being firmly imprisoned in the void. The 4 extremities locking sun formation? Quite intriguing. Luohou cast a glance at Qin Yuan and Guiche, and remarked indifferently, if the demon court intends to employ such means to eliminate me, it appears to be rather insufficient. Guiche responded, indeed, in the primordial immortal path, there are 9 levels. Each level is a formidable ascent. To slay a great Luo golden immortal, it is necessary for another great Luo golden immortal to take action. As he spoke, Guiche produced a dagger, a congenital spiritual treasure. Only a great Luo golden immortal wielding such a treasure stands a chance of slaying another of their kind. The 4 extremities locking sun merely serves as a confinement formation. The true trump cards are Qin Yuan and Guiche. Qin Yuan excels in manipulating the overall situation, while Guiche is most adept at stealthy assassination. Together with the 4 extremities locking sun formation, few great Luo golden immortals in the primordial realm could hope to survive. Luohou nodded. Your words hold merit. The immortal path comprises 9 levels, each a significant hurdle. He then raised his finger, slowly tracing a line in the void. Since you are aware of this, you should comprehend that attempting to ensnare me with these insignificant creatures is nothing but a delusion. At this, Qin Yuan's gaze narrowed. Make your move. The figure of Guiche vanished without a trace. As Luohou's finger descended, the void abruptly split open. He stepped forward, his figure melding into the fissure and vanishing in an instant. Qin Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Spatial laws? This is dire. No sooner had he spoken than Gui Che appeared within the four extremities locking sun formation. Yet, amidst a swirl of crimson sand, Luohou's figure had completely vanished. Cracks began to emerge in the surrounding void, and Luohou's voice echoed from within these spatial rifts. You may have forgotten, I, a great Luo Golden Immortal, have merely restored my strength to this point. Prior to this, I was a primordial Golden Immortal. Panic seized Qin Yuan as he exclaimed, scatter, but it was too late. Spatial rifts suddenly appeared around the soldiers of the demon court. With each emergence, a soldier would vanish into thin air. Initially, it was one, then two, then three, all disappearing together. The four extremities locking sun formation collapsed. While the formation could confine the void, it could not restrain the power of space. Luohou spoke the truth. He had once been a primordial Golden Immortal at the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint. He had previously attempted to breach the realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal but had failed, despite being a failure. His mastery of the Tao and the exploration of this realm's power surpassed all cultivators of the same level. Moreover, Luohou's combat experience far exceeded that of any cultivator in the primordial realm. He had faced countless perilous situations, annihilating his opponents completely. How could these insignificant creatures possibly grasp his methods? The chasm between a great Luo Golden Immortal and those beneath him is unfathomable. The Immortal Path is divided into 9 levels, yet also categorized into 3 tiers. Below the Golden Immortal lies the first tier, and beneath the Great Luo lies another. From the moment one becomes a primordial Golden Immortal, the focus of cultivation shifts from raw power to the Tao, to the laws. How could a swarm of ants still honing their own strength ever contend against Luohou, who commands the power of the laws? Furthermore, in this life, he had interacted with Zheng Yuanzi, a master of spatial laws. After several discussions on the Tao, Luohou had greatly benefited. In terms of spatial laws, he had made substantial progress. With his current strength, descending from Mount Shumi, he could return to the Fire Cloud Cave in less than a month. Yet why had he only traversed half the distance? He was waiting. Luohou's old habit resurfaced, his insatiable thirst for slaughter. If his journey back were to remain tranquil, it would be excessively dull. Qin Yuan's eyes were already insufficient. Even with his divine sense extended, he could not keep pace with Luohou's movements. Gliding through the interstices of space, every time Luohou appeared, he inevitably took several lives of the insignificant creatures. Slaughtering ants was devoid of meaning, yet it proved exhilarating. In less than 10 breaths, only Qin Yuan and Gui Che remained in the vast void. All the valiant soldiers of the demon court had vanished. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow and resolutely declared, retreat. Gui Che retorted angrily, retreat? What nonsense. Together, are we not capable of besting him alone? Even if he was once a primordial Golden Immortal, what of it? He is merely at the Great Luo level now. Qin Yuan surveyed the surroundings, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Stop your prattling. The Crimson Cloud speaks truth. He was once a primordial Golden Immortal and has now returned to the Great Luo realm. Capable of harnessing the power of the laws. Only a primordial Golden Immortal can pose a threat. Retreat. Gui Che gripped his dagger tightly. If you wish to flee, do so. While he is still merely at the Great Luo level, this is a rare opportunity to slay him. Keep an eye on our surroundings. We need but one chance. Seeing Gui Che's unwillingness to depart, Qin Yuan inhaled deeply. Very well, just this once. If it fails, we shall flee immediately. Gui Che nodded. Understood. Qin Yuan's eyes darted swiftly before he suddenly turned. There. Gui Che's figure vanished in an instant. The dagger sliced through the void, aimed at the just-emerged figure. With a soft thud, the dagger embedded itself deep into the figure's brow. Yet Gui Che's countenance shifted drastically. Be cautious. That figure was merely an illusion formed from crimson sand. It was a decoy. They had fallen into a trap. The true enemy must have been targeting Qin Yuan. Gui Che hurriedly turned to glance at Qin Yuan, only to find him staring wide-eyed at this direction. Gui Che spun around to see Luohou's figure materializing before him after the crimson sand had settled. Qin Yuan had not erred. Luohou had indeed manifested here. However, the first appearance was a mere illusion, while the subsequent emergence was the reality. You. Gui Che gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this crimson cloud would be so cunning, utterly unlike the rumors of his honest and gentle nature. A smile graced Luohou's face as he raised his finger and pointed directly at Gui Che's brow. With a swift thrust, Luohou's finger pierced through Gui Che's forehead, causing a tempest to explode from behind his head. The chaotic winds tore through the clouds in the void, forming a chasm that stretched for thousands of miles across the sky. Gui Che's eyes dimmed, his brow shattered, his primordial spirit fled. Luohou paid him no heed. Instead, he seized Gui Che's Dao fruit from atop his head and violently ripped it away. The destruction of the great Luo Dao fruit caused Gui Che to stagger, yet he still dared not look back. Just then, a storm of crimson sand engulfed the air. The 99 scattered soul gourd had opened its mouth, awaiting him. Crimson cloud. Gui Che's primordial spirit roared in fury. Qin Yuan's eyes widened, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. A powerful suction erupted from the gourd. drawing in Guiche's primordial spirit. Simultaneously, a hand emerged at the gourd's opening. Yet it was too late. Luohou observed the decaying great Luo Dao fruit in his hand and remarked indifferently, "The Demon Court's Demon Saint? A feeble blow." Chapter 036, Slaying the Demon Court General Before the Heavenly Gate. How weak they are. This is not the first time Luohou has felt such dismay. It is not that he is arrogant, but rather that these de Luo Jinxian of the current era are indeed far inferior compared to those of his own time. Whether in the application of strength, mastery of divine abilities, or combat tactics, the disparity is immense. But what could be the reason for this? To be outnumbered 2-1 and still suffer a reversal, these individuals are truly beneath contempt. Turning his head, Luohou gazed at the approaching Qin Yuan. With an outstretched palm, the 9-9 scatter soul gourd materialized in his hand. After a slight shake, he opened it and took a sip. The essence brewed from the souls of de Luo Jinxian was indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, Luohou tossed the 3-flower Dao fruit into the gourd and sealed it, declaring, "I am utterly disappointed by the methods of the current cultivators of the Hongyun. In my era, individuals of your caliber would not even be worth my time, even if offered freely." Qin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, though filled with rage. He acutely grasped the implication of Luohou's words. "Your era? Are you not Hongyun?" Luohou burst into laughter. "Hongyun? Do you truly believe that someone of his temperament would deliberately wait here to meet his demise at your hands? If it were Hongyun, would he act with such ruthless decisiveness, leaving no chance for survival?" Qin Yuan took a step back, scrutinizing Luohou from head to toe. "You are truly not Hongyun? It cannot be. Your aura and appearance are unmistakably his." Luohou shook his head. "Enough. I should not have spoken. Nor should you have listened." Qin Yuan replied coldly. "But now, I have heard. For slaying my demon court general, regardless of who you are, you shall not continue to exist in the Hongyun." Luohou responded nonchalantly, "The demon court, like I once did, has grown overly ambitious. Perhaps Di Jun harbors the same intentions I once did?" A smile crept across his lips as he firmly believed that Di Jun's aim was merely to dominate the Hongyun, attempting to harness its power to validate his path through strength. Such endeavors may have been worth attempting in antiquity, but in the current Hongyun, with the emergence of the heavenly Dao saints led by Hongjun, pursuing this path is tantamount to courting death. Noticing that Luohou's gaze was no longer upon him, Qin Yuan turned and fled. If two of them could not contend with Luohou, what chance did he have alone? Collecting his thoughts, Luohou observed the retreating figure of Qin Yuan. Truly, the decline of these beings is becoming increasingly evident. As soon as his words fell, Luohou's form vanished in an instant. Qin Yuan employed his teleportation technique, covering millions of miles in a mere step. With just a few more leaps, he could return to the demon court, where he would find salvation. Glancing back, he was astonished to see no trace of Luohou. Yet, turning ahead, he found Luohou already awaiting him. "You." Qin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He was nearly at the heavenly gate. "How dare he?" Luohou, with his hands clasped behind him, replied coolly, "Too slow." As his voice echoed, a crimson explosion erupted before Qin Yuan. A beastly roar reverberated through the skies. In the Demon Emperor's hall, several figures were engaged in serious discussion. Upon hearing the sound, the leading individuals rose abruptly. "It is Qin Yuan." The imposing figure of Di Jun darkened. "To kill my demon court saint? Quite audacious." Just as he prepared to act, a voice interrupted him. "Brother, wait. As the lord of the demon court, you cannot involve yourself in everything personally." Rising from below, a figure even more robust than Di Jun stood up, towering 3 zhang. His form radiated golden light. "Tai, the Eastern Emperor, Tai." His crimson eyes glowed as he declared, "Allow me to handle this." With that, Tai's form vanished from the hall. In the void, Luohou glanced back at the direction from which he came. Not far ahead lay the heavenly gate. He could sense a formidable presence approaching. Tai, Luohou contemplated, recognizing that the aura belonged to the Eastern Emperor Tai. Having dealt with Hongyun before, he was aware of Tai's formidable strength, particularly with the Eastern Emperor bell in hand. Indeed, it would not be easy for anyone below the saint level to contend with him. Turning his attention back to the colossal beast looming in the void, Luohou raised his hand casually. "Let the games cease." With his fingers spread, a wisp of black mist emerged from his brow, swiftly forming several pitch-black long spears in the void, aimed at the gargantuan beast, Qin Yuan. With a flick of his hand, the spears vanished abruptly, silently penetrating Qin Yuan's body through the layers of space. A mournful wail of agony escaped Qin Yuan's lips. The long spears, infused with a malevolent, all-consuming energy, caused his life force to drain madly the moment they pierced him. The long spears pierced through his vital points, embedding themselves within his being. Sensing the immense pressure emanating from behind, Luohou let out a cold chuckle and casually tore open the void before stepping through, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, the void shattered. Centered around where Luohou had just stood, the space began to collapse in a frenzy. The collapse was relentless. It continued until the distortion of space reached thousands of miles, at which point a bell tolled. Boom! The sound of the bell resonated, momentarily freezing the energies of heaven and earth. Qin Yuan, who was struggling in despair, found his colossal form entirely immobilized. The imposing figure of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi materialized before Qin Yuan, his expression tightening as he surveyed Qin Yuan's injuries. With a wave of his hand, Tai Yi's true form was instantly engulfed by the collapsing space. A void akin to a black hole formed at the location, fervently consuming the surrounding void and everything within it. Tai Yi raised his hand, summoning a grand bell that radiated golden light from the depths of the void. The bell spun slowly, absorbing the shattered void along with the black hole. From a distance, it appeared as though the vast void had vanished into thin air, transforming into a dark curtain, forcibly removing thousands of miles of space. Puff within the boundless darkness, a flicker of flames suddenly ignited. As the fire blazed, a patch of scorched earth emerged, expanding synchronously with the flames. Crack! The sound of the primal divine thunder accompanied its emergence. Earth, thunder, wind, and fire surged, mending the void that had been consumed, feverishly restoring the missing space. Tai Yi raised his hand, the enormous golden bell gradually shrinking until it rested in his grasp. Ding! The sound of the bell rang out again, creating a storm that emanated from Tai Yi's center. However, compared to before, it was undeniably gentler. Tai Yi's brow furrowed as the Eastern Emperor bell vanished, leaving a wisp of black mist swirling in his palm. Clenching his fist, Tai Yi trapped the black mist within and turned to disappear from sight. Inside the Demon Emperor's hall, as Tai Yi re-entered, all but the three seated figures rose. Di Jun's expression was cold, Fushi appeared pensive, while Kunping wore a mocking grin. Tai Yi approached the center of the hall, casting a glance at the three, letting out a silent sigh. A step too late. Di Jun's expression remained impassive. Was it Hongyun? Tai Yi nodded. From his form, it resembles Hongyun. Resembles? Confusion swept across the faces of the others. Tai Yi opened his hands, revealing a trace of black mist in his palm. But this, I fear, is not the doing of Hongyun. Chapter 37. The perfect Tao body of innate completeness. In the southwest of the primordial realm lies a renowned place known as Fengdu. Within Fengdu's boundaries exists a mystical portal, referred to as the Ghost Gate. This Ghost Gate serves as the boundary stone between the primordial realm and the cycle of reincarnation. Atop the Ghost Gate, Rahu, adorned in a flowing black robe with red edges, has his long hair cascading behind him. A golden mark glimmers at his brow, and his eyes, slightly glazed, seem utterly indifferent to the tumultuous phantoms swirling beneath the Ghost Gate. These are the souls of primordial beings, whose fates are sealed as they pass through, transforming into spirits en route to reincarnation. Rahu has been waiting here for some time, anticipating the arrival of someone, though whether he will be met with that individual remains uncertain. In the distance, an aura approaches with great speed. Rahu, eyes shut, holds a 9-9 soul dispelling gourd. Feigning ignorance, the figure draws near and kneels before him. My lord, great Brahma pays homage to you. Rahu, still with closed eyes, responds. Has it been so little time since we last met that your title has already changed? Great Brahma quickly replies, my lord. Great Brahma has foreseen that your descent from Mount Sumeru heralds significant actions. Thus, I have ventured far and wide to gather intelligence for your benefit. Upon hearing of your vanquishing the demon court Saint Qin Yuan and the ghost chariot, I knew you would await here. And so I traveled billions of miles to offer my allegiance. At these words, a smile spreads across Rahu's face. Is that so? Great Brahma, unable to raise his head, hastily insists, every word is the truth. Rahu squints, dark light emanating from his gaze and enveloping Great Brahma. In an instant, Great Brahma's eyes widen in sheer terror. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Great Brahma harbors no treachery. As he speaks, Great Brahma trembles uncontrollably. Rahu declares, your feigned allegiance is but a ruse. You have likely caught wind of my conflict with the demon court and now fear for your standing in the primordial realm. If I cannot maintain my footing, naturally, you will seek refuge in the blood sea to ally with the river of the underworld. Yet, you did not expect to find me here, did you? Great Brahma exclaims. I would never dare. His complexion pales as he feels his consciousness fracturing, the agony from deep within his soul overwhelming him, rendering his speech incoherent. Raha, seemingly unfazed, glances down at the souls traversing beneath the Ghost Gate. I have stated before, the primordial realm cannot slay me. Since this is the case, do you dare defy my command and abandon me at Mount Sumeru? Is this betrayal or mere presumption? Unable to withstand the pressure, Great Brahma collapses to the ground, writhing in distress. My lord, please forgive me. Great Brahma acted on his own accord. I beg for your mercy. Seeing his suffering, Rahu's thoughts shift, and the dark light retracts from Great Brahma's being. He gasps for breath, gradually alleviating his torment. Rahu, with a calm demeanor, states, this shall be your sole reprieve. A second transgression will not be tolerated. Great Brahma hastily replies, Great Brahma shall not dare again. Rahu shakes the 9-9 soul dispelling gourd in his hand. Now tell me, what have you disowned about the primordial realm? Taking a deep breath, Great Brahma half kneels and reports, as I traversed various regions, I learned that aside from the heavenly venerable Hongyun of the Purple Cloud Palace, there are 4 other saints of the Tao. Rahu urges, select the pertinent details. Great Brahma's heart quakes as he continues, indeed, I have discovered that attaining sainthood is inextricably linked to merit. Merit? In response, Rahu pauses the motion of the gourd. Proceed. Great Brahma exhales in relief, sensing that he has finally uncovered vital information. It is said that the Saint Inwa performed acts of merit by the Eastern Sea. Using the 9 heavens primordial soil and the gourd vine obtained from Mount Bujo, combined with the 3 light divine water, to create a new form of life. She named this creation the human race. Human race? Rahu closes his eyes, savoring the implications. The concept of humanity, the embodiment of life, is Inwa, in accordance with the will of heaven, crafting the protagonist of the future primordial realm? To name it the human race suggests she received Taoist inspiration during her enlightenment through the primordial purple energy. Continue. Great Brahma quickly responds, it is said that Inwa, due to her accomplishments in creating humanity, received immeasurable Taoist merit and attained sainthood in a single stroke. Furthermore, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, Laozi of Taijing, ventured to the Eastern Sea, observed humanity, established the teaching of humanity, and proclaimed himself its leader, also acquiring immeasurable merit and thus achieving sainthood. Ra shakes his head, as if relishing a captivating tale. How intriguing. Inwa becomes a saint through the creation of humanity, while Taijing attains sainthood through the establishment of the human doctrine. Does he not bask in the fortune of humanity? Stealing a glance at Rahu's reaction, Great Brahma continues. Moreover, the Yuqing Yuanshi established the Chan teaching and gained immeasurable merit, attaining sainthood. Chan teaching? Rahu's head turns to a halt. To elucidate the righteous path of heaven and earth, guiding countless beings, a tremendous merit. This Yuanshi harbors considerable ambition. And what of Tongtian of Shanqing? Great Brahma hastily adds. Shanqing Tongtian established the Jia teaching, also attaining immeasurable merit and thus achieving sainthood. Jia teaching? Ra's eyes spring open. Heaven and earth bind beings in shackles, the great cycle of 50, with heaven and earth taking 4 nines, leaving but a sliver of hope for the beings. To seize this sliver of hope and relieve their suffering, an immense undertaking, indeed. At this juncture, Rahu ponders deeply. The Chan teaching and the Jia teaching at first glance appear innocuous, but upon closer inspection, a substantial narrative unfolds. One aligns with the will of heaven, expounding the righteous path to enlightened beings, while the other acts in defiance. Seizing that sliver of hope for the sake of liberation, one embodies righteousness, the other embodies rebellion, a divergence between 2 brothers. It seems inevitable that future discord will arise between them. What else? Great Brahma contemplates briefly before continuing. Additionally, there is the matter of the witch and demon conflict. The demon court is aggressively gathering the demon race to serve under them, and now, with the support of the demon cult led by Saint Inwa, they have become the foremost power in the primordial realm. Many demons are flocking to their cause, swelling their ranks. Meanwhile, the witch race, led by the 12 ancestors of the witch, along with several formidable witches, dominate their respective territories, resulting in constant friction and frequent clashes between the 2 factions. It appears an immense battle is imminent. Raha nods in acknowledgement. And what of the human race? Upon hearing this question, Great Brahma momentarily falters. The human race? Curiously, when Inwa created humanity, she personally molded a group of innate humans using the 9 heavens primordial soil and later fashioned the post-heaven humans from the gourd vine. However, after Inwa attained sainthood, she departed from the Eastern Sea. The innate humans multiplied rapidly, numbering in the millions within mere thousands of years, spreading far beyond the Eastern Sea into the primordial realm. Yet, without the protection of Saint Inwa, the human race has tragically become prey for the witch and demon races, and it seems their extinction is not far off. Upon absorbing this information, Rahu ceases to sway the gourd, contemplating the distance. Extinction? That cannot be allowed. The human race may yet prove invaluable. Chapter 38. The Path of the Chaotic Demon God. Rahu, having once orchestrated the entirety of the primordial world, possessed a perspective that far surpassed that of ordinary beings. From the information he gleaned, he indeed acquired a wealth of valuable insights. The human race, if merely an ordinary species, could not have facilitated the ascension of Inwa and Laozi to sainthood consecutively. However, exceptions exist in every circumstance. The human race is one such exception. What of other races? Might they also be recipients of boundless merit? Rahu needed to ascertain this matter. If other races were incapable of accumulating such vast merit, then the issue undoubtedly lay with the human race. Even though the human race appeared feeble at present, they were destined for greatness in the future. Moreover, given the utility of merit, it would be unwise to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. He must act swiftly before those grand saints of the great teachings made their move, to secure the human race's merit for himself. Yet, the pressing question remained, how could he confirm all of this? How could he emulate Inwa and create a new race in the primordial world? Turning his gaze, Rahu looked upon the restless souls beneath the ghost gate, lacking the strength to act, and even if he had it, he lacked the heart. Few entities in the primordial world currently possessed the requisite power. Haotian and Yaoqi guarded the Zixiao Palace, leaving him no opportunity to approach. Zhen Yuanzi? His lazy disposition suggested that even if he intervened, Zhen Yuanzi would likely refuse to engage in such matters. As for other formidable beings in the primordial world, they were either entrenched in the demon court or aligned with the witch clan, rendering them of little use. After much contemplation, Rahu's attention shifted towards the cycle of reincarnation. The River of Oblivion. He was the most suitable candidate at present, dominating the realm of reincarnation and relying upon the Sea of Blood. He was a force to be reckoned with. If Rahu were to convey this intelligence to the River of Oblivion, he would undoubtedly follow suit. At that point, Rahu could observe discreetly, scrutinizing the situation before making further calculations. With this thought in mind, Rahu stowed away the 99 soul-scattering gourd and commanded, "Go." The great Brahma was taken aback. "My lord, where shall the great Brahma go?" "To the Sea of Blood, of course," Rahu replied. The great Brahma hastily knelt again, exclaiming, "My lord, I harbor no intentions of betraying you. Please spare my life." Rahu responded indifferently, "What are you afraid of? My command is not without purpose. Go to the Sea of Blood and inform the River of Oblivion about Inwa's creation of humanity. Encourage him to create a new race as well. I wish to discern whether the human race is indeed born of destiny, or if it is merely a result of the grand currents of the primordial world, where myriad races should flourish." Upon hearing this, the great Brahma exhaled in relief. "Yes, since it is your will, I shall gladly proceed." With a wave of his hand, Rahu granted the great Brahma a reprieve, who swiftly transformed into a streak of light heading towards the Sea of Blood. However, as he turned his back to Rahu, the cold sweat that had been suppressed began to pour down his face like a torrential downpour. How terrifying. Previously, he needed to meet Rahu's gaze to trigger the heavenly demon great method, yet now, merely a fleeting glance had invoked its backlash. Furthermore, in that brief moment, he sensed that Rahu's aura had undergone a profound transformation. Above his head, did a 6th grade Dao fruit flower bloom? Mid-stage Daluo cultivation. His recovery was astonishingly swift. But why was the Dao fruit purple? The great Brahma was taken aback. He had encountered numerous Daluo golden immortals, both in the ancient past and the present primordial world. He was familiar with the various colors of the Dao fruit. A white hue indicated that merit surpassed karma. A black hue signified that karma outweighed merit, and otherwise. A misty color denoted a balance of cause and effect. Yet, he had never seen a purple Daluo Dao fruit before. Casting a glance at the retreating figure of the great Brahma, Rahu closed his eyes, silently circulating his energy and awaiting the right moment. Since descending from Mount Sumeru, he had yet to take the time to fully comprehend his personal accomplishments. His cultivation had restored to mid-stage Daluo golden immortal, but as for his understanding of the Dao, Rahu undoubtedly ranked among the pinnacle of the primordial world. As for why the fusion of chaotic purple light occurred during the 5 chi returning to origin, Rahu found no answers in recollections of his past life. However, reflecting on the pathway of the chaotic demon god, he seemed to uncover the truth. The so-called chaotic demon god is the embodiment of the 3,000 laws within chaos. In other words, the chaotic demon god is the manifestation of the laws. Compared to beings of the primordial world, the cultivation of chaotic beings is more straightforward. Yet, the first step is to refine essence into chi. This process entails transforming the formless embodiment of the laws into innate chi from within to without, merging with chaos to condense the Dao body, thus achieving human form. This is the body refinement stage. The second step is to refine chi into spirit, transforming the tangible chi into the formless spirit. This stage is the method of refining the spirit. The third step, refining the spirit to return to the void. Like refining essence into chi, the difference lies in the former transformation of the body into the chi of all things, while the latter refines the primordial spirit into innate chi, allowing both the primordial spirit and Dao body to reach the chaotic source. The final step is the refinement of the void to merge with the Dao. This process is the realization of the Dao. The innate chaotic demon god is a chaotic being, transformed by the laws, after cultivating to this stage. A purple light will coalesce within the sea of consciousness as one comprehends the laws of the chaotic Dao. Rahu even recalled that Hongyun had mentioned this during his teachings in the Zixiao Palace. Refining the void to merge with the Dao entails the primordial spirit comprehending the laws of the cosmos, connecting with the powers of heaven and earth, and coalescing purple light within the sea of consciousness. However, this method of cultivation is exclusive to the chaotic demon god and cannot be emulated by beings of the primordial world. This, in essence, was Hongyun's precise wording, aligning perfectly with Rahu's understanding. The purple mansion requires the presence of purple light to be deemed so. However, beings of the primordial world cannot condense purple light. They can only refer to it as the sea of consciousness. Yet, in hopes of auspiciousness, they call it the purple mansion. But Rahu, now in his third life, had radically different circumstances. He had never contemplated traversing the path of the chaotic demon god with the body of an innate being from the primordial world. Yet, the roots of the primordial purple energy, upon reuniting with him, transformed into chaotic purple light, inadvertently merging with the 5 chi during the 5 chi returning to origin. In essence, he had indeed embarked upon the path of the chaotic demon god with the body of an innate being from the primordial world. Yet, this process was fraught with more serendipity than effort. Had it not been for the self-detonation of Hongyun, had it not been for the fragmentation of the primordial purple energy, had it not been for his indomitable spirit merging with the essence of Hongyun, had it not been for his innate 5-element spiritual root meticulously refining the 5 chi, So many unforeseen events had led him to this very moment. This is the nature of creation. Moreover, even if Rahu were to share his experiences, others would find it impossible to replicate. The very act of reconstituting another's essence in the wake of self-detonation is unachievable. Even Rahu himself was unaware of how he accomplished that feat. Perhaps this is fate, or perhaps an invisible hand is orchestrating all of this. A force that even he cannot defy. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Rahu turned his gaze towards the Sea of Blood. It was nearly time. He should set forth. The River of Oblivion? Rahu rose, fastening the gourd at his waist. With a smile gracing his lips, he gazed towards the Sea of Blood. Just do not let me down. Chapter 39. The Establishment of the Underworld Sect. The Sea of Blood. The waves surged as ever. The great Brahma transformed into a beam of black light and descended before the Sea of Blood, proclaiming, "The great Brahma has returned, seeking the audience of the ancestor." Within the Sea of Blood, the voice of the underworld river echoed. "Great Brahma, how have you returned?" The great Brahma hastily replied, "Ancestor, I have urgent matters to report." The voice of the underworld river continued, "What of the Red Cloud? Why do you not serve by his side?" The great Brahma did not raise his head and continued, "The Red Cloud has slain a general of the demon court and is currently in hiding, cultivating in the wilderness, taking advantage of his unguarded state. I specifically came to the Sea of Blood to convey the intelligence I have gathered to the ancestor." Shortly after the words reached the Sea of Blood, it parted, and the great Brahma swiftly transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the depths. In the hall of the underworld river sat serenely upon a lotus seat, while below, the 6 figures of Paksan stood in place. Upon seeing the return of the great Brahma, Paksan burst into hearty laughter. "Brother, you have finally returned." The great Brahma responded with a smile, but Indra regarded his return with a contemplative gaze. The great Brahma turned and patted Indra's shoulder. "Once again, we meet." Observing the profound expression on the great Brahma's face, a chill ran through Indra's heart. He must have learned the true identity of the Red Cloud. What, then, is his purpose in returning to the Sea of Blood? Whose command is he following now? Should he lay all this bare? After greeting the others, the great Brahma bowed to the underworld river, saying, "Ancestor, in the current wilderness, aside from the venerable Hongyun of the Purple Cloud Palace, Niwa and the 3 purities have all attained sainthood. Moreover, as I understand it, both the venerable Jain and Zhuanzi of Mount Sumeru have entered seclusion, making final preparations for their own ascension. It is certain that their success in attaining sainthood is all but guaranteed." The underworld river closed his eyes and replied, "Did you come solely for this news?" The great Brahma quickly said, "Of course not. I have uncovered something indispensable for achieving sainthood." The underworld river scoffed, opening his eyes to fixate on the great Brahma. "Do you think I am unaware of everything? It is nothing but the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, why would I have dealt so ruthlessly with the Red Cloud in the first place? Speak of something of value." The great Brahma smiled and said, "The ancestor is partly correct." "Partly?" The underworld river's interest was piqued. The great Brahma continued, "From the information I have gathered, aside from the venerable Hongyun, Niwa and the 3 purities all engaged in a specific endeavor during their path to sainthood." "What endeavor?" asked the underworld river. "They gathered merit." The underworld river sneered at the mention of this, a flash of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. "Are you mocking me?" The great Brahma hastily replied, "I would not dare. Every word I speak is the truth." The underworld river waved his hand, leaning forward slightly to scrutinize the great Brahma below. Within the wilderness, all beings know, I, the underworld river, represent the path of the Sea of Blood. The path of the Sea of Blood is the path of karma. My Sea of Blood lacks many things, but is never devoid of karma. Yet you now tell me that achieving sainthood requires merit? Have you forgotten that merit and my Sea of Blood are fundamentally incompatible? The great Brahma's expression stiffened. How could he have forgotten this? Merit is the nemesis of the path of the Sea of Blood. However, with the situation as it is, he could only steel himself and say, "Please, ancestor, quell your anger. I have not forgotten this." Nevertheless, within the wilderness, there are myriad paths, each with its strengths. While my Sea of Blood cultivates the path of karma, who says it cannot also incorporate merit? The underworld river narrowed his eyes. Continue. The great Brahma elaborated, Niwa, by the eastern sea's shore, fashioned a new race. The human race, using the 9 heavens soil and the 3 lights divine water. Immediately, boundless merit descended, aiding Niwa in her ascension. Following this, the Grand Master Laozi observed the human race, established the teachings of humanity, and attained sainthood through their fortune and merit. Furthermore, the Jade Pure Primordial One and the Upper Pure Tontian also established teachings for the living beings, garnering immense merit to attain their own sainthood. If my Sea of Blood were to emulate this, the ancestor would undoubtedly acquire boundless merit. At that time, even without the primordial purple energy, there may still be hope to ascend to the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the underworld river narrowed his eyes. What of Jain and Zhuanzi? The great Brahma responded. As for those 2, when I departed from Mount Sumeru to gather news, they were swearing oaths to the heavenly Tao, vowing to benefit the wilderness. Attempting to gain merit from the heavenly Tao, clouds were gathering above the Zhou Tian, indicating that their ascension was likely imminent. The underworld river pondered for a moment. If this information is true, I could indeed emulate their actions. However, without the primordial purple energy, I fear that even with boundless merit, it would be difficult to achieve sainthood. The great Brahma smiled and said, yet those three purities in Nuwa, even with the primordial purple energy in hand, ultimately relied on merit to attain sainthood, did they not? The underworld river suddenly turned, fixing his gaze intently on the great Brahma. The great Brahma looked down at himself. Puzzled, why does the ancestor gaze at me so? The underworld river abruptly said, you come to my sea of blood, yet the red cloud is truly unaware? The great Brahma replied, the red cloud went to Mount Sumeru to discuss the Tao and was gone for 30,000 years. As I awaited his return, I descended early to gather news. Later, I heard that the red cloud had left Mount Sumeru and slain 2 generals of the demon court. The demon court is undoubtedly searching for him throughout the wilderness. I have arranged to meet him in the fire cloud cave in the future. At this moment, he should not know that I have returned to the sea of blood. Upon hearing this, the underworld river contemplated briefly. Very well, since you have returned, you shall remain in the sea of blood for the time being. As for the matter of merit, I shall deliberate further before making a decision. With a wave of his hand, the underworld river commanded, you may withdraw. The others bowed in deference. The underworld river's figure vanished from the lotus seat. Poxin and the others hurried forward. Haha, upon this return, we shall no longer serve the red cloud's whims. You and I, brothers, should celebrate our reunion in joy. The great Brahma also laughed heartily, reveling in the gathering with everyone. Yet, when alone, the great Brahma sought out Indra. To outsiders, it appeared merely as a brotherly reunion. But the details of their discussion were known only to the two of them. Beyond the sea of blood, atop a cliff in the Een mountain, the figure of Rahu sat in meditation, quietly awaiting. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed swiftly. Voices resonated from the vast wilderness. I, Jane, today attained sainthood. I, Xuanzi, today attained sainthood. They have both achieved sainthood. Rahu opened his eyes and let out a faint sigh. The days ahead may prove challenging. Lowering his gaze towards the mountain base, he observed that, after thousands of years, the ranks of the army of the dead below had swelled with many human figures. The souls of humanity, like countless other beings of the wilderness, had arrived in the realm of reincarnation after death, within the sea of blood. The underworld river was also stirred by these two proclamations. Jane and Xuanzi attaining sainthood confirmed the great Brahma's words. Merit is indeed a requisite for attaining the Tao. With this thought, the voice of the underworld river reverberated throughout the entire sea of blood. I, the underworld river, hereby establish the underworld sect, my disciples and demonic generals. Heed my command and assist me in paving the path of creation and merit. Chapter 040, the Ajura and the Rakshasi. The establishment of a new primordial race is akin to the act of creation itself. The river of Hades is well aware of this. During this time, he has been reflecting on the messages brought back by Brahma. Regardless of their authenticity or potential for success, he feels compelled to make an attempt. What if, ultimately, this endeavor is beneficial and harmless to him, merely consuming his mental energy? However, before proceeding, he must await the outcome of Jane and Xuanzi's endeavors. Now, with Jane and Xuanzi having attained their paths, it is his turn. Upon hearing the summons, Poxin, Brahma, the god of desire, Shiva, Indra, Little, and the mother of ghosts emerged from the blood sea. Above the blood sea, the waves surged violently, and the immense 12-petaled blood lotus blossomed in layers. The figure of the river of Hades, clad in a blood-red robe, appeared atop the lotus platform. Welcome, ancestor. The assembly below bowed in reverence. The river of Hades nodded, commanding, listen well, swiftly capture the souls for my use. At these words, the crowd exchanged glances. Souls? What purpose do these serve? The realm of reincarnation is overflowing with souls. Yet, the blood sea has shown no interest in them until now. Why the sudden demand? Why linger in hesitation? Sensing the wrath of the river of Hades, they hastily replied, yes. 7 figures dispersed in various directions, employing their powers to gather the souls wandering around the blood sea, regardless of their race, and brought them back to the surface. In an instant, the air was filled with the anguished cries of the tormented souls. Saturated with the essence of the blood sea, the souls could not suppress their agonized moans. This sound, in turn, stirred a presence dwelling within the depths of the blood sea. A pair of small eyes opened, gazing around in bewilderment. Then, the voice of the river of Hades resonated once more. Quickly submerge these souls into the blood sea. Poxin and the others acted again, plunging the captured souls into the depths. The river of Hades raised his hands high, and at that moment, the entire blood sea erupted into a frenzy. Countless blood bubbles burst upon the surface. Poxin and the others were left in a state of dread at the sight. What is happening? In secret, that pair of eyes observed everything, bewildered by the unfolding events. Soon, blood bubbles began to rise one after another. Within each bubble, a soul thrashed in a frenzy. The scene was utterly terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The river of Hades bellowed, and countless blood gods scattered from his form, heading toward those blood bubbles. Pop! The blood bubbles exploded, along with the blood gods, transforming into a pool of blood that fell back into the sea. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood sea swelled even more violently. Poxin and the others could not help but retreat. They witnessed something emerging from the depths of the blood sea. A thick pool of blood was cast upon the shore by the waves, and to the astonishment of Poxin and the others, that dense blood began to rise from the blood sea. Shedding its crimson hue, it transformed into a figure resembling a human. This figure bore a grotesque visage. Unlike any human, Poxin and the others furrowed their brows. Is this a success? Soon after, more figures rose from the edge of the blood sea. Among them, some bore exquisitely beautiful features, resembling celestial beings. Poxin and the others were taken aback. Why was there such a disparity in appearance among the beings emerging from the blood sea? The river of Hades remained silent, tirelessly dispersing the blood gods. Time passed, and the myriad blood gods merged into the blood sea, emerging as figures that stood upon the shore. Finally, when all the blood gods had been sent into the sea, the figures emerged completely, a staggering 480 million. Countless. The river of Hades exhaled deeply. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciples of the underworld sect. Raising his gaze, the river of Hades declared, I, the river of Hades, vow to establish the underworld sect today, creating the Asura and the Rakshasa. The blood sea and the underworld shall take it upon themselves to benefit the realm of reincarnation. An oath was made. A spark of divine light arose from the center of the river of Hades' brow, vanishing into the void. He widened his eyes, eagerly awaiting a response from the heavenly Tao. Boom. Thunder rumbled. The river of Hades' gaze shifted. It has come. Multicolored, auspicious clouds gathered from all directions. The river of Hades erupted into laughter. Merit. Truly merit? I never expected that the blood sea river of Hades would one day reap such rewards. Haha. The sky was filled with gathering clouds, painting the space above the blood sea in vibrant hues. Poxin, Brahma, and the others were also enveloped by this auspicious cloud. They had contributed to the river of Hades' establishment of the underworld lineage, thus also receiving their share of merit. At this moment, however, the pair of small eyes within the blood sea began to stir with desire. Merit. Such a precious treasure. Why is there no recognition of my contribution in this blood sea? Upon uttering this thought, the eyes, accompanied by a buzzing sound, stealthily approached the multicolored clouds. Just as the river of Hades was reveling in the merit bestowed upon him, he suddenly turned, his gaze reflecting a small shadow, seeking death. With a wave of his hand, the Yuan Tu seamlessly melded with the void, becoming indistinct as it moved away. Within the multicolored clouds, the diminutive figure had just intended to savor the essence of the clouds when a sudden shock coursed through its heart. Turning back, it found the Yuan Tu already before it. River of Hades, do you dare to kill me? The figure scattered on the spot, transforming into a cloud of black mist, only to reassemble. The river of Hades snorted coldly, and the Yuan Tu coiled back. A brilliant blade light instantaneously solidified the void. The figure could not escape, exploding once more in place. River of Hades, born from the same blood sea, how dare you oppress me so? When I return to the blood sea, I shall surely tear you apart. The river of Hades retorted coolly, if you take another step, I shall render you utterly destroyed. Several figures approached the river of Hades, and Poxin, staring into the distance, inquired, Ancestor, what is that? His tone suggested that it might also be a being of the blood sea. Yet why have we never encountered it before? The river of Hades sneered. What does he count as a being of the blood sea? Merely an aberration born of my blood sea's tainted essence. If he had simply remained within the filth, I might have turned a blind eye. But to dare to covet my merit, he is courting death. With that, the river of Hades took a deep breath and swallowed all the surrounding multicolored clouds. Closing his eyes, he quietly awaited the outcome. Time ticked by, and suddenly, the river of Hades opened his eyes, his face contorted with rage. Brahma hurriedly stepped forward. Ancestor. The river of Hades turned, fixing his gaze upon Brahma. Why is it fruitless? Today, I establish the underworld sect and create the Asura and the Rakshasi. Why can this merit not allow me to attain sainthood? Brahma's expression turned anxious. Ancestor, I do not know. Could it be that only the human race can achieve this step? Or perhaps, it requires the presence of primordial purple energy? Upon hearing this, the river of Hades erupted in fury. The cursed red cloud. Had that primordial purple energy fallen into my hands back then, I would surely have attained sainthood today. I am filled with hatred, such hatred. In the distance of the blood sea, a shadow coalesced. Observing the raging figure above the blood sea from afar, it clenched its teeth and declared, River of Hades, I shall never rest until you and I are at odds. Turning, it sniffed the essence in the void, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. There is still merit? Quickly locking onto a location in the void, it ventured forth. Chapter 41. The Blood-Winged Golden Mosquito, the Mosquito Taoist. In a certain place atop a precipice in the Yin Mountains, Luohou sat coiled. Suddenly feeling a stirring within his heart, he opened his eyes and beheld a convergence of colorful, auspicious clouds above him. Luohou was somewhat taken aback. The clouds of merit? They resembled the auspicious clouds summoned by the guiding figure when he descended from the Shumi mountain. Upon seeing these clouds of merit, Luohou could not help but chuckle. It was not due to the gains themselves, but rather because, throughout his 3 lifetimes of cultivation, He had traversed this primordial wilderness for 2 of those lives. He had experienced everything, yet had never once been associated with merit. As for karma, he could indeed be deemed as exceedingly sinful. Merit? It was entirely unrelated to him. Yet now, the clouds of merit that belonged to him were right before his eyes. He did not rush to absorb them. Instead, he wished to savor their peculiarities. The wonders of merit are boundless. Within this primordial wilderness, possessing merit grants one the protection of the heavenly path. Should the merit be substantial, one might even receive blessings from the heavenly path. However, all things are relative. To the heavenly path, both merit and karma are treated equally. Otherwise, considering Luohou's past actions, he would be burdened by an overwhelming weight of karma, akin to a sea of blood. Yet, he had still reached the pinnacle of the Hongyun golden immortal realm. The strong never complain about their circumstances. But just as Luohou pondered these matters of merit, a shadow glided silently on the wind, approaching him. Without a word, it charged towards the clouds of merit. Luohou cast a casual glance and waved his hand, unleashing a storm of red sand. However, the shadow showed no fear. As the red sand neared, it transformed into a mass of black mist, surging forth and devouring the red sand completely. Luohou was taken aback. What on earth was this? Such a strange phenomenon. He waved his hand again, drawing the clouds of merit into his body. He had yet to fully appreciate them. How could he allow this entity to wreak havoc? Observing the clouds of merit consumed, the shadow morphed into a humanoid figure, glaring at Luohou with fury. Scoundrel, hand over that merit for my use. Taoist? A cold smile crept across Luohou's lips. Such audacity. Who do you think you are? Judging by his aura, he was merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. But how had the red sand vanished? Curiosity piqued, Luohou waved his hand once more, conjuring another handful of red sand. The figure sneered, do not think that just because you possess the great Luo golden immortal realm, you can do anything to me without some means. As he spoke, he dispersed into a cloud of black mist, colliding with the red sand. This time, Luohou observed closely. The black mist was composed of countless tiny mosquitoes, which, upon encountering the red sand, voraciously consumed it. Such voraciousness was extraordinary. Very well. More of this, Luohou thought, as he summoned another handful of red sand. The black mosquitoes welcomed it eagerly, consuming as much as they could. A wisp of black energy emanated from Luohou's brow, mingling with the red sand. You enjoy consuming, do you? No matter, there is an abundance of red sand here. Indulge as you wish. The black mist and red sand continued to intertwine, yet they gradually dissipated into nothingness, until suddenly the black mist receded, reshaping into a humanoid form. Upon seeing Luohou, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Wait. Luohou smiled. Why the hesitation? Since you enjoy consuming, continue. I have plenty more. If you are fond of it, feel free to eat your fill. The figure hastily retreated, frowning at the remaining red sand. What have you fed me? Luohou replied. You did not inquire from the start. Why ask now after consuming so much? As he spoke, Luohou waved his hand again, sending forth another handful of red sand. Eat. The figure's countenance darkened as he silently clutched his abdomen. I have no appetite today. Watch as you feel a pain in your belly, only to soon tremble all over as if falling into an infinite abyss, shivering and chilled to the bone. The figure halted, his face pale. Luohou continued. Once the chill penetrates your organs and enters your sea of consciousness, eroding your primordial spirit little by little, you will cease to feel pain. The figure turned back. Eroding my primordial spirit? Would that not mean my death? Luohou nodded. What is there to fear? This is the realm of reincarnation. If you are afraid, you may wait in reincarnation. Upon your death, you can immediately enter it. Oh, but wait. Since my chill can destroy your primordial spirit, you will not even have the chance to reincarnate. You shall dissipate into a breath of pure energy, returning to the primal origins of the wilderness. As these words left his mouth, the figure erupted in fury. Scoundrel, what on earth have you fed me? Luohou, unperturbed, replied coolly, merely a trifling method of the demonic path. A method of the demonic path? The figure scrutinized Luohou, suddenly exclaiming, I recognize you. You seem to be the ancestor of Red Cloud? Luohou replied indifferently, and what of it? The figure furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Luohou before saying, no, that is not right. Luohou inquired, what is incorrect? The figure shook his head. Though I cannot articulate it, the sensation feels different from the first time I encountered you. The first time? Luohou questioned. You are a being of reincarnation? The figure shuddered involuntarily, for he felt a sudden surge of chill within him. What does it matter who I am? What have you fed me? Luohou ignored him and simply sat down, closing his eyes. Seeing this, the figure seethed with rage. Will you not speak? Luohou stated, this method is one only I can unravel. If you do not believe me, seek others to try. The figure gritted his teeth, feeling the chill within him intensifying. He had no choice but to endure, saying today, consider it a lesson learned. I have provoked someone I should not have. Listen well, I am from the Blood Sea, the first mosquito born at the dawn of creation. Known as the blood-winged golden mosquito, the mosquito Taoist. Blood-winged golden mosquito? An aberration of the primal innate lineage? Luohou's heart stirred, though his face revealed no reaction. Nonsense. I have dealt with the Blood Sea before. Why have I never encountered you? The mosquito Taoist sneered. Your dealings with the Blood Sea are merely skirmishes with the underworld river. I was born amidst the impurities of the Blood Sea, thriving on its foul essence. Hence I have never crossed paths with you. Luohou opened his eyes, realizing, so that is the case. Since you share lineage with the underworld river, you might as well return to seek its assistance in unraveling my method. It would be wise to hope that the underworld river can resolve it, for Luohou fixed his gaze upon the mosquito Taoist, smiling, your time is running short. Chapter 042. I have become the master. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the mosquito Taoist grew increasingly grim. At this moment, the chilling sensation within him was excruciatingly painful, penetrating to his very bones. He could hardly bear to eat, let alone move, as each slight motion felt like torture. Glancing at Luohou, he mocked, the underworld river has turned against me. Should I return now, I would undoubtedly fall victim to his treachery. Instead, his tone softened, and he forced a smile. Why don't you relieve me of this agony? Luohou, intrigued yet unmoved, replied, the underworld river has betrayed you? What is there to fear? Simply bow your head upon your return, and he will surely assist you. However, whether or not I can free you from your suffering depends on my capabilities. The mosquito Taoist, who had managed to lower his stance, regained his defiance. Here I am, kindly asking for your help, and yet you remain ungrateful. Do you truly believe that I, the master, cannot counter your methods? Luohou closed his eyes, ignoring him. This individual possesses a certain intrigue, setting aside the peculiar technique of creating doppelgangers. His insatiable ability to consume everything is indeed a formidable weapon within the vast wilderness. If I could keep him by my side for my own purposes, he could prove to be quite useful. Seeing Luohou's indifference, the mosquito Taoist sat cross-legged and began to refine the increasingly powerful malevolent energy within him. However, as he exerted himself, that energy surged violently, even more ferocious than the power emitted by the underworld river's weapon, the annihilation of souls. This force was beyond his capacity to assimilate. After several attempts, the mosquito Taoist was left despondent. He could no longer contain the tremors coursing through his body, an inexplicable chill that sent shivers through his very soul. Red Cloud Ancestor. He rose to face Luohou, his gaze menacing. You must lift this curse, or else. Luohou remained unmoved, eyes still shut. The mosquito Taoist gritted his teeth and transformed into a mass of black mist, charging at Luohou. But in the next moment, an overwhelming chill radiated from Luohou, forcing the mosquito Taoist to retreat, reverting to his original form. What is this technique of yours? Why does it surpass the annihilation of souls in ferocity? Luohou continued to ignore him. The mosquito Taoist was genuinely anxious now. Will you, or will you not lift this curse? If you refuse, then I, the master, with a determined bite of his teeth, the mosquito Taoist knelt before Luohou. I beseech you, master. Upon hearing this, Luohou opened his eyes in bewilderment. What? Did I mishear? The mosquito Taoist, glaring furiously, declared, if you do not lift this curse, I shall remain kneeling before you until you do. Luohou was momentarily taken aback. This fierce tone, this wrathful expression, yet the words spoken him, could he be a fool? He must be a Navi simpleton. Luohou's mind stirred. Very well, there are two methods to break this curse. The first requires you to be completely encased in this chill, allowing me to extract your soul, reconstruct your body, and subsequently draw out the chill to restore your spirit to your form. But this process carries risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to your soul's demise. As he spoke, Luohou rose. Come, let me extract your soul. The mosquito Taoist hastily retreated. Hold on, do you take me for a fool? Luohou raised an eyebrow. So you're not foolish after all? The mosquito Taoist retorted angrily. With such great risk, I have yet to shine in the vast wilderness. Why would I take such a gamble? Tell me the second method. Luohou sighed. The second method is even more challenging. You must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, pledging loyalty to me, and you must not transgress. Should you violate this oath, the heavenly Tao will obliterate your spirit. Thus, the first method remains the better option. The mosquito Taoist fell silent. Gazing at Luohou, he suddenly laughed. You cannot deceive me with your flowery words. The second method requires merely a vow. It is so simple. Yet you wish for me to choose the first? I choose the second. Luohou frowned. You must think this through. The mosquito Taoist retorted fiercely. I have thought it through quite clearly. He then turned and declared, I, the mosquito Taoist, hereby swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Pledging my loyalty to him, he turned back to Luohou, asking, You are the Red Cloud Ancestor, correct? Luohou was momentarily stunned but nodded in affirmation. The mosquito Taoist continued. You must be cautious. If he assists me in lifting this torment, I shall pledge my loyalty to you, Red Cloud Ancestor, and should I break my vow, let the heavenly Tao obliterate my spirit. As he spoke, a thread of energy emanated from his brow, and in the void, a glimmer of spiritual light descended, merging with the mosquito Taoist's energy, ultimately forming a mark that vanished into Luohou's brow. Luohou remained silent. To be honest, he felt a twinge of regret. This fellow is clearly somewhat lacking in intellect. Having such a simpleton by my side may prove troublesome. Nevertheless, what is done is done. I shall accommodate for now and gradually teach him in the future. The mosquito Taoist turned to Luohou and exclaimed, I have become the master. Why does this pain still persist? Luohou gestured, and an aura immediately surged forth from within the mosquito Taoist's body. This was merely a fragment of the god-slaying spear's essence. The god-slaying spear, known as the most formidable weapon in the wilderness, had been tempered through countless ages, and now likely rivaled innate treasures. Despite the mosquito Taoist's ability to consume all, this essence, once ingested, wreaked havoc on his internal organs under Lu's control. To unravel it would be simple, he merely needed to retract it. Alas, this was the mosquito Taoist's first venture into the cycle of reincarnation, having just departed from the Blood Sea, only to encounter Lu, a seasoned practitioner of 3 lifetimes. One naive and unknowing, the other cunning and shrewd. Naturally, Luohou had him at a disadvantage. As the pain within him vanished, the mosquito Taoist erupted into laughter. Is it truly this simple? In that case, should I face such pain again, I shall merely take another vow. He then turned to Luohou and remarked, Red Cloud Ancestor, that you have wronged me once. We are even now. I must venture forth into the wilderness, and I have no time to quarrel with you. As he prepared to leave, Luohou inquired, Where are you off to? The mosquito Taoist retorted, Must I inform you of my destination? I have heard of a certain Mount Shumi, where there is one known as Jane Juanti. Since they have achieved sainthood through merit, there must be abundant rewards awaiting me. I shall visit Mount Shumi for a time. Luohou was rendered speechless. This fellow having said this, the mosquito Taoist turned to leave. Luohou calmly said, Return? The mosquito Taoist glanced back, laughing heartily. I am now free as a bird. Do you think you can command me? I am leaving. Luohou shook his head. With a mere thought, the mosquito Taoist's figure plummeted from the void. Boom, he crashed heavily to the ground, causing numerous souls in the vicinity to scatter in fear. Lying on the ground, the mosquito Taoist found himself utterly immobilized, as if an invisible force was relentlessly eroding his spirit. In his ears, Luohou's voice slowly resonated. Teaching 100 times is no match for a single experience. Very well, let this oath serve as a lesson for you. Chapter 043. I surrender, surrender. Surrender upon the dark expanse of the earth, the mosquito Taoist struggled helplessly upon the ground. What is happening? What on earth is this? Why does some force seem intent on erasing my very soul? The figure of Luohou gracefully descended before him, unable to lift his head. The mosquito Taoist could only grit his teeth and say, Old Ancestor Hongyun, are you the one tormenting me again? Quickly lift this curse, or I shall not let this matter rest. Luohou seated himself directly in front of him. First and foremost, from this moment on, you shall refer to yourself as Little Tao when speaking to me. Should you continue to shout Taoist Master indiscriminately, you shall suffer the consequences. The mosquito Taoist sneered in response, Nonsense. I am the Taoist Master. Before he could finish his retort, the intangible force once more sent tremors through his spirit. Old Ancestor Hongyun, what exactly do you intend to do? Luohou replied, I intend nothing sinister, merely to ensure you adhere to your Tao oath. Having pledged your loyalty to me, you are obliged to follow my directives. Whatever I command, you must fulfill. If you refuse, punishment shall ensue. Gritting his teeth, the mosquito Taoist spat, You wishful thinker. I am the Taoist Master. Nonsense, I am. What is this power? You haven't even lifted a finger, and yet I am tormented so. Luohou paid no heed to the mosquito Taoist's cries. Let us reflect on what I have just stated. If you do not amend your ways, this suffering will be unending, until your spirit can no longer endure, and the power of the heavenly Tao obliterates you entirely. With eyes bloodshot, the mosquito Taoist lamented. I yield, I truly yield. He rolled his eyes, his body writhing uncontrollably. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. After an indeterminate time, the mosquito Taoist slowly opened his eyes. What is this? Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings and immediately spotted Luohou seated beside him. Is it you, Tao? As the words formed on his lips, he abruptly fell silent. What has happened to me? Luohou, eyes closed, replied, Nothing significant. Merely that you fainted from the torment of the heavenly Tao. A few more instances like this, and your primordial spirit would be utterly extinguished. Let us continue. The mosquito Taoist attempted to move, and to his delight, found his body responsive. Excellent. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the area, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Upon confirming that no one else was present besides Luohou, he sneered, Old Ancestor Hongyun, do not presume that I am unaware, you're the one scheming against me. But I shall not hold it against you this time. Moreover, we are even now. I am leaving, and you shall not harm me further. In response to his ignorance, Luohou calmly stated, You are going nowhere. First, you must learn to obey. The mosquito Taoist scoffed, Do you think you have the authority to dictate my actions? Nonsense. With that, he turned to leave. However, as he took a single step, he found himself back on the ground. Again? This is maddening. Old Ancestor Hongyun. What is going on? Luohou opened his eyes and glanced at him, exasperated. It seems you are not merely foolish, but genuinely unaware. Did you not learn anything while following the river of blood? Fuming, the mosquito Taoist retorted, Who says I followed him in the Blood Sea? The river of blood was born from the depths of the Blood Sea, but I am the offspring of its impure essence, though we share a lineage. I am not his disciple, nor am I under his command. Luohou raised an eyebrow. Under his command? I never expected to hear such words from you. Very well. Allow me to teach you properly. You have made a Tao oath, and thus the primal heavenly Tao has acknowledged it. You vowed to be loyal to me, which means you are now under my command. You shall do as I instruct. If you refuse, it would be a violation of your Tao oath. I need only think a thought, and you will bear the weight of the heavenly Tao's power. At this point, Luohou turned to the mosquito Taoist, frowning. You do not even know what the heavenly Tao is, do you? The mosquito Taoist paused. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Luohou exhaled deeply. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You are not a complete imbecile. Did you hear everything I just said? The mosquito Taoist furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before fixing his gaze on Luohou. Is this Tao oath truly that powerful? Luohou sighed in resignation. Attempting to teach a fool reason is the most regrettable decision I have ever made. If you do not believe me, just try it. The heavenly Tao will ensure you learn your lesson. The mosquito Taoist fell silent, opting instead to turn away and contemplate deeply. After an unknown duration, a presence approached. The mosquito Taoist turned to see the great Brahma descending, coming before Luohou. Glancing at the mosquito Taoist on the ground, the great Brahma appeared slightly puzzled but still bowed to Luohou. Master. Luohou nodded. What did you convey to the river of blood? The great Brahma replied. I informed the river of blood's ancestor that we must uphold our pact, and that I would continue to gather intelligence on your behalf. Luohou inquired. Did he believe you? The great Brahma shook his head. I do not know, but he agreed. Luohou nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. The great Brahma turned his curious gaze toward the mosquito Taoist on the ground. He is. Before Luohou could respond, the mosquito Taoist sprang up from the ground. I am the mosquito Taoist. I recognize you. You are the second disciple of the river of blood. Why have you aligned with him? Oh. The mosquito Taoist seemed to have stumbled upon a momentous realization. I understand now. You and he. Just as he pointed at Luohou, he hastily covered his finger. Indicating Luohou with his chin, he continued, You are in league with each other? No wonder divine merits have descended simultaneously. Old ancestor Hongyun. The great Brahma turned to Luohou, his heart filled with curiosity. Where did you find this gem? The mosquito Taoist chuckled. If you revoke my Tao oath now, I shall pretend to know nothing. However, if you refuse to do so, I shall inform the river of blood of your alliance, ruining your plans. Luohou was taken aback. A genius. What is the composition of this fellow's mind? If you call him clever, he cannot even comprehend the Tao oath and was unwittingly ensnared. If you call him foolish, yet here he is, cleverly threatening me with this information? Luohou remarked, Do you not realize that loyalty to me means you cannot defy me? The mosquito Taoist, seated on the ground, laughed. And if I do? What then? Luohou shook his head in resignation. Very well, I shall teach you slowly. Rising, he turned to depart. I am leaving. Back to the primal chaos. The great Brahma followed closely behind. The mosquito Taoist chuckled. No need to see me off. A surge of power enveloped him, and once more, the mosquito Taoist found himself prostrated on the ground. Again? Old ancestor Hongyun. I mean no disrespect. Luohou's voice echoed from a distance. Should you even entertain thoughts of betrayal against me, you shall suffer the same punishment. Furthermore, if you do not hurry and catch up, the consequences will be even more severe. Chapter 044. Overwhelmed. The matter has been settled. Luohou witnessed everything. The merits of the creation of the Azura lineage by the river of oblivion pale in comparison to the merits of Nuwa's creation of humanity. Even if we factor in his own merits from establishing a doctrine, it still does not measure up. This indicates that the issue lies not within the establishment of doctrines or new races, but rather within humanity itself. The merits of humanity are unparalleled. This makes things much simpler. Humanity has only just begun its journey. There are far more merits awaiting the beings of the primordial world to explore. And Laozi, having merely established a personal doctrine, attained boundless merits and successfully achieved the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Other merits are not insignificant either. Luohou and Defan Tian swiftly traversed the reincarnation earth, with a dark light trailing far behind. Wait. The mosquito Taoist was on the verge of tears. You all are moving so swiftly, yet I cannot keep up. Ahead. Defan Tian glanced back and murmured. So it is a primordial being born from the filth of the blood sea. No wonder. However, I do not comprehend why the master would keep this mosquito Taoist, whose cultivation is currently feeble, by his side. Is he overestimating him? Luohou replied, His cultivation will improve, but such talent cannot merely be elevated through cultivation. Given the mosquito Taoist's innate talent, once he matures, few in the primordial world will be able to contend with him. Defan Tian was taken aback. He could discern that Luohou held high expectations for the mosquito Taoist. This was a rare occurrence, and it piqued Defan Tian's interest in the mosquito Taoist's potential. Luohou deliberately slowed his pace. Otherwise, the mosquito Taoist would have fallen too far behind. Given his current cultivation level, managing to keep up without losing distance was already a tremendous effort. The two paused to allow the mosquito Taoist to catch up. Moments later, the mosquito Taoist, panting heavily, finally reached them. You too, my cultivation cannot compare to yours. Can you not wait for me? Seeing his distressed demeanor, Luohou remarked, You possess this cultivation, yet have little mastery over the arts of divine techniques. As he spoke, Luohou waved his hand, sending a stream of light into the mosquito Taoist's brow. This is the art of divine movement. Take this time to comprehend it. If you cannot keep up afterward, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist lamented, I am truly unfortunate to encounter you, a muddler of the primordial world, right after leaving my mountain. Ancestor Hongyun, let us make a deal. Can we dispense with this oath? Consider it a favor owed by me, the mosquito Taoist. Luohou cast a glance at him and noticed that the mosquito Taoist's cultivation had slightly improved since their encounter. Although the change was not significant, it was indeed progress. This was curious. Since meeting him, the mosquito Taoist had gained little advantage. Why had his cultivation still risen? It is known that for cultivators in the later stages of the primordial world, improvement becomes increasingly arduous. Thus, after reaching the great Luo golden immortal stage, one must rely on enlightenment to enhance their cultivation, as time becomes utterly meaningless to them. Yet this mosquito Taoist. No, wait. Luohou's gaze sharpened. He had gained some advantages. The red sand he had unleashed had been consumed by him time and again. Could it be that this rascal's ability to devour all things increases his cultivation? If that is indeed the case, it is rather monstrous. Turning to the mosquito Taoist, Luohou stated, you have one more moment to comprehend those divine techniques. The mosquito Taoist was at a loss for words. Seeing Luohou's lack of consideration, he gritted his teeth and delved into the study of the art of divine movement. The so-called art of divine movement is one of the 72 techniques of the earthly fiends. Unlike riding clouds and mist, this technique allows rapid movement on the ground. If one were to categorize it, it bears slight resemblance to the 5 elements escape technique. However, if executed well, the speed can be extraordinary, and in later stages, one can easily traverse distances in an instant. With the current initial stage of a golden immortal, if the mosquito Taoist fully grasps this art of divine movement, he could potentially cover millions of miles in a single step. De Fan Tian remained silent, following Luohou as they awaited. After a quarter of an hour, Luohou opened his eyes. Let's go. As the words fell, their figures vanished instantly. The mosquito Taoist opened his eyes, face filled with indignation. Are you abandoning me again? What nonsense is this art of divine movement? Once my cultivation rises, my speed is my innate advantage. Why would I need this? Indeed, he is a blood-winged golden mosquito. With a flap of his wings, he can traverse the void. It is merely his current feeble cultivation that limits his speed. Gritting his teeth, the mosquito Taoist figure vanished from the spot. In midair, De Fan Tian glanced back and noticed a dark figure rapidly flashing across the reincarnation earth. My lord. De Fan Tian was slightly astonished. Luohou turned to look. That shadow was the mosquito Taoist. The art of divine movement does not extend beyond Nanjiang of the ground. Yet at this moment, the mosquito Taoist was able to step across 800,000 miles. Quite impressive. He does possess some innate talent. Luohou nodded. After all, he is of the primordial lineage, and his comprehension cannot be lacking. Let us proceed. Luohou smiled slightly and quickened his pace once more. This journey of starts and stops took over a month to traverse the reincarnation earth. The moment the mosquito Taoist crossed the ghost gate, the world before him suddenly brightened. The wind and sunlight that greeted him compelled the mosquito Taoist to shut his eyes. Is this the land of the primordial world? So exquisite. What are these mountains, this soil, this lush greenery? What is this red, this yellow, this white? Oh, this stench. It's overwhelming. Let me take another whiff. Ugh, it's too much. Ugh, I adore this. Above the clouds, De Fan Tian's lips twitched as he couldn't help but steal a glance at Luohou's expression. Luohou was equally taken aback. How embarrassing. This mosquito Taoist, upon stepping out of the reincarnation realm for the first time, was instantly entranced by the unfamiliar scenery, diving headfirst into the wild mountains and becoming lost in ecstasy. His head buried among the flowers as he drooled uncontrollably. Luohou could understand this. After all, the reincarnation realm was barren, devoid of anything but black mountains and treacherous waters, leaving only endless spirits and blood seas. How could it compare to the vibrant primordial world? However, soon, as the mosquito Taoist discovered a decaying beast carcass, the scene transformed completely. At the first whiff, tears streamed down his face. Yet he could not resist inhaling a second time, and then he was overwhelmed. Ignoring the surrounding colorful flowers and greenery, he circled the rotting corpse. Saliva dripping unbidden from the corners of his mouth. Luohou observed from above, and De Fan Tian muttered, perhaps he is merely curious. However, as soon as he spoke this, De Fan Tian regretted it. Curious? The mosquito Taoist reached out, tearing off a piece of rotten flesh and bringing it close to his mouth. De Fan Tian clenched his fists. He should only be curious. Then, in De Fan Tian's horrified gaze, the mosquito Taoist placed the putrid meat into his mouth. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with delight. How intriguing. This is enough. Truly enough. De Fan Tian could no longer contain himself, and Luohou too was unable to hold back. Mosquito Taoist, come here at once. Upon hearing the call from above, the mosquito Taoist looked up, not angered, but instead tore off another piece of rotten flesh and darted upwards. The primordial world is truly marvelous. What is this? It's overwhelming. I absolutely adore it. Witnessing this, De Fan Tian's expression darkened. Get away. Don't come any closer. Chapter 045, Beneath Mount Buzhou, the Nine Phoenix Tribe. Mosquito Taoist felt utterly frustrated. His intentions were noble. He merely wished for the great Brahma to savor this exquisite delicacy. However, he was met with a brutal beating from the great Brahma. While it wasn't a grave matter, it certainly wounded Mosquito Taoist's spirit. If he didn't wish to partake, why resort to violence? Look at the state you've left me in. Mosquito Taoist stood there, bruised and battered, clutching a piece of decayed flesh behind his back. Luohou inhaled deeply. How embarrassing. Should word of this reach the vast wilderness, encountering other practitioners, no matter how diligently he tried to evade it, he would inevitably suffer humiliation. Mosquito Taoist, I hereby establish a rule for you. In this primordial realm, everything you say and do must receive my consent. Mosquito Taoist frowned. Old Ancestor Hongyun, though I was deceived into swearing allegiance to you, your demands are rather unreasonable. Are they not? To strip me of the right to speak is excessively tyrannical. Luohou replied coldly. You have spoken correctly. I am indeed tyrannical. Turning away, he added, if I catch you plotting to consume that rotting flesh again, I shall double the torment of your oath. Upon hearing this, Mosquito Taoist muttered a few indistinct curses under his breath, mere unmentionable greetings. As he watched Luohou stride away, he hesitated before peering at the decayed meat in his hand. Though he longed to continue, he was unwilling to endure the torment of the oath once more. Reluctantly discarding the meat, he couldn't resist licking his fingers. Wait for me. In the primordial realm stands Mount Buzhou, the celestial pillar. Legends say it is formed from the spine of Hongyun. Towering and majestic, it pierces the clouds and connects to the heavenly realm, reaching beyond the heavens themselves. The pure energy coalesces into white clouds, merely resting at the mountain's midpoint, resembling a continent rising from the boundless expanse of the primordial earth. When Hongyun preached at the Zishu Palace, countless beings ascended along this very Mount Buzhou, journeying toward the heavens beyond. With Mount Buzhou in place, the heavens would not collapse. Now, beneath this mountain, the Witch Clan occupies the territory. At the helm of the Witch Clan are the 12 ancestral witches, beneath whom several great witches command various factions. The combined strength of their tribes ranges from thousands to tens of thousands. The Witch Clan, innately powerful, boasts colossal forms, although Luohou had not witnessed them firsthand. According to Hongyun's memories, he had caught a distant glimpse of the ancestral witch's form. It was indeed a colossal entity. Between heaven and earth stretches 30,000 miles. That ancestral body could almost reach the heavens. According to his recollections, Hongyun had not engaged with the Witch Clan, but he was acquainted with two of the ancestral witches, Xianming and Hutu, two female ancestral witches. During Hongyun's preaching, they had met at the Zishu Palace. Even from tens of millions of miles away, the grand silhouette of Mount Buzhou could be discerned. Luohou and the great Brahma stood there, with Mosquito Taoist trailing behind, filled with curiosity about the wonders of the primordial world. Yet, with Luohou's prior admonition against idle chatter, he could only stifle his inquisitiveness. Master, we are approaching the territory of the Witch Clan. At this moment, both the great Brahma and Luohou had altered their appearances through transformation, although their auras remained unchanged. Unless one were familiar with them, they would not be recognized. After all, Luohou was now a wanted criminal in the demon court. Mosquito Taoist tugged at Luohou's sleeve. Luohou, impatient, urged, speak. Mosquito Taoist exhaled a sigh. I'm about to burst. Old Ancestor Hongyun, could we possibly revise the conditions? This prohibition against speaking is unbearable. Luohou replied, very well, from now on, you shall address me as the great Brahma does. You are forbidden from calling me by name. Secondly, no idle inquiries. If you have questions, ask quietly, lest you embarrass yourself. Thirdly, you are not permitted to act without my command. Mosquito Taoist muttered, how is that different from being a puppet? At his words, the great Brahma shot him a glare. Mosquito Taoist chuckled, I was referring to you. Alas, what misfortune has befallen me, evading the river of oblivion only to encounter you. Truly, I must be cursed. Having said this, Mosquito Taoist stepped forward, pointing toward the distant Mount Buzhou. What is that? Luohou was exasperated. So ignorant. Mosquito Taoist turned back. You told me to ask quietly. Luohou inhaled deeply, restraining his irritation. The great Brahma explained, that is Mount Buzhou, the celestial pillar. The celestial pillar? Mosquito Taoist's curiosity was piqued. So this is Mount Buzhou. The words sounded somewhat proper. Yet, in the next moment, he turned back and asked, is it edible? Get out. Get out. Luohou was furious. If you ask again whether something is edible, I will suppress you immediately. Mosquito Taoist swallowed hard, refraining from further inquiries. He silently moved behind the great Brahma and whispered, so it's not edible, right? The great Brahma gritted his teeth, for you. There is nothing inedible, only whether you are permitted to consume it. Mosquito Taoist suddenly comprehended. Oh, I see. Luohou prided himself on his patience, having cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure in Mosquito Taoist's presence. This fellow was simply too uninformed. In the distance, the sound of a horn suddenly resounded, resonating melodiously across millions of miles. Immediately thereafter, the earth quaked with undulating waves. Massive figures rose from the ground. Mosquito Taoist was taken aback. What? Stepping back, he inquired of the great Brahma. What are those? The great Brahma could only endure and respond, "The witch clan." "The witch clan?" Mosquito Taoist exclaimed. Then, the great Brahma snapped, "Do not ask whether they are edible." Mosquito Taoist retorted, "I know that. I merely wish to ask what relation we have to them and why we are here." The great Brahma gritted his teeth. "Just wait and see. Refrain from unnecessary chatter." Mosquito Taoist sighed and turned his attention to the scene ahead. The witch clan warriors were immense, often lying idle on the ground, sleeping when not hunting. The horn could signify three things: daily offerings, hunting, or defense. Each type carried a different frequency, signifying distinct meanings. The horn that sounded now held a murderous intent, prompting the witch clan warriors to rise, hefting massive stone axes and knives, roaring toward the heavens. Mosquito Taoist was left speechless. Among the witch clan, even the smallest stood at 3 zhang high. They appeared colossal, yet in reality, they were merely children of the witch clan. Even now, they waved their fists, shouting into the void. Once a witch clan member's vitality and strength reached a certain threshold, they were designated as witch soldiers. Following them were witch officers, then war witches. And finally, great witches. The ultimate title belonged to the witch clan leader, the ancestral witch. This particular witch tribe was neither large nor did it belong to any prominent great witch. Yet, upon the rise of thousands of witches, they all turned their gaze toward the horizon. Just as Mosquito Taoist was about to question further, he discerned a dark mass approaching from the edge of the sky. This time, the great Brahma spoke first. Demon Court, Demon Soldiers. Chapter 46, The Breaking Point Strike. Gathering storm clouds transformed the previously serene sky into a tempest in an instant. Amidst the darkened heavens stood a proud figure, a great Luohou golden immortal, gazing disdainfully below. Surrounding him were numerous cultivators, including Luohou and others, who were also spectators of the unfolding scene. Whispers circulated among them, explaining the situation. This territory had originally fallen under the jurisdiction of the Demon Court, but recently, it had been forcefully seized by the Witch Clan's 9 Phoenix tribe, driving away the Demon Court's guarding forces. The Demon Court's aggressive approach today likely aimed to negotiate this matter. Upon hearing this, Luohou murmured, "Have the witches and demons been frequently clashing lately?" "Indeed," Defan Tian replied. "The ambitions of the Demon Court have swelled, leading to intensified friction with the Witch Clan. While skirmishes are frequent, both sides exercise restraint. After all, the Demon Court is backed by the Saint Nuwa, who shares a deep bond with the ancestral Witch Xianming. To avoid complicating matters for the Saint, the Demon Court will likely extend some courtesy. It is best to avoid conflict if possible." Luohou nodded. But how would one achieve their objectives without confrontation? Mosquito Taoist sidled up to Luohou. "So, you two have areas of ignorance?" Luohou glanced back at him. Scram. Mosquito Taoist withdrew, retreating behind Defan Tian once more. In the void above, the great Luohou golden immortal of the Demon Court proclaimed, "I am Fei Lian, the Demon Saint of the Demon Court. Where is the great Witch 9 Phoenix?" As his voice faded, a colossal figure, towering 1,000 zhang, rose from the distant mountains. Observing this, Mosquito Taoist inhaled deeply in the emptiness. What immense vitality. If I could devour that, it would be. Before he could finish, Defan Tian shook his head, prompting Mosquito Taoist to swallow his words. The towering figure approached, casting a cold laugh at the dark clouds almost parallel to his line of sight. "How could the esteemed Lord 9 Phoenix be here? You, mere beasts with fur and horns, may speak your concerns directly." Fei Lian scoffed. "How dare a mere battle witch speak with me? Bring forth 9 Phoenix." At this, the Witch Clan warriors below erupted in laughter. "With your status, you dare request an audience with our Lord 9 Phoenix? If you wish to see her, your Demon Emperor must come personally. Indeed, does your Demon Court not boast the 3-legged bird Dijun and Tai? Let them come." Behind Fei Lian, several Tai demon generals seethed with rage, ready to intervene, but Fei Lian restrained them. Gazing down, he said coolly, "A pack of brutes. Do you not understand courtesy?" The towering battle witch retorted angrily, "Who are you calling a brute?" Though merely a battle witch, his strength rivaled that of a Tai golden immortal, daring to confront the great Luohou golden immortal Fei Lian directly. Such was the nature of the Witch Clan, warrior-like and unyielding. Fei Lian remained unfazed. He was accustomed to dealing with such brutes. This territory originally belonged to the Demon Court, yet you shamelessly occupy it. Since 9 Phoenix refuses to show herself, I shall seek her at Mount Buzhou. The battle witch laughed heartily. "You dare approach Mount Buzhou? If the ancestral witch encounters you, you will be swallowed whole." Fei Lian scoffed again, turning away. "You may wait here while I confront 9 Phoenix. These brutes are not worth my time." The conflict between the Demon Court and the Witch Clan intensifies, and it would be difficult to explain to Saint Nuwa. "Withdraw 300 miles and await my return." Following Fei Lian's command, the myriad soldiers of the Demon Court retreated. He surveyed the surroundings. The onlooking cultivators bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. While great Luohou golden immortals were not rare in this primordial world, a great Luohou from the Demon Court was an entirely different matter. Fei Lian transformed into a streak of light, darting into the distance. Below, the Witch Clan burst into laughter under the lead of the Battle Witch. "Those brutes have retreated? This land belongs to the Witch Clan, and across the vast primordial expanse, we hold dominion. Do these fools dare to challenge us? One more step forward." and we shall strike them down as prey. In response to the witch clan's provocation, the demon court's subordinates could only coldly snort. Luohou narrowed his eyes. It is time for action. The conflict between the witches and demons revolves around the title of supremacy in the primordial realm and the contention for resources. The land is rich with treasures coveted by the demon court. In contrast, the witches are driven by the primal need for sustenance. Unlike other beings in the primordial realm, apart from the 12 ancestral witches and the great witch 9 phoenix, the majority of the witch clan lack a primordial spirit. Without a primordial spirit, they cannot cultivate the powers of heaven and earth. Their innate brute strength is their greatest asset, yet to sustain this strength, they must feed countless blood offerings. The primordial land is home to myriad creatures, from the smallest ant to the grandest mountain. These creatures are the targets of the witch clan's hunts. If the demon court monopolizes these resources, how will the witches survive? This cannot be allowed. It is absolutely intolerable. Yet, the demon court has shown remarkable restraint. Heroes shape their circumstances, and circumstances shape heroes. If the primordial realm remains stable, where will Luohou find his opportunity? Moreover, in Luohou's view, both the demon court and the witch clan present a dilemma for the heavenly Tao Saint. The demon court boasts figures like Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, alongside many formidable demons. Recently, they have also been rumored to be researching the supreme arrays of Shou Tian Xing Do and the Hongyun He Luo. These powerful formations rival the heavenly Tao Saint. The witch clan's 12 capital celestial array is a headache even for the heavenly Tao Saint. If such threats are not eliminated, how can the heavenly Tao Saint dominate the primordial realm? When they will take action remains uncertain, but one thing is clear. It is time for Luohou to act. With his figure, he silently vanished into the crowd alongside Defan Tian and Mosquito Daoist. In the distance, the army of the demon court stood poised, seething with fury as they listened to the taunts and insults from the witch clan. Those accursed brutes. I say, since the saint has yet to lend us support, why should we concern ourselves? Let us engage the witch clan in battle directly. Silence. Can we speak of the saint in such a manner? The saint's actions are always justified. We must endure. Several demon generals gritted their teeth in frustration, as did their comrades. Unbeknownst to them, a crimson aura began to seep from behind the demon court, spreading forward. None noticed this subtle presence. Their focus remained on the relentless taunts and insults from the witch clan, fueling their agitation. The crimson aura persisted, continuously flowing. After an indeterminate time, the soldiers of the demon court could no longer contain their inner fury. How long must we endure? They insult us to our faces. Though we are the demon court's subordinates, we are also cultivators of the primordial realm. Is this why we have trained all this time? To endure such humiliation? Damn it. I can no longer hold back. Let us slay these brutes and show them the might of the demon court. Kill. Chapter 47. The reappearance of the Red Cloud. He is truly a scoundrel. The soldiers of the demon court could no longer restrain themselves, clamoring and rushing forward. However, the soldiers at the forefront still struggled, bound by the orders of Philian and the will of the demon court. To defy these commands would mean dire consequences. Yet as the influence of the crimson aura grew stronger, the Tai demon generals became increasingly enraged. Meanwhile, the insults from the witch clan continued unabated. You wretched rabble of the demon court, do you intend to guard our witch clan's territory here? If you are willing, you may serve our witch warriors. And once they are well fed, we might even reward you with a morsel. If you dare not come forth, then do not approach. Hiding hundreds of miles away is utterly shameful. Upon hearing these provocations, the Tai demon general's eyes blazed with fury. Curse barbarians! Why waste breath on them? This land belongs to the demon court. Have they not taken it from us? Is it wrong for us to reclaim what is ours? True. We must heed the will of the sage, but if the sage commands us to die, must we obediently march to our demise? We can kill but not be humiliated. These barbarians deserve death. Slay them. Kill. The previously restrained forces of the demon court suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Dark clouds accompanied by thunder roared toward the witch clan's tribe. Surrounding onlookers, previously confident that a conflict would not arise, were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Philian arrived at the Jiufeng tribe only to find the same result. No sight of them. Simply wait. The Jiufeng were acting so high and mighty. And Philian was furious. He had pent-up frustration, and suddenly, the sound of war drums echoed from afar. Philian turned sharply to look into the distance. This is bad. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. The witch clan's warriors were caught off guard. They had not anticipated the demon court's soldiers would strike so swiftly. Brilliant light cascaded down as the soldiers of the demon court, fierce as primordial warriors, unleashed their unique abilities. Weapons clashed, flames erupted, mountains crumbled, the earth split, storms raged, and thunder crashed. Various methods descended upon the witch clan. The witch warriors suffered significant casualties. Amidst the chaos, 3 towering figures of battle witches, towering 1,000 feet, charged forth. Despite their immense size, they exhibited remarkable agility, leaping into the fray. Their massive stone axes and knives cleaved through the ranks of the demon court. The raw power of the witch clan was vividly displayed. The 3 battle witches wreaked havoc, slaughtering everything in their path. The Tai demon generals, their eyes ablaze, abandoned their divine powers and transformed into their colossal demon forms, colliding directly with the battle witches. the battle reached a fever pitch. The entire witch clan became a fighting force. Even the helpless younglings surged forward, driven by an instinctual desire for battle. In the throes of primal bloodlust, nothing was more exhilarating than a fierce clash. In the distance, 3 figures hovered in the void, observing the chaos. The mosquito Taoist exclaimed in admiration, turning to Luohou. He asked in astonishment, "How did you manage this?" Luohou replied coolly, "Have you forgotten how to address me? Do you wish to suffer again?" The mosquito Taoist scoffed. "Fine, just tell me how you did it." Luohou ignored him. The mosquito Taoist muttered, "So you're just going to teach me a lesson and withhold information? Is that it?" De Fan Tian interjected, "The less you know, the better for you." The mosquito Taoist snickered. "Well, you are slightly more agreeable than this. Master of yours." De Fan Tian sighed, unwilling to engage further with the mosquito Taoist, knowing it would only bring misfortune upon himself. Sensing the murderous aura from afar, Luohou relished it. This was the essence of the primordial world. Mutual restraint and tolerance were not what made it primordial. De Fan Tian glanced into the distance and remarked quietly, "Master, Philian has returned." Luohou nodded, having already seen it. A figure appeared, riding the wind. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Philian felt a headache coming on. "Stop. Everyone, cease this madness." He seized one of the demon soldiers, demanding, "Who ordered you to attack?" Before the soldier could respond, a spray of blood erupted before Philian as a stone axe, appearing from nowhere, cleaved the soldier in two. Enraged, Philian shouted, "You fools." He wished to halt the conflict, but the situation had spiraled out of control. Casting aside the remnants of the soldier, Philian surveyed the battlefield. "These cursed barbarians." He waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind. In an instant, a tempest erupted, slicing through the air as if it possessed a will of its own. The wind dodged the demon court soldiers, charging directly at the witch clan. Upon meeting the witch warriors, the wind intensified violently, tearing them apart in an instant and leaving a pool of blood upon the ground. The prowess of a great Luo golden immortal was truly extraordinary. Enraged, Philian wielded his hands relentlessly, enveloping the battlefield in a furious gale. Even the formidable battle witches, towering 1,000 feet, could not withstand the tempest for long. Where the wind swept, the witch clan howled in agony, disintegrating into countless bloody fragments, ultimately pooling into a crimson mass. De Fan Tian narrowed his eyes, acknowledging Philian's skill in manipulating the wind. "Master, shouldn't we leave?" Luohou glanced toward the distance and suddenly replied, "Leave? Why should we?" De Fan Tian was taken aback. "If we do not leave, what are we doing here?" Luohou stated, "You two should find a place to wait. I have matters to attend to." With that, under the astonished gazes of De Fan Tian and the mosquito Taoist, Luohou stepped forward, transforming into his original form, charging toward the battlefield. Surrounding them were thousands of onlookers, yet none dared approach the battlefield like Luohou. At that moment, Luohou's expression shifted. The coldness and aloofness of the past were replaced by anxiety and fervor. Everyone, what is happening? Please, stop. Do not fight like this." Hearing these words, the mosquito Taoist turned to De Fan Tian. He instigated the battle, and now he is trying to play the peacemaker? De Fan Tian remained silent. The mosquito Taoist remarked, "He is truly a scoundrel, isn't he?" De Fan Tian turned to the mosquito Taoist. "Mind your words. Do not drag me down with you." The mosquito Taoist rolled his eyes, watching Luohou's earnest back as he whispered, "He definitely is." "Stop. Do not fight any longer, please," Luohou urged. His urgency directed at both sides clashing fiercely. In the midst of the carnage, Philian, who had been rampaging, suddenly turned to fixate on Luohou. Upon recognizing the distinctive red glow and the 99 soul dispelling gourd, Philian's expression shifted sharply. "Red Cloud Ancestor?" Luohou turned and replied, "Indeed, it is I, the humble one. Everyone, please cease this conflict. We all exist within the primordial realm. Why must we engage in such brutal violence?" Philian tilted his head, curiosity evident. "Where did you come from?" "Red Cloud. The demon court is hunting you in the primordial realm. I did not expect to find you here." "Very well, then. Prepare to meet your end." A flicker of panic crossed Luohou's eyes, yet a cold smile crept into his heart. The trap has been set. Chapter 048, the first fiery pepper of the witch clan, Geophone. Philian was already seething with rage. His mission was to negotiate with the witch clan. If talks failed, he could resort to force. Yet, Geofeng's blatant humiliation had ignited his fury. The situation was spiraling out of control. Just as he prepared to fight with all his might, Luohou appeared. The identity of this red cloud was that of the most wanted criminal in the demon court. Anyone who encountered him was free to kill. Philian was further enraged by the fact that among the 10 demon saints, Gui Che was his closest companion. Yet he had met his demise first. He yearned to seize Luohou and consume him, and now, unexpectedly, he had crossed paths with his nemesis. When enemies meet, it is natural for tempers to flare. Philian spread his fingers wide and struck out at Luohou from afar. Luohou's face registered panic, but his heart remained as steady as a rock. Suddenly, a tempest manifested without warning, bearing the power to tear everything apart, rushing towards Luohou's face. With a flicker of thought, Luohou activated the Geo Senhan gourd. Red sand filled the air. Philian sneered, "Red cloud. Others may fear your red sand. But I, Philian, am not afraid. Can your red sand withstand my divine wind? Indeed, as the tempest collided with the red sand, the obstruction shattered instantly. The formless tempest transformed into a red whirlwind, swirling with the red sand towards Luohou. Panic adorned Luohou's face, and his figure vanished in an instant. However, Fei Lian had long since locked onto Luohou with his divine sense. No matter how he attempted to flee, he could not escape Fei Lian's pursuit. Luohou's silhouette flickered throughout the battlefield, yet the red whirlwind intensified, leaving nothing but blood in its wake among both the witch clan and the demon court soldiers. Luohou barked, Fei Lian, if you harbor anger towards me, why must you harm the innocent? Fei Lian retorted angrily, fool, if you do not flee, how can innocents be caught in the crossfire? Luohou was furious. You fool, if I seek to kill you, should I not evade? With that, Luohou waved his hand, and the Jiao sent Hongyun sword into the sky, expanding infinitely. In an instant, it obscured the sun. Luohou growled. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? He gestured and commanded, absorb. A force emanated from the gourd, drawing in the tempest and red sand entirely. Fei Lian scoffed. I wish to see just how much your gourd can absorb. With those words, Fei Lian spread his hands wide, unleashing countless tempests from his palms, which swiftly coalesced into a towering storm, surging towards Luohou with unstoppable force. Luohou's expression turned grave, though it was merely a fade. His fingers trembled as the Jiao sent Hongyun relentlessly absorbed the approaching tempest. Turning to the Witch Clan warriors below, he urged, why do you not flee? The Witch Clan may be warlike, but to engage in a futile battle against an enemy one cannot defeat is sheer folly. As long as your vitality remains, there is no reason you cannot achieve great deeds for the Witch Clan. I will hold the line. You retreat. Upon hearing Luohou's words, some warriors hesitated. One cultivator questioned, and you are? Why do you meddle in the affairs of my Witch Clan? Luohou grew anxious. I am the ancestor of Red Cloud, and I cannot abide the actions of the demon court. I passed through this land today intending to mediate your conflict, yet I inadvertently became entangled. In the distance, the mosquito Daoist scratched his head. Turning to Defan Tian, he pointed at the scene afar. Isn't this too shameless? Defan Tian frowned. Mosquito Daoist. Have you truly taken a vow? The mosquito Daoist nodded. Is there a pretense? Defan Tian replied, if so, the master is currently preoccupied and cannot attend to us. This moment is your best chance to break free from his control. Should you entertain thoughts of betrayal, you can nullify the vow and regain your freedom. The mosquito Daoist was taken aback. Really? Defan Tian sneered, believe it or not. The mosquito Daoist scoffed. Do you truly think I am naive? If it were so easy to break a vow, I would have done so long ago. Defan Tian shook his head, choosing silence. The mosquito Daoist focused on Luohou's figure in the distance, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, wailing. Turning to Defan Tian, he gritted his teeth. You scoundrel, you deceived me. Defan Tian glanced at him. Speak less nonsense, suffer less pain. The mosquito Daoist seethed. I hate it, I despise it. How could I have believed such lies? The moment the thought of betraying the ancestor of Red Cloud arose, the heavenly law extinguished it. No, Red Cloud cannot be trusted. Even his lapdogs are unworthy. Meanwhile, Luohou was straining to withstand Fei Lian's assault. The tempest seemed endless, and the Jiao San Hongyun was on the verge of collapse. Turning to the Witch Clan, Luohou bellowed, why do you not flee? One battle-hardened warrior gritted his teeth and declared, there are only those who die in battle among the Witch Clan. There are no cowards, nor any who flee in defeat. As his words fell, a voice resonated from the void. Well said. The sudden shout echoed like thunder, startling all the Witch Clan and Demon Court soldiers below. While Fei Lian was gathering his strength for an attack, a jade foot abruptly appeared, striking him squarely in the face. Whoosh. Boom. This kick sent Fei Lian hurtling backward, crashing into a mountain miles away, reducing it to rubble before finally coming to a stop. Luohou exhaled deeply, retracting the Jiao San Hongyun, and gazed into the distance. Amidst the dust, Fei Lian rose, his head smashed, yet he quickly reformed another. Legend has it that Fei Lian was a 9-headed monster. Losing one head left him with 8. Now back on his feet, Fei Lian glared at Luohou, seething, Jiao Feng. Luohou raised an eyebrow and turned to look behind him. To his surprise, a fiery figure had appeared. This figure, with its alluring curves clad in a resplendent red gown, was striking beyond compare, yet it could not conceal the enchanting body beneath. With a slight curl of her fiery red lips, she exuded a mocking smile, her arms crossed, accentuating her formidable presence. She leaned gracefully into the void, her long, strong legs elegantly entwining. The red gown cascaded down, revealing tantalizing glimpses of beauty. Anyone who beheld her would be lost in thought. However, upon gazing at her exquisite face, one could not help but suppress those thoughts. Her expression was cold, her gaze haughty, so proud. From start to finish, she had not once looked directly at Fei Lian, but instead gazed disdainfully into the distance, speaking in a tone laced with contempt. Why are you not waiting patiently for me, yet you dare to come here and unleash slaughter upon my clan? Do you believe you possess the strength to rival me? Jiao Feng, or has the demon court bestowed upon you some secret treasure? Turning her head, the disdain and arrogance in Jiao Feng's eyes intensified. Or do you think I, your esteemed aunt, do not dare to kill you? Chapter 049, The Power of the Great Witch, Instant Kill. The Great Witch, Geophone. Luohou perused the memories of the Red Cloud, having only heard of its name without ever encountering the entity. To his surprise, he beheld it today. This crimson attire truly befits such a temperament. Fei Lian's figure swiftly emerged from the ruins, glaring fiercely at Geophone and declaring, Geophone, your witch clan has been disrespectful, and though my demon court has repeatedly shown forbearance, do you truly believe we fear your clan? Geophone turned away, disregarding Fei Lian entirely, and instead focused her gaze on Luohou. Are you the revered ancestor Hongyun? Luohou bowed respectfully. Indeed, I am that humble one. The identity of Hongyun need not be mentioned unless utilized in a fitting context. This moment was opportune for Luohou to showcase the benevolence of the venerated ancestor. Why do you assist my witch clan? Geophone inquired. Luohou straightened, proclaiming, we are all practitioners in the primordial wilderness. Why must it be a matter of life and death? Whether it be the demon court or the witch clan, we are merely beings of the primordial realm. I cannot bear to see these primordial beings suffer, and furthermore, Fei Lian's assault on these young witches, wielding the power of a great Luo golden immortal, is indeed an act of bullying. My intention is simply to cease hostilities. In the distance, the mosquito Taoist had risen once more, his face marred with disdain as he observed the scene. What a performance! You truly excel at pretending. The great Brahma let out a deep sigh. It is over. This witch clan and demon court are doomed. The last time he heard of such fervor from a demon ancestor was during the heyday of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The outcome was evident. In the end, all three clans had no choice but to withdraw from the primordial stage, ultimately becoming a laughingstock. Their glory diminished. Geophone raised an eyebrow, her demeanor unfazed. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, the revered ancestor Hongyun possesses a heart full of zeal. Luohou, filled with shame, waved his hand. I am but an incompetent one, unable to halt the conflict. I am truly embarrassed. Geophone continued. I have heard that you were ambushed by the Kuanpeng and, in a desperate bid, ventured to the realm of reincarnation to seek rebirth, only to be beset by the river of the underworld and perish in an explosion. Who would have thought you managed to survive? Luohou chuckled. The Great Witch has spoken. It is indeed a matter of sheer luck. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, while Fei Lian trembled with fury. And what of me? Do you truly disregard my presence? Geophone. Hongyun. Today, if you conspire against my demon court, you shall not escape unscathed. Geophone turned back, her gaze turning icy once more. You seek death. With a flash of her figure, the space beneath her erupted. Luohou's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of the Great Witch was indeed as formidable as legend foretold, merely relying on her physical prowess. She could unleash such speed that even the fabric of space struggled to contain her strength. One can only imagine the wonders of the ancestral witches. As Geophone vanished, Fei Lian quickly raised his hands. In an instant, 3 towering tornadoes coalesced behind him, charging forth. The sheer magnitude of the tornadoes stirred the heavens and earth, prompting the onlookers to retreat in haste. The frenzied great Luo golden immortal of the demon court was not to be trifled with. The spectators quickly distanced themselves, with the great Brahma leading the mosquito Taoist to safety. In but a breath, they had retreated over 100,000 miles. The void darkened, and the world became shrouded in blackness. The 3 tornadoes loomed like celestial pillars, suffocating all with their oppressive weight. Indeed, a great Luo golden immortal was not comparable to ordinary practitioners. Some cultivators expressed their astonishment. Yet, within the celestial realm, the great Luo golden immortal was merely the second threshold. Beyond the great Luo lay the even more formidable Hongyun golden immortal, and now, one could even contend with the sage of heavenly Tao. It was unfathomable to imagine the terror that would ensue should a sage take action one day. Within the 100,000 miles, sand swirled violently. The space undulated like a distorted surface of water, sending forth ripples. At the eye of the storm, Fei Lian's hair whipped wildly as his senses expanded, locking onto the void around him. Geophone, come forth and face me in battle. And you, Hongyun, cannot escape. Within the tempest, 2 crimson lights flickered incessantly. Neither Geophone nor Luohou chose to confront him directly. It was a fruitless endeavor. Yet Fei Lian grew increasingly enraged. In his eyes, both Hongyun and Geophone dared not face him head-on. If you flee, then I shall turn my wrath upon your remaining witches. Fei Lian pivoted, unleashing one tornado imbued with the sound of thunder and lightning toward the remnants of the witch clan. In the darkness of the void, Geophone stood resolute. Witnessing this, a glimmer of fury ignited within her. You truly seek death. Luohou, I implore you to step back. Upon hearing Geophane's voice, Luohou silently withdrew from the storm's reach. Turning to look behind, he saw a colossal figure emerge from within the 3 storms. A towering form, akin to the primordial Pangu, erupted with flames, standing out vividly against the darkened tempest. The true form of the Great Witch. Such terrifying power. A cultivator gasped in awe. It was their first encounter with the physical manifestation of a Great Witch. Luohou squinted, seizing this opportunity to discern the essence of the Great Witch's power. In the darkness, the red giant coiled its energy into a fist and hurled it toward the tempest. A resounding boom echoed, and lightning crackled throughout the void. The ear-splitting sound of the rupture filled the air, compelling many cultivators to instinctively shield their ears, fearing damage. The next moment, a horrifying sight unfolded. The monstrous tornado shattered before their eyes, as though it were a fragile jade pillar. Space itself fractured. Was this the power of the Great Witch? Luohou nodded slightly. It was pure strength, devoid of any superfluous traces of technique. The full might of the Great Witch's punch could rival the utmost effort of a great Luo Golden Immortal. No wonder all beings equate the Great Witch with the great Luo Golden Immortal. Her combat prowess truly warranted such recognition. Yet, wait, there were traces of technique. Luohou, position nearest, sensed a force circulating imperceptibly. The surrounding space momentarily froze, akin to a still surface of water. Then, the shattered void began to extend its fissures outward. The area of the spatial rupture grew, consuming the remaining 2 tornadoes. Suddenly, the figure of the Great Witch vanished. Luohou narrowed his eyes. His senses tightly locked onto every movement within the fractured space. In that fleeting moment of the Great Witch's disappearance, a fiery red figure pierced through the void. A crimson line shot forth, instantly reaching Fei Lian's side. The form of Jiufeng. Despite being a woman, her lithe figure harbored immense power. Her long legs, imbued with explosive strength, struck Fei Lian's head with a resounding blow. Boom. Instant kill. Chapter 050. The Aftermath of Old Friends. The figure of Fei Lian vanished without a trace. The raging storm transformed into a tempest, instantly engulfing the world under the tumultuous repair of the Earth's energy. The sons of the Witch Clan roared to the heavens, reveling in the moment's sanguine delight amidst the water. The entire space was mending itself at an astonishing pace. Yet, the fissures upon the Earth could not be swiftly repaired. They would melt together slowly over time, forming new mountains and plains. The figure of Jiufeng stood resolutely in her fiery red gown above the void. The raindrops retreated of their own accord from within 3 feet of her. Gazing into the distance, Jiufeng mocked. You fled swiftly. Fei Lian had indeed escaped. He was no match for Jiufeng. After leaving 2 severed heads behind, he could only retreat in disgrace. With only 9 heads in total. Should all be destroyed by Jiufeng today, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, given the myriad dangers lurking in the primordial wilderness, he must preserve enough hope for his own survival. The forces dispatched by the demon court suffered heavy casualties, with less than a third of the remaining soldiers retreating in shame. The rest either perished or were forced to reveal their true forms under the onslaught of the Witch Clan. Their fate was all but certain. The Witch Clan required fresh blood to replenish their strength, especially following a fierce battle. The surviving members of the Witch Clan were in dire need of sustenance to heal their wounds. These soldiers of the demon court, trained in the ways of their kind, would transform into monumental beastly forms upon revealing their true selves. They were the very essence of sustenance for the Witch Clan, the source of their power. Those who were not entirely dead were mercilessly butchered by the sons of the Witch Clan wielding stone knives and axes. The essence of their souls mattered little. As long as their bodies remained, it sufficed. Subsequently, other members of the Witch Clan approached to drag away the lifeless bodies of the demon beasts. Luohou observed all this with an icy indifference. This was merely the tip of the iceberg in the conflict between the witches and demons. What would it be like when they fully engaged in war? Lost in thought, he heard a voice nearby. I extend my gratitude to the venerable Hongyun for your timely assistance. The Witch Clan has always been clear in its dealings. Today's events can be considered a bond between you and us. Luohou donned a facade of regret. Turning to Jiufeng, who had appeared behind him, he sighed. I merely wish to reduce the bloodshed in this primordial wilderness. It is a pity that my strength is insufficient to benefit all beings here. Jiufeng smiled. Though her smile retained a hint of arrogance, it was significantly softer compared to her demeanor towards Fei Lian. The Taoist truly possesses a kind heart. The primordial wilderness has always thrived on the survival of the fittest. One can recall the ancient demon ancestor Luohou, who stirred the winds of chaos for his own gain, resulting in untold suffering for the living. Had you and he existed in the same era, one can only imagine. Jiufeng shook her head. Perhaps you would have been filled with sorrow for the world. Luohou replied, that is indeed the case. I would have done everything in my power to thwart Luohou's malicious intentions to protect the lives of the people. That is my true aspiration. Jiufeng inquired, would the Taoist consider staying with my Witch Clan for a while? It would allow us to express our gratitude for your assistance. Luohou responded, I act without expectation of reward. If we cross paths again elsewhere, I shall still intervene. With that, he turned to depart. Jiufeng nodded slightly at his retreating figure, acknowledging his kind spirit. Alas, in this brutal world of the primordial wilderness, such sentiments were unlikely to endure. As he moved away, Dafeng Tian and Wenzi Daoren approached him. Master, they said. Luohou's expression returned to its usual coldness as he replied, let us go. Wenzi Daoren eagerly asked, where to? It would be a shame to waste so many corpses left behind. Luohou's voice remained calm. In due time, you shall have your fill. Upon hearing this, Wenzi Daoren's eyes sparkled with delight. He cared little for Luohou's schemes. His only concern was the potential for feasting upon the entirety of this primordial wilderness. The promise of future opportunities filled him with joy. This was merely a fragment of Luohou's grand design, inciting a complete rift between the witches and demons, a task requiring time and effort. While this chapter concluded, elsewhere, events were just beginning. Over the course of a mere century, under Luohou's deliberate orchestration, he made his presence felt wherever witch demon conflicts arose. Yet, unbeknownst to all, many times, the witches and demons exhibited remarkable restraint. Their fury was often unexpected. On one particular day, having just concluded a mediation between factions, Luohou bid farewell to the witch clan's great shaman, Xing Tian, and set forth once more. By now, he had become a notable figure within the witch clan. Almost all the great shamans recognized this benevolent soul of the primordial wilderness. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment at not having encountered the ancestral witches. On this day, the three of them sat cross-legged upon a mountain, taking a brief moment to recuperate. In the distance, a figure darted swiftly across the void, followed closely by a gathering storm cloud. Luohou glanced upward, and Dafan Tian rose to his feet. Is it the demon court? It seems they are pursuing something. Luohou mused in surprise. In this era, aside from himself, was there another daring to oppose the demon court? Intrigued, he decided to investigate. With that, Luohou, accompanied by Wenzi Dao Ren and Dafan Tian, transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Upon arriving at a desolate mountain in the wilderness, dark clouds loomed overhead, and thunder rumbled. Upon their arrival, they noticed several other cultivators also observing the spectacle. In the midst of it all, a troop from the demon court was attacking a lone figure who donned a robe of vibrant colors and displayed an overwhelming dominance in their movements. Wenzi Dao Ren inquired curiously, "Who is that?" Dafan Tian shook his head, equally unfamiliar with the individual. However, Luohou fixed his gaze upon the figure, a look of contemplation crossing his features. There was an aura of familiarity. Observing closely, Luohou chuckled. So it is the descendant of an old acquaintance. The descendant of an old acquaintance? Dafan Tian was taken aback. Luohou's reference was not to Hongyun, but rather to his own past connections, those from ancient times. Dafan Tian contemplated, scrutinizing the figure closely. There was indeed a resemblance to Yuan Feng. Luohou asked, "Have you crossed paths with Yuan Feng?" Dafan Tian quickly replied, "Not at all. In the past, my status and strength were insufficient to engage in the core conflicts. I have only observed Yuan Feng from afar." Luohou inquired further, "What were your impressions?" Dafan Tian reflected, though Yuan Feng is a woman, her decisive actions exude a commanding aura that sweeps all before her. Fixing his gaze on the figure, Luohou remarked, "This individual may possess a fraction of Yuan Feng's grace." With a smile, Luohou concluded, "Indeed. Since it is the descendant of an old acquaintance, I must lend my assistance today." Chapter 051, The Legacy of the Phoenix, the Golden Feathered Halberd. Luohou's affection for talent awakens. In his previous life, he had gathered many subordinates around him. Yet in this life, at this moment, he finds himself accompanied only by Dafan Tian and the Mosquito Daoist. Dafan Tian, shrewd and calculating, acts with caution, while he appears utterly loyal. He is deeply guarded, fearing that one misstep may lead them both down a treacherous path of universal enmity. In other words, his survival thus far has not been easy. Had it not been for the presence of the heavenly demon Great Method, he might have fled long ago. As for the Mosquito Daoist, he requires no further mention. If it were not for the haphazard oath binding him, no one could truly control this individual. While eliminating him would be simple, bending him to 1S will is a different matter entirely. In the future, there will undoubtedly be a need for capable individuals. And if he does not seize the opportunity now to gather a group, when will he? Moreover, in his past life, had it not been for their adversarial roles, he held great admiration for the likes of the Phoenix, Ancestral Dragon, and others. The figure before him, being a descendant of old acquaintances, must be courted with even greater fervor. Upon hearing Luohou's instructions, Dafan Tian wasted no time and charged towards the demon court. However, the moment he stepped out, he employed a transformation technique to disguise himself. The pursuers were all soldiers of the demon court, mere golden immortals, with the sole commanding officer being a Tai golden immortal. Dafan Tian was more than capable of dealing with them. Upon witnessing the engagement, the Tai demon general erupted in fury. "How dare you strike at my demon court?" Grasping his spear, he prepared to retaliate, but Dafan Tian found it effortless to dispatch these mere underlings, despite their comparable cultivation levels. In just a few exchanges, he slew the Tai demon general. To ensure absolute certainty, he obliterated the demon's soul as well. The onlookers scattered in a panic. The excitement had turned grim. A cultivator had disrupted the affairs of the demon court, and should the court pursue retribution, they as bystanders would undoubtedly face summons from the court. A troublesome predicament. Once the crowd of spectators had dispersed, Dafan Tian led the figure to stand before Luohou. "Master." Luohou nodded, observing the cultivator clad in a robe of multicolored clouds. "Phoenix bloodline?" he inquired, and the cultivator's eyes flickered. After sizing up Luohou, the cultivator noted the red gourd at his waist and pondered aloud, "The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Are you the Red Cloud ancestor?" Luohou affirmed, "Indeed, it is I." "And who might you be, that you find yourself pursued by the demon court?" The cultivator proudly responded, "I am Kong Xian." "Kong Xian?" Luohou nodded. Listening as Kong Xian continued, "I am grateful for your timely aid. If fate allows, I shall repay your kindness in the future." As he turned to leave, Luohou calmly remarked, "The demon court's power is vast, and its minions are scattered throughout the entirety of the primordial world. Even if you flee back to the mountain of the Undying, you cannot escape their pursuit. Why not sit and converse? Perhaps I can lend you a hand. Kongxian halted, glancing back. I, Kongxian, have always walked alone and never formed alliances with others. Luohou replied, we are both hunted by the demon court. A shared plight that surely fosters greater hope for survival through mutual support. Upon hearing this, Kongxian pondered for a moment. Though he recognized the truth in Luohou's words, he reiterated his desire for solitude. Luohou smiled. Your pride mirrors that of the phoenix. Kongxian frowned. Turning to Red Cloud, you have mentioned the phoenix twice. As far as I know, you, the Red Cloud ancestor, and the phoenix are not contemporaries. Your words suggest you wish for me to stay. Luohou countered. Who told you that I am not of the same era as the phoenix? Kongxian scoffed. Though I was born in this age, I possess memories of my inheritance. There is no trace of you in the ancient times. Luohou chuckled. Revealing his true identity would likely deter Kongxian from joining him. Thus, he decided to weave a tale. Indeed, I have never met the phoenix. However, in my youth, I followed the righteous path of the Primordial Alliance to Shumi Mountain to witness the battle between gods and demons. That battle was earth-shattering. And the phoenix fell before my eyes. She had no memory of me, which is understandable. Kongxian frowned. The Red Cloud ancestor has existed for such a long time? Despite his doubts, he found himself believing 3 parts of Luohou's tale. I will tentatively trust you, but even with these opportunities, I cannot travel alongside you. As Kongxian turned to leave once more, Luohou calmly inquired, have you any leads on the golden feathered halberd? At this question, Kongxian paused. Had Luohou claimed to have seen the phoenix, he would have retained some skepticism. However, now he believed. Within the primordial world. While many were aware of the ancient 3 clans, few knew their true origins. It is common knowledge that the ancestral dragon possessed a supreme innate treasure. The ancestral dragon pearl. The beginning Qilin held the 5 virtues Qilin seal, also a supreme innate treasure. Yet, the phoenix is universally acknowledged as possessing an unparalleled treasure. This is a misconception. It was merely the phoenix's indomitable spirit and method of rebirth that allowed her to press forward during the battle. According to Luohou, the phoenix absorbed more than half of the damage directed at him, even that inflicted by the god-slaying spear. This illustrates her formidable strength. Ultimately, she succumbed to her injuries, extinguishing the flames of her rebirth, leading to her tragic demise. She too possessed a supreme innate treasure, known as the golden feathered halberd. Its might was immense. The most powerful weapon in the hands of the leaders of the 3 clans. However, this treasure had been lost long before the climactic battle. The reason for its loss was simple. Luohou, aware of the weapon's overwhelming offensive power, had schemed to have it lost in the midst of the fray with the phoenix. Later, when the Primordial Alliance engaged in battle, the phoenix was not seen wielding any treasures, leading them to assume she was unarmed. But now, as Luohou uttered the name of the golden feathered halberd, it resonated with Kongxian's inherited memories, and he naturally accepted it. Turning back, he gazed at Luohou in astonishment. You know of this treasure? Could it truly have existed in ancient times? Luohou replied with a smile, indeed it did. However, judging by your reaction, it seems you have not yet located this treasure. Kongxian furrowed his brow. I have sought this treasure based on my inherited memories, but alas, it was taken by nefarious individuals and has since vanished. Luohou chuckled, by coincidence. I have had the fortune to lay eyes upon it and may know its ultimate whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Kongxian's expression froze. You, but in an instant. He shook his head. Impossible. Even my inherited memories do not record the treasure's location. How could you possibly know? Luohou replied nonchalantly. That treasure was lost in the mountain of the Undying. Kongxian's eyes widened once more. According to his inherited memories, the golden feathered halberd had indeed last been lost within the mountain of the Undying. Where is that treasure? Kongxian's figure flashed to stand before Luohou. His gaze urgent. If you tell me the whereabouts of that treasure, I, Kongxian, am willing to do anything for you. Any task. Chapter 052. His flavor is quite tempting. Kongxian is moved. He is of the Yuan Feng bloodline. In the last battle, Yuan Feng had already made preparations, condensing her essence to produce 2 phoenix eggs. To ensure these eggs would survive and carry on her bloodline, she personally delivered them out of the Undying volcano. As for their destination, only she knew. Now, Kongxian has emerged from his seclusion, wandering through the primordial wilderness, practicing his skills while trying to trace the whereabouts of the golden-winged halberd from the remnants of his memories. Yet, he had found nothing until this moment when Luohou spoke. To obtain the golden-winged halberd, he was indeed willing to pay any price. However, upon hearing this, Luohou laughed. The golden-winged halberd, an exquisite innate treasure of assault in Yuan Feng's possession. If I find it and hand it over to you, will you assist me with the task? Kongxian nodded, even stressing, regardless of the task. Luohou replied nonchalantly, very well. As long as you vow your loyalty to me, I shall lead you to it. Upon hearing this, Kongxian's eyes turned icy. Loyalty to you? Ah, you must be jesting, Luohou. Kongxian laughed heartily, gazing at Luohou. Do you know why the demon court hunts me? Luohou responded indifferently. I have no interest in such matters. Kongxian sneered. Then I must tell you. The demon court, relying on its might, has been recruiting demon practitioners across the primordial wilderness for their use. Upon learning that I, Hongyun, was cultivating at Mount Buzhou, they dispatched a demon general to persuade me to submit to the demon court. Do you know how I replied? Luohou scoffed. Did you not hear clearly? I said I am not interested in these affairs. The mosquito Taoist chimed in. You refused? Hongyun shot a cold glance at the mosquito Taoist, saying, I killed that demon general. The mosquito Taoist shrank back. You have gone too far. If you refused, then why kill the demon court's envoy? It's no wonder they pursue you. Hongyun declared. Now, you also wish for me, Hongyun, to submit to you? That is truly a grand joke. I, Hongyun, can find the golden-winged halberd on my own. Even if I cannot, with my abilities, I shall still stand tall in the primordial wilderness. Luohou said nothing and turned to leave. Defan Tian hurriedly followed, while the mosquito Taoist was left dumbfounded. Leaving? No further discussion? Watching Luohou depart. The mosquito Taoist could only hastily catch up, leaving Hongyun behind in a daze. Yes, no further discussion? As long as you do not demand my loyalty. Everything else is negotiable. But why did he turn and leave without a word? Though he attempted to ignore it, Luohou's meaning was clear. Perhaps he truly knows the whereabouts of the golden-winged halberd? There are some things Hongyun did not say. That the golden-winged halberd is not merely a treasure of Yuan Feng, but also embodies the phoenix's rebirth technique that Yuan Feng practiced. Although Hongyun is but a peacock, if he were to master that technique, he might undergo a fiery rebirth and elevate his foundation to the innate phoenix bloodline. Not the mere auspicious beast of the primordial wilderness, but the true sovereign of birds, the ancient divine phoenix. Watching as Luohou and his companions departed, Hongyun called out urgently, Old Ancestor Hongyun. I, Hongyun, pledge my word. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me. Hearing this, Luohou's lips curled into a smirk. Defan Tian spoke softly, My lord, this Hongyun is no ordinary individual. From his aura, he seems to also be a sacred spirit of the innate lineage. Furthermore, as a Yuan Feng bloodline, if we can control him, he will undoubtedly shine brightly in the primordial wilderness in the future. If we simply walk away, wouldn't that render our previous efforts futile? Luohou replied, I have traversed the endless epics of the primordial wilderness, encountering countless beings. There are many like Hongyun, proud and arrogant. But do you know why such beings ultimately submit beneath my feet? Defan Tian shook his head. If he understood this, he would have already soared to great heights. Luohou said, that is precisely the key. Hongyun's temperament is rebellious, yet such beings share a common trait. When they commit to a cause, they will go to any lengths to fulfill it. Failing to do so would mean losing face, which is more painful to them than death. Thus, he will not give up. Even if he currently refuses to pledge loyalty to me, he will secretly follow in our wake, and one day he will bow before me. Upon hearing this, Defan Tian began to ponder. Indeed, pride demands a foundation of pride. For such existences, if an outsider learns of their intentions, failing to achieve them would be an everlasting disgrace. The golden-winged halberd is a necessity for Hongyun. As long as Luohou holds this information, he can manipulate Hongyun without restraint. With this thought, Defan Tian felt a rush of anxiety. Today, Luohou has surely made an initial acquaintance with Hongyun, but he has already grasped his intentions and begun to control him with confidence. What about me? It is unimaginable what points of leverage I might possess in Luohou's eyes, not to mention the formidable heavenly demon technique, which alone is enough to instill fear and compel obedience to his every command. However, what Defan Tian does not realize is that in Luohou's perspective, Defan Tian and Hongyun are entirely incomparable. An existence like Defan Tian, while appearing to possess some understanding of various matters, is merely a collection of experiences and knowledge accrued from prolonged existence in the primordial wilderness. To put it bluntly, there is nothing commendable about it. Such beings are the hardest to deal with, yet also the easiest. They are difficult to handle because they lack ambition. Their goals and ideas can change at any moment based on circumstances. They appear adaptable but are, in fact, indecisive. Manipulating them psychologically is challenging. The simplest method is to control their lives and deaths. Instilling a deep-seated fear of oneself will suffice. In other words, were Defan Tian in Hongyun's position, Luohou would not show any interest in him at all. If Defan Tian were to learn this, he might feel relief but also shame. It is quite ironic. However, if Defan Tian were Hongyun at this moment, and if he were unwilling to perform the tasks Luohou assigned, even if Luohou were to torture him with the heavenly demon technique, he would remain unwavering. That is the difference. I sense that fellow is right behind us. The mosquito Taoist suddenly remarked. Defan Tian did not turn around but used his divine sense to search behind. The mosquito Taoist chuckled. Don't waste your effort. You can't see him. I merely caught a whiff of his scent, faint yet unmistakably close. Hearing this, Defan Tian exclaimed in surprise, Your nose, is that remarkable? The mosquito Taoist grinned. I cannot help it. It is just that the one called Hongyun. At this point, he could not resist licking his lips. His flavor is quite tempting. Chapter 053, Cackling laughter upon hearing the words of the mosquito Taoist. A sense of unease gripped the heart of Defan Tian. A delectable flavor? What sort of reasoning is that? Yet, recalling Luohou's words regarding the mosquito Taoist's insatiable ability to devour all, Defan Tian felt a chill run down his spine once more. Could this infernal mosquito Taoist be contemplating the consumption of Hongyun? Indeed, for the mosquito Taoist, there exists nothing that cannot be consumed. As long as it originates from the primordial chaos and embodies its innate spiritual essence, the mosquito Taoist can devour it. There are merely certain elements, such as malevolent energy and fire, that he cannot digest. These substances inflict significant harm upon him, however. It is not that he cannot consume them, but rather that the cost outweighs the benefit. Apart from such elements, the mosquito Taoist is indifferent, given the opportunity and time. There is nothing he cannot devour. De Fan Tian shuddered once more. Only by witnessing these events firsthand did he comprehend the sharpness and cunning of Luohou's vision. Whether it be the mosquito Taoist or Hongyun, though currently lacking in strength, if they were to grow, they would undoubtedly become formidable forces of chaos. Should there come a day when Luohou successfully gathers these entities and they reach their full potential, then the primordial chaos may indeed face a cataclysmic upheaval. The trio, accompanied by the distant Hongyun, traveled for several days until Luohou chose to halt at the summit of a mountain. My lord, allow me to scout the area. De Fan Tian volunteered, a habit he had grown accustomed to. Wherever Luohou ventured, there would invariably be a Wu tribe nearby. He would not engage in futile endeavors or unnecessary delays. Luohou nodded, and De Fan Tian set off. Before long, De Fan Tian returned. My lord, I have gleaned information. There is indeed a Wu tribe nearby, led by a formidable shaman named De. Luohou closed his eyes, reminiscing, within the Wu tribe. Over the years, we have encountered numerous powerful shamans, Jiufeng, Qiyu, Xianglu, Yu-Er, Yugua, Quafu, and Xing Tian. De should be the last among them. De Fan Tian nodded in agreement. The Wu tribe boasts 12 ancestral shamans and 8 great shamans, each commanding tribes with populations ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. They are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Luohou inquired. Are there any signs of the demon tribe in the vicinity? De Fan Tian shook his head. I have not encountered the demon tribe, only some human tribes. But they are quite distant. Moreover, from my observations, the Wu tribe does not seem particularly interested in the human tribes. Luohou contemplated this. Indeed, he had noticed this issue during their journey. While the demon tribe might prey upon humans, the Wu tribe also hunted them but did not regard humans as their primary sustenance. In fact, few shamans seemed to favor consuming humans. When Luohou had questioned Qiyu about this matter, Qiyu's response had been blunt. Humans are not palatable. Furthermore, the current human race is exceedingly weak. Even if they wished to create trouble for the Wu tribe, they would be of little use. After much reflection, Luohou turned his gaze towards the mosquito Taoist, who, in a state of boredom, was poking at the mud with a stick. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up at Luohou. What do you want? Luohou asked. Mosquito Taoist, do you find the Wu tribe appetizing? Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist's eyes brightened. I have never tasted them. Do I wish to? Indeed, Luohou replied. Then go and have a taste. Ah, really? The mosquito Taoist sprang up in excitement, seemingly believing he had misheard. You truly mean it? You want me to go? De Fan Tian was also taken aback, uncertain of Luohou's intentions. Luohou replied, you may go, but heed these conditions. First, do not reveal your identity, nor allow the Wu tribe to discover your true nature. The mosquito Taoist pondered for a moment. That may be somewhat challenging. If I am to devour the Wu tribe, how can I avoid revealing my true form? Luohou responded, it is quite simple. Consume only half. The mosquito Taoist frowned. What a waste. It is shameful. Luohou glared, prompting the mosquito Taoist to hurriedly say, all right, I will listen to you. I shall consume half and leave the other half. It is merely for sport. Luohou continued. Secondly, you must create an air of intimidation, pretending to be a member of the demon tribe, specifically a subordinate of the demon court. The mosquito Taoist chuckled. You say that as if I am not already a member of the demon tribe. Must I pretend? Luohou was momentarily speechless. Indeed, as a primal demon, he was technically part of the demon tribe. Who would have thought that this fellow could think so clearly at this moment? Thirdly, should I make my appearance? You must flee and regroup with De Fan Tian. The mosquito Taoist was immediately incensed. Do you really need to instruct me on this? Once you reveal yourself, why would I not run? Luohou waved his hand. Go now. The mosquito Taoist, with a cheeky grin, asked, so I shall take my leave? Get lost. With Luohou's furious shout, the mosquito Taoist hurriedly vanished. De Fan Tian contemplated, my lord, for a century now, whenever the Wu tribe has been attacked, you have always intervened. If the Wu tribe detects any anomalies, might they suspect your intentions? Luohou shook his head. It matters not. My enmity with the demon court is well established. Even if the Wu tribe senses some coincidences, it is entirely within reason. My objective is simply to oppose the demon court, nothing more. De Fan Tian nodded, understanding that Luohou's ultimate aim was merely to incite a large-scale conflict between the Wu and demon tribes. Go and support the mosquito Taoist from the shadows. De Fan Tian nodded and rose, hesitating momentarily. My lord, what of Hongyun? Should he discover our plans and use them as leverage, it may prove troublesome. Luohou shook his head. Hongyun's attention is solely on me. He will naturally overlook you. Furthermore, even if he were to discover it, given his character, he would disdain such actions. De Fan Tian nodded. realizing that Luohou had completely grasped Kongxian's mindset, merely awaiting Kongxian's willing submission. Defan Tian turned and vanished into the distance, while Luohou remained atop the mountain, waiting in silence. Before long, dark clouds gathered in the distant sky. Upon closer inspection, these clouds comprised countless tiny mosquitoes. The ominous clouds loomed, and the once quiet De tribe erupted into a cacophony of horns, with the resonant call echoing. All the warriors of the De tribe sprang into action. As they beheld the dark clouds approaching, they roared in unison. Amidst the clouds, a voice cackled. "You brutish Wu tribe, upon encountering this demon king, why do you not flee? Very well, I am exceedingly ravenous at this moment. I shall feast upon you for my delight." Cackle, cackle, cackle. Upon hearing this voice, Luohou's face darkened. He had not previously recognized that this individual possessed some talent for theatrics. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Behind the clouds formed by the mosquito Taoist, 2 additional clouds accompanied by lightning followed closely. Above the clouds, banners fluttered, depicting the emblem of a 3-legged firebird, the Demon Emperor's personal guard. The true soldiers of the Demon Court have arrived. Chapter 054. Sons, follow me. This is unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. No one could have anticipated that, at this very moment, the forces of the Demon Court would manifest before the De tribe. Had this been foreseen, Luohou would not have sent Mosquito Man to stage this performance. Yet now, the show has commenced, and how Mosquito Man concludes it rests solely on his own capabilities. Luohou frowned slightly, intending to observe the unfolding events. In the void above, Mosquito Man had evidently noticed the ominous clouds pursuing him from behind. His heart sank. What an unfortunate coincidence. A false demon encounters a true demon? The imposter of the Demon Court has now faced the real Demon Court? At that moment, within the dark clouds of the Demon Court, 2 figures were watching Mosquito Man and the De tribe below. They were 2 demon saints of the Demon Court, Bai Zhe and Fei Lian, an old acquaintance of Luohou. Upon witnessing this scene, the 2 demon saints were momentarily stunned. Fei Lian frowned and said, "Brother Bai Zhe, today we are merely on a routine patrol by command." Over the last century, minor skirmishes between the witch and demon clans have inexplicably intensified, and the Demon Emperor can no longer endure it. However, we have not received any orders to attack the witch clan today. Bai Zhe nodded in agreement. As a confidant of the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, he was acutely aware of the movements within the Demon Court. A great war between the witch and demon clans was inevitable, but not at this moment. The Demon Court was still in negotiations with Saint Enhua, hoping she would lend her support. Yet, Saint Enhua had been unresponsive, which is why the conflict between the clans had not erupted on a large scale. With her backing, dealing with the witch clan would be far easier. Until all was settled, they needed to maintain relative restraint. But now, gazing at the ominous clouds, Bai Zhe frowned and said, "They are not our Demon Court subordinates." Upon hearing this, Fei Lian's expression turned serious. Not our Demon Court subordinates? That could not be permitted. If the witch clan misinterpreted the situation, it could lead to dire consequences. Fei Lian immediately commanded, "Send a demon general to bring that miscreant back. I wish to know who is deliberately stirring up trouble and jeopardizing our grand designs. Such an offense is inexcusable." Yes. A Tai demon general charged towards Mosquito Man. Upon reaching him, the Tai demon general scrutinized Mosquito Man from head to toe. "Which demon cultivator are you? Who sent you to cause chaos here? Do you understand the repercussions of angering the witch clan and ruining our plans?" Mosquito Man turned to glance at the ominous clouds behind him, and then at the Tai demon general before him. "This is bad. What should I do now? Escape?" There was no escape. Before him lay the witch clan, and behind him was the Demon Court. Trapped in the middle, he would fare poorly no matter who seized him. Turning to look into the distance, he saw Defan Tian waving at him. Witnessing this, Defan Tian appeared at a loss, only able to pound his chest in frustration. "Go. Why are you looking at me? Just run first. Avoid being caught." Yet, in Mosquito Man's eyes, Defan Tian seemed utterly exasperated. "What are you waiting for? Why waste words with them?" A thought struck Mosquito Man. It makes sense. The Red Cloud Ancestor said to run when I see him. But since the Red Cloud Ancestor has yet to manifest, I cannot leave. Let's do this. He turned to the Tai Demon General and shouted, "Indeed, I am sent by the Demon Court to confront the witch clan. Sons, charge forth and slay those barbaric witches." Upon hearing this declaration, the Tai Demon General's face turned pale. But Mosquito Man offered him no chance to respond, launching himself towards the witch clan below. Meanwhile, Luohou observed everything in silence. It appeared that Mosquito Man was not foolish. Having ridden the tiger, he understood that creating chaos was the best course of action. After all, Mosquito Man had accompanied Luohou in this primordial chaos for over a century, learning a plethora of cunning strategies. While he may not grasp overly complex schemes, he certainly knew how to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, Mosquito Man was not naive. He could not contend with the great witches nor the warlord. And even the witch generals were beyond his immediate capacity to confront. Thus, he opted to target the witch soldiers and even the younglings of the witch clan. Surely that would be feasible. A dark swarm descended upon the witch soldiers and soldiers below, unleashing a cacophony of screams. Mosquito Man's approach was straightforward. Countless tiny mosquitoes clung to them, voraciously draining their life essence. In mere moments, towering witch soldiers were reduced to desiccated corpses. The cries of anguish echoed continuously. And within the blink of an eye, 3 witch clansmen had been completely drained by Mosquito Man. This scene ignited an inferno of rage among the witch warriors of the Dei tribe. Damn demon beasts of the demon court. Sound the horn, sound the horn. The horn sounded once more, and all the witch warriors of the Dei tribe surged forward. Above the clouds, Bai Zhe and Fei Lian's expressions shifted dramatically. The Dei tribe boasted formidable strength, otherwise they would not have dispatched 2 demon saints for a patrol. Yet now, that rascal had incited them to a boiling fury. Retreat. Let us fall back for now. Bai Zhe frowned deeply, insisting, this has nothing to do with our demon court. We have no intention of engaging. But it was too late. As the horn sounded throughout the witch tribe, countless dark figures surged towards the ominous clouds below. They were long spears crafted from stone, held aloft by towering witch warriors. The 3-meter-long stone spears gleamed like cold iron. With a whoosh and a hum, a multitude of stone spears soared into the sky. Their piercing sounds relentless. Fei Lian was furious. He raised his hand, conjuring 2 gusts of wind that scattered the barrage of stone spears across the sky. Just then, from atop a mountain within the Dei tribe, a figure emerged majestically, wielding a massive bow and arrow, aiming at Fei Lian. Fei Lian, Bai Zhe, if you dare to invade my tribe, none shall escape. Releasing the arrow, the stone arrow forged from essence shot forth like a streak of golden light towards Fei Lian. Wherever it passed, even the very fabric of space rippled. In an instant, it pierced through the storm, heading straight for Fei Lian. His expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hand, summoning a tempest that converged into his palm to intercept it. Yet, the golden light possessed immense power. Holding firm against his tempest. Meanwhile, the figure atop the mountain of the Dei had knocked another arrow, still aimed at Fei Lian. Bai Zhe furrowed his brow. Among the numerous witch clans, the Dei tribe was the most formidable. Each of the 8 great witches possessed unique abilities. 9 Phoenix, with a witch's physique, practiced both magic and divine arts, proving elusive. Qi Yu and Xing Tian were fierce and ruthless. Xiaoyao commanded the elements of wind, thunder, poison, and fire, while the likes of Eryu and Guo were equally formidable. The Quafu tribe was the largest, capable of plucking stars and dashing through mountains and seas. The Dei excelled in archery, their might unparalleled. Not only was the Dei tribe formidable, but the entire tribe of tens of thousands of witches was adept in archery and throwing, making them exceedingly challenging opponents. If they turned and fled now, being pursued by the Dei tribe would render them akin to strays, and the casualties would be steep. With a steely resolve, Bai Zhe roared, beat the drums, kill. Chapter 055. You said it when faced with a narrow path. One can only engage in battle. As the drums resounded, the forces of the demon court surged downward. Fei Lian let out a furious roar, shattering the deadly arrow in his palm. He raised his hand, unleashing several gusts of wind that swept downward. On the mountaintop, Dei's expression remained unchanged as he released his grip. Whoosh! The golden arrow sliced through the void, instantly obliterating dozens of demon soldiers. Its might undiminished as it hurtled towards Fei Lian. Drawing his bow again, Dei released multiple arrows in succession. The situation descended into chaos. Completely chaotic. The 2 demon saints had never anticipated that today, merely a routine patrol, would escalate into a fierce battle, primarily consisting of shouting matches with the witch tribes from afar. Yet upon arrival, a grand conflict erupted. The demon soldiers charged down, clashing with the witch tribe of Dei. On the ground, a dark shadow was tirelessly devouring everything in its path. No matter, the mosquito Taoist disregarded everything. Initially, the plan was to eliminate a few witches, but now, whether they belonged to the witch tribe or the demon court, anyone who fell before him would meet the same fate. Devour. Just devour. In the distance, the great Brahma Heaven closed his eyes in resignation. Damned mosquito Taoist, how will you escape? Just don't drag me down. Meanwhile, Luohou observed the scene with an unsettling calm. Let the slaughter commence. Ideally, this would provoke both the demon court and the witch tribe to come to each other's aid, igniting a monumental battle. His consciousness spread wide. Luohou meticulously monitored every movement on the battlefield and the various disturbances in the distance. This time, he had no intention of intervening directly. Instead, through his consciousness, he discreetly transmitted a message to the mosquito Taoist. Withdraw. The mosquito Taoist, upon receiving the message, felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was precious blood. His favorite delicacy. Having come this far, shouldn't he indulge a little before departing? However, the mosquito Taoist was insatiable. To fully satisfy him would take an eternity. Under Luohou's firm directive, the mosquito Taoist had no choice but to scatter. Countless fine threads dispersed, silently retreating from the heart of the battlefield. The great Brahma Heaven remained anxious in the distance, yet the mosquito Taoist's figure had already silently appeared behind him. What are you doing? Hearing the mosquito Taoist voice, the great Brahma Heaven snapped. Who told you to act? Why are you not fleeing with the sudden appearance of the demon soldiers? The mosquito Taoist was taken aback. Didn't you say to go ahead and act? Why waste words? The great Brahma Heaven grew frantic. When did I say that? I meant for you to leave first and not get entangled. The mosquito Taoist was perplexed. Huh? I thought. The great Brahma Heaven retorted angrily. What do you mean, you thought? You. He pointed at the mosquito Taoist, exclaiming, "You haven't been discovered, have you?" The mosquito Taoist chuckled. "Don't underestimate me." At this point, he hurriedly fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. I. No response. The Taoist did not erupt. The mosquito Taoist burst into laughter. It turns out that as long as he didn't address the Red Cloud ancestor as Taoist, everything would be fine. I am so delighted. The great Brahma Heaven was left speechless. Are you here to enjoy yourself? Let us get serious. The mosquito Taoist shook his head. If I wish to escape, it's not difficult at all. Rest assured, the Haven team noticed a thing. The great Brahma Heaven turned to gaze at the distance. The witch tribe and the demon soldiers had fully engaged in battle. No one was paying attention to them. That is good. At the same time, Luohou's figure appeared beside the two. My lord. The great Brahma Heaven quickly lowered his head. Luohou nodded indifferently. Is my lord not going to intervene this time? Upon hearing the great Brahma Heaven's question, Luohou replied, not in haste. He then fixated on the figures of Philian and Bays hovering in the void. Should the situation escalate, there were indeed ways to achieve that. One was to eliminate the demon court saints, or Luohou turned his gaze towards the distant witch tribe. He contemplated, should he strike in chaos? Which of these three would be the easiest to kill? Philian? This Philian possessed formidable means for self-preservation and was exceptionally sensitive to spatial disturbances. Ambushing him would be challenging. What about Bays? This Bays had remained inconspicuous thus far. Without absolute certainty, Luohou would not act recklessly. Day? The great witch of the witch tribe had already been observed by Luohou, although he was reputed to be able to battle a great Luo Golden Immortal. That was merely in terms of combat prowess. When it came to defense, in a one-on-one scenario, a great Luo Golden Immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to slay a great witch, not to mention achieving a single fatal blow, unless he employed the god-slaying spear. However, doing so would inevitably expose his presence due to the lingering aura of the spear, while Luohou was accustomed to manipulating chaos. The current problem was that his poisonous consciousness could confuse the demon court's forces, but could not affect the witch tribe. The witch tribe lacked the presence of primordial spirits. Luohou's methods were utterly ineffective against them, and those witches with primordial spirits were beyond Luohou's capacity to influence with his current strength. A predicament, just as Luohou pondered. The previously inactive Bays suddenly closed his eyes and began to chant. In an instant, chaos erupted around the Dei tribe. Countless beasts and birds went berserk in the forests, charging forth from all directions toward the witch tribe. This was Bays' innate ability, beast control. Within the range of his consciousness, he could command all flying creatures and beasts. Furthermore, let us not forget that he himself was also a great Luo Golden Immortal. Taking a step forward, he soared above the Dei tribe. He pressed down with his hand, shrouding the heavens in darkness, blotting out the sun and moon. The full force of a great Luo Golden Immortal was unleashed, and within the void, countless streams of light coalesced. They fell like raindrops toward the ground. The Dei tribe was doomed. The streams of light bore immense power. In an instant, both the witch generals and warrior witches were pierced through. Some unfortunate souls were reduced to mere pulp, collapsing onto the ground. Luohou narrowed his eyes. With two great Luo Golden Immortals joining forces against the Dei tribe, it would not withstand for long. The great Brahma Heaven. The great Brahma Heaven stepped forward anxiously. Luohou inquired, which tribes remain? The great Brahma Heaven pondered briefly. The nearest witch tribe? There isn't a great witch tribe. But there seems to be an ancestral witch tribe, the Hooded tribe. The ancestral witch tribe? Luohou's heart stirred. Go, spread the news to the Hooded tribe. Stating that the demon court has launched a surprise attack on the Dei tribe, and several great Luo Golden Immortals have joined forces to slay the great witch Dei. They are currently slaughtering the Dei tribe. Upon hearing this, the great Brahma Heaven asked, is my lord planning? Luohou responded, wait. I will step in to stall the demon court. If the ancestral witch surfaces, this matter will become even more tumultuous. That is the outcome I desire most. The great Brahma Heaven nodded eagerly. Just as he turned, Luohou continued, Mosquito Taoist. The Mosquito Taoist was currently rubbing his belly, blissfully indulging. Luohou commanded, you must swiftly head to the demon court, disseminating the news along the way that the great witch Dei has laid an ambush, slaying the demon court's Saint Bays. If anyone discovers you, flee immediately. The Mosquito Taoist wanted to resist, but Luohou pressed on. After this, I will ensure you a satisfying feast. Upon hearing this, the Mosquito Taoist instantly perked up. You said it, after all. This is what you said. Chapter 056, The Spread of Rumors. The Mosquito Taoist was exhilarated. Despite his growing familiarity with the myriad circumstances of the primeval chaos, provoking the demon court could lead to his utter destruction if he misstepped. However, in comparison, he yearned for a swift and decisive victory. Now that Luohou had made a promise to him, he was willing to comply with whatever the Mosquito Taoist desired. Two figures departed in opposite directions, while Luohou cast his gaze upon the battlefield. At this moment, Dei was somewhat flustered, valiantly contending against two great Luo Golden Immortals. Philian had unleashed his true fire, exerting all his strength to overwhelm Dei. The arrows in Dei's possession were of no consequence against Philian, leaving him no opportunity to fend off by Zay. At this critical juncture, An overwhelming presence enveloped the entire battlefield. Bai Zai's eyes narrowed as he struck forth with a palm. As the void shattered, a handful of red sand materialized, absorbing the impact of that palm strike. Behind Bai Zai, the void split open once more, and Luohou emerged, his finger descending. Luohou was not in haste to deliver a lethal blow. His intent was merely to stall both parties. No one was to escape until reinforcements from the witch and demon factions arrived, and he aimed to maintain a semblance of balance in their powers as long as possible. Thus, the amusement was sufficient. Bai Zai's figure flickered through the void, and a peculiar array of symbols manifested above. Seal. With Bai Zai's utterance, the void abruptly stiffened. The entire expanse became as reflective as a mirror. Luohou, too, felt as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, each movement fraught with difficulty. Who dares to ambush this sage? Bai Zai's gaze fixated on Luohou, his expression stern. Just a glance was enough to incite his fury. Hongyun, old Taoist. Upon hearing this, Fei Lian, not far away, turned to glance in this direction. Upon spotting Luohou, his wrath flared. Hongyun, it is you again. Have you no fear of death, having repeatedly opposed my demon court? Luohou smirked. It was your demon court that struck first against this humble Taoist. If I were to thwart your schemes, it is merely your just deserts. Hongyun? At the mention of this name, the great witch Dai cast his gaze towards them. He had long heard of a Taoist named Hongyun who had aided their witch clan on numerous occasions. Today, however, he found himself face to face with him. As he spoke, Dai released an arrow that shattered the surrounding void instantly. Luohou's form regained its normalcy, and he chuckled, "Many thanks." Dai turned back, firing 3 arrows that thwarted Fei Lian's movements. Fei Lian's eyes flickered as he transmitted a thought. Brother Bai Zai. This matter is peculiar. Bai Zai nodded. While he could not articulate precisely what was amiss, he felt as if they were being plotted against. We must find a way to extricate ourselves and retreat for now. With this Hongyun and Dai, our chances of victory are slim. This was the truth. Luohou had previously slain the demon saints Gui Che and Qin Yuan, showcasing formidable strength. Coupled with Dai's unparalleled archery, gaining an advantage or achieving victory would prove exceedingly difficult. With this thought, Bai Zai swiftly retreated. I will divert Hongyun first. Fei Lian nodded. Yet Luohou merely cast a glance at Bai Zai before turning towards Fei Lian. In response, Fei Lian erupted in anger. Hongyun, do you intend to join forces with the Great Witch to slay me? Even if victorious, such a triumph would be disgraceful. Luohou laughed. Disgraceful? In the primeval chaos, it is the survival of the fittest. Moreover, my actions are solely driven by vengeance against the demon court for their ambush. My feud with your demon court has long been one of life and death. As long as I can weaken your strength, what does it matter? Fei Lian seethed with fury, swiftly conjuring several gales to block Dai's golden arrows, retreating rapidly. Luohou scoffed. Thinking to escape? That is not possible before reinforcements from the witch and demon factions arrive. With a flick of his finger, the void before him shattered. Luohou stepped forth and vanished. Fei Lian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luohou, despite being merely a great Luo golden immortal, could manipulate spatial forces. This was akin to the methods of a quasi-saint. Just as he contemplated this, a storm of red sand enveloped him, transforming into a giant net that surged towards him. Fei Lian bellowed furiously, Hongyun, this red sand is useless against me. Have you forgotten? He raised his hand to unleash 2 gales, but just as they passed, a rift opened in the void before him. A foot emerged, striking him squarely on the head. Who said that red sand was meant to hinder you? Go back. Fei Lian hurriedly raised his hand to block, but under that kick, his recently escaped form was sent reeling back. The sound of breaking air echoed behind him. It was Dai's arrow. He cared not for notions of honor or disgrace. As Luohou so aptly stated, in the primeval chaos, it was survival of the fittest. As long as they could eliminate their opponent, it mattered not if they faced 2, 3, or even 9 foes simultaneously. Fei Lian had no time to react and hastily unleashed several gales. Yet before him, Luohou's figure approached once more. Looking at Fei Lian, Luohou remarked, You possess 9 heads. If one is lost, you can simply replace it. But what if your body is destroyed? Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic ignited within Fei Lian's eyes. Yet he had confidence in his physical form. The body of a great demon, while not impervious like that of the Great Witch, was still formidable. For an ordinary great Luo golden immortal to breach, it would be no easy feat. Fei Lian sneered. Feel free to try. If you cannot slay me, then await your demise at my hands. He was quite confident. Yet unfortunately for him, Luohou was no ordinary great Luo golden immortal. With a cold smile, Luohou's figure vanished once again, reappearing before Fei Lian. Using his hand as a blade, he struck down towards Fei Lian's chest. Surrounded on both sides, Fei Lian found himself in a precarious position. He could only endure Luohou's strike, hoping to seize the opportunity to flee. What he did not anticipate was that Luohou's palm seemed to harbor an indescribable power. With one strike, Fei Lian's chest was torn open, blood raining down. Suffering a grievous injury, Fei Lian could not help but roar in anguish. In the distance, Bai Zai, having just extricated himself from the battlefield, was in utter turmoil. Events had spiraled beyond his control, Luohou's sudden emergence had shattered all his plans. He could flee to save his own life, but given the current scene, Fei Lian was undoubtedly doomed to remain behind. Once caught in such a predicament, the consequences could spiral beyond anyone's imagination. At that moment, as Fei Lian's screams echoed, Bai Zai's eyes reddened. Regardless of the outcome, the bond forged over countless years with Fei Lian meant that if he were to flee now for the greater good, he would forever forfeit any hope of advancing in his cultivation. Once the seeds of inner demons were sown, no amount of training could yield comprehension of the heavenly Tao's power. Back, his figure flickered through the void, reflecting Fei Lian's dire state. Bai Zai let out a furious roar. Howl Bai Zai's voice, an attempt to avert disaster. The sound waves, palpable as substance, instantly enveloped Fei Lian. Under the resonance of that roar, Fei Lian's chest wounds swiftly sealed and began to heal. This was the true strength of Bai Zai. Luohou did not pursue further. Stalling was sufficient. At this moment, before the ancestral witch's hooded tribe, figures appeared at the entrance of the heavenly gate. The struggle between the witch and demon factions ensued. Great Witch De Demon Saint Bai Zai, fallen in battle. Chapter 057. The arrival of Kuanpeng, a clear objective, a single strike of the quasi-saint. The ancestral witch hooded tribe. As soon as Brahma's voice echoed, he hesitated not a moment and turned to flee. There was no other option. The ancestral witch was comparable to a primordial golden immortal, and moreover, possessed the power of the primordial spirit, capable of locking onto him with divine consciousness. Once targeted, his fate would be sealed. Indeed, no sooner had Brahma distanced himself from the area than a divine consciousness abruptly awakened within the hooded tribe. In an instant, it spread like wildfire. Fortunately, Brahma was prepared, hastily concealing his aura, blending among the throngs of practitioners. Surrounding voices erupted in discussion. Have the witches and monsters gone to war? I'm not sure. Did someone just shout that the Great Witch Dejai has perished? But the Great Witch Dejai belongs to a prominent tribe with tens of thousands of witches. How could they have fallen so swiftly? Perhaps it's not impossible. If the monster clan came prepared, how could a single Great Witch withstand their onslaught? It's hard to say. We might as well head to the Dejai tribe to discern the truth. No need to go. I just came from there and saw the Dejai tribe engaged in battle with the monster clan. Indeed, some practitioners thrived on the excitement. And they were quick to relay the news, their speed rivaling that of Rahu's deliberate maneuvers. The crowd was instantly filled with astonishment. Could it be true that Dejai had indeed perished? This was a monumental event. The conflict between the witches and monsters had persisted for so long. Yet there had never been a precedent for a great witch's death. Although the monster clan had suffered 2 losses, they did not occur during the witch-monster conflict. In other words, the monster clan had yet to incur significant losses. This time, the witch clan had suffered a grievous defeat. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the monster clan, Mosquito Taoists simultaneously announced the news alongside Brahma. However, while Brahma proclaimed the death of Great Witch Dejai, Mosquito Taoists declared that the monster Saint Bays had fallen. In an instant, chaos erupted before the heavenly gate. Some monster clan practitioners immediately sought out the Mosquito Taoists to spread the news. Yet, the Mosquito Taoist was well prepared. Unlike Brahma, he did not need to conceal his presence. The Mosquito Taoist transformed into countless tiny mosquitoes, dispersing like a wisp of smoke, vanishing in an instant beyond the heavenly gate. Nevertheless, a divine thought managed to pinpoint him immediately. Yet it was not a complete lock. Was the space before the heavenly gate trembled. A figure materialized from the void. The monster master Kuanpeng. Extending his palm, he revealed a black mosquito corpse crushed within his grasp. With an expression of utter indifference, Kuanpeng commanded, quickly relay the news to the monster emperor's palace. I shall personally head to the Dejai tribe to verify. Behind him, a monster general spoke. Master, there is already. Kuanpeng glanced back, his gaze sweeping over the monster general, who immediately felt a jolt of fear. Yes, I shall go at once. Turning back, Kuanpeng observed the void before him, retracting his divine consciousness, and coldly remarked, You run swiftly, indeed. Hence, the tiny mosquito corpse in his palm instantly evaporated into wisps of azure smoke. With a single step, Kuanpeng vanished from before the heavenly gate. Within the ancestral witch hooded tribe, another figure emerged above the clouds, accompanied by a somewhat frigid voice. The figure clad in a flowing white gown declared, All sons, heed my command, proceed to the Dejai tribe. With that command, the entire ancestral witch hooded tribe erupted into fervor. In an instant, countless towering figures ascended, taking enormous strides across mountains and rivers, racing toward the distance. In the skies above, Huda's eyes, akin to bright stars and a radiant moon, remained remarkably calm. With her strength, she had already discerned that someone had deliberately delivered the news here. However, pursuing the identity of that individual was now of little consequence. What mattered was that the Dejai tribe was indeed in peril at this moment. As an ancestral witch, she must exert every effort for the witch clan. Moreover, Dejai was a great witch under her command. If she did not intervene, how could she hope to govern the witch clan in the future? How could she win the loyalty of the myriad witches? With this thought, Hota's figure drifted like a white cloud, gently disappearing into the void with the breeze. Above the Dejai tribe, Rahu single-handedly restrained Bays and Philian. Below, on the ground, Dejai continuously drew the magical bow in his hands. Waves of luminous energy, imbued with the essence of destruction, sealed off the retreat of the two adversaries. The situation favored his side, as long as he maintained control. The slaying of two monster saints today was nearly assured. However, Deji felt puzzled by the crimson clouds before him, since Raha had intervened. There had been moments of brilliance, yet more often than not, he merely defended. While everything appeared flawless, therein often lay the greatest flaw. In a one-on-one confrontation. Although Rahu had not subdued Philian, he had not suffered losses either. Together with Deji, they had not swiftly overpowered Philian, instead allowing Baze to turn around and assist. Now, in a 2-on-2 skirmish, the battle remained stalemated. Though Deji sensed something amiss, he was wholly engrossed in the fight, and thus did not dwell on it. Until, from the void above, a voice resonated, shaking all practitioners below, including Deji and Rahu, causing their blood to surge. Crimson clouds. Everyone looked up to see countless clouds coalescing in the void, forming a colossal face. As it opened its mouth, a tremendous force emanated from the clouds, far surpassing the might of Phalian's full assault. The target was, of course, Raha. Rahu's gaze turned icy as the void beside him tore apart, and he vanished without a trace. Boom, having lost its target, that force transformed into immense pressure, crashing down from the void, instantly striking the Deji witch tribe. Puff, the luminous bow in Deji's hands dimmed, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Accompanied by the thunderous wail of the air, a figure appeared in the void. The monster master Kuenping. Philian and Baze hurriedly rushed forward, while the remaining monster soldiers and generals hastily retreated. Kuenping's gaze swiftly scanned the void. With a flick of his finger, the space shattered, and a figure was forced out from the dimensional layers. Rahu. As he steadied himself, Rahu discreetly calmed his own aura. Raising his head to look at Kuenping, a cold smile crept across his face. Kuenping? The monster master of the monster clan. What a show of power. Kuenping replied coldly, Crimson clouds. I remember all the grievances from the Zishu palace. Last time, I fortuitously allowed you to escape, thinking you perished in the cycle of reincarnation, thus leaving it at that. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be so fortunate as to survive. Now, in my eyes, you are like an ant, merely at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, daring to act presumptuously before my monster clan? Today, I shall settle both our new and old scores. I shall see how much fortune you possess to cling to your life in my grasp. With that, Kuenping pointed a finger. The space rippled not a whit, yet before Rahu, it suddenly exploded. Boom centered on Rahu. Everything within 1,000,000 miles was reduced to dust. Even the void shattered into countless fragments, and even the forces of thunder and fire vanished in an instant, utterly incapable of mending the broken void. This was the casual strike of a primordial golden immortal at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Chapter 58. Ho-Tu, the Ancestral Witch. Against all expectations, it was the demon master Kuenping who first arrived on the battlefield. Upon his arrival, Kuenping's initial action was not to inquire about the condition of Baizhe and Phalian, nor to concern himself with the life or death of the great witch Dei. His sole objective was Luohou, the Hongyun ancestor in the eyes of the world. This was a deep-seated resentment, a confluence of old and new grudges. Farther away, the sight of this development turned the complexion of the great Brahma ashen. It's over, he lamented. I never anticipated such a turn of events. Kuenping was the first to arrive. Given the circumstances, Luohou certainly won't survive. Even if he possesses certain abilities, how can he withstand a blow from Kuenping? A Grand Luo Golden Immortal, seemingly invincible in the primordial world, is utterly defenseless against a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. With Luohou's demise, what would become of him? Should the demon court and the witch tribes cease hostilities and investigate this matter, wouldn't he be left with no means of survival? A maelstrom of thoughts churned within the great Brahma's mind. Yet, he suddenly froze. No, that's not right, he exclaimed. I've never truly understood Luohou's strength. Although a Grand Luo Golden Immortal is insignificant before a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, this is Luohou, the ancient demon ancestor who sought to stir up chaos in the world. He couldn't have failed to consider that summoning reinforcements from the demon court might bring Kuenping. All of this must be part of his plan. Therefore, he must possess a means to survive Kuenping's attack. This is all a deliberate facade for the world to see. The Mosquito Taoist, yes, find the Mosquito Taoist. Only by locating the Mosquito Taoist could he ascertain whether Luohou was truly dead. Once Luohou perished, the Mosquito Taoist's oath would be nullified. There was no more accurate way to verify Luohou's fate. With this realization, the great Brahma glanced around and vanished without a trace. Moments later, the shattered void manifested earth, thunder, wind, and fire, gradually mending the broken spatial barriers. Upon the earth, the great witch Dei gazed up at Kuenping. His fury ignited. Rising to his feet, he once again grasped his treasured bow. Drawing the bow, he roared, Kuenping. Kuenping's eyes swept across, spotting a streak of light hurtling directly toward his face. Baizhe and Phalian remained unmoved, allowing the arrow to halt before Kuenping. Kuenping merely watched as the arrow trembled violently, unable to advance even half a step. With a resounding explosion, it disintegrated before Kuenping's eyes, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Courting death, Kuenping sneered, condensing a wisp of killing intent into an arrow. With a wave of his sleeve, it shot toward Dei, instantly materializing before him. Dei's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his treasured bow, bracing himself for the full force of the impact. Yet, the arrow's power was immense, relentlessly pushing Dai backward. A crack appeared on the bow, causing the Yi's eyes to betray his escalating anxiety. Just then, a slender, jade-like hand emerged from the void, gently grasping the lethal arrow. The pressure dissipated instantly as the jade hand slowly retrieved the projectile. For the demon master of the demon court, a mixed Yuan golden immortal, to stoop to personally dealing with a great witch of my witch tribe, Ho-Tu had arrived. Adorned in a pristine white dress, she exuded an inviolable elegance and nobility. A hint of mockery flickered in her beautiful eyes. Gazing at the arrow in her hand, Ho-Tu lifted her head, her expression impassive. You truly disregard your dignity. With that, Ho-Tu casually flung the arrow away. Instantly, the arrow reappeared before the demon court's ranks, detonating with a deafening roar. Countless demon court soldiers were instantly consumed by the shattered void, vanishing without even a drop of blood spilled. What did sanctity matter? Or nobility? In this primordial world of cutthroat competition, even if one's hands remained unstained by blood, there was no compassion for the lives extinguished, nor any leniency shown. This was the true way to survive. Kuan-Ping fixed his gaze upon Ho-Tu, his face in a motionless mask. It is only reasonable for this seat to discipline an ant that dares to attack me. White light emanated from beneath Ho-Tu's feet as she took 2 steps forward. Is that so? She asked. Raising her hand, countless stones soared from the earth below, coalescing into millions of rapidly forming blades beneath her feet, shimmering with a cold light. Since the demon court attacked my witch tribe's settlements, it is only justifiable for me to mete out punishment. With a gentle wave of her hand, the countless blades hurtled toward the demon court's army, their edges glinting menacingly. Kuan-Ping sneered, nonchalantly raising his hand. The remaining members of the demon court hastily retreated, yet Kuan-Ping remained unmoved. He allowed the millions of blades to reach him before pressing his hand down. The countless blades halted, quivering violently, yet refusing to fall. Kuan-Ping declared, his face devoid of emotion, although the ancestral witches possess primordial spirits. Their mastery of spells and divine abilities pales in comparison to other cultivators of the same rank in the primordial world. Turning his gaze toward Ho-Tu in the distance, Kuan-Ping said, if you truly wish to fight, you may as well engage this seed in your ancestral witch form. As his words faded, he gently tapped the void with his finger. The countless blades instantly disintegrated into dust. An invisible ripple spread outward, extending for millions of miles. Without a word, the onlookers turned and fled. Becoming embroiled in a battle between quasi-saints was a surefire way to lose one's life. Among the onlookers, a dark-skinned man mingled inconspicuously. After surveying his surroundings, he made up his mind and headed in a certain direction. Moments later, in a more distant forest, the mosquito Taoist was seated, cursing his fate. Damn it all, he exclaimed. The demon court is far too terrifying. Had I not possessed unique abilities, I wouldn't have survived today. Hongyun, oh Hongyun you. Before he could finish, a figure landed beside him. The mosquito Taoist stared at the newcomer, whose skin was as dark as coal, utterly unremarkable. What are you looking at? He demanded. This seed is. Before he could finish, he began to twitch uncontrollably. Fortunately, it was merely an involuntary reaction, and he recovered after a brief spasm. You. Sensing the aura emanating from the newcomer, the mosquito Taoist lamented, why change your appearance for no reason? Had you told me earlier, would I have needed to go through all this? As the disguise faded, Luohou revealed his true form as Hongyun. Where's the great Brahma? The mosquito Taoist retorted, how would I know? He stood up abruptly and exclaimed, Master, you promised to let me devour to my heart's content. As soon as I approached the demon court, countless divine senses locked onto me. Had my clone technique not been exceptional, I wouldn't have been able to return today. Even so, many of my clones were captured, and all the blood essence I had painstakingly devoured was wasted. When will you let me indulge? Luohou turned to gaze into the distance, replying calmly, soon. The mosquito Taoist beamed with delight. Soon? Luohou glanced at the void above. It should be soon. Chapter 59, The Ancestor Witch Zhurong versus the Demon Master Kuan-Ping. In the vast expanse of the void, Kuan-Ping and Huda gazed at each other from afar. The reason the witch clan refrains from practicing magical arts ultimately lies in the complications it entails. The ancestor witches possess innate power that rivals even the primordial golden immortals. Furthermore, these ancestor witches are inherently endowed with the ability to manipulate a specific cosmic principle. Each of the 12 ancestor witches corresponds to a distinct cosmic principle. This alone is formidable enough. Should they also pursue magical cultivation, it would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. Moreover, the ancestor witches are born from the essence of Pangu, having absorbed the resentments of the chaos demon god. The grievances of that chaos demon god were directed towards the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Bearing such karmic burdens makes their cultivation exceedingly arduous. Among the ancestor witches, only Xianming and Huda have withstood the least amount of the chaos demon god's resentments, allowing them a somewhat easier path to cultivation compared to their counterparts. When Hongyun expounded his teachings in the Zixia Palace, it was only Xianming and Huda who attended from the witch clan. Now, while Ho-Tu's magical prowess may not match that of Kuan-Ping, engaging in battle would necessitate the invocation of the ancestor witch's power. Just as Huda contemplated taking action, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. You foul creature, do you dare to harm my sister Ho-Tu? How many lives do you possess? The voice was filled with fury, akin to a volcanic eruption or the fall of stars. The sheer force of the sound rendered all cultivators momentarily deaf, blood seeping from their ears. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before countless beings. At the far reaches of the void, the heavens and earth appeared as a thin line. Yet, as the voice resonated, a figure surged forth from the distance. Though it seemed slow, it moved with astonishing speed. Within that cosmic line, a figure reminiscent of Pangu, the creator, re-emerged. Radiating crimson light, the being leapt from countless miles away in an instant. As the colossal figure expanded in the eyes of all, the surrounding spectators felt a chilling dread. Run. At that moment, no one harbored any illusions. The giant was terrifying, standing 1,000,000 zhang tall. It resembled a fragment of Buzhou Mountain descending from the heavens. Should it land upon them, even a great Luo golden immortal would be reduced to dust. Even if they were not crushed, the resulting shockwaves would surely surpass what anyone could endure. But it was too late. Before that figure, any attempt to flee was utterly futile. All eyes turned towards the ground where the figure was about to land. Boom, the earth began to collapse. A frenzied disintegration commenced from the point of impact, radiating outward in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Countless mountains were instantly flattened by the upheaval caused by the giant's arrival. The endless land transformed into waves, rolling toward the distance in relentless surges. As the very fabric of space trembled, the sky fell, and the earth sank. In an instant, countless beings were obliterated within the chaos, and many more suffered untold misery. Even Rahu, upon witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. In a flash, he enveloped the mosquito Taoist and vanished from sight. But at that moment, space resembled a fragile sheet of iron, which, with the giant's descent, was swept away like a storm, utterly destroyed and uprooted. Even the heavens above were not spared. The void erupted, waves of destruction cascading one after another. The clouds of the 9 heavens shattered into boundless currents, unleashing countless storms that spread wildly. The ancestor witch, Zhu Rong. Boom, flames erupted beneath Zhu Rong's feet, instantly transforming the earth into molten lava that spread outward. Observing this, Huda furrowed her brow slightly. Zhu Rong, do not harm the sons of the witch clan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong responded without turning, no worries. Can my kin not withstand the power of their own ancestor witch? Though the words seemed inconsequential, in truth, Zhu Rong was indifferent to whether the witch clan could endure his strength. The witch clan was warlike, their focus solely on their adversaries. Before their foes, nothing else mattered. Gazing at the assembled beings of the demon court, Zhu Rong grinned broadly. He unleashed a punch towards Kunping, a wave of scorching heat surging forward. Kunping's eyes widened, radiating a fierce determination. Zhu Rong, ha 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 ha. The thrill of facing an equal filled the air, though not yet engaged in combat. Both understood the weight of the encounter, one deserving of their utmost seriousness and effort. Kunping swirled his long robe, promptly sending all the soldiers of the demon court far from the battlefield center. With no concerns behind him, he stepped forward, his form suddenly shifting. The entire void turned a fiery red. From afar, only a giant wreathed in flames could be seen, launching a fist towards the emptiness. But in the next moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before all. Before the fist, space abruptly froze. Another immense figure emerged, but this time, it was not humanoid. It was the divine form of Kunping. In the northern sea, there exists a fish known as Kun. Its size is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles. Transforming into a bird, it is called Ping. Its wingspan is equally vast. This divine form of Kunping is undoubtedly one of the most renowned amongst the demon race within the primordial world. Its colossal body even surpasses that of the ancestor witches. This honor belonged to Kunping, the progenitor of the Kunping lineage. In opposing the witch clan and battling the ancestor witches, he need not rely on magical arts. Why has Kunping earned his place as a top-tier power in the current primordial world? Why was he once deemed worthy to stand alongside the sages? The answer lies here. In terms of individual strength, in a one-on-one encounter, Kunping fears no existence, be it demons, witches, or even the chaos demon gods. He stands unafraid to engage. His divine form possesses a strength comparable to that of the ancestor witches, and coupled with his mastery of magical arts, he reaches the pinnacle of quasi-saint power. Few can challenge him within the primordial world. Only the heavenly Tao sages have the capacity to dominate him. Even when he once submitted to the demon court, it was through the combined might of Dijuan and Tai, along with the use of innate treasures like the Dong Long Bell, that they forcibly subdued Kunping. Otherwise, he would have known no fear within the primordial world and would never have deigned to bow before anyone. With a mighty flap of his wings, he obscured the sky, reversing the flames from Zhu Rong's punch and sending them back toward him. Zhu Rong. Kunping's voice resonated with a raw, untamed ferocity. Do you think a mere ancestor which can shake my dominion? Let the two of you come at me together. Zhu Rong's eyes widened, his face alight with excitement. The witch clan's warlike nature was not mere rhetoric. If it were merely a matter of bullying lesser beings, the ancestor witches would have no interest. What they sought were worthy opponents, at least on par with them to ensure the thrill of battle. Ideally, their adversaries would be formidable enough to invoke a sense of pressure. Only then could they unleash their full might and savor the honor and exhilaration of tearing apart, trampling, and conquering such a powerful foe. Kunping was indeed strong. This meant he was the very opponent she had long awaited. It signified that today she would unleash everything in a fierce battle. With a furious roar, the earth trembled, and the demon court was thrown into chaos. Zhu Rong was exhilarated. Chapter 060, Still sleeping? We are here to slay you. This is a contest of power capable of annihilating everything. The Ancestor Witch and the Kuenping, a collision of the purest primal forces, a most primitive slaughter. Even across billions of miles, the thrill of the battlefield resonates palpably. From billions of miles away, most cultivators find their spiritual senses insufficient, yet it matters not. They can still behold it. After all, the towering figure of the Ancestor Witch and the massive body of the soaring Kuenping are impossible to overlook. Luohou gazes at the scene from afar, his heart filled with fervor. This is the outcome he desires. Yet it is still inadequate. Merely one Ancestor Witch and one Kuenping is not enough. What he seeks is a complete clash between the witch and the demon. However, for now, this is insufficient. One Taoist. Upon hearing Luohou's words, one Taoist is momentarily taken aback. What is it? Luohou replies, go. One Taoist, puzzled, asks, where to? Luohou's cold smile reveals, to the Zhu Rong tribe. Curiously, one Taoist inquires, what for? Luohou turns to him, speaking slowly, to devour with abandon. At these words, one Taoist's eyes gleam with excitement. Really? Luohou nods. Your mission is to stir chaos within the Zhu Rong tribe. Once they are in disarray, you flee. Devour as much as you can, but remember, do not linger. Should you be captured, I will kill you without hesitation. If you miraculously survive, I shall reward you with a grand gift. Upon hearing this, one Taoist suddenly rises. Haha. Master, I fear not death. What terrifies me is a life worse than death. To deny me the chance to consume the essence of those primal beings is the true agony. Just wait, I'm off. One Taoist turns and departs into the distance. Luohou's gaze remains fixed on the horizon. Patience, patience. The witch and demon are gradually igniting their true flames. All he needs is to add fuel to the fire. He observes the battle between Zhu Rong and Kuenping. Their struggle is fierce. It seems inevitable that a victor must emerge. However, given their strength, a fight to the death will not be easy. Ho Tu, watching the scene, refrains from intervening. She understands Zhu Rong well. Should she act now, Zhu Rong would surely be enraged. Thus, she remains vigilant, prepared for any interference from the demon court. Meanwhile, the Great One Taoist has lost his way. In the void, he wanders aimlessly, prepared to create chaos. The issue is, he has no idea where the Zhu Rong tribe is. He has never been there before. After wandering for an indeterminate distance, one Taoist finally spots a witch tribe. Not one he has visited previously, but a new witch tribe. Is this the place? It should be. As one Taoist furrows his brow in contemplation, a figure approaches from afar. One Taoist. Hearing the call, one Taoist is startled. Turning around, he sees the figure of Defan Tian descending beside him like a streak of light. I finally found you. What are you doing here? One Taoist replies with irritation. Naturally, I was sent here by my master. Defan Tian's heart skips a beat, realizing Luohou could not have perished so easily. What does the master want you to do here? Just as one Taoist is about to respond, he suddenly laughs upon glancing at the witch tribe before him. Remembering how Defan Tian had previously tricked him, an idea for retaliation sparks in his mind. Defan Tian, what is this place? Defan Tian surveys the surroundings. Seeing the witch tribe at ease and unperturbed, I have inquired. This should be the Ancestor Witch's Changliang tribe. Changliang? One Taoist blinks in surprise. How did I end up in the wrong place? This is certainly not the Zhu Rong tribe. Correct. Defan Tian confirms. Changliang is the brother of the 9 phoenixes. You came here too. Raising his hand with a grin, one Taoist interrupts. No questions. Follow me. Curious. Defan Tian asks, where to? One Taoist whispers, just follow me. There is important business to attend to. Defan Tian, perplexed, silently follows one Taoist into the Changliang tribe. Observing the multitude of witches around them, Defan Tian discreetly conveys via spiritual sense. What exactly are you bringing me here for? One Taoist scans the area, noting the presence of numerous witch soldiers. This is the place. He turns, grinning at Defan Tian, causing a chill to run down Defan Tian's spine. Of course, to create chaos. Upon hearing those words, Defan Tian's eyes widen in alarm, realizing the danger. He plans to flee, but one Taoist suddenly shouts, which brutes? I am a demon general of the demon court. Ancestor Witch Zhu Rong has been slain by my master Kuenping, and now it is your turn. As the proclamation echoes, one Taoist transforms into a shadow, enveloping several witch soldiers who had just awakened from slumber. Ah! The cries of horror erupt. The formerly dazed witch youths suddenly spring to life at that moment. Do the horn of war sounds, and Defan Tian feels a sense of impending doom. 1. You scoundrel. He can scarcely believe that after finally locating one Taoist, he is met with such a welcome. Turning to flee, he finds the witches closing in on him. Enraged, Defan Tian realizes the futility of begging for mercy. He has witnessed the witches' ruthless ways. How could they allow him to escape so easily? Even if they do not kill him, being captured and interrogated is a fate he dreads. Kill. Enraged, Defan Tian unleashes his fury upon the witch youths. Chaos erupts. Although only a corner of the Changliang tribe is in disarray, It is enough to disturb the entire tribe. One Taoist swiftly devours several witches while shouting, "The Day tribe is finished. Today, we, the Demon Court, shall ambush your witch tribes, ensuring you all meet a grim fate." Angry witches converge from all sides, surrounding the area tightly. One Taoist revels in the excitement. As a being of the innate lineage, the blood-winged golden mosquito, he is particularly troublesome. Besides his insatiable appetite, he can split into myriad forms. As long as one survives, given time, he can return again. This is the most formidable aspect. Thus, one Taoist is utterly unafraid, consuming as much as he can. If he cannot win, he will scatter, creating a vast smokescreen. He has nothing to lose. However, Defan Tian finds himself in utter despair. How can he escape after causing chaos amidst the Ancestor Witch's tribe? "You scoundrel! You are an absolute menace. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." In the distance, towering figures rush toward them. Defan Tian feels a sense of desolation. It is over. One Taoist has led him into a complete disaster. Chapter 61. The Lich War begins. The Saint descends. The strong Liang tribe's sorcerers mobilize, and they came with 5 in number, surrounding the great Brahma and the Mosquito Taoist in the center. Surrounding them were numerous sorcerer generals leading their soldiers and warriors. The Mosquito Taoist had already transformed into countless forms, frantically devouring the essence and blood of the fallen sorcerers. The pitiable great Brahma stood alone against the multitude. Yet, with his cultivation as a Tai golden immortal, how long could he endure? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the distance, dozens of figures surged in swiftly. Under orders from the Demon Court, they came to slay the sorcerers, to eradicate the sorcerers. These barbarians are unworthy to exist in the wilderness. Kill. The figures descended like thunder upon the sorcerer tribe, wreaking havoc and inflicting devastating losses on the lower ranks of the strong Liang tribe. Kill. From afar, more figures continued to arrive, unabashedly exuding the aura of the demon race. The great Brahma was momentarily stunned, and so was the Mosquito Taoist. Help has arrived? No, the Demon Court has truly come? In an instant, the pressure on the great Brahma diminished significantly. As he gazed at the sudden appearance of the demon figures, he remained in a daze. When a powerful aura swept across the entire strong Liang tribe. "A horde of ants dares to rampage in my domain?" Boom! The sky above darkened instantly with thick clouds. The Mosquito Taoist appeared beside the great Brahma. "Let us go. Why are you dawdling?" Only then did the great Brahma snap back to reality and hurriedly follow the Mosquito Taoist as they fled into the distance. Not long after, the great Brahma looked back, and his eyes reflected a scene that shook his very soul. In the heavens above, hundreds of crimson lightning bolts fell silently. Each bolt locked onto a demon cultivator. Crack! At that moment, the sound of thunder finally reached their ears. Before them, every single demon above the strong Liang tribe was instantaneously reduced to ashes. The great Brahma was in shock. Strong Liang, the ancestor of thunder. Amidst the cacophony of thunder, he vaguely caught sight of a figure sitting in the distance. Though seated, it emanated an unprecedented and towering presence. Ancestor Strong Liang. Lightning serpents coiling around him, exuding immense power. The great Brahma's heart sank in his line of sight. 2 bolts of lightning were heading towards him and the Mosquito Taoist. They had been discovered and were now similarly locked onto by the thunderous might of Strong Liang. Mosquito Taoist? Mosquito Taoist, run, quickly. The great Brahma turned, filled with rage and despair. But what infuriated him further was that the Mosquito Taoist, that scoundrel, had not waited for him and had already fled far away. "I curse your mother." The great Brahma gritted his teeth, but as he turned back, the lightning was already upon him. With no other recourse, the great Brahma was left with but one final method: heavenly demon disintegration. His entire being erupted on the spot, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that vanished. This was one of the secret techniques of the heavenly demon great method taught to him by Luohou after their encounter. This technique not only allowed him to escape the divine sense lock, but also enabled him to use the 5 elements escape technique to flee from danger. Though it was a significant means of survival, it came at a great cost. It required the burning of blood essence, and if used repeatedly, it could lead to a drop in cultivation, or worse, deplete one's origin and leave the primordial spirit withered. Yet, in this dire moment, he could think of no other strategy. Everything was for the sake of survival. Boom! The thunder struck, turning the earth into scorched soil. In the midst of the darkened skies, Strong Liang withdrew his gaze. The Demon Court dares to invade our sorcerer territory, thus it is war. Rising. The true form of the ancestor towered above. Send the order. Ascend Mount Buzhou and head straight for the Demon Court. Roar below. The multitude of sorcerer warriors roared in unison, charging towards Mount Buzhou. The great battle had commenced. No one expected the sorcerers to react with such fervor. The Mosquito Taoist had fled a considerable distance before finally stopping to look back. Chaos had erupted, complete pandemonium. To the naked eye, all within sight were frenzied sorcerers in motion. 12 ancestor tribes, 8 great sorcerer tribes. At this moment, they were all mobilizing. Why such a massive reaction? I only ambushed one ancestor tribe. In front of him, bloodlight flickered, and the figure of the great Brahma appeared. The Mosquito Taoist was elated. "You're still alive." Before he could finish his sentence, the great Brahma lunged forward with a punch, sending the Mosquito Taoist's head askew. His body shattered and reassembled instantaneously. As the mosquito Taoist exclaimed in anger, "Are you insane?" The great Brahma retorted fiercely, "You scoundrel, I will kill you." With that, flames erupted from the great Brahma's palm. The mosquito Taoist's expression changed in shock. The great Brahma knew him well and surely understood which method would be most effective against him. That is fire. It was evident that the great Brahma was genuinely furious, actually employing the true fire of samadhi. The great Brahma was truly enraged. The mosquito Taoist hurriedly retreated. "It was just a joke. Can't you take a joke?" The great Brahma seethed. "I'll joke with your grandfather." Seeing him truly about to strike, the mosquito Taoist quickly said, "I came here on the orders of the master. If you harm me, then..." He thought that invoking Luohou's name would intimidate the great Brahma. But at this moment, the great Brahma was consumed with rage and could not be restrained. Moments later, the mosquito Taoist sat on the ground, bruised and panting heavily. "Is it really necessary? It was just a joke. You have often made fun of me. So why can't I do the same today?" The great Brahma glared at him, and the mosquito Taoist waved his hand. All right, I won't joke anymore. Look at what you've done to me." Killing the mosquito Taoist? Even if the great Brahma had the heart, he lacked the courage. And even if he had the courage, he lacked the strength. The mosquito Taoist was, after all, an innate anomaly with formidable means of survival. If the great Brahma could slay him, then the mosquito Taoist would have no place in this world. It was merely to let the great Brahma vent his anger. "Where's the master?" The mosquito Taoist gasped. "How would I know?" The great Brahma exclaimed. "Something is amiss. We must find the master immediately to discuss." The mosquito Taoist retorted, "But I truly don't know. We must at least search." At that moment, a streak of light fell beside them. "Luohou has arrived." Upon seeing Luohou, the great Brahma quickly rose. "Master, I..." But Luohou's expression was serious as he waved his hand, enveloping the two and disappearing in an instant. "Go." Just as the three departed, a figure appeared at the very spot they had just occupied. That figure seemed to have always been there, or perhaps it had suddenly materialized. It was utterly enigmatic. The Western saint, Zhuan-Ti, glancing at the void above. Zhuan-Ti Taoist smiled. "Quite impressive indeed." In the distance, the incessant sounds of battle echoed. Zhuan-Ti Taoist turned to look back. "Enough. Perhaps your life is not meant to end just yet. I shall first deal with the immediate matters. As for your life, Hongyun." Turning back, Zhuan-Ti revealed a hint of a smile. "I can take it away at any moment. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The saints are heartless, viewing the populace as mere fodder. The saints have descended." Chapter 062, The Imbalance of Causality, The Gathering of Karma. Uncertain of how long he had fled, Luohou finally paused. With a flicker of thought, a dark light emanated from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the trio. Luohou's expression was grave, his vigilance heightened. The great Brahma hastily inquired, "My lord, what has transpired?" Luohou remained silent. He had underestimated the situation all along. He believed he was the only one instigating the conflict between the witches and the demons. Yet he overlooked a crucial reality he himself had highlighted. The heavenly saints would not remain indifferent to the rise of the witches and demons. Now, with the 6 saints of primordial chaos reinstated, the momentum of the witches and demons showed no signs of abating. The conflict between them was merely a facade, in truth. It was a power struggle between the witches, the demons, and the heavenly saints. Should the witches and demons emerge victorious, a transcendent force threatening the existence of the heavenly saints would inevitably arise. The optimal outcome would be the complete annihilation of the witches, thereby ensuring the stability of the heavenly saints' position, free from any threats. Luohou had dispatched the mosquito Taoist to the Zhurong tribe, but by chance, he ended up at the Qiangliang tribe. Simultaneously, numerous demon cultivators inexplicably began to assault various witch tribes across the land. Like the mosquito Taoist, they fought under the banner of the demon court. Almost all witch tribes were under siege. Zhurong was embroiled in a fierce battle with Kunping, and this matter had become widely known, both in the heavens and on earth. The other ancestral witches had witnessed the chaos but had yet to intervene. However, the demons' assault on the witch tribes undeniably aligned with Luohou's intentions, adding fuel to the raging fire. Thus, the heavenly saints took action. Apart from them, no other cultivators possessed such capabilities. Luohou even speculated that more than one heavenly saint was covertly manipulating the demons. The flames of conflict had indeed ignited. The fury of the witches had been thoroughly awakened. At that moment, all the witches were in motion. Upon Mount Busho, countless figures of witches surged forth, rushing towards the demon court in a frenzy. They densely populated the mountain, nearly filling it entirely. The demon court had received word and was preparing for battle. A great war was imminent. Luohou noted this development, still puzzled as to why such events were unfolding. But suddenly, a dangerous aura locked onto him. An unprecedented sensation sent shivers down Luohou's spine. It was an irresistible force. A thought flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he fled. He tore through the void, persistently using the layers of space to evade the pursuit of that divine awareness. Yet, it was futile. The divine awareness was terrifyingly powerful, relentlessly pursuing Luohou through the endless layers of space. Even at this moment, Luohou understood clearly that it was not that he had managed to shake off that divine awareness. Rather, it simply chose not to pursue any longer. A saint. It was undoubtedly a heavenly saint pursuing him. Yet, Luohou dared not ascertain which heavenly saint had sensed him and harbored murderous intent. Was it the two from the west? Or perhaps the Demon Ancestor Luohou? The heavenly saints, with their profound understanding of the heavenly principles, would undoubtedly see through his trivial schemes. Framing the demons for his own ends, it was plausible that Luohou would take action against him. As for the three pure ones, Luohou believed that his current identity as the Red Cloud bore no causal connection to them, making it unlikely that they would harbor murderous intent against him. But whoever it was, none were forces he could withstand at this moment. Achieving sainthood. Indeed, it was the ultimate dream pursued by every cultivator throughout their lifetime. However, being marked by a heavenly saint was rather alarming. Fortunately, he still possessed some means, be it the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus or the God-slaying spear. Both could assist him in concealing his aura and obstructing the gaze of the heavenly saints, as long as he could shake them off, and with adequate precautions in place. It would not be so easy for the heavenly saints to locate him again. Nonetheless, the conflict between the witches and the demons had indeed erupted. The only regret was for Hongyun. Luohou had consistently left an aura guiding Hongyun to follow him. Yet, after being pursued by the saint, Luohou had to withdraw all his aura, and surely Hongyun had now completely lost track of him. Never mind, beings like Hongyun, as long as they survive, will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. By then, it would be far easier for him to locate Hongyun. What exactly are we running from? The mosquito Taoist could no longer contain himself. Throughout their flight, he had said nothing, merely following Luohou as they tore through the void. Why? Luohou replied nonchalantly. Someone wishes to kill me. Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist furrowed his brow. Who? Luohou shook his head. It must be a heavenly saint. But I do not know which one. A heavenly saint? The mosquito Taoist's eyes lit up with excitement. Is it true? Luohou turned to look at him, noting how the smile on the mosquito Taoist's face gradually transformed into sorrow. That is truly unfortunate. The great Brahma exclaimed in anger. You fool. You are clearly overjoyed. The mosquito Taoist retorted angrily. You're talking nonsense. Indeed, the mosquito Taoist had felt a surge of joy upon hearing the news that a saint was seeking to eliminate Luohou. If Luohou, the current Red Cloud ancestor, were to perish, he would be liberated. The mosquito Taoist was no longer the naive novice he once was. He had gained a sufficient understanding of the primordial chaos. A heavenly saint, all-powerful, yet how could they not have eliminated this red cloud? But upon reflection, he regretted his earlier exuberance. He shouldn't have shown it. Enough. Luohou frowned. Now is not the time for relaxation. Although things are progressing smoothly, they are more complicated than I had planned. We must hide and observe the situation. From now on, you two are not to leave my side by even a step. The mosquito Taoist replied helplessly, understood. The great Brahma nodded in agreement. Yes. Turning back, Luohou addressed the mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist. You best remember this. Should my life be in peril, I will take you down with me at the last moment. The mosquito Taoist became anxious. No. Why? I'm not the one seeking your death, and besides, the heavenly saint is not targeting me. Luohou coldly laughed. The heavenly saint may not seek your demise. But if I wished to kill you, it would be equally effortless. The mosquito Taoist was indignant but felt powerless. After all, he was bound by a vow with Luohou. Luohou was the master. If he truly desired the mosquito Taoist's death, there would be no escape for him. So, where do we go now? Luohou pondered briefly, then looked up into the void. Karma is converging, causality is unbalanced. A great conflict is inevitable in the primordial chaos. Perhaps, it is a calamity. At this moment, the aura of the heavenly Tao was the most chaotic. Even the heavenly saints had much that was unclear. The mosquito Taoist rubbed his ears. What are you saying? I didn't understand a word. Turning to the distance, Luohou smiled. Yet, the mosquito Taoist felt an ominous premonition. To Mount Buzhou? At this declaration, both the great Brahma and the mosquito Taoist were taken aback. That place was the epicenter of the conflict between the witches and the demons. Was it time to flee? Why head towards Mount Buzhou? But Luohou was disinclined to explain, precisely because Mount Buzhou was the heart of the witches and demon struggle. It was rife with killing intent and the most chaotic of heavenly secrets. At this moment, for Luohou, there was no place safer than there. Let us go. Chapter 63. The ancestral land of the witch clan, the Panga Cave. As predicted by Luohou, the Buzhou mountain has indeed become the epicenter of the battlefield. When Luohou, accompanied by the mosquito Taoist and Fan Tian, arrived tens of thousands of miles away from Buzhou mountain, the scene before them had transformed into a hellish inferno of chaos. Everywhere they looked, there was nothing but slaughter and conflict. The demon court was also retaliating. At this moment, delving into the conspiracies behind these events held no significance for either the witch or demon factions. Whether there was a conspiracy was of no concern to them. Their only focus was singular, to eliminate the other. The previous restraint and patience had erupted completely at this moment. Within the demon court, the remaining 8 great demon saints had all emerged. In the void above, 3 figures stood, overlooking the vast wilderness below. From the portal behind them, countless demons surged forth, charging toward the witch clan that had already reached outside the portal. Looking up from the wilderness, a multitude of figures were falling from the void above, both demons and witches. The lines had blurred. Anyone not of their kind met only one fate, death. death. In the distance, the true form of the ancestral witch could be seen clashing with Kuan Peng. However, at this moment, Zhu Rong was clearly at a disadvantage. Kuan Peng's divine body had withstood countless chaotic tempests if it could endure the chaotic currents. How could Zhu Rong's witch body compare? Kuan Peng wielded no significant treasure. His divine body surpassed all artifacts. The great witches and demon saints exhibited their unique powers. Embroiled in a fierce impasse, the Fan Tian was filled with terror. If he were alone in this scene, he would not dare to approach. A single Taiji golden immortal tossed into this chaos would be torn to shreds by the residual force of their battle. Meanwhile, Luohou coldly surveyed his surroundings, searching for an optimal hiding place. Yet, it appeared there was none. The entire Buzhou Mountain had been completely engulfed in warfare. Nonetheless, with his skills, finding a spot to conceal himself and observe should still be feasible. As for the mosquito Taoist, his emotions were markedly different from the others. While the masses trembled in fear, he was consumed by madness. His gaze roamed hungrily around, eager to partake in the carnage. He did not wish for this. Yet the various scents in the air tantalized him. A feast. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented banquet, be it the witch or demon clans. The corpses piling high like mountains and the rivers of blood were the mosquito Taoist's greatest delights. He could hardly contain himself. My lord, when will you allow me to feast to my heart's content? Upon hearing this, Luohou replied, if you seek death, you may do so now. However, if you wish to live and indulge in a lavish meal, then wait a while longer. The mosquito Taoist, gazing at the corpses and blood, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. How much longer must I wait? Luohou looked up at the figures standing in the distant void. We shall speak of it once they all join the battle. Once they join the battle, the mosquito Taoist turned to the horizon. When will that be? Luohou ignored him. He also desired for both the witch and demon factions to engage in a deadly struggle immediately. However, at this moment, he was no longer in control. Zhu Rong may have been at a disadvantage, but that did not mean he lacked fighting prowess. It was a fight to the death. With no surrender, a motto of the witch clan. His body was already rent with terrifying wounds, yet to Zhu Rong, these were trivial. A witch who had never experienced bloodshed or injury was not a true witch. Only those who had survived countless battles were the true sons of the witch clan. After another collision, Zhu Rong's ancestral witch body still gained no advantage. But with a furious roar, the ancestral witch blood covering his body ignited into blazing flames, engulfing him entirely. With a roar, he charged once more at Kuan Peng, unrelenting, until one side fell completely. Meanwhile, around the battlefield, figures comparable to Zhu Rong's ancestral witch body flickered in the blood mist. The 12 ancestral witches had arrived on the battlefield. 12 beings on par with the top-tier mixed Yuan golden immortals had come. This configuration was not unlike that of the ancient battle between gods and demons. Even Luohou was deeply captivated by the surging aura before him. This was the wilderness. This was a glorious era. If this scene had transpired during the ancient war or in his prime, how magnificent it would have been. Yet time waits for no one. This was no longer Luohou's era, but it mattered not. It would eventually be Luohou's time again. With this thought flashing through his mind, Luohou turned to search his surroundings. At this moment, the entire Buzhou Mountain was engulfed in conflict. Yet beneath Buzhou Mountain, a small cave caught Luohou's attention. There, the area was surrounded by witch guardians, with no demons daring to approach. Even if a demon accidentally wandered too close, they would be instantly overwhelmed and torn apart by hundreds of battle witches. It seemed that this place was crucial to the witch clan. The perfect location for him to hide at this moment. With a thought, he enveloped the mosquito Taoist and Fan Tian, transforming into a flash of bloodlight. Silently moving toward the cave. The journey was fraught with danger, but ultimately uneventful. These witches could only explore through their eyes or sense with their blood power. Lacking spiritual consciousness, they were unable to scan their surroundings. It was all too easy for Luohou to evade their gaze. Upon entering, Luohou discovered that this place was vastly different from his expectations. He had assumed that if it were a vital location for the witch clan, it should be spacious, considering the size of the ancestral witches and great witches. However, it was quite the opposite. The cave was not large at all. In fact, it was pitifully small. If one were to enter with a Dao body, it could accommodate at most 20 people. Luohou, surrounded by a layer of ominous energy, enveloping both the mosquito Taoist and Fan Tian, found it somewhat cramped. What is this place? The mosquito Taoist glanced around, impatiently suggesting, should we not go out? While they are busy battling, we could seize the opportunity to gain some advantage. Luohou ignored him, instead carefully examining the cave. Fan Tian did the same, and suddenly exclaimed, my lord, it appears this place is. Luohou nodded. The sacred ground of the witch clan, the birthplace of the ancestral witches. The Panga Cave. Just like the three purities, the witch clan proclaimed themselves as the true lineage of Pangu. However, unlike the three purities, which derived from a division of Pangu's pure essence, the ancestral witches originated from 12 drops of Panga's essence, coalescing into chaotic demonic resentments. This cave may be small, but it featured one large platform and 12 smaller ones, totaling 13 altars. The 12 small platforms surrounded the one large platform at the center. Based on the lingering aura above, Luohou could ascertain that these 12 small platforms were likely the places where the 12 ancestral witches were once nurtured. He simply had expected them to be so diminutive, entirely disproportionate to the colossal bodies of the ancestral witches, barely larger than a toe. Yet the residual essence confirmed this truth without a doubt. At this moment, Luohou's greatest curiosity lay in discovering what resided on the central platform. Chapter 064, Have you seen that ancestral witch? Go, take a bite out of him. The battle among the necromancers has commenced, while at this moment, Luohou conceals himself within the sacred ground of the witch clan, the Panga Cave, observing the grand platform at its center. Although it is termed a grand platform, it is merely slightly larger than the 12 smaller platforms surrounding it, akin to the size of a grinding stone. Yet, what could possibly warrant the guardianship of 12 ancestral witches? Is it of a status even higher than that of the ancestral witches within the clan? Luohou furrowed his brows. He perused through Hongyun's memories and realized he knew little about the witch clan. Aside from the widely acknowledged knowledge among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, he held no grasp of the deeper secrets. As for himself, during his era, the witch clan was likely still nestled beneath the Mount Buzhou, merely beginning to taste blood. How could he possibly have any understanding of them? At that moment, the mosquito Taoist suddenly spoke. What a pure scent of blood. Pure? Luohou raised an eyebrow. The mosquito Taoist turned his head, sniffing the air. His nose was particularly sensitive to the scent of blood and the essence of vitality. Defan Tian retorted with annoyance. Everywhere outside, there is slaughter. The blood of the witch clan and the blood of the demon clan are pervasive. What's so strange about that? The mosquito Taoist ignored him and tentatively took a step forward. No. Here. He pointed at the platforms. Following the direction of his finger, Luohou looked towards the central platform. Taking 2 steps forward, they arrived before the platform. The mosquito Taoist leaned forward and inhaled deeply. His how pure, truly pure. I have never experienced anything like this. I absolutely adore it. He nearly succumbed to the urge to lick the surface. At that moment, Luohou also discerned the underlying issue. Taking another step forward, he narrowed his gaze upon the platform. Patterns? Arrays? Defan Tian also scrutinized the surface closely. Indeed, the platform was almost imperceptibly covered with various intricate patterns, profoundly mysterious. The witch clan knows array formations? Defan Tian questioned. The ancestral witches do not practice sorcery, thus they would naturally disdain array formations. Yet here, an array formation had appeared. Innate patterns. Luohou, well-versed in knowledge, immediately identified the origin of the array patterns. Only innate patterns would refrain from deliberately emanating any aura, indistinguishable from an ordinary stone. One must invoke a certain secret technique to activate the function of this array. But what could that secret technique be? Blood. That's right, the mosquito Taoist mentioned a pure scent of blood. It must belong to the witch clan. Observing the orientation and layout, it could very well be the blood of the ancestral witches, the blood of the 12 ancestral witches. Luohou was somewhat taken aback. What could possibly require the blood of 12 ancestral witches to be activated? This place is situated at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Above this cavern lies the entirety of Mount Buzhou. Luohou pondered in silence, and after a moment, he suddenly declared, it seems we may need to venture out after all. Venture out? Turning back, Luohou instructed, Defan Tian, you shall wait here. I will take the mosquito Taoist on a journey. Defan Tian was perplexed, to which Luohou replied, perhaps we require the blood of the ancestral witches. The blood of the ancestral witches? How is that even possible? Nothing is impossible. Luohou had observed closely. This should be an altar. As for what would transpire once activated, no one could say for certain, yet Luohou's curiosity had been piqued. It must be thoroughly investigated. He reasoned that this altar likely did not demand the entirety of the ancestral witch's life essence. After all, the birth of the 12 ancestral witches occurred sequentially, separated by considerable spans of time. This place, this object, should predate their existence. If one had to wait for the birth of all 12 ancestral witches to trigger it, the likelihood was slim. Therefore, Luohou resolved to attempt it. Acquiring the blood of the ancestral witches might unveil the secrets of the witch clan. The mosquito Taoist remained indifferent to the entire situation, or perhaps he simply hadn't contemplated it deeply. The blood of the ancestral witches sounded like a marvelous treasure. If he could sample it, then risking a little danger would certainly be worthwhile. Let us go. He was even more impatient than Luohou. Without further ado, Luohou unleashed a stream of light, sealing Defan Tian within the cave, before turning and vanishing with the mosquito Taoist. Defan Tian was left helpless. In truth, it was entirely unnecessary. However, there were certain things he dared not voice. The goals of the saints, whether concerning Hongyun or Luohou, were little relevance to him. In the eyes of the saints, he was merely an insignificant insect. An insect? Who would care? There was no causal relationship between himself and the saints. They had no reason to be interested in a mere tiny golden immortal like him. Hiding here may prove useful, but for Defan Tian, there were far better places to evade all this. Would it not suffice to simply distance himself from this place? Yet, he could only keep these thoughts to himself. In the void above, Luohou was enveloped by a flickering black light, shielding himself and the mosquito Taoist within. Observing the distant clash between Kunping and Zhurong, the mosquito Taoist urged, let us not hesitate any longer, let us hurry over. Luohou turned to glance at him. The mosquito Taoist questioned, why are you looking at me? Aren't we supposed to procure the blood of the ancestral witches? Why not proceed? Luohou retorted angrily. Fool. Zhu Rong and Kuanping are tearing the heavens apart. The space is collapsing. With our current strength, if we approach, we will undoubtedly be shredded into pieces. If you wish to go, I shall let you pass right now. The mosquito Taoist's expression stiffened. That was indeed a valid point. Perhaps it was best not to go. However, he hesitated, but only Zhu Rong is currently shedding the blood of the ancestral witches. If we don't seek Zhu Rong, whom shall we pursue? Luohou replied. There are 12 ancestral witches in total. If Zhu Rong cannot be found, then we shall seek out the others. Turning his gaze, Luohou fixed his sight upon a towering figure not far away. Have you seen that ancestral witch? The mosquito Taoist nodded. Yes. Luohou commanded. Go. Take a bite out of him. Chapter 065. Such enormous legs. Upon hearing Luohou's arrangement, the mosquito Taoist was instantly taken aback. Turning around, he gazed at Luohou in disbelief. Is it really that simple? Luohou nodded. The mosquito Taoist retorted angrily. Then why don't you go? That is an ancestral shaman. He could easily kill me with just a flick of his finger. Moreover, he is a fully powerful ancestral shaman, untouched by any demon court cultivators. You want me to bite him? Are you sending me to my death? Luohou replied coldly. Enough with the chatter. As the saying goes, extremes will lead to a reversal. The ancestral shaman's body is indeed one of the greatest in the primordial world. But what are you, mosquito Taoist? The mosquito Taoist hesitated. An anomaly? Luohou responded. You are merely an ant. The mosquito Taoist, if you want to insult me, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Luohou replied. This is not a metaphor. You truly are an ant. The mosquito Taoist was left speechless. As a blood-winged golden mosquito, his physical form was indeed pitiably small, akin to an ant. Yet, it is precisely this lowest level of existence that, when an anomaly like him emerges and matures, can roam freely across the primordial world. That ancestral shaman stands 100,000 feet tall. It shouldn't be difficult to find a spot on him to take a bite, should it? The mosquito Taoist pondered. It doesn't sound too hard. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. There seems to be a disconnect. Luohou reassured him. Do not worry. I have arranged everything. Once this is all over, I will ensure you have a satisfying meal. Upon hearing this, the mosquito Taoist immediately smiled. Fine. Although you often say this, I have never had a truly satisfying meal. Yet, each time I hear it, I feel invigorated. As if I've already enjoyed a sumptuous feast. The mosquito Taoist turned to leave, but Luohou's voice rang out behind him. Remember, once you obtain that ancestral shaman's blood, do not swallow it. Bring it back to me. The mosquito Taoist turned back. Furrowing his brow, he said to Luohou, let me plan this out from the beginning. You want me to bite the ancestral shaman, but I am at the golden immortal level, while the ancestral shaman is comparable to the peak of the primordial golden immortal. Luohou remained silent. The mosquito Taoist continued, then, you want me to not swallow it, but to bring the ancestral shaman's blood back to you? Luohou nodded. The mosquito Taoist asked, what do I gain from this? Luohou glared. There is no time for your nonsense. Hurry up. The mosquito Taoist was infuriated. If it weren't for the oath he had taken, he would have genuinely wanted to confront Luohou. Never had he encountered such bullying. Yet, as he turned away, enlightenment struck him, and he looked back at Luohou with a smile. I knew there was something off. My lord, it's not that I don't want to do this, but I simply cannot. Luohou narrowed his eyes. The mosquito Taoist hastily added, the ancestral shaman is not dead. If it were a magical treasure, I, the mosquito Taoist, would have confidence. But that is a living ancestral shaman. It is extremely difficult to even approach, let alone break through his aura and pierce his skin. Even if you kill me, I cannot accomplish this. Luohou took a deep breath. With his left hand, he grasped the mosquito Taoist's mouth, and with his right hand, he pressed on his forehead, a wisp of black mist adhering to his finger. He then swiftly brushed it over the mosquito Taoist's mouth. Silence. Do not let this malevolence dissipate. The mosquito Taoist widened his eyes, but had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and head towards the ancestral shaman. Surrounding him were scenes of utter devastation. The mosquito Taoist carefully navigated through the chaotic currents. Fortunately, the closer he got to the ancestral shaman, the less turbulent the surrounding chaos became. The almost invisible form of the mosquito Taoist flickered through the void, finally nearing the ancestral shaman. The water ancestral shaman, Gonggong. At this moment, Gonggong was watching the distant struggle between Zhu Rong and Kuanping. He cared little for the chaos unfolding beneath him. People only know that fire is the most volatile, yet they often overlook a fact. Water can be just as fierce and ruthless. In fact, at times, it can be even more extreme than fire. Gonggong exemplified this. Amidst the raging flames of battle, he appeared calm and collected. Yet he was already itching to join the fray. How could Zhu Rong, such a fool, still not have dealt with even a feathered bird? Among the 11 ancestral shamans watching the spectacle, only Gonggong spoke with such indifference. The other ancestral shamans remained silent, not out of unwillingness to engage, but because whoever took up his words would inevitably draw Gonggong's scrutiny. Troublesome. Meanwhile, the mosquito Taoist had arrived at Gonggong's leg. Those legs are truly enormous. The mosquito Taoist never imagined that, after comprehending the ways of humanity, he would find himself using enormous to describe a leg. But the question was, where should he bite? From the front? Based on his experience, that would be futile. The flesh is thin, the skin thick, and the bones hard. Better to circle around to the back. I would be best to bite at the calf. With that thought, the mosquito Taoist eagerly maneuvered to the back of Gong Gong's leg. However, upon seeing the countless strands of hair that reached dozens of feet, tightly packed and almost impossible to penetrate, the mosquito Taoist felt despair. This. I'm done for. Regardless of the leg hair, I'm going in. Fortunately, his body was minuscule, allowing him to weave through layers of leg hair and finally reach the surface of the skin. Gazing at the shimmering black light on his mouth, the mosquito Taoist's eyes widened. Regardless of success or failure, he would do his utmost. With a single bite, he lunged at Gong Gong's leg. Just then, Gong Gong's eyes shifted slightly, and he turned his waist to look down at his calf. A mosquito? Chapter 066. Time. Stand still. The mosquito man sensed the faint aura of malevolence emanating from the figure of Gong Gong, though Gong Gong himself remained oblivious. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the scene. The mosquito man, raising his gaze, pierced through the myriad of fine hairs obstructing his view, locking onto those eyes that rivaled the very sun and moon in their brilliance. This was dire. He never anticipated that Luohou's strategy would prove so effective. The dark energy indeed had the power to rend the flesh of the ancestral witch. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that although the flesh was torn, his own mouth had become ensnared. In that fleeting moment when the mosquito man breached Gong Gong's corporeal form, Gong Gong instinctively retracted his leg. The formidable might of the ancestral witch's body was such that its raw physical strength equated to that of a primordial golden immortal. This mere retraction sealed the mosquito man's mouth in place, rendering him helpless. It was over. A lament filled the mosquito man's heart as he faced the imminent obliteration of his illustrious reputation at the feet of the ancestral witch. Gong Gong slightly twisted his waist and raised his colossal hand, a hand that existed alongside the very heavens. The mosquito man's eyes widened in horror as he could not suppress a gasp. Fortunately, his mouth could still move. Quick, bite. The dark radiance had been extinguished, and now he was left to rely solely on himself. If he could not seize the opportunity, he must at least extract his mouth. Otherwise, with that impending slap, he would become one with the witch's leg hair. Growing increasingly anxious, the mosquito man resolved to fight with all his might. He bit down fiercely, driven by desperation. With the enhancement of Luohou's black light, the most resilient part of the ancestral witch's leg had been breached, and without a second thought, the mosquito man extended his mouthpart, piercing through the flesh of the ancestral witch and burrowing as deeply as possible. Suck. With a rush, the surrounding fine hairs whirled in a tempest as Gong Gong lifted his hand. The mosquito man gazed up at that descending palm, yet his mouth did not falter. Keep sucking. Hurry. He had found it. A stream of pure ancestral witch blood flowed into his mouth, filling the mosquito man with elation. He could taste a flavor that intoxicated him, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze in March, warming the chill of winter sun. The task was nearly complete. He would soon escape. In his overwhelming joy, the mosquito man acted impulsively. Gulp. The mosquito man was at a loss for words. It was not his fault. He could not resist. Ancestral witch blood, how could he possibly hold back? Was this a test for him? It felt like a dagger thrust into his vulnerability. Who could endure it? Amidst his fury and despair, he recalled Luohou's unyielding visage, which only intensified his indignation. The task must be completed. Otherwise, Luohou would not spare him. One more sip. Just one more sip. This time, he would not swallow. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended, nearly causing the mosquito man to regurgitate the ancestral witch blood he had just consumed. His entire body instinctively crouched down. That was the pressure exerted by the witch clan's hand. Although the palm had yet to descend, the force had already rushed towards him. The mosquito man trembled. Yet at that moment, his mouthpart burrowed 3 more inches deeper. Suck. His eyes turned crimson. Desperate. To hell with the task. He would disregard it. If death were to come, he would at least savor it. Thud, thud, thud. 3 gulps of ancestral witch blood filled his belly, and the mosquito man inhaled again with fervor. There was no escaping. The surrounding space had been locked down by the ancestral witch's power, and he could not even move, let alone swallow that last sip. 4 gulps of ancestral witch blood, exquisite. At that moment, a black rift suddenly appeared in the void before the mosquito man. Before he could comprehend, a hand emerged from the rift, dragging him away. Boom. Just as the black rift vanished, Gong Gong's palm came crashing down. Fortunately, it struck his own leg. Had it landed elsewhere, even a great Luo golden immortal would have been obliterated on the spot. Gong Gong abruptly raised his head, scanning the surroundings. Simultaneously, another ancestral witch nearby turned sharply, focusing on Gong Gong's lower leg. Spatial power. Gong Gong, to your left rear. Upon hearing this, Gong Gong kicked out with his leg. Bang! The void shattered, and from the fractured space, a dark light flickered incessantly. Witnessing this, Gong Gong was filled with rage. How dare these creatures assail me? Yet, despite his ancestral witch powers, the dark light moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly slipping through the spatial barriers to evade Gong Gong's attacks. Instead, it was the other witches in the vicinity who bore the brunt of the devastation, grumbling incessantly. Gong Gong seethed with indignation. Di Jiang. Nearby, Di Jiang of the Witch Clan, with an expression of cold indifference, declared, "To your left front, enough. I shall lend you a hand." With that, Di Jiang pointed, and the entire space transformed into something tangible, a manifestation of his dominion. This was the overwhelming power of Di Jiang, the spatial ancestral witch. Among the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang was the eldest. Coupled with his mastery over space, he was undeniably formidable. As his finger descended, the non-existent void became solid, rapidly taking shape like an iceberg. Luohou found himself in a predicament. This was the power of the ancestral witches, the power of the laws. In his prime, he would have fought them to the bitter end. But now, with only the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, he was utterly outmatched by the ultimate force of the ancestral witch laws. The ability to traverse spatial barriers was rendered utterly meaningless before the spatial ancestral witch. With a mere flick of his finger, he completely confined Luohou in all directions, solidifying the space around him. Once Gong Gong's fist struck, he would be forced to endure a combined assault from 2 ancestral witches. This gamble was hardly worth the risk. It seemed he would have to reveal the god-slaying spear and fight with abandon. Yet, at that very moment, a resounding roar echoed from afar. Roar! Zhu Rong's anguish cry rang out. Bloodlust consumed him. Kuan Ping, filled with righteous fury, wasted no time. Using his formidable body to shield Zhu Rong while unleashing the pinnacle of his primordial golden immortal techniques to deliver a brutal blow. Had Zhu Rong not been extraordinarily powerful, he would have been gravely injured, if not slain. But the most perilous threat was that the subsequent lethal move from Kuan Ping was fast approaching. This time, it might truly claim Zhu Rong's life. Gong Gong and Di Jiang, who had been focused on the Mosquito Man, turned their attention to see Zhu Rong staggering backward. Blood pouring from his chest like a waterfall, Di Jiang erupted with rage. Zhu Jiaoyin. In response to Di Jiang's call, an ancestral witch stepped forward. And at that moment, the lethal attack from Kuan Ping abruptly halted. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Zhu Rong's furious roar, Kuan Ping's wild rage, Di Jiang's wrath, and Gong Gong's confusion, all were suspended in a moment of tension. Before the demon court, the cold smirk on Di Jun's face, Dong Huang Taiyi's indifference, and Fu Shi's astonishment were all captured in a single, timeless moment. Countless figures locked in combat, the surging auras, the flickering lights, all came to a standstill. Only one figure stepped forward once more, starkly contrasting with the stillness enveloping the heavens and the earth. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating with gravitas. Time, stand still. Chapter 67, The Breaking of the Eastern Emperor's Bell. The Ancestor of Time. At this moment, the power of time was personified. Centered around Mount Buzhou, a vast expanse of millions of miles was abruptly frozen in time. It was as if the river of time and space had been severed. All beings were aware of what transpired, yet their bodies remained immobile. No, they could move, but at an agonizingly slow pace. This was not a complete stillness of space. Rather, it was the ancestor Wu Zhu Jiaoyin employing his innate divine abilities to decelerate the passage of time for all living beings within the vicinity. Time reigns supreme, while space is sovereign. Such is the essence of temporal power. Across the heavens and the earth, countless creatures could only sluggishly turn their eyes. Observing Zhu Jiaoyin leap towards Kuan Ping. Simultaneously, Emperor Jiang also made his move. The void before Kuan Ping shattered instantaneously, forcibly separating him from his position. As Zhu Jiaoyin soared high, Kuan Ping also advanced towards him. Kuan Ping's eyes widened, straining with all his might to resist the combined forces of time and space. But to little avail. Should this strike land, the situation would dramatically shift. Originally on the brink of suffering a severe blow, Zhu Rong would escape calamity, while Kuan Ping, who had seemed to hold the upper hand, now faced imminent peril. In the shadows, several figures quietly observed the unfolding events. Whether it was Zhu Jiaoyin's temporal prowess or Emperor Jiang's spatial might, their presence was merely a fleeting glance, as if these individuals did not truly exist within this realm. Yet, they remained indifferent, showing no intent to intervene. Until, boom, a chime resonated from the heavens. Centered around the heavenly gate of the monster court, the entire space rippled, cascading downwards towards Mount Buzhou and the vast wilderness. Buzz as this ripple passed, everything instantaneously returned to normal. The Eastern Emperor's Bell, a supreme treasure of the wilderness. This singular chime inverted the cosmos, shattering the powers of time and space. What appeared slow was merely the effect of Zhu Jiaoyin's struggle against the bell's might. In reality, throughout the 30,000 miles of heaven and earth, all beings had traversed in an instant. Kuan Ping's form restored to normal, yet Zhu Jiaoyin was already upon him. Without hesitation, the previously directed attack aimed at Zhu Rong was swiftly redirected towards Zhu Jiaoyin. Boom! The clash of the ancestor Wu's power and Kuan Ping's might erupted anew. Both Kuan Ping and Zhu Jiaoyin were instantly sent flying. The chime swept through the space where Luohou resided, and as movement was restored, Luohou, in an instant, vanished alongside the Mosquito Daoist. However, in the next moment, the strike from Gong Gong arrived. Boom! Crack restored. Everything was restored. Explosive flashes shattered heavens and earth. Spilled blood and broken bodies. Roars of fury, cries of rage, and wails of despair returned to the wilderness. Gong Gong bellowed, humiliated by a mere little demon's bite. Raising his head, Gong Gong's eyes blazed with fury. Tai. With a powerful stomp, the earth split open with countless fissures. Pillars of water surged skyward, heading towards the 9 heavens and the figures before the heavenly gate. Simultaneously, a cold smile finally graced Emperor Jun's face above the 9 heavens. Kill. Upon hearing this command, the already restless Tai vanished in an instant. The Wu clan is combative. The lineage of the Golden Crows is no gentle breed. As a primordial being birthed from the sun, the Golden Crows are of the fire element, their temperament explosive. Witnessing the fierce battle between Zhu Rong and Kuanping, Tai had longed to intervene personally. Tai's nature was purely combative, indifferent to all else. The monster court, the quest for dominance over the wilderness? He cared not. All of this was Emperor Jun's ambition. Tai sought only to follow in his brother's footsteps while engaging with the various entities of the wilderness, defeating them one by one. It was as simple as that. Seeing this scene, Gong Gong roared and leapt into the fray. The other ancestor was promptly followed. The battle between the Wu and the demon clans had finally ignited. Boom! The barriers and resilience of the wilderness world faced their ultimate test at this moment. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Buzhou, Luohou's expression was grave as he evaded all the Wu clan's guardians, returning to that cave once again. Upon his arrival, Luohou wasted no time, presenting the Mosquito Taoist, slamming him onto the central platform. Pu the Mosquito Taoist spat forth a mouthful of blood. Pu the second mouthful of blood was from Luohou himself. De Fan Tian's expression shifted. My lord, the Mosquito Taoist's gaze, filled with regret, returned from the bloodstains on the platform as he turned to Luohou, raising an eyebrow. You took a sip too? Luohou took a deep breath to steady himself. The Eastern Emperor's bell had indeed shattered Zhu Jiuyin's temporal power, but it was done forcefully. Anyone who could withstand the baptism of the Eastern Emperor's bell had to pay a price. Moreover, Luohou had also endured a strike from Emperor Jiang. Fortunately, he was not gravely harmed, as Luohou did not wish to waste any time. Heaven knows if any disturbance here would alert the 12 ancestor was. If trapped by them, he would have no chance to escape. Approaching the platform, Luohou gazed at the bloodstains. Although minimal, Gong Gong's blood faintly glimmered with red light. The intricate patterns on the entire platform suddenly illuminated. The Mosquito Taoist lamented, is that all? Had I known, I would not have held back. He circled the platform, stroking his chin. This is nothing. Before he could finish, the Mosquito Taoist figure vanished. De Fan Tian was taken aback, and Luohou was equally stunned. My lord, this. De Fan Tian hurried forward, but as he stepped onto the 12 surrounding small platforms, his figure also disappeared with a flash of blood. Luohou narrowed his eyes, making no movements, instead turning to observe the 12 small platforms. Moments later, Luohou's eyes sparkled with understanding. So that's how it is. With a single step, he approached one of the platforms. In the next moment, Luohou's figure vanished as well. Chapter 68. The Inversion of Heaven and Earth. The birthplace of the Ancestor Witch. With a startled cry, the figure of the Mosquito Taoist descended into a vast expanse. Suspended in the void, he gazed around, filled with perplexity. Where is this place? De Fan Tian? Where have the others gone? In a state of panic, the Mosquito Taoist looked around, lowering his gaze. He could only see a sea of crimson. Magma. Scorching magma lay beneath his feet. The vastness of this place was beyond his comprehension, as his divine sense could not encompass the entirety of his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard similar exclamations from above. Looking up, he saw a figure plummeting towards him. An ambush? The Mosquito Taoist was alarmed and hurriedly transformed into a wisp of black mist, dispersing. De Fan Tian halted, equally bewildered, surveying the area. What place is this? Mosquito Taoist? Stop calling out, I'm right here. The Mosquito Taoist reformed beside him. Glancing around, he smiled. My good brother, you've come to keep me company? De Fan Tian retorted angrily. Nonsense. Where's our master? The Mosquito Taoist shook his head. How would I know? He surveyed the surroundings and asked, should we go down further? De Fan Tian frowned. Let us wait a bit. Wait? The Mosquito Taoist inquired, bewildered. Wait for what? De Fan Tian replied, we should wait for our master to arrive. The Mosquito Taoist scoffed. Him? He is probably off watching a show somewhere. Just as the words left his mouth, they both instinctively looked up and saw the figure of Luohou gracefully descending from above. Master! De Fan Tian rushed to greet him. Luohou paused, surveying the surroundings with a slight frown. The magma beneath us looks formidable, remarked the Mosquito Taoist. Luohou glanced down, confirming the crimson expanse below. He gestured, and a clump of magma rose into his hand. This is formed from the earth's fire. Having spoken, he released the magma, allowing it to fall from his palm. De Fan Tian inquired curiously, Master, have we descended underground? Luohou remained silent. Underground? With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned that this space was indeed vast. Yet it had boundaries. He could sense an edge. Without uttering a word, he moved towards that direction, with De Fan Tian closely following. The Mosquito Taoist, still observing the surroundings, turned around only to find himself alone. Wait for me. He hurried to catch up, and after a considerable time, they arrived at a stone wall. Upon reaching this point, Fan Tian's brow furrowed even more. Master, this stone wall cannot be penetrated by divine sense? Luohou nodded, having noticed the same issue. A force emanated from the wall, obstructing their probing. They could not ascertain what lay beyond. At that moment, the entire stone wall suddenly trembled. It was faint, but undeniably perceptible, as if something within was violently colliding. Moreover, such occurrences were sporadic, both in timing and location. Luohou closed his eyes, concentrating intently. After a moment, he abruptly opened them, reassessing the space before him. We are within the not-returning mountain. Within the not-returning mountain? At those words, both the Mosquito Taoist and Fan Tian were taken aback. That is incorrect. The Mosquito Taoist exclaimed. That cave is beneath the not-returning mountain, and we fell downwards. We should merely be underground. How can we possibly be within the not-returning mountain? Though Fan Tian remained silent, he too was puzzled by this conclusion. Luohou stated, I have sensed carefully. There is a force here that inverts heaven and earth. Moreover, upon scrutinizing the tremors from the stone wall, it is clear that someone is engaging in a clash within. The not-returning mountain has now become a battlefield, with the witches and ghosts battling within. This also explained the tremors of the stone wall. Furthermore, Luohou continued, I previously misjudged. The platform within that cave is indeed an altar, but it is also a spatial formation. With that, Luohou looked down at the ground. Let us descend. He was the first to move downward, followed closely by Fan Tian and the Mosquito Taoist. According to Luohou, they should now be heading toward the upper region of the not-returning mountain. The magma should be suspended above within the mountain itself. As they traversed over the magma, they finally arrived at a massive stone seat where the three of them landed. Upon touching down, the Mosquito Taoist could not resist the urge to sniff the air vigorously. What do you smell? Fan Tian asked curiously. The Mosquito Taoist's eyes sparkled with excitement. The scent of blood. A remarkably pure yet faint aroma, as if it had existed long ago. With the passage of time, it has nearly become imperceptible. Fan Tian scoffed, skeptical of his claim, for he had scanned the area with his divine sense and found nothing. Yet Luohou interjected. He is not mistaken. Perhaps this is indeed the true birthplace of the ancestor witch. As he spoke, Luohou focused his thoughts. The enormous stone seat suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Upon perceiving the scene within, Fan Tian could not help but gasp in astonishment. This is... Chapter 69, The Heart of Pangu. Whose heart could it be? The Mosquito Taoist found himself utterly astonished. Before the three of them, a colossal heart materialized. Surrounding it were countless stone pillars intricately connected to this heart. Neither Brahma nor Rahu paid him any mind, and as the Mosquito Taoist circled around, he realized the heart was 1,000,000 zhang in size, on par with the ancestral shaman. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, this fellow has quite the heart. Speaking of which, whose heart could be hidden within Mount Buzhou? Rahu, this time, did not express anger but instead pondered, this space is inverted. Descending is akin to ascending, and ascending is like descending. In other words, we should indeed be beneath the primordial land, directly beneath the true Mount Buzhou. Brahma inquired, my lord, is this truly a heart? Rahu nodded. Despite the heart being entirely substantial, he remained convinced it was indeed a heart. Brahma continued, but within the primordial realm. Whose heart could possibly be concealed here? Rahu fell silent. Suddenly, Brahma was struck by a realization. Could it be? Rahu sighed, this is the heart of Pangu. The heart of Pangu. Upon hearing this conclusion, both Brahma and the Mosquito Taoist widened their eyes in shock. Could it truly be the heart of Pangu? How is that possible? Rahu remained silent. Mount Buzhou was formed from Pangu's spine. Although this entity was not within the spine, it was undeniably connected to it. Rahu, though unsure why it appeared here, was certain based on the circumstances that this was unquestionably the heart of Pangu. The entire heart hung inverted, surrounded by Pangu, with 12 drops of essence blood preserved within it. These drops fell below, transforming into the 12 ancestral shamans. Endless ages passed, and the 12 ancestral shamans emerged from the earth, now having become the tyrants of the primordial realm. Brahma remarked, I never expected Pangu's heart to be hidden beneath Mount Buzhou. Yet now, this heart must surely be of no use, right? The Mosquito Taoist approached and sniffed. There isn't even a hint of scent. It must be useless. Rahu did not respond but stepped forward, placing his hand upon the heart, lost in thought. In his past life, he too was one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, akin to Pangu. It was a pity that Pangu, to attain the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal, forcefully proved his path through the power of 5 chaotic treasures at the half-step Tao stage. Reflecting on Pangu's actions, he found them strikingly similar to his own past life in the primordial realm, where he proved his path through slaying. Was he subconsciously emulating Pangu? Or was this simply the path of the chaotic demon gods? At that moment, a faint luminescence emanated from the purple 3-flowered Tao fruit atop Rahu's head. Suddenly, Rahu was jolted, his eyes snapping open as he gazed at the enormous heart before him in astonishment. Turning, he looked at Brahma and the Mosquito Taoist. But they exhibited no reaction. Didn't they perceive it? Was he the only one to feel it? Had that heart just thumped once? The 3-flowered Tao fruit above him glimmered with a dim purple light once more. Thump at that moment, Rahu's heart also began to race violently. Just once. Although it was merely a single beat, he was acutely aware of it. His heartbeat resonated in sync with the heart of Pangu before him. He even began to question whether it was his own heartbeat or that of the heart of Pangu that was resonating. It was still alive. Rahu withdrew his hand and took 2 steps back. Yes, Pangu had not perished. After the creation of the world, Pangu had exhausted himself and died, using his essence to complete the primordial realm. The number of great transformations was 50. The so-called evasion of one was Pangu transforming himself into all things of the primordial world. At this moment, everything within the primordial realm, every single thing, every blade of grass, every stone, every grain of sand, all life, including the shamans and demons currently battling outside, was undoubtedly a continuation of Pangu's existence. If death is the great transformation, a necessity, the eternity of all life and things, then Pangu's uniquely alternative way of extending his life is indeed an evasion of one. A glimmer of hope. Rahu smiled. This heart was not merely a petrified remnant of Pangu's physical body. It represented a sliver of life for all beings in the primordial realm, though uncertain of its purpose. The fact that it resonated in a stone form with his heartbeat indicated it still held significance. Although Rahu could not ascertain the exact utility of this heart of Pangu, having encountered it, it would be a disservice to himself not to take it. Upon hearing Rahu's thoughts, the mosquito Taoist and Brahma were momentarily stunned. Take it away, my lord. This Brahma was at a loss for words. A heart made of stone, 1,000,000 zhang in size. How could one transport such a colossal object? If they carried it out, who would not notice? Would the shaman clan not pursue them to the ends of the earth? Yet, Rahu replied, you two go explore other areas and see where the exit lies. Sitting cross-legged before the heart of Pangu, Rahu declared, I shall devise a way to take this object. Seeing Rahu's earnest expression, the mosquito Taoist and Brahma could only relent, turning to depart in search of a way out. Rahu closed his eyes, enveloping the heart of Pangu with his divine sense. He began to explore, to probe. Since this object could resonate with his heartbeat and had done so twice, there must be something that could interact with it. What could it be? With his eyes shut, Rahu's heart became clear. What similarities existed between him and Pangu? As one of the beings of the primordial realm, he too was a unique continuation of Pangu's life. Was it because of this? No, if that were the case, then other beings would experience the same phenomenon. Why did Brahma and the mosquito Taoist not react? What was the reason behind it? His past life? The past of his past life? Yes. Rahu gradually came to a profound understanding. Pangu was also one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. So was he. Not in the sense of being a demon god of slaughter, but as he was now, as the entity of Hongyun, and the essence of Rahu himself. He had inadvertently walked the path of the chaotic demon gods as a primal being. The chaotic demon gods were indeed the most vital reason for the resonance with this heart. If that were the case, then as long as he refined this heart, he could obtain all that it possessed. Chapter 070. The Divine Spirits of the Heavens, the Ethereal Shadow of Pangu. The war between the witch and the undead has erupted in its entirety. The 12 ancestral witches and the 4 supreme behemoths of the demon court are now locked in an intense struggle. The entirety of Mount Buzhou is engulfed in flames of battle, rendering it nearly impossible to discern friend from foe. In essence, it is a matter of killing indiscriminately. At this moment, Luohou sits before the colossal heart, endeavoring to envelop it gradually with his divine consciousness. With each thread he encircles, he refines it using his cultivation. What of the stone? Even if it is merely a stone, Luohou is curious to see what reactions will arise from its refinement. Time passes inexorably. Both the mosquito Taoist and the great Brahma have scoured this space repeatedly, yet they remain unable to uncover an exit. Ultimately, they can only return helplessly to Luohou's side. Observing Luohou seated in the void, facing the immense heart, the mosquito Taoist whispers, shall we continue to wait? What is he doing? The great Brahma furrows his brow and replies, you ask me, but who can I inquire of? The mosquito Taoist gestures toward Luohou, saying, ask him. The great Brahma turns and glares, why don't you ask? The mosquito Taoist chuckles, I fear a reprimand. The great Brahma is left speechless. This mosquito Taoist is rather untrustworthy. You fear rebuke, do I not? They remain, reluctantly awaiting the outcome. If they cannot escape during the witch and dead conflict, once the struggle concludes and the witch clan returns, their chances of fleeing will be non-existent. The anxious wait is agonizing, each passing moment a torment. Finally, Luohou suddenly opens his eyes, exuding an inexplicable aura. The enormous Pangu heart, visibly dimming at an alarming rate, begins to crack, with a narrow fissure appearing from below. As the crack spreads, the Pangu heart becomes riddled with fractures. It's collapsing. The mosquito Taoist exclaims. Luohou rises and commands, let us go. The great Brahma hastily interjects, my lord, we are powerless. We have searched this place countless times and still cannot locate the exit. Luohou replies, I know where the exit lies. With that, he gestures, enveloping the two of them, and their forms transform into streaks of light, plummeting downward. The mosquito Taoist's eyes widen in alarm. Where are we headed? Below lies the molten magma of the earth's fire. I refuse to go. Luohou pays no heed. seizing both of them and plunging into the magma. The surrounding heat, capable of incinerating all, engulfs them. The mosquito Taoist watches in horror as his hair instantly turns to ash. Terrified, he hastily shuts his eyes. It's over. I'm doomed. The great Brahma, equally anxious, reassures himself that with Luohou nearby, he would not jest with their lives. Indeed, as they traverse the magma, the three emerge unharmed in a cavern beneath Mount Buzhou. As soon as they appear, the mosquito Taoist cannot contain himself, letting out a wail. I'm dead. I'm certainly finished. Luohou carelessly tosses him aside. The mosquito Taoist lies on the ground, feeling his body, before finally opening his eyes. Not dead. Wasn't he incinerated by the magma? Seeing his soot-covered figure, the great Brahma cannot suppress his laughter. The mosquito Taoist retorts, what is so funny? You're not much better off. The great Brahma, momentarily taken aback, touches his own head, discovering it too is covered in soot. His smile vanishes, and he huffs, shaking his head as he conjures a mane of black hair. The mosquito Taoist scoffs, mimicking the action and conjuring a long head of hair. Only Luohou remains unscathed, silently gazing outside. Both the great Brahma and the mosquito Taoist follow Luohou's gaze, discovering several figures at the cave entrance, staring blankly at the three of them. The witches, puzzled, wonder why other beings are present in their sacred ground. Sensing the mosquito Taoist's presence, one witch instinctively raises a hand. Luohou commands, attack. At his words, the mosquito Taoist and the great Brahma rush forth. The two of them swiftly annihilate the witches and soldiers in an instant. The mosquito Taoist, eager to consume the spoils, is interrupted by Luohou's command, we must leave. The great Brahma hastily follows Luohou's lead, but the mosquito Taoist protests, just a taste. A single taste before we depart. Luohou ignores him, leaving the mosquito Taoist with no choice but to follow swiftly. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, ancestral witch Dezhang's expression suddenly shifts dramatically. Following suit, the faces of the other witches also change. There is a disturbance in the ancestral land. Those damn demons dare to intrude upon our sacred ground? Enough with the chatter. Raise the banners. Dezhang bellows, raise the banners. With a single command, the 12 ancestral witches withdraw from the battle, each extracting a grand banner from their foreheads. Observing this, Dejun and Taiyi's expressions grow grave. The world has heard of the witch clan's secret technique, capable of forging the 12 heavenly divine spirit formation, yet none have witnessed it until now. As the 12 witches raise their multicolored flags, an inexplicable force erupts from the banners. Luohou, accompanied by the mosquito Taoist and the great Brahma, weaves through the interstitial spaces of reality, even resorting to shielding them with the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Run. Flee as far as you can. They have stirred a hornet's nest. If they do not escape now, it may truly be too late. The witch clan's wrath is inevitable, and the intentions of the heavenly Tao saints, who previously harbored malice towards them, are now uncertain. Regardless of who captures them, death is inescapable. Thus, they must flee as far as possible. A mysterious aura pursues them from behind, even causing the very fabric of space to ripple. Luohou glances back, with the great Brahma and the mosquito Taoist following suit. Upon witnessing the scene in the distance, their eyes widen in astonishment. Centered around the 12 ancestral witches, a colossal figure emerges slowly from the void. This figure towers into the clouds. Even the ancestral witches must gaze upwards in awe. The once towering Mount Buzhou now only reaches the figure's waist. Above, the 33 heavens loom, while below, the primordial earth lies beneath its feet. The ethereal shadow of Pangu. Meanwhile, the onlooking heavenly Tao saints wear grave expressions. The purpose of inciting the conflict between the witches and demons is straightforward. If both factions can be annihilated, that would be ideal. Even if that fails, they must draw out the hidden strengths of both sides. At this moment, their objective is achieved. The witch clan's ultimate technique, the 12 heavenly divine spirit formation, has summoned the shadow of Pangu. It has arrived. Chapter 071. The emergence of Hongyun and the saint's intervention. In the vast expanse of the Hongyun realm, an overwhelming force stirred all beings, regardless of their distant locations. Even those at the farthest corners of the world, who had not witnessed the unfolding battle, found themselves captivated by an unforgettable spectacle. The towering figure, a phantom of immense grandeur, loomed over the Hongyun, exuding an aura of supremacy. High above, the four titans of the demon court, Dejuan, Tai, Kuanping, and Fushi, gazed in awe at this ethereal presence. Is this Pangu? They wondered, as the very ground of Hongyun trembled beneath the weight of his shadow. The unparalleled pressure emanating from this figure compelled even the most arrogant hearts to bow in submission. This was the phantom of Pangu, the creator of the Hongyun, revered as the father figure by the three pure ones, the Jinwu brothers, and the 12 ancestors of Wu. In the entirety of the Hongyun, only the ancestors of Wu possessed the power to summon such a figure. Before their emergence, none had achieved this feat, and after them, none would. This was a glory unique to the Wu clan, an honor etched into their very bloodline. As the 12 ancestors of Wu unleashed a collective roar, the phantom stirred to life. Tai was the first to react, channeling his full strength into the Donghuang bell, preparing for battle. Yet Fushi shouted, "Form the array! Form the array!" Dijuan seized Tai's arm, shaking his head silently. This was not a foe to be confronted. It was the phantom of Pangu. How could Tai stand against such might? Reluctantly, Tai nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. In the void, countless stars twinkled. On the land of Hongyun, mountains and rivers began to emit a radiant light. Fushi initiated the formation of two grand arrays, the Hongyun Hala and the Zhodian Star Array. The Hongyun Hala Array, forged from the myriad landscapes of Hongyun, was an impregnable defense. The Zhodian Star Array, composed of ancient stars, was equally formidable. However, they now faced the summoned phantom of Pangu. Whether these defenses could withstand the impending strike remained uncertain. As the Zhodian Star Array shimmered and the Hongyun Array glowed, even Fushi and Kuanping joined the formation, ready to risk everything in a desperate bid. The phantom of Pangu moved, slowly raising its arm, stirring the winds and clouds of Hongyun, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The scene resembled an apocalyptic vision, as cries of despair echoed, heralding the approach of an imminent crisis. Even the Taoist saints, cloaked in shadows, bore solemn expressions. This momentum might outshine even their own. Though merely a phantom, it was the essence of Pangu. The entirety of Hongyun could scarcely contain him. The Zhodian Star Array transformed into a celestial canopy, enveloping the skies, while the Hongyun land radiated a blinding light in response. Amidst the lamentations of the masses, countless cultivators lay prostrate upon the ground, weeping and despairing, awaiting the final moments of their existence. Rahu's eyes sparkled with a mix of panic and excitement. It is upon us. The time has finally come. The secret arts of the Wu clan clashed with the mystical techniques of the demon court. Who would prevail, and who would perish? All would be revealed in this decisive blow. As the colossal hand of the Pangu phantom rose, silence enveloped the Hongyun. All beings understood this was the calm before the storm, awaiting the hand that would bring about their destruction. The ultimate confrontation loomed. The heavens dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their light, as the 12 ancestors of Wu roared in unison. The giant hand of the Pangu phantom balled into a fist and began its descent. Countless demonkind exerted their utmost effort to channel the power of the formations. Millions of stars flickered, and the mountains erupted in brilliance. In that instant, all sound vanished from the cosmos, as if everything had been draped in monochrome. The scent of annihilation permeated every corner of Hongyun, heralding a cataclysmic calamity. The fate of countless lives hung in the balance. The world itself seemed on the brink of shattering. Then, a voice resonated through the heavens. Enough. This voice, unassuming yet imbued with supreme authority, echoed through the black and white void. As it rang out, several hidden Taoist saints emerged from the shadows. The radiant light of myriad colors coalesced in the ethereal atmosphere. As the sound of the Tao flowed with an ancient and dignified grace, from the void, a figure emerged, gazing at the colossal hand poised to descend, sighing softly. This is sheer folly. Are you all intent on obliterating the Hongyun? Where are the Taoist saints? From the east, 3 figures stepped forward, Laozi of Taiji, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shanqing Tongtian. The trio bowed respectfully. Teacher. From the west, the pallid figure of the Jain Taoist appeared, followed closely by the fair-skinned Zhuan-Ti Taoist, both of whom bowed in unison. Teacher. In the north, a striking figure emerged, bowing before the central presence and declaring, Teacher. This figure was none other than Hongyun, the supreme sovereign of the Hongyun, the foremost Taoist saint, the master of the Taoist treasures, and the progenitor of the Xianmen. Behind him followed a man and a woman. Heads bowed in silence. The disciples of Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, both embodying the essence of Hongyun golden immortals. Now, amidst the peril threatening Hongyun, Hongjun could no longer remain idle. He emerged from the Zixiao Palace to quell the chaos. Looking up at the descending hand of the giant, he implored, Will you not act? Do you truly intend to see the Hongyun shattered? With that, Hongjun did not lift his gaze but merely gestured with a finger. The 6 saints followed closely, unleashing their powers to counter the Pangu phantom. The united effort of the 7 Taoist saints did not arise from fear of the phantom itself. They, being immortal, could harness the power of the Tao to act. Though the phantom's strike was undeniably powerful, it remained but a mere illusion. If a single saint were to stand alone against it, they might manage to resist, albeit with great difficulty. However, with Hongjun leading, the collective force of the 7 saints could effortlessly withstand the blow. This scene unfolded before the eyes of countless beings, who collapsed to the ground in relief, savoring the moment of survival. The emergence of Hongjun and the Taoist saints brought hope. They had survived. Rahu cast a glance before turning away, departing into the distance. With his current strength, confronting a Taoist saint would offer no chance of survival. Should Hongjun perceive any hint of his presence, his fate would be sealed. You may deal with the aftermath. I shall take my leave. The combined strike of the 7 Taoist saints shattered the Pangu phantom, leaving the 12 ancestors of Wu in shock, their vitality surging chaotically as they teetered on the brink of collapse. Hongjun lowered his hand and spoke calmly. Do not let anger consume you. Come, let us proceed to Zixiao Palace to discuss this matter of the Wu and the yokai. Ultimately, a resolution must be reached. Chapter 072, The Pinnacle of the Luohou, once again encountering Jin Yuanzi. A monumental battle, unprecedented in the annals of history. was temporarily suspended under the mediation of Hongyun and the Six Saints. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, the Six Saints bowed in reverence and transformed into streams of light, making their way to the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongyun turned his gaze towards the demon court. You all should come too. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances. Initially reluctant to attend, yet the current situation dictated that the Saint of Heaven was the true master of the primordial chaos. Moreover, with the venerable Hongyun himself involved, they had no choice but to comply. As for the Wu clan, they would not be so easily overlooked. The four formidable figures of the demon race, Dijun, Tai, Kuanpeng, and Fushi, soared into the skies. The 12 ancestral witches, witnessing this, also transformed into their true forms, riding the currents of light, heading straight towards the outer heavens. The conflict between the Wu and the demons had ceased, yet it was evident to all that this reprieve was but temporary. When the strife inevitably resumed, it would undoubtedly unleash an unparalleled storm. At this moment, Luohou appeared nonchalant, having fled to a secure location before finally coming to a halt. The Mosquito Taoist and Defan Tian remained entranced, still reeling from the earlier shock. Luohou took a deep breath. For now, I am safe. Defan Tian was taken aback. Safe? Is that so? The Mosquito Taoist, bewildered, turned around. Huh? Luohou continued. Now is the time for you to take action. The Mosquito Taoist hastily shook his head. I will not go. I refuse to go anywhere. It is far too perilous. If I get caught up in this, it would be a certain death. I have not yet instructed you on what to do, yet you refuse to go? Luohou replied. The Mosquito Taoist persisted in his refusal. Whatever it is, I will not go. It's merely a path to death, and nothing good will come of it. Luohou nodded. That is well. The conflict between the Wu and the demons leaves countless corpses in its wake. I had initially intended for you to seize this opportunity to greatly enhance your strength, but if you refuse to devour the remnants, then so be it. Upon hearing this, the Mosquito Taoist's expression froze. You, Master, I am willing. I am indeed willing. Why did you not say so earlier? I will go now, right this moment. Without looking back, he dashed off into the distance. This battle had spread across an immense area, centered around the Buzhou Mountain. The land was littered with the corpses of Wu and demon alike. How much could the Mosquito Taoist consume? This would all depend on his fortune. Defan Tian, he called out urgently. You should also find a place to cultivate. Await my summons. Defan Tian, taken aback, was about to say something but quickly complied upon seeing Luohou's expression. Understood. Luohou had matters to attend to and preferred not to have Defan Tian present. Once Defan Tian departed, Luohou could no longer withstand the pressure and promptly settled into a meditative position, his face flushing crimson. Having stolen the heart of Pangu and bearing the burden of various pressures, he had arrived at this point. Though the heart of Pangu had turned to stone, it still contained boundless energy. Now, the heart of Pangu had fused with Luohou's being. However, if that power was not refined and absorbed, Luohou would likely burst from the strain. Feeling the power within him, Luohou was filled with awe. After all, it was Pangu, even after countless eons. Though only a fraction of the heart's power remained, that fraction was immense in comparison to the creatures of the primordial chaos. With immense effort, Luohou gradually refined the power, leading to a surge in his cultivation, propelling him from the mid-stage of De Luo Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of De Luo. Exhaling deeply, Luohou opened his eyes. This is nearly sufficient. Should I fully refine this power, I might return to the realm of the Hongyun Golden Immortal. However, Luohou willed his thoughts, and the great Luo flower bloomed above his head. On the foundation of the original 6th grade, another 6th grade blossomed. 12 grades of De Luo Dao fruit. The violet De Luo Dao fruit emanated an aura of profound mystery, akin to an unparalleled delicacy, instantly spreading forth and likely attracting countless unsuspecting beings of the primordial chaos to their doom. Yet, as Luohou patiently awaited, no creature approached him. Sensing the surroundings, his expression suddenly changed. Which friend of the Dao is present? Please reveal yourself. The area was silent, devoid of any response. Luohou frowned slightly, turning abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment. From the void, a figure slowly took shape, stepping forth from the emptiness with a quiet sigh directed at Luohou. Luohou's expression turned to one of surprise. Is it you? The figure, holding a whisk, strolled toward Luohou. When did you arrive here? Luohou inquired. The figure replied, I have long been here, observing. It is merely that you, in your haste to escape and refine the power within you, did not notice my presence. After a moment of contemplation, Luohou spoke again. I had thought you would remain at Mount Wanshou, never to come here to observe. Jin Yuanzi sighed quietly. The conflict between the Wu and the demons threatens the entirety of the primordial chaos. Although Mount Wanshou is far removed, should a cataclysmic war erupt, it too would not escape calamity. Hence, I could only come here to witness. Yet, I did not expect to encounter you. You? A jolt ran through Luohou. Jin Yuanzi's words carried a hint of inscrutable meaning. Steeling himself, Luohou asked, why do your words today carry an air of unfamiliarity? Hearing this, Jin Yuanzi furrowed his brow. Gazing at Luohou, this friend, both strange and familiar, his tone suddenly turned cold. Who exactly are you? The wind surged, causing the hems of their garments to rustle ominously. A vague tension flowed between Jin Yuanzi and Luohou. Chapter 073, The Bond of Two. The mosquito Taoist struck by lightning. Luohou remained silent. At long last, Jin Yuanzi had posed the question. In truth, when Luohou first entered the Earth Book, he had anticipated this day would come. Yet, he never imagined it would arrive so suddenly. He had just refined the power of the heart of Pangu, with Jin Yuanzi covertly safeguarding him. In terms of both emotion and reason, Jin Yuanzi had already done enough for a friend. Luohou took a deep breath. Very well. Since this is the case, I shall no longer conceal the truth. You are not mistaken. I am not Hongyun. To put it differently, I merely borrowed the essence of Hongyun to relive a life. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi lowered his head, rendered speechless. However, Luohou could sense that the aura surrounding Jin Yuanzi had begun to shift. When Jin Yuanzi raised his head, his eyes were filled with coldness and fury. Staring at Luohou, Jin Yuanzi exclaimed, "If you are not Hongyun, why have you deceived me? Why?" With a roar, the surrounding space shattered into countless fragments, swiftly darting through the void. In but an instant, Luohou found himself completely ensnared by the surrounding space. Jin Yuanzi's hair billowed as he glared at Luohou, his face a mask of rage. "Why have you lied to me? I considered you a confidant. Why did you conceal the truth from me?" Jin Yuanzi, his face flushed with anger, raised his hand, causing the entire void to tremble. Jin Yuanzi's form suddenly appeared before Luohou, his palm crashing down towards Luohou's head. Luohou stood unmoving, allowing Jin Yuanzi's blow to fall. Boom! The earth shook, and the void quaked. Jin Yuanzi looked at Luohou with deep sorrow and fury. "Why do you not evade?" Luohou gazed at the descending palm, knowing that if it struck, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. The wrath of a Hongyun golden immortal, at the peak of quasi-saint, was not to be trifled with. Fixing his gaze on Jin Yuanzi, Luohou said, "I know, you harbor no intent to kill." Jin Yuanzi's palm suddenly sank, forcing Luohou to stagger backward. "And now?" Luohou shook his head. "Still no intent to kill." Jin Yuanzi stepped closer, grasping Luohou by the collar of his robe, traversing the void. "Do you truly believe I would not kill you?" Luohou replied, expressionless. "If you wish to kill me, why would you protect me?" Jin Yuanzi's face was one of fury. He did not hate Luohou, but rather resented him for not revealing the truth sooner. Their figures halted. Jin Yuanzi released his grip, and Luohou took a step back. Jin Yuanzi casually slashed the ground. The earth split open, creating a vast chasm between them. Jin Yuanzi turned to leave. "I should have realized it long ago. Consuming the ginseng fruit was merely a means to refine the 5 energies anew. You are not wrong. I do not harbor hatred. Hongyun was my dear friend. But I resent my inability to stop him from falling into this tragic fate. But from this moment forth, you shall not step foot upon Wanshou Mountain. Nor shall you utter my name again. Our fates are now severed, our grievances extinguished." With that, Jin Yuanzi's figure gradually faded from view. Luohou called out, "Do you not wish to know who I truly am?" From afar, Jin Yuanzi's voice echoed back, "I have no interest in that." Watching Jin Yuanzi completely depart, Luohou sighed softly. How enviable. Behind him, the figure of Defan Tian descended like a streak of light. "My lord, just now that was." Luohou replied, "Jin Yuanzi has come." Defan Tian was taken aback. "Does that mean he already knows your identity?" Luohou shook his head. "He has no interest." Defan Tian then exhaled a sigh of relief. Jin Yuanzi, known for his harmonious demeanor, was indifferent to the world. Not knowing my lord's true identity might indeed be beneficial for him. Luohou lamented. "Yet, I find myself somewhat envious of Hongyun." "Envious?" Defan Tian was slightly taken aback. Luohou's expression darkened. In his past life, he had forged his path through slaughter. Despite surrounding himself with countless demonic cultivators, he had found few genuine friendships akin to that between Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. Even the likes of Ji Du and others who befriended him were driven by ulterior motives. What did Jin Yuanzi seek in Hongyun? His age, his vast knowledge? Or was it merely his humble nature, yet benevolent spirit? Their bond was one of pure affection, untainted friendship. Even in mourning Hongyun's death, Jin Yuanzi, who eschewed worldly conflicts, did not hesitate to traverse the cycle of reincarnation, challenging Luohou to honor Hongyun's spirit. The dissolution of friendships upon the fall of power had not taken root in Jin Yuanzi. That was what Luohou truly envied. Without the ambition to vie for supremacy in the wilderness, a few close friends living in seclusion would indeed be a splendid choice. But each has their own aspirations. Reflecting on this, Luohou couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly. How pretentious. Hongyun has caused me no small trouble. And what of the mosquito Taoist? Defan Tian hastily inquired. My lord commanded me to find a place for cultivation. I worried for your safety and remained in the shadows. As for the mosquito Taoist, I paid him no mind. Luohou nodded and turned, disappearing with Defan Tian. 80 million miles from the Buzhou Mountain, the ground lay strewn with corpses. The stench of blood and the aura of slaughter coalesced into a malevolent energy, wrapping the void, causing ordinary beasts to shy away. Even passing cultivators would retreat in fear from the oppressive atmosphere. Yet amidst the mounds of lifeless bodies, Countless tiny mosquitoes clung to the remains, ravenously devouring the residual energies. At this moment, no one was happier than the mosquito Taoist. The boundless corpses served as his sustenance. Cultivation? What nonsense. With these, his progress could soar by leaps and bounds. From the beginning until now. The mosquito Taoist himself could not fathom how many corpses he had consumed. In every place he passed, it was left barren, devoid of life. Even the faintest trace of blood upon a stone would be entirely devoured, leaving no evidence behind. He could be deemed a qualified cleaner. In the mosquito Taoist lexicon, the term waste did not exist. When Luohou and De Fan Tian arrived at the scene, De Fan Tian gasped in astonishment. Before them lay a vast expanse of darkness. As far as the eye could see, a thick black mist swirled above the mountain of corpses. Is this the mosquito Taoist? Luohou observed the dark mist with a smile. Indeed, this is the mosquito Taoist, an extraordinary being of the wilderness, destined to rise above all when he matures in this realm. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. The void was instantly cloaked in dark clouds. Violet lightning descended in an instant, targeting none other than the mosquito Taoist, who was voraciously consuming everything. De Fan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, divine retribution?